Journalists interviewed hunter Kim Jun-woo because he became the world's first SSS-ranked hunter. How does this man feel right now? Kim Jun-woo has climbed to the top of the world ranking in less than a year. Is it true that he received an offer from the Hunter Association? This time, Kim Jung-woo got a dungeon with a high level of danger. Could the hunter say a few words before the raid? What advice could he give to the junior hunters? Kim Jun-woo thought that there hadn't been any operations like this for a long time. He didn't remember telling everyone about it. For the journalists, this was a chance they couldn't miss. Kim Jun-woo apologized and said he was only focused on the raid right now. The journalists were sorry. It was the expected response. The young man thought that for the audience, his appearance in the media was a real harvest. Maybe he could make them happy today. He said his team always put the safety of the residents first. That's a constant. Kim Jung-woo turned away from the reporters and said it was time for them to do their duty. One of the reporters said he thought, "Number one is at least a little different. There's something to debate about, but he is still the best hunter." The reporter asked if Kim Jung-woo had anything to say about the case of the attack on the cleaning crew. The hunter stopped and looked surprised. That question confused him. The journalist was talking about the attack on one of the cleaning team members. It was rumored that Kim Jun-woo had thrown that person by hitting the wall. The journalist said he understood everything. The hunter wanted to pretend he knew nothing, but something is known about this incident, especially since the man who was beaten up by the hunter is an acquaintance of his. Kim Jung-woo beat up a man who was old enough to be his father, and not a single line was written about it. There is talk amongst journalists. Is it really true? Hunter Kim Jun-woo beating up a man is a sensation. Kim Jun-woo, while walking away from the reporters, said that it was just an unconfirmed rumor. The journalist wished the hunter good luck anyway. Supernatural Dimension Management Association, an organization to protect the state and citizens from dungeons and monsters. This association brings together people with extraordinary abilities, divided into 4 teams. Among them is the task force, which deals with practical raids. In short, they are hunters. Among them, the first operational team is considered the most elite. This is a 100% probability of successful dungeon cleanup. The team members are high-ranked hunters. The leader of this team is Kim Jun-woo. The young man had already read the news on social media after the reports made by the reporter. There were already debates about the identity of the top hunter. Kim Jun-woo was angry at this meticulous journalist. Where did this rascal come from? The girl behind the wheel asked what was wrong. The raid went well, right? Kim Jung-woo asked, didn't he say not to let anyone know about the incident? Who could have leaked that information? There was a big fuss on the internet. Where could that reporter have come from? What news agency did he represent? The girl said that he wasn't a reporter, but an ordinary citizen. Kim Jun-woo wondered, how could an ordinary person know about that incident? The girl replied that the guy could have been the son of the leader of the dungeon cleanup team, Park Gyun-dae. The girl added that there was more to the problem than that. Now, various testimonies of past incidents have started to surface in the society. The situation can only get worse. Kim Jung-woo should rest at home for a while. It can be considered a little vacation. Kim Jung-woo asked if Director Lee knows that he hates those who get in his way the most. The girl replied that she knows that very well. Kim Jung-woo said that in that case, it's a problem that needs to be addressed. If it continues like this, his reputation will be over. Director Lee replied that she would do her best. Kim Jung-woo thought he was talking to a robot. The young man asked what the chairman of the association was saying. The girl replied that there were no special statements. He was busy with foreign hunters. Perhaps he is waiting for the situation to calm down a bit. Kim Jung-woo suggested that the association chairman doesn't say anything because he doesn't even want to contact him. What if he stops communicating altogether soon? Kim Jun-woo thought to himself that he had a lot going for him. If the association chairman acts like this, he won't be patient either. Kim Jun-woo asked Director Lee what she thought about it. The girl replied that nothing bad will happen. Despite public opinion, Hunter's rating remains unchanged. The job offer is also still on the table. When Kim Jun-woo saw all those articles after the raid, he got really angry. He wanted to find that reporter, but the team members stopped him. They forcibly put him in the car, and he went to the association. The young man was welcomed as the youngest hunter in the country, the first SSS-ranked hunter in the world. Kim Jung-woo had achieved in an instant the results that others take years to achieve. It would be strange if he didn't get angry at this reporter. How dare someone block his path? Director Lee asked why the hunter was acting like that. Kim Jun-woo replied that that person was the first to start stepping on his throat. The girl asked what was the reason for that. Kim Young-woo had never liked janitors, and here was the first time he'd encountered them in person. He said that he didn't remember that. Kim Young-woo said that when he got to the association, he should handle things quietly before they made a fuss. Director Lee drove the car and kept her eyes on the road. Something caught her attention. She looked up and saw a huge truck in front of the car, rushing towards her. Hunter Kim Jun-woo reacted lightning fast and activated his time-exceeding skill. Thanks to this skill, the cars were able to separate, and his car went around the truck. Kim Jun-woo thought if he was even 1 second late, he would have already painted the asphalt with his blood. That truck didn't even try to stop. Was the truck driver really drunk? Director Lee said she didn't know that. Kim Jun-woo stopped the car and got out. He was already in a bad mood. Now he decided to deal with this truck driver. The next moment, Kim Jun-woo saw a shackle flying at him. It was a heavy-duty detention device. Now the young man couldn't move. Kim Jun-woo looked back and saw a truck rushing toward him from behind at a great speed. Because of the super-powered apprehension device, the young man was unable to use his skills. A truck was also approaching the hunter from the front. The trucks were about to collide, and Kim Jun-woo was caught between them. After the trucks collided, there was a huge explosion. The entire area was engulfed in flames. The trucks were destroyed, but not the SSS-ranked hunter. The young man remained unharmed. Kim Jun-woo said that today was definitely a bad day. Something had clearly gone wrong. However, who dared to attack him? The attack on the hunter didn't end there. There were armed men nearby who opened fire to kill. Kim Jun-woo was very angry and headed towards this squad of armed men. He realized that this was a well-planned attack. An ordinary hunter wouldn't have been able to put up even the slightest resistance and would have died on the spot. But Kim Jun-woo had been in battles 1,000 times. He had survived in dungeons on the brink of death. After all, the young man was the strongest hunter. He couldn't die from such a thing. In the dungeons of an SSS-ranked hunter, nothing could stop or defeat him. He was indestructible. At that moment, that's exactly what Kim Jun-woo thought. He knew that nothing was seriously threatening him right now. Until he saw a gun with a blue light. It was the Titan, a heavy-duty dungeon-sweeping weapon. Now the hunter realized it was dangerous. A shot from the Titan rang out, and Kim Jun-woo fell to the sidewalk. The system reported that the lungs, heart, liver, brain, and other organs had sustained incompatible damage. Cardiac arrest has been reported. Probability of revival is being calculated. Death has been confirmed. Kim Jun-woo's body was thrown off a bridge into a river. As a result of the death, the conditions for acquiring the hidden skill, karma, have been reached. Thanks to a hidden skill, the young man was able to go back 10 years. The profession after the return would be determined depending on the karma for the past life. The profession determination was completed. The young man found himself in a dungeon, in the company of others like him, in front of the remains of monsters. The leader of the group said to hurry up. The next dungeon was 45 minutes away. Someone should clean this place up since the area isn't treated enough. Kim Jun-woo should move the monsters' bodies into the furnace faster. The system reported that Kim Jun-woo was a member of the dungeon cleaning team. The guy thought it was really hard. A moment flashed before his eyes when he was being targeted by the Titan, a heavy-duty dungeon cleaning weapon. Kim Jun-woo opened his eyes after a nightmare dream and even cried out in fear. He jumped up from the bed and thought it was some stupid dream. How long had he slept? His whole body felt stiff. The young man looked up and saw the devastation of the room he was in. Where had he gotten to? A pig pen was better than this place. This couldn't be his apartment. It was even smaller than the toilet in his house. Kim Jun-woo didn't realize what this place was. The system reported that the death had been confirmed and that the conditions for acquiring the hidden skill had been reached. Kim Jun-woo was surprised to think that this was some kind of confusion. This isn't some manhwa. The boy looked in the mirror and was even more surprised. He realized that he was himself, but 10 years younger. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand what was going on and decided to open the system. It spoke of a hidden skill called karma. The condition for obtaining it was death. Due to the effect of this skill, the hero went back 10 years. The young man realized that this was not a dream, so he really had died. At the age of 18, he became a hunter, and at 28, he reached A-rank. 10 years ago, he was still a young hunter, a rising star who was followed with interest by the public. Kim Jun-woo couldn't believe that he was now an ordinary janitor. The young man familiarized himself with the condition of karma removal in the system. He must become the Secretary General of the International Association of Supernatural Abilities in 5 years. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. The International Association of Supernatural Abilities is at the head of all the associations in the world. The power of the Secretary General is boundless. It is the position of the most powerful person in the world. Kim Jun-woo realized that not even an SSS-ranked hunter was able to become a candidate. Would a janitor really be able to take this position? And even in 5 years, the young man didn't want to deal with it and decided to ignore the message. It still seemed unfeasible. On the other hand, if he becomes the Secretary General, who can even survive? In that case, it would be more advantageous for him to be a hunter. With his skills, he would immediately be able to rise to the SSS rank again. The system congratulated the young man on his new skill. Kim Jun-woo thought that one ordinary skill would be enough for him. However, it turned out to be a passive skill, misophobia. It is necessary to just practice cleaning. Kim Jun-woo thought he had died and woke up in the past. In an instant, from an SSS-ranked hunter, he had become a janitor. All of his skills were sealed. All of his accomplishments were erased. He didn't realize what to do now. Would he really have to do the janitorial job? But the young man didn't want to put up with it. First, it is necessary to find out who had dealt with him in his past life. They weren't just ordinary soldiers. Could it have been a private guild? It was also possible that they were people from the association. A phone call from an unknown caller rang out. Kim Jun-woo answered it. It was Park. Mr. Park was calling to find out why Kim Young-woo hadn't come to work. He didn't remember anyone with that name among his acquaintances. Mr. Park said that the young man was already an hour late. Could he be sick? The dungeon had been difficult last time. Kim Jun-woo remembered that he was now a dungeon cleaner. Mr. Park admitted that it wasn't easy last time, but today would be easier. The young men next to Mr. Park suggested that Kim Jun-woo didn't go to work because he was having a hard time. He's not the first person to run away after the first day of work. Why is Mr. Park even calling him? Kim Young-woo thought, whoever he is, he's not going to let some janitors belittle him. Park told the young men to keep it down. There are different circumstances in life. Mr. Park said that if Kim Jung-woo is having a hard time, he can rest today. Only next time, they need to warn him in advance. Park added that the young man can send text messages to that phone number, and he reminded him that his name is Park Gyun-dae. The man added that his name is not easy to remember. Kim Young-woo was shocked to hear that name. Mr. Park said that the young man could rest today, and if he could come next time. Kim Jun-woo stated that he would come right away. Kim Jun-woo quickly got ready and said that he was on his way to work. At first, the young man was surprised that he didn't have any normal clothes at home. Then he was even more surprised when he didn't find his car. Kim Jun-woo wanted to take a cab, but his wallet was empty. He was very annoyed by the situation and had to take a shuttle bus. He thought that he was living a completely different life now, which meant that the incident of beating up Park Gyun-dae didn't happen. He had nothing to do with it now. But if it was Park who beat him up in his past life, then everything changes. Kim Jun-woo thought that his death was very strange. Someone staged an accident to get his attention. After that, an unknown person used a special device to block the use of skills. And finally, the gun that was used to fire the shot. This was no ordinary gun. It was a super-powered monster attack weapon called Titan. This kind of gun was considered a first-class firearm, and its price and quality were astonishing. An ordinary dungeon cleaner like Park Gyun-dae wouldn't be able to handle such a weapon, but he might as well have hired someone, especially since his son also disliked Kim Jun-woo. Kim Jun-woo thought that he had only pushed that janitor away slightly, and they had already called it a beating. Park Gyun-dae approached the hunter and asked if he could overturn the decision. Kim Jun-woo asked who the man was. The man replied that he was from the dungeon cleaning team and gave his name. Kim Jun-woo thought he had never heard that name before. He asked what the man wanted from him. Park Gyun-dae said he'd heard that the hunter had suggested to his superiors that they downsize their department. They're already short of people, and it's a very difficult situation right now. Kim Young-woo wondered why Park Gyun-dae was asking him. The young man said that he was just a suggestion. He doesn't have any authority. Such decisions are made by the management department. Park Gyun-dae replied that the hunter's influence is very great. His word alone is enough for the association to do anything. To the hunter, their reduction is nothing. Park Geun-dae said they can't be cut down. Could the hunter reconsider his decision? Kim Young-woo assumed that word would get out to the janitors about who initiated the downsizing, but he didn't expect them to approach him personally. From the look on that man's face, he wasn't going to back down. Kim Jun-woo told Park that it was harmful for lizards to discard their tail. However, when danger overtakes them, they do so without the slightest hesitation. Does Mr. Park understand why? In this way, the lizard can survive. As ineffective and painful as it is, it's the only way she can stay alive. It's called last resort. Kim Jun-woo said that he understands. Janitors are not a tail. Everyone considers themselves a necessary being in this world. But does Park Geun-dae really believe that this is the case? At the moment, the association is experiencing financial difficulties. For this reason, the bosses want to revise the salaries of the hunters. Park Geun-dae was surprised. Does the hunter really want to fire them for their own salary? Kim Jung-woo said that the primary task of the association is to protect the citizens from monsters and dungeons. That's what the hunters do. But would they work without getting anything for their efforts? How could they clean the dungeons under such conditions? So he had to resort to the last resort. Kim Young-woo added that in his opinion, the cleaners don't do anything. Park Geun-dae was indignant. Does the hunter even know what their job is? The young man replied that they just clean. What else could there be? Workers could be hired later. For now, it's just a matter of taking it for granted. Park Geun-dae said that they have their pride too. Kim Young-woo replied that all of this should have been done years ago, but he'd put up with it because of one co-worker. The janitor reminded, the hunter had said that the association's main job was to protect the citizens. But aren't they citizens? He asked that the hunter rescind his decision. Kim Jun-woo walked over to the kneeling man and said he was fed up with him. He thought he'd explained things clearly enough, but it didn't seem to be enough. Kim Jun-woo said that people like Park Geun-dae should be grateful to the hunters. It's not like they're fighting monsters or risking their lives. They're just cleaning and getting paid for it. We should be satisfied with what we have. Why is he asking so much? He said Park Geun-dae is like a parasite. The man was indignant and grabbed the young man's chest. Hunter pushed the janitor in the chest with a sharp movement of his hand. The man flew far backward. Kim Jun-woo contacted Director Lee by phone and asked him to deal with this parasite. He asked to be kept out of such matters. The special services fenced off the perimeter of the dungeon. It was a yellow-level dungeon and was considered dangerous. The boss of this dungeon must have been Foxtrot the Millipede. 28 years ago, Kim Jun-woo had participated in a similar raid. He realized he really had gone back 10 years. Park Geun-dae saw the young man and waved at him. Kim Jun-woo thought that he had finally met the person who had done this to him. Park Geun-dae smiled in a friendly manner. He knew the young man would come. The man wondered, why was Kim Jun-woo looking at him like that? In front of the hero stood an ordinary man in his 50s, wearing cheap work clothes. He looked exactly the same as he did in his memories. Kim Jun-woo thought that this man wasn't capable of crime, much less murder. Park Geun-dae told the young guys that he knew this guy would come. He seemed conscientious from the beginning. One of the young men thought that Kim Jung-woo didn't have any absences, so he came to work. It was Han Sang-hyuk from the No. 3 dungeon cleaning department. Im Hee-jang from the same department said that Kim Jung-woo is totally unscrupulous. Last time he said he couldn't do it anymore and didn't do anything. Moon. So Yun said that 4 would have been enough. Why does Park Geun-dae keep trying to get someone else? Mr. Park said to stop talking. If everyone is here, it's time to get to work. Park Geun-dae said they had to hurry up to avoid being reprimanded again. He gave the young man a gas mask and said that this size would fit him. Kim Jun-woo wondered, why would he need this device? The team leader looked at the boy and asked, is there a problem? Kim Jun-woo asked, what exactly does the dungeon cleaning team do? The other Dimension Management Association was divided into 4 departments. The Management Division was in charge of tracking dungeons and gathering information. The Hunter Support Division was in charge of making, supplying weapons and items, and ensuring general operations. The Operations Department was responsible for the hunters' attacks on the monsters in the dungeons. Park Geun-dae asked, is Hee-jan treating? The young man said he was, but the passage was too wide, so there might not be enough product. The commander said to spray more, and then it will be enough. Sang-hyuk should check the location of the boss's room. Sio Yan to check the gas level in the dungeon. This time the boss is really big. It'll take a little longer to clean up. We should hurry up. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand what the dungeon cleaning department could be doing. He thought they were just pretending to be busy. Park Geun-dae asked where Kim Jung-woo was going. "You can't go alone in a circular-type dungeon. It's very dangerous." Kim Jung-woo remarked that they should go to the boss's room. Park told the young man to follow him. The boss's room was in the other direction. Kim Jung-woo wondered, what is Park Geun-dae talking about? After all, the room is that way. Hae-jeon wondered, what kind of nonsense is this newcomer talking about? Sio Yan said, if the young man doesn't want to work, let him say it directly. They don't have time for idle talk. Sang-hyuk added that there's no need to pay attention to him. We should go where we were going. Hae-jeon pulled out the map issued by the control department. Kim Jung-woo can check where the boss's room is by himself. After the dungeon has been cleared by the hunters who participated in the raid, a map is drawn up. There should be no mistakes on the map. Kim Jung-woo said that there was an error in the map and showed the right direction. How can such a department even work? Hae-jeon told his boss that Kim Jung-woo must have gotten high. Park Geun-dae asked why the rookie thought that. Our hero remembered that this dungeon had been cleared by him, but there was no point in talking about it now because no one would believe him anyway. Kim Jung-woo turned around and said that he would follow them. There was really no time to waste. He inquired as to what was meant by 45 minutes left to mop up. The commander replied that it was the time until the dungeon was closed. Hadn't Kim Jung-woo heard that? The hero remembered that all dungeons disappear naturally after a sweep. It happens 2 hours after the raid is completed. He hadn't thought about it before, since the hunters always left the dungeon immediately. But for the cleaners, this time is critical. Kim Jung-woo noticed that the dungeon would disappear anyway. Why clean it then? Park Geun-dae explained that a cleaned-up dungeon doesn't disappear. It becomes a rest area until the monster reappears. Kim Jung-woo said he knew that. The commander clarified that the young man understood what would happen if the dungeon opened again and there was a mountain of untidy bodies. Kim Jung-woo replied that it doesn't matter much. Park Geun-dae argued that first, it would make it harder for the hunters to get through. Secondly, the gas released from the decomposition of monster bodies is very dangerous. If there are a lot of bodies, it will limit the hunters' actions. In that case, it would affect the success of the raid. The group commanders said that their job was to help the hunters focus on clearing the dungeons. They should be proud of their work. The team's main duty is to clean up monster bodies and debris inside the dungeon. They also check to see if there are any hunters left in the dungeon. If there are any, they are rescued, although this hasn't happened until now. Kim Jung-woo wondered how the cleaners could rescue hunters. He had never heard of such a thing. Now he realized that janitors are not slackers at all. Park Geun-dae said that they had arrived at the location. According to the map, the room in front of them was the boss's room. However, when the group went inside, they saw that it was empty. This was not what they needed at all. Kim Jung-woo reminded him. He'd said the boss's room wasn't here. Hae-jeon didn't understand how that had happened. Kim Jung-woo suggested that they get out of here. Maybe it just wasn't their day. Sang-hyuk asked the commander, what are they going to do now? Sio Yan said there were 22 minutes left. The commander suggested that would be enough. Sio Yan suggested not wasting time and going straight back. Kim Jung-woo wondered, what do you mean there's enough time? What's that referring to? The commander said that they should finish the job. Kim Jung-woo noticed that the next dungeon opening was at least a week away and at most a year away. Park Geun-dae laughed. Then they'll stay here. Kim Jung-woo thought, being locked in a dungeon for a year was like signing a death sentence. How can these people risk it for a job as a janitor? Park Geun-dae replied that that was the point of their job. Kim Jung-woo said that they need to hurry up. Hae-jeon stated if the young man doesn't like it, he can go out first. No one is counting on him anyway. The hero had 15 years of experience as a hunter. In all that time, he had never failed a raid. As a result, he was the first in the world to achieve the SSS rank and ranked first in the rankings. No one had ever made a claim to the dungeons he had cleared. Kim Jung-woo said that there was a small passage in this room. It's about 500 meters from here to the boss room. They can get there in 8 minutes, and if they run, they can get there in 5 minutes. Kim Jung-woo said he's going to take the lead this time. If anyone doesn't like it, they can leave the dungeon. Everyone ran after our hero, and he led them to another room. It was indeed the boss's room. In front of the cleaning squad was Foxtrot Monster, Boss Monster, whose body reached about 10 meters in length. Hae-jeon had to admit that this was indeed the boss's room. Judging from the state of the room, it was obvious that a heated battle had taken place here. There was a team of 20 people here. The hunters still managed to find the monster's weak spot. It was in the depression right above the huge chin. Heejun said that they didn't have time. They needed to start cleaning up quickly. Kim Junwoo blocked Heejun's way. The young man wondered, after all, they don't have time. Or is Kim Junwoo going to nag all the time now that they got the boss room wrong? The monster boss suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, his eyes glittering as he did so. Park Gun wondered if the monster was still alive. It couldn't be. It had been destroyed. Kim Junwoo thought that might be a problem. Without skills, it would be a bit difficult to attack this monster, even if it was wounded. The monster, exhausted, slumped to the ground again. Kim Junwoo thought it might be a farewell convulsion. The operations department didn't even check things out properly. Sang Hyuk said that he even had time to be scared. Sang Hyuk assumed that Kim Junwoo was seeing monsters for the first time. He looked really scared. Kim Junwoo took the knife out of Sang Hyuk's hands and said he would handle it. Kim Junwoo stepped forward and approached the monster. Everyone looked at the newcomer with surprise. The young man said that you have to be careful with this monster. If you use the knife incorrectly, you could dislocate the hand. It is necessary to make incisions between the 3rd, 6th, and 12th sections. Don't waste your strength. You won't need it on the other sections. This monster's nerves are still alive. Don't pay attention if it starts to twitch. Everyone looked at our hero in silence. They were surprised. Kim Junwoo wondered if they would just stand there like that. It was necessary to get to work. Kim Young-woo said that you can't step on the blood. It is not poisonous, but it is very sticky. Haejang asked his boss, had he really shown the newcomer the files of the management department? Park Gun denied it. In that case, how could a rookie know such things? Park Gun said there was no such information in those files anyway. Then how does Kim Jung-woo know all this? Our hero had the passive skill Misophobia activated. After a short while, the section of the coils was completed. Kim Jun-woo looked at the completed work with satisfaction. The young man caught himself thinking that he actually felt satisfaction. Park Gun-dae asked if this was really Kim Jung-woo's first time doing this job. Sio Yan admitted that the young man had done almost everything by himself. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand why he was getting such a strange feeling from cleaning. Sang Hyuk stated that a real rising star, a new competitor, had come to them. The young men looked at their watches. It was time to leave, only 5 minutes left. The commander said that would be enough. Everyone had done a great job. A squad of cleaners headed for the exit. Our hero was at the back of the procession. Park Gun said that everything was resolved quite easily thanks to Kim Jun-woo. There was a hole in the bag and the blood came out. His foot was stuck in a bloody puddle. Heejin was surprised. Kim Jun-woo was saying, "Be careful," and stepped in. The young man told the commander that the rookie couldn't move. Kim Jun-woo said that there was no need to exaggerate. He was perfectly fine. Everyone knew from our hero's words that this monster's blood was highly sticky. When Kim Jun-woo was a hunter, even he was unable to deal with this problem. However, the blood loses its effect at high temperatures, and the young man decided that he could easily get out. The protagonist decided to activate the skill Fire Flower. However, using this skill was impossible because the skill was sealed. Park Gun asked if Heejin brought a rope with him. He should tie up the young man faster and the others should grab from behind. Heejin said that he had tied up. Park Gun said for everyone to pull as hard as they can. However, it didn't work, and our hero didn't even move. Sio Yan said that there was less than a minute left. Park Gun yelled for Kim Young-woo to take off the costume immediately. Sio Yan said that the concentration of gas is too high. It's dangerous. Park Gun was indignant. Does she really want to stay here? Kim Jun-woo didn't understand what was going on here. After all, he's the one who can't move. Why is the commander saying that they are all going to stay here? A lizard rips off his tail to survive. So why doesn't the squad abandon him in this situation? Park Gun kept yelling for Kim Jun-woo to take off the suit faster. It is necessary to pull himself together. Kim Jun-woo couldn't stop wondering, why are they doing this? After all, their intelligence is lower than that of a lizard. Park Gun ordered everyone to go outside immediately. The commander said that the squad must survive. Sang Hyuk said it was better for him to stay. Park Gun repeated the order and added that there were 10 seconds left. The commander picked up Kim Jung-woo, who had freed himself, and they rushed toward the exit in the final seconds. There were less than 2 seconds left when Park and Kim Jun-woo approached the exit of the dungeon. There was a bright flash and the dungeon disappeared. When the flash ended, everyone saw that Park Gun and Kim Jung-woo had managed to get out of the dungeon. Kim Jung-woo thought he had just almost died in the dungeon, and without any monsters involved, just while cleaning up. Park Gun was relieved that the concentration of gas was less than they thought. They had to sweat a lot. It could be considered a training session. The commander added that it was the young man's first dungeon. Kim Jun-woo wondered, what did he mean by his first dungeon? Was this really just the beginning? How many more would there be? Park Gun smiled and showed 5 fingers. In the capital alone, there are 8 dungeon cleanup task forces teams. There were 96 of them nationwide. If we add freelancers who are not members of the association, there are about 11,000 hunters in the country. There are only 5 cleanup teams. That's 25 people. Each team has to clean an average of 3 dungeons every day. And if they were unlucky, they would have to clean 5 dungeons each day. Kim Young-woo thought that today was just such an unlucky day. Park Gun said that it was a hard day, so they would have a party in the evening. The young men offered to give the commander some money for the party. Park Gun asked if Kim Jung-woo would go with them too. He worked the hardest today. Park Gun asked what Kim Jung-woo wanted for dinner. Kim Jung-woo stated that he wasn't going. The whole group looked at the newcomer with surprise. Kim Jun-woo thought that there was no point for him to start any communication with these people. Park Gun-woo told the young man not to worry, corporate parties were optional. The young men said goodbye and agreed that they would meet again tomorrow. Lying on the bed, our hero decided that in his past life he was destroyed not by Chief Park. This man is not cruel enough to kill because of a grudge. Our hero needed to figure out who the killer was. Who else could have a grudge against him? Could it have been the junior on the team? Yang Won-mo, whom he constantly scolded? Or Min Yu-jin, who they broke up with after a fight? It could also have been Hwang Dong-hee from the management department, who he constantly chased around and didn't accept into the team. Kim Jun-woo thought there were too many suspects, though it didn't matter now. Surely the person who massacred him back then wouldn't even know him in this life. Kim Young-woo thought that if he wanted to take revenge, he should get rid of his karma and return to his past life. To do that, he would have to become the Secretary General of the International Association of Supernatural Powers. That means at least becoming a hunter or finding a way to get into the management department. Kim Jun-woo decided to check the information in the system and opened it. Our hero familiarized himself with the conditions for opening skills. Having received the information, he thought that there was no need to work as a janitor. However, the young man was upset. All the conditions were related to the cleaning department. Our hero was angry. Did someone really want him to bury himself in this department? Kim Jun-woo activated the passive skill Misophobia and got busy cleaning his room. Had he never cleaned in his previous life? Everything here was already starting to rot. Kim Jun-woo realized that he couldn't even rest properly because of this cleaning. The protagonist unlocked the hyper-acceleration skill. It's been a week since our protagonist has been riding a crowded bus to work every morning, and a week since he's been working as a dungeon cleaner. In that time, Kim Jun-woo has managed to clean 25 dungeons, use 6 canisters of the drug, each 10 liters, cut 30 monsters, and unlock skills. The hyper-acceleration skill was very effective for movement, but only if used in conjunction with an attack skill. Because of this condition, our hero could not use it while cleaning. On the other hand, the young man realized that it was still better than nothing. In fact, Kim Jun-woo realized he wouldn't be able to raise his annual salary to 60 million or make this profession popular. Now our hero realized that working as a dungeon cleaner was considered dangerous. Of course, there were also relatively uncomplicated conditions for discovering skills, although they were quite abstract. The easiest one was increasing the association's interest in the dungeon cleaning department. If he, a former SSS ranked hunter, used the information he had accumulated from 10 years of mopping up, he would be able to quickly attract the association's attention. Naturally, no one would immediately listen to the words of some janitor. First, he would have to make acquaintances with those who would be on his team in the future and gain their trust. Kim Young-woo thought, there are more than 10,000 hunters. How can he meet them? At this rate, our hero will have to clean for the rest of his life. Sang-hyuk said that boss went to get the missing medication. Sio Yan said that Hee-jong won't be coming today for personal reasons. Kim Jung-woo wondered, it's been 10 minutes. Why did the commander only go shopping now? Sang-hyuk replied that it's been 10 minutes. Why is Kim Jung-woo just now coming? Sang-hyuk said he bought a drink and offered to drink it while they waited. The protagonist thought that compared to the first day, Han Sang-hyuk's attitude towards him had become almost angelic. The young man didn't seem to expect him to not skip a single day all week. Kim Junwoo said that they might as well not wait and go into the dungeon themselves. Sang Hyuk objected that they weren't done there yet. The cleanup of the dungeon is still going on. Kim Junwoo looked at this dungeon and thought that he hadn't cleared anything here yet. This was a blue dungeon that was at most a mid-level dungeon. This dungeon wasn't difficult enough for the hunters to exceed the mopping up time. Why are they taking so long to dig in there? Kim Junwoo realized that he himself couldn't go in there to help the hunters. They would probably come out soon. However, that was a faulty assumption. Our hero began to get angry. Why are these hunters delayed? Sio Yan said that they were finally coming out. It was obvious from the hunters that they were at most D rank. They were scattered because of some blue dungeon. Kim Jung-woo was indignant. Why do hunters like that even get paid? Sio Yan said he should keep his voice down because the hunters could hear everything. Our hero saw a familiar face among the hunters. Long black hair, light skin. It was Kim Min-ju. She was once a member of the team under our hero's command. But what is she doing here? Kim Min-ju noticed the young man's stare and asked if he had any business with her. The protagonist was annoyed. Why did he meet her specifically? On the other hand, our hero was puzzling over how he could meet his former team. However, this girl was an exception. Kim Young-woo thought she hated him for no reason. When he suggested that she quit because of her injury, she scolded him for a long time and called him all sorts of names. Kim Min-ju had no idea that it was all for her own sake. She was a very proud girl with high self-esteem, although it didn't affect her abilities in any way. Sio Yan noticed the look in the young man's eyes and asked if he knew this girl. Kim Jun-woo replied that he doesn't know her. She just looks like someone he knows. Sio Yan noticed that Kim Jun-woo had a very disgruntled look on his face. She decided that this huntress was his ex-girlfriend. Kim Jun-woo said that was a mistaken opinion. The girl smiled and said that it was a joke. Park Gun announced that they were now all together. The commander asked what happened while he was gone. Kim Jun-woo replied that nothing happened. Sang Hyuk told the commander that Kim Jun-woo had just met his ex-girlfriend. The blue dungeon was a dungeon in the form of a building. Literally a dungeon located inside a building. Sang Hyuk asked if Kim Jun-woo had read about this place beforehand. Kim Jun-woo replied that all he knows is that the boss looks like a person. Last week, co-workers kept asking our hero about monsters. It turns out he knows a lot about them. It looked ridiculous, but no one seemed to suspect anything. Kim Jun-woo told his co-workers that this dungeon is in a building, so it's easy to overlook important items. You need to check all the corners well, especially under the stairs where blood accumulates. Park said that Kim Jung-woo will go with him to the boss's lair. Park Gun stated that he doesn't like humanoid monsters. It was a humanoid monster named Vega, in the guise of a girl. Kim Jung-woo suggested not to cut her up, but to take her whole. Park agreed. Our hero froze in indecision. He thought something was wrong. In his memory, the Vega wasn't a particularly dangerous monster. Considering its movement speed, it wouldn't be too difficult to destroy it. Was there really a hard fight between Kim Min-ju and this monster? 10 years ago, Kim Min-ju had a B rank. A hunter with that rank is considered a strong hunter. If it wasn't for the injury, she could have reached S rank. Her sword skills at that time even surpassed our hero's level. In terms of character, she was terrible, but quite capable. She was definitely not someone who would be embarrassed by the blue dungeon. Park Gun asked why the young man froze. Does he really not want to do his job? Kim Jun-woo replied that he was just thinking about it. Kim Jun-woo thought that it didn't matter to him now. After all, he wouldn't meet Kim Min-ju again. Kim Jun-woo yawned deeply. It was 5 in the morning. Had he really only slept for 2 hours? This was the third day in a row that he had gotten up without sleeping. Kim Jun-woo thought that even when he was a hunter, he wasn't this busy. Why can't the hunters call in a cleaning team when everything is finished? Why do they have to wait so long for them? Park Gun said that the hunters are delayed as usual. Why don't they think about the people who are waiting for them? Sio Yan looked at our hero and asked if everything was okay. The guy looked tired. Kim Jun-woo noticed that Sio Yan looked unrested as well. Park Gun announced that the hunters were leaving. Sang Hyuk announced that the hunters had been delayed for an hour and a half. Kim Jung-woo saw Kim Min-ju again and was surprised. There are so many hunters and dungeons in the world. Why does he run into her so often? The young people found themselves face to face and met gazes. After they missed each other, the girl was indignant. Why did this janitor get in her way? Kim Jun-woo thought that this girl was really obnoxious. Every time he thought back to that day, his insides turned upside down. Hunter Kim Junwoo walked into the hospital room. Kim Min-ju was sitting on the bed. Kim Junwoo asked how she was feeling. He thought she didn't even get up when her boss walked in. Kim Min-ju said that she recently had surgery. The young man replied that the girl was a swordswoman, but she didn't follow the condition of her muscles. She should have trained her left arm more. She constantly relied only on her own strength, a natural result. Sometimes you need to rest as well. Kim Min-ju asked why the commander didn't say so right away. Kim Junwoo wondered, what was that intonation in her voice? Kim Young-woo said that she couldn't be a hunter anymore in this condition and handed the girl a piece of paper. Kim Young-woo said that she needed to quit this job. Kim Min-ju wondered, what is the boss talking about? The young man added that the association has that opinion too. Kim Junwoo added that if she continues, she will have to give up not only her job as a hunter, but also her normal life. And that's not right. The girl stated that she has a trifling injury. The boss knows that this is where she should work, right? Kim Jung-woo said that in her condition, she will only be a burden to the team. The decision has already been made. Kim Min-ju has to take it as a given. The young man wondered, why had she endured the pain all this time? She should have told him right away. Kim Young-woo added, wouldn't he have realized that she was in pain? Kim Min-ju said that she had said, more than once, that she needed a medical checkup. However, Kim Jun-woo replied that everyone has something that hurts, but no one canceled work. The girl was outraged. Who was the reason she put up with all this time? Who was the reason she got to this state? And now she's being told to quit. Kim Jung-woo said that it was a mistake to think that it was all his fault. Kim Young-woo wondered if he was the one who messed up her shoulder. A person should take care of their own health, not pass the buck. Kim Min-ju said that she would be able to continue hunting anyway. She just needs a few days to recover. Kim Young-woo wondered who would work for her for those few days. And what will she even be able to do with that shoulder? She's a swordswoman after all. If she wants it so badly, let her transfer to the cleaning department. Kim Min-ju asked if her boss ever perceived her as a coworker. She said that she was just a tool that could be thrown away after use. Kim Jun-woo admitted that he didn't like the swordswoman from the beginning. She ignored the boss. Once he praised her a little, she stopped taking him seriously. Kim Min-ju confessed that she hated him. The boss doesn't consider those below him as people. The girl added that the commander always has that look in his eyes like he doesn't care about anyone. Kim Min-ju expressed her hope that Kim Jung-woo will be born a normal person in his next life. Kim Young-woo admitted that he was wrong back then. The girl said that her arm hurt and he didn't even remember. He told her to ignore the nonsense and go to work. He said it without thinking. The protagonist realized that if not for the injury, the girl could have achieved a lot. He had no idea that she had already begun to develop a disease. This thought did not give our hero a rest. The janitor Kim Jun-woo called out the swordswoman Kim Min-ju. The guy advised the girl to train her left hand more. At that, he blushed with embarrassment. The girl was surprised to hear such words from some janitor. Kim Young-woo added that when she holds the sword, she only tenses her right arm, causing her shoulder to suffer. With this position, the attack goes faster, but the load is not evenly distributed. The young man added that it is necessary to use the left arm as well. This will reduce the overall load on the body. The most important thing is balance. Kim Jun-woo read in the girl's eyes. What could a janitor possibly understand about such things? Kim Jun-woo turned around and headed for the dungeon. He told the girl that she was a good hunter and would figure it out on her own, or she could get an examination. Kim Min-ju was confused and didn't realize what it was just now. The doctor at the outpatient clinic said that the girl went to the clinic in time. A small inflammation was found in the patient's right shoulder. The condition is not critical, but if not treated, serious problems may arise. The doctor said that he would first prescribe anti-inflammatory drugs. The main thing is to change the position of the body more often. He also added that the strength was not evenly distributed throughout the body right now, and the girl needed to train her left arm more. Kim Min-ju thought that strange janitor was saying the same thing. Kim Jun-woo stated that he doesn't have any more strength. Park Gun said that everyone did a good job today. Sang-hyuk asked if Kim Jun-woo was overdoing it. He's complaining about being tired again, isn't he? How can you keep an ex-girlfriend waiting for so long? Kim Jun-woo didn't know what he was talking about. Our hero blushed with embarrassment when he saw Kim Min-ju. The young man didn't understand what she was doing here at this time. The co-workers decided that they had better leave. It looks like it really is his ex-girlfriend. Kim Young-woo asked what was wrong and said he was very tired. He should hurry up while the shuttle buses are still running. Kim Min-ju grabbed the blade and placed it on the young man's shoulder. The girl asked how he knew that and who he was. Kim Jun-woo couldn't believe that she pointed the sword at him. Kim Min-ju asked why he was silent. How did he find out about it? Why does the janitor pretend like he doesn't know anything about her shoulder? Kim Jun-woo assumed that she had already gone for a checkup and said that he was just guessing. The young man added that he wanted to impress the huntress and said what he read on the internet. The girl said that the sword technique she uses is a secret, and the young man identified with amazing accuracy what muscles she was not using and what stance she was standing in. Kim Jun-woo thought he was wrong to say too much. Now she was suspicious of him. The girl really did have a special sword technique. Our hero realized that such information could definitely not be known by an ordinary janitor. Kim Min-ju might report it to the association, and then she herself would be suspected of espionage. Kim Young-woo admitted that he saw the sword marks on the monster's body. Among all the cuts, something caught his eye. The wounds inflicted with her right hand were deep. The others were lighter. That was how he realized that she lacked strength in her left hand. Kim Jun-woo said that Vega is a boss who is characterized by his attack speed. There is no other threat he poses. A technique where they use high speed in reverse was known, but he didn't see any traces of such a technique. Such an experienced hunter couldn't be unaware of it. The young man added that that was why he concluded that the girl was physically unable to react to the speed of the monster's attack. Kim Min-ju said that at one point, she did feel a strain on her shoulder. Kim Jun-woo admitted that in normal life, it's almost imperceptible. But when you have to act quickly, the strain is immediately felt, especially since she's a swordswoman. The reason our hero knew all this without being a swordsman is very simple. When he was a hunter, he was the first to have all classes. Kim Min-ju asked the young man, "He's a free hunter, right?" The girl added that she'd heard there were a few in the capital city. A free A-rank hunter is a master who doesn't reveal his identity to anyone while being a high-level ranker. Or the young man is a high-ranking hunter in some private guild. Kim Jun-woo replied that he is not a hunter. Kim Min-ju wondered, then what is he? The young man asked in surprise, can't the girl see? After all, he is a janitor. The guy said he had work tomorrow and was leaving. The young man thought that this answer should have pleased Kim Min-ju. It was immediately clear to our hero what she was trying to accomplish. If he was a successful hunter, she would have tried to use him, but right now he's a dungeon cleaner. Kim Jun-woo felt that they were unlikely to see each other again. At this time, the young man heard the girl thanking him. Our hero didn't expect to hear those words and stopped and looked at her. Did Kim Min-ju really say thank you to him? The girl said that she had a request. At that, she blushed with embarrassment. The head couldn't believe that Kim Min-ju suddenly asked for a vacation out of the blue. She explained that the support department had advised her to take a vacation. The head wondered if it was after that examination. A vacation because her shoulder's a little sore? Lee Soo-young, the leader of the first group of the management department, said that when he was a hunter, they couldn't even imagine such a thing. The girl explained that she wanted to improve her skills. Lee Soo-young didn't believe it. Maybe she was going on a trip with her boyfriend? Kim Min-ju denied it and said she wanted to learn sword technique. The head of the department asked if she had enrolled in a course. The girl said she was talking about individual lessons. Lee Soo-young asked if she had found a master. Would she be taking lessons with a guy? Kim Min-ju replied that her teacher was a janitor from the dungeon cleaning department. The head of the department wondered if there was no one else, and that's why she chose a janitor as her teacher. It's better to take a course in that case. Kim Min-ju stated that she would handle it on her own. Lee Soo-young thought, is this really the same janitor who advised to check her shoulder? The girl said that he hadn't agreed to train her yet. She asked, but the guy refused. Lee Soo-young said that Kim Min-ju must be joking. How will she study with him if he hasn't agreed yet? The girl replied that she will ask until he agrees. Lee Soo-young said to let the girl figure it out on her own. There's a big raid in a few weeks. She must return before it starts. The department head thought the whole thing was ridiculous. What can a hunter learn from a janitor? What would the other teams think if they found out about this? Especially if the information reaches the second team leader. Lee Soo-young thought about the janitorial department. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. He contacted the director on the phone. Our hero finally got involved in his job as a janitor. A few days ago, his meter skill had unlocked. He didn't understand what had happened. He hadn't done anything, had he? Why did the skill unlock? Commander Pak turned to the young man and said that he didn't want to pry into his personal life, But what was this girl doing here? Our hero replied that they don't know when Heejun will be back. The extra hands will get in his way. Park said that this girl is a hunter. The association shouldn't find out that she's doing cleaning work. Kim Young-woo said he didn't bring her because he wanted to do it himself. Kim Min-ju asked the young man to teach her sword technique and called him a teacher. Kim Jun-woo thought maybe she ate something. What kind of hunter would ask a janitor to teach him sword techniques? Would she really be so persistent? Something must be done to get her to back off. The young man said that if Kim Min-ju would help him with the cleaning, he would think about it. After all, surely a B-rank hunter wouldn't want to clean up. Kim Min-ju agreed. Would it really be enough to help with the cleaning? Kim Jun-woo thought that didn't work. Kim Jun-woo decided that he had underestimated the girl. He thought she was proud and wouldn't do it. Our hero still couldn't understand how it was that now he had a swordswoman helping him with the cleaning. But what did Sio Yan think about it? Kim Jun-woo realized that he had underestimated Kim Min-ju. He didn't think she would follow him even here. The girl told the teacher that she was having trouble flushing something. Kim Jun-woo told her not to call him teacher. The young man suggested that Kim Min-ju rub it as hard as she can. Then it will wash off. The guy showed the girl where the human blood was and where the monster's blood was. Erasing both mixed bloods probably won't work. We have to remove the human blood and melt the remaining blood with fire. Kim Jun-woo took out a knife and said that this burnt piece was monster flesh. It would take a long time, but you have to carefully scrape the flesh with the dagger to use it as medicine in the future. The guy said that the dagger must be wiped clean before each use. The monster's blood can corrode it. Kim Jun-woo asked what happened to the girl's face and if she wanted to mess with it. It's not a worthy job for a hunter. Kim Min-ju replied that it was a rather important job. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand what was wrong with her. Commander Park said that Kim Jun-woo has now signed up to be a janitor as well. Our hero thought that Park Gun-dae was making fun of them. How can they praise him for his job as a janitor when he was an SSS ranked hunter? Park Gun said that Kim Min-ju was also good for the first time. The girl thought it was a compliment. Kim Min-ju told the teacher that she was done. What should she do now? Sio Yan pulled her hand and said that Kim Min-ju could help her. Park Gun said that there are a lot of monster bodies. Will the girls be able to handle it? Sio Yan replied that she had the opportunity to work together with the hunter. The girls said they would be back soon. Sang Hyuk was willing to bet that the hunter would do it all by herself. Kim Jun-woo agreed. Seo Yan was at a loss. She had brought the girl here, and she didn't even know what to say. Seo Yan reassured herself, why not just do it? What is she so afraid of? Seo Yan said that Kim Min-ju looks tired. Is everything okay? The girl replied that she's doing fine. Seo Yan said that she hasn't been sleeping well the past few days. Kim Min-ju asked what happened. Seo Yan replied that she wanted to hear about Kim Min-ju, since this was her first time personally interacting with a hunter. Kim Min-ju stated that she didn't even have anything to tell. She became a hunter like her father. Seo Young wondered if her father was a hunter too. They must have worked as a pair. The girl explained that her father had been retired because of an injury in his shoulders. His superiors kept telling him to mind his own business and do his job. Teammates squinted at him. He worked hard for fear of getting fired. He ended up getting injured. Seo Yan couldn't believe it since they were co-workers. Kim Min-ju said that there are no co-workers in the association, only those above or below in rank. Her father was a B-rank hunter until he was fired. The girl added that he was just a disposable weapon. She also said that the hierarchy in the association decides everything. The weak are infinitely strong, and the strong are infinitely weak. The other hunter teams think the same way. But what about the janitors? Kim Min-ju asked if Seo Yan was interested in Kim Jun-woo's teacher. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Is it really noticeable? Kim Min-ju nodded affirmatively. Seo Young said that he's just good at his job and very responsible. Although he was slacking on the first day and was late on the second day altogether. She remarked that she had wanted to quit until recently, but now it was like she had a second win. In addition, Kim Jun-woo is quick to deal with the monsters in the dungeons. He provides more accurate data than the management team. He knows things that aren't in the database. Kim Min-ju and thought that this Kim Jun-woo is not simple at all. From several stab wounds, he has determined the cause of death of the deceased as well as who killed him. In addition, he also knows better than anyone else about monsters and dungeons. The girl decided that she should stick with him all the more. She told Seo Yan that the girl doesn't have to worry. She's not interested in this guy. Sio Yan asked. Then why does Kim Min-ju come to see him every day? Kim Min-ju repeated, association of words in front of the strong and being strong in front of the weak. She just can't get over it. The girl stated that she needs to become stronger because of this, and she needs a teacher's help to do that. Seo Yan asked, so Kim Min-ju is his ex-girlfriend? Kim Young-woo told the girls to come up to him. They wondered why he would do that. Can't he handle it himself? What do they need a boss like that for? Puck repeated that there is a poisonous monster behind the door. He is confident that everyone can handle it, but caution must be used. As long as the monster doesn't make skin contact, it's not dangerous. Seo Yan was inattentive. Commander Park asked what's going on with the girl. Seo Yan replied that the protective clothing was uncomfortable, and it was hard to breathe in the gas mask. The girl added that it shouldn't interfere with work. Sang Hyuk asked if it was time to change the equipment. We need to ask the association to increase the budget. Park Gun said there's no money and he can't help. Sang Hyuk replied that we need to keep saving money by letting workers die. Park Gyun said stop talking. It's time to get started. We have to try not to damage the equipment. There was a huge jelly-like mass in front of the cleaning squad. Park Gin said no skin contact should be allowed. It's a boss monster called Super Slime. It looks like regular slime. However, its poison or prolonged exposure to the stench could lead to poisoning. It had been about 5 minutes, so there was little chance of poisoning. Our hero realized that it was necessary to be very vigilant in any case. Park said to try to work without incident. Park Gun saw Seo Yan lying unconscious. Could it be that she had poisoned herself? Park Gun took the girl in his arms and told her to wake up. What's going on with her? Sang Hyuk asked Park what happened to Soyun. Kim Junwoo suggested that Seo Yan's purifier didn't work. Plus, the slime could have eaten away at the protective suit. We need to go outside and call customer service. Our hero was surprised that so little attention was paid to the preparation, and this is where it led to. Park Gin asked Kim Jun-woo to help carry Seo Yan out of here faster. Kim Jun-woo thought it was too late. The support team wouldn't be able to arrive within 5 minutes and give the antidote. Besides, if the body was poisoned by the slime poison, it would pierce an unbearable pain tearing through the whole body. Park Gyun said that the support team will arrive soon. We have to be patient for a while. Kim Young-woo said he needs a sword. Kim Min-ju wondered, what is the teacher going to do? Park Gyun asked, what is Kim Jung-woo up to? Kim Jun-woo said he didn't have time to explain, so he had to hurry up. The young man added that it wouldn't be difficult. One sword motion and it would be done. Kim Min-ju said not to let the teacher cut Seo Young. There are other ways. You just have to think about it a bit. Kim Young-woo was surprised. What does Seo Young have to do with it? We need to cut him a little bit. Park Gyun asked Kim Jun-woo to think about it. They have enough problems as it is. Seo Yan is in critical condition. Our hero replied that that's why they need to hurry up. Kim Min-ju needs to act faster. Kim Min-ju admitted that she didn't understand what the teacher was up to. However, the girl summoned and activated her sword. Kim Min-ju was already at full strength and activated the skill. Kim Jun-woo told Kim Min-ju to calm down. It's not like he asked her to activate the skill. However, it was too late, and the girl applied the dissecting dance. Our hero was injured and blood rushed in different directions. Kim Jun-woo managed to say that the swordswoman should first learn to listen before acting. The system reported that an attack against the caster had been detected, and the battle stance was activated. Our hero, bleeding, said that it was painful. Kim Jun-woo said he would take So-yeon to the support team. They would see each other there. Park Gun wondered, what is the young man saying? After all, he has a bleeding wound, and it takes at least half an hour to get to them by cab. However, the young man no longer listened to anyone and went to rescue Seo-yeon. The super acceleration skill was activated. Kim Jun-woo rushed with the girl behind him faster than the wind. The doctor at the hospital said that the young people had made it in time. The injury was quite dangerous, but now the girl could definitely be saved. Kim Jun-woo bowed and thanked the doctor. The doctor reminded the young man that when leaving the hospital, he should not forget to pay the cost of the stitches. Already in the hospital room, Sang Hyuk said that Seo Yeon really scared them all. They should have spoken up when it got bad. The girl apologized. Sang Hyuk was indignant. Their equipment was very old. Their protective clothing was torn, and the purifier didn't work at all. Park Gun said it's best not to bring up the issue at the hospital. Kim Young-woo said he thinks it's a big mistake not to change their protective suits at least once every 6 months. But hunters only need to say a few words and they immediately change their gear. Our hero added that he totally agrees and it can't be left unchanged. Kim Jung-woo emphasized that it's not about the hunters, but about the attitude towards the cleaners. Park Gun says he will write the girl a vacation since it was an accident at work. One should use this opportunity and have a good vacation. Sio Yan couldn't even believe that Commander Park could do that. Sio Yan asked where Kim Jun-woo was going now. The young man replied that he wanted to get some fresh air. Because of the old outfit, Sio Yan had an accident, and that can't be tolerated. The system updated the conditions to lift the ban. The budget for the dungeon cleaning team needs to be increased. If there was a risk of getting into trouble or getting hurt because of the old equipment, the association would have no choice but to allocate funds for the sake of maintaining the image. Kim Jun-woo thought that once the ban was lifted, he would already have 2 skills. At this rate, he wouldn't linger in the janitorial ranks. Seo Yan suggested that judging from the look on Kim Jun-woo's face, something had happened to him. Park Gun agreed. The guy is really angry right now. Seo Yan wondered, is she really annoying him? Park Gun replied that the reason is different. It's because of her injury. Commander Park said that the young man seems to have a temper, but he cares a lot about his co-workers. You can tell just by looking at him. Kim Min-ju thought that Kim Jun-woo was willing to give his life to save his co-workers. Besides, he's the kind of person who has a lot to learn from. Sang-hyuk noticed that the more he watches Kim Jun-woo, the more strange this guy seems. What's the reason for that? Sang-hyuk says that Seo Yan doesn't remember anything, but Kim Jun-woo saved her life by using his skills. He recently works as a janitor, but a janitor using skills is just crazy. Seo Yan was surprised. Did this guy really save her? How come she didn't even thank him? Park Gun asked Kim Min-ju what the huntress thought of him. Kim Min-ju said he's a good person, but not her type. He has a pretty tough temper. Park Gun remarked that he didn't mean that, but asked what the huntress thought of his abilities as a hunter. Commander Park added that with those abilities, he was wasting himself working as a janitor. Plus, he's more knowledgeable about monsters than most hunters. Kim Min-ju asked the commander if it's possible to move employees. Park Gun replied that it would be very difficult, but it's a good opportunity for Kim Jung-woo. The girl noticed that he definitely surpasses the other hunters in skills and experience. The problem is that he is on the cleaning team. Sang-hyuk asked if a person on the cleaning team can't go higher. Kim Min-ju said the opposite is true. Even as a B-rank hunter, she is unable to evaluate the teacher's skills. Teacher is the only one who knows his strength best. But why did he join the cleaning team? What could that possibly mean? Park Gun assumes that Kim Jun-woo is doing it because he likes it. Maybe he's a romantic nature. Kim Min-ju said she can't think of anything else but this now. What does he need that dirty job for? The girl assumed that the teacher has great skills, but he doesn't want to interfere in the association's affairs, and certainly not in the hierarchy of the hunters. He chose the janitorial team so he could feel a sense of team unity. If that's really the case, they'd better not have another conversation about it. There's nothing they can do about it. This guy has a sense of loyalty. Sang-hyuk said he had an idea. If that's how Kim Jun-woo feels about them, then he wouldn't have gone to the association because of the Seoyeon incident. Seo Min-chul, the branch director of the Functional Dimension Management Association, asked the young man who he was. Our hero replied that he was a representative of the cleaning team. Seo Min-chul wondered, is this person really asking for an increase in the budget of the cleaning team? The young man nodded affirmatively. Our hero looked at Seo Min-chul. This person is the head of the branch in the capital city. Around the same time, people from Seo Min-chul's entourage took office. One by one, they descended upon the janitors. Their influence on the association was enormous. Seo Min-chul said that in that case, the young man should go to the management department. Our hero asked, what kind of hunter would think of dealing with ordinary monsters when you have to go to the boss? The branch director asked, so he's a former hunter in front of him? Kim Jun-woo replied that he was from the mop-up department. Seo Min-chul was surprised. So a simple janitor dared to come to the CEO to beat out money. Not even a group leader, but an ordinary employee? Kim Jun-woo replied that the branch director had hit the mark. Seo Min-chul stated that he was no longer in a position to have a showdown. What did the cleaning team need extra money for? After all, they shouldn't have big expenses. Kim Jung-woo replied that they needed to increase the budget. There were necessary things that the cleaners couldn't afford. Seo Min-chul stated that it was very daring. The young man's bravery is amazing. Kim Jun-woo added that they had an accident. All of their outfits are long outdated and they can't buy new ones. They had to work in what they had, but one team member's suit tore. In addition, the gas mask did not work properly, and the monster's venom poisoned that person. Seo Min-chul said that there was no mention of it in the reports. Kim Jun-woo said that he came here right after the incident. The young man thought that the supervisor couldn't believe the words without any bureaucracy. The guy added that he understands that the branch manager is trying to save money for the sweep department, but this kind of incident should not be allowed to happen again. It is not normal to not allocate money to protect employees. Seo Min-chul agreed that it's unfortunate, but there's still no money. Seo Min-chul wondered what the janitor could possibly know about the association. It seems like the young man has only been here for a short time. Kim Jun-woo stated that the branch director is wrong. The income this year amounted to a decent sum that the management embezzled. The janitor added that the intelligence department's budget amounted to several billion. Of that, 70% should have gone to the operations department. Seo Min-chul wondered, how does the young man know that? Kim Jun-woo remarked that fortunately the director hadn't spent the entire amount yet, but he'll have to organize a memorial raid at the end of the year and return everything he took, so it would be better if he allocated the money for at least the essentials. Seo Min-chul was indignant. Is this the janitor who allows himself to do this? Who is he anyway? The protagonist recalled that Seo Min-chul has only been the CEO for 3 months. He had waited so long and had worked so hard to get the position. If rumors about the negligence of the cleanup department spread, what could the people of the city do when they found out that an employee was hurt because the director spared money for outfits and equipment? The branch director was indignant. Are the cleaners really threatening him? Kim Jung-woo replied that it was just thinking out loud, nothing more. Seo Min-chul said he understood the janitor. How much is the guy asking for a budget increase? Kim Jun-woo replied that the decision is left to the branch manager. In the terms and conditions of unlocking the skill, the only goal stated is to increase the budget. The main thing is to make the budget bigger. Kim Jun-woo stated that he was leaving if that was the end of the conversation. The branch manager stopped him. Seo Min-chul asked if the janitor happened to know the hunter, Kim Min-ju. The young man was surprised. Why is the branch director asking that? Seo Min-chul realized that the young man knew the huntress. He said that he would consider increasing the budget and contact the mop-up department. That was the end of it. Our hero wondered, why did the branch director even bring up Kim Min-ju? Seo Min-chul was indignant. Does that janitor think he's a janitor? The director contacted Soo Young on the phone and said that a guy from the cleaning crew came to see him. It's the same one that was talked about. Apparently, Kim Min-ju wants to learn from him. Soo Young got angry and wanted to teach that janitor a lesson. Seo Min-chul said that this guy is definitely not a janitor. He's not an ordinary employee. He was able to dig up inside information, which means he has something to do with the association. Seo Min-chul added that the janitor asked for a budget increase for the cleanup department, but that's probably not his main goal. Soo Young said that this guy is lucky if he's on the cleanup team. Otherwise, he would have taught that kid a lesson. The man added, a janitor should know how to talk to management. The next day came. Sorting through the mail, Supervisor Park Gyun was very surprised. What the hell is this? In the man's hand was a notice of fine. Sang Hyuk was outraged. They didn't pay the compensation, so they want to fine me? That's not normal. How can this be? The reason for Moon Seo Yeon's disciplinary punishment is because she violated the prohibition against overlapping work. The cause of the accident should be considered overwork due to the second job. Sang Hyuk shouted that it's unfair and lawless. They are already paying minimum wage. Park Gun said that the accident report and request for compensation was rejected. The fact that the injuries are due to outdated uniforms has not been confirmed. Our hero realized how Seo Min-chul decided to act. Seo Yeon told the young man not to worry. The girl added that it was not even a fine, but rather a warning. She didn't expect to be compensated. That's what they always do to the cleaning crew. The young man tried to solve the problem. How can he unlock his skills now? Sang Hyuk said that out of the whole team, only one person went to the CEO. They knew Kim Jung-woo had his quirks, but not that much. Park Gun agreed that Kim Jung-woo acted out of honorable motives. Kim Min-ju also had a judgmental look on his face. Kim Jun-woo thought the whole squad had gone crazy. How did they even come up with this? Park Gun offered to thank Kim Jung-woo for his efforts and work hard today. Only Seo Yan shouldn't overdo it. The girl stated that she had learned her lesson. Kim Jun-woo thought that everything was very strange. It's not like he didn't ask for a lot of money or talk about compensation, but the branch director even pressed charges for violating the ban. What kind of reasons does such a high-ranking official have for doing such a thing? Kim Min-ju said that it was all because of her. The young man wondered, what is the huntress even talking about? The girl explained that last time during her vacation, she talked about the cleaning team with the supervisor. The supervisor is a man of old views, so it didn't occur to her that it might have any effect. Maybe he decided to teach this lesson because of her. Kim Jun-woo asked what the name of this supervisor was. The girl replied that his name was Lee Soo-young, and he was the first group leader of the management department. Our hero knew that Lee Soo-young was a member of Seo Min-chul's entourage. He was promoted to the first team leader, although he has no special skills, but he is actively using his position. Kim Young-woo tells Commander Park that he wants to take the day off. Park Gun-woo was of course surprised. Why so suddenly? Capital Socho District, Samson Station. The young man asked, "What does my beloved want for lunch today?" The girl replied that she would eat the same as him. Suddenly there was an explosion and a powerful release of energy nearby. Everyone present scattered in different directions. A new dungeon had appeared. It was urgent to call the association. Kim Jun-woo thought that in a moment, everyone would see what he was capable of. Monsters jumped out of the dungeon. The protagonist was ready to fight them. The young man activated a skill, and during the battle, the caster's movement speed increased significantly. It was hyper-acceleration. After a short time, all the monsters were destroyed. Our hero came out of this battle victorious. Interception is the act of secretly taking over a dungeon before the hunters arrive and without authorization from the association. It's mostly done by freelance hunters hoping to make money. Kim Jun-woo said that it's been so long since he's done it that he can't control his power now. We need to finish with this dungeon soon because he has no information and the probability of dying here is very high. Although for our hero it does not matter. Before the arrival of the task force is a quarter of an hour, so we need to finish early. Our hero will take no more than 10 minutes to pass this dungeon. The problem is that the enemy has skills. Kim Jun-woo currently has no defense skill, so he can be destroyed with a single blow. The reason why Kim Jun-woo is going through the dungeons quickly is because he's been in them before. This was the 4th boss so far. Kim Jun-woo didn't hesitate and attacked the boss monster. A skill that increased the damage by 3,000% when attacking vulnerable areas was activated. Using this skill caused an explosion to occur on the monster's head. Kim Jun-woo said that there was a boss dungeon called Metal Tin and a dungeon of succubi ranging from ghosts to huge ants. He had already gone through 4 dungeons in a day. Task Force hunters average up to 4 dungeons a week. But since all of these locations have a low level of danger, the profits are small. The young man noticed that cars with people from the association were stationed nearby. Was there an emergency at the headquarters? Probably because some anonymous person had intercepted 4 dungeons. Hunter told a colleague that he had to go to work on his day off. But who is this guy walking ahead? Our hero thought, if he gets caught, he'll be fired. And if he's unlucky, he'll have to pay a fine. Although no one should suspect a simple janitor. The hunters would be here soon, so we better call it a day. The protagonist thought it would be nice to see the faces of those unlucky hunters. After 2 days off work, the young man had to stand there with a stupid expression on his face. Park Gun asked the supervisor what brought him here. The department head said that he had just come to look around. Kim Jun-woo wondered why Lee Soo-young had come here. Does he really know about everything? Lee Soo-young explained that sometimes he needed to interact with teams from other departments to boost morale. Kim Jun-woo thought that this man usually doesn't even look in the direction of the janitors. The department head suggested that he was not here and the janitors could work as usual. Kim Jun-woo thought, why did this person choose this particular moment to come here? Perhaps he suspects who was in the dungeons. Park Gun told the staff to get to work. To the department head, he suggested a hazmat suit and gas mask. Lee Soo-young said he would just watch from afar. Park Gun was surprised when he realized that they had managed quickly. The squad leader asked Sang-hyuk how much time was left. Sang-hyuk replied that it was about an hour. Kim Jung-woo asked Kim Min-ju if she had any medicine left. The young woman replied that there was a little bit left. Kim Jung-woo stated that the monsters' bodies have already hardened, so we'll have to work hard. He also asked if he could get a new mop. Kim Jung-woo asked Seo Yan what the concentration of the gas was. The girl named the parameter but added that it disintegrates quickly. Kim Jun-woo said to let Sang-hyuk help him a little when he's free. Sang-hyuk replied that he can't. He has a lot of work to do himself. Lee Soo-young thought that these janitors are pretending to work. It's only because he's here. We should throw some bait at them. Lee Soo-young asked Kim Min-ju, the dungeon interception happened in the last 2 days, right? Kim Jung-woo thought that the department head might think that Kim Min-ju was the one who did it, because she's from the operations department. Our hero thought, considering that everything happened when he was the one who took the time off, everyone on the team, except Kim Min-ju, would definitely notice the traitor. Kim Young-woo thought that it was necessary to be honest. Kim Min-ju asked, "Didn't the hunter's objections mean anything?" Lee Soo-young stated that he was looking everywhere, but it wasn't easy to spot this interceptor. The department head thought that the CEO would remain dissatisfied. This time, whoever catches the interceptor will be rewarded. Well, what would make a good reward? Lee Soo-young explained, if the hunter catches the interceptor, additional points would be added to his rank evaluation. The department head added that if someone finds him in another team, he will be promoted. In other words, if someone from the cleaning team catches this anonymous person, they can move to another team or department. Lee Soo-young asked if there was anyone besides Kim Min-ju who was interested. For example, the guy who took 2 days off so suddenly. Kim Young-woo thought that was the end of it. If the department head offers a promotion, there's going to be a real fight. It turns out he underestimated them. Park Gun asked our hero how he was feeling since he had hurt himself the day before. Sang-hyuk was angry because he said that caution was necessary. Kim Min-ju said that it was good that it happened yesterday and not today. Making a mistake in front of a high-ranking official shouldn't be done. It would embarrass the cleaning team. Sang-hyuk remembered when Kim Jun-woo was suspended and there was a lot of commotion. Park Gun told the department head that there were no traitors among them. Park Gun said that if that interceptor had been from their team, they would have been able to earn a promotion immediately. Lee Soo-young offered to confess if he wasn't sure about someone. Sang-hyuk said that he didn't doubt anyone. Our hero didn't understand why they were doing this. After all, they were just co-workers. Lee Soo-young, talking from the office to the director, said that he found that guy. He's from the cleaning crew. As soon as he came on shift, everything went quiet. The director said that not much money is spent on the cleaning team. Lee Soo-young reiterated that he didn't doubt his words. That person should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. He shouldn't get away with it. The director told the department head that they messed with the wrong person. That guy is not that simple. The director added that this guy's real identity is completely different. Our hero started intercepting dungeons because he decided, if the management doesn't increase their budget, he will. The director of the department suggested that the head of the department give the cleaners money. Lee Soo-young was surprised. They have proof that one of them was intercepting dungeons, right? The director said that a certain amount of money was listed for the cleaning squad. The sponsor wished to remain anonymous. He transferred 20 million, roughly how much they lost in 2 days of interceptions. Lee Soo-young was surprised. Shouldn't everything be checked as thoroughly as possible in such a case? After all, the money had appeared the moment the interception stopped. The director said that if they catch the culprit, there could be more problems. It's not a bad headline for the press. Janitors intercept dungeons from hunters. The director added that if there is a janitor in the sweep department who can go through an entire dungeon alone, it is not an ordinary person. The director noted that there was something strange about this situation from the beginning. After all, such a person shouldn't linger in the janitorial department. When that guy came to ask for a budget increase, he showed that he was well aware of the inner workings of the association. Now there's someone on the janitorial team who doesn't belong there. He's someone who's worked for the association, and he could be backed by someone powerful. For example, it could be the chairman of the association. Lee Soo-young thought that now it was no wonder to him why the entire team was cheating while making eye contact. Definitely they felt the chairman's support. Why didn't he realize it right away? The director had said it could have been a warning. The chairman said that he was keeping an eye on the officials. Park Gun said after another dungeon, they all did a good job. Our hero decided that he didn't need to do any more interceptions. All that was left was to wait for the money to come in. The cleaning team saw a huge number of boxes in front of them. Did Chief Park really order something? Park Gun replied that he had nothing to do with it. Sang-hyuk said that there were new hazmat suits in the boxes. Sio Yan added that she found gas masks as well. Park Gun saw cleaning supplies, gloves, and medicine in the boxes. Had the management decided to give them everything they needed? Did they have a conscience? Kim Young-woo thought that the unscrupulous people in leather chairs had given them the funds after all. Park Gun-woo said he even found an official notice. The document said that the person who paid for it all wished to remain anonymous. The amount of $200 million was allocated. Now even our hero couldn't believe it. The amount was 10 times more than he thought. The notification also stated that the association decided to confirm the accident as a result of the reinspection. The cause was recognized as outdated equipment, which the budget did not allow to update. Therefore, the decision was made to increase the budget of the clearance department. The management expressed their sympathy and apologized to Sio Yan for the accident. She has been compensated. Sio Yan couldn't believe it because it was $100 million. She said it was all thanks to Kim Jun-woo. Sang-hyuk was surprised that Kim Jun-woo did this in the CEO's office. Kim Young-woo said he had nothing to do with it. Park Gun was happy that the management had reconsidered their decision. Kim Young-woo asked Park Gun if he was embarrassed by the situation. How could the management change the decision so easily? Park Gun replied that they don't have to worry now because they have the official paper in hand. Park Gun added that it was more than enough for them. They won't know who influenced who anymore. Park Gun suggested moving all those boxes to the office. Kim Young-woo was surprised. Do they even have an office? Park Gun said there was always an office, but there was nothing to do there. Kim Min-ju inquired about the location of this office. She and her teacher will reschedule everything, and the rest of them can go home to rest. Park Gun said that's not fair. They will reschedule everything. Kim Min-ju told the teacher that the two of them are enough. Kim Jun-woo asked the girl what will happen if he doesn't agree. The fire attack skill was unlocked because the condition was met, increasing the budget for the dungeon cleaning team. Our hero was glad that he could get another skill. With just a little more time, he would bid farewell to the janitor's uniform. Kim Min-ju asked, that was the teacher, wasn't it? Was he the one who was intercepting the dungeons? Kim Jun-woo replied, even if she did, so what? The girl said she wouldn't turn him in to earn points. Kim Min-ju asked, compensation and payments to the janitorial department is money for intercepting, right? Kim Young-woo was surprised. Did the huntress really know that? Kim Min-ju said that the department knows. Teacher might be in trouble, so she'll tell the gist of it. Kim Jun-woo was surprised. How could they have guessed? After all, he had thought of everything. Kim Jun-woo recalled the saying, you can't hide a thing in a bag. The teacher's skills are at such a high level that it would be impossible to hide them if he wanted to. He was able to get away unnoticed this time, but now the association will be more vigilant. She added that if the teacher was caught, he would not be allowed to stay on the cleaning team. Kim Young-woo thought to himself, would she really ask to be transferred to the operations department? Would there really come a day when Kim Min-ju would be useful? Good that he brought her to the cleaning team. It will finally be possible to get out of this dump. Kim Min-ju asked the teacher, he wants to stay here too, right? The girl said that she will help the teacher and do her best to keep him working in this team. The girl added that there wasn't much a B-rank hunter like her could do, but if she could rise to A-rank, it could make a difference. She would then help the teacher stay in the mop-up department and on this team. Kim Jun-woo thought, is this really such a joke? The situation with the dungeon interceptions ended well, but another incident happened almost immediately. Sang-hyuk and Kim Jun-woo were amazed at what they saw. In front of the young men was a wall with bloody inscriptions. Someone had spoken badly about the cleaning staff. The person who left these inscriptions wrote that the janitors were underhanded. When the cleaners entered the dungeon itself, the situation was no better. All the walls were covered in insults written in monsters' blood. All the monsters' bodies were taken to the end of the dungeon. This was intentional. The bodies were in the most inaccessible place. Sio Yan was upset. Why did they do that? Sang-hyuk suggested that our hero find these scoundrels and teach them a lesson. Kim Jun-woo said that even if they manage to find the culprits and nail them to the wall, those will refuse. They should just ignore the event. Sang-hyuk wondered if Kim Jun-woo was angry about this attitude. Kim Jun-woo said they would stop if they didn't react to it. The young man knew the hunters did it. Our hero wanted to go after them right now, but it was better to avoid clashes with the operatives if he wanted to unlock his skill. In any case, after a few days, the hunters would get bored with the case. However, even after 3 days, the bullying didn't stop. Seo Yeon was getting even more frustrated. Why are they doing this? Sang-hyuk told the chief that he would contact the operations department. Park Gun stated that he had already gone to see them a few times. Park said he was going to talk to their chief but was told he was away on a business trip. The hunters insisted that they didn't do it. Kim Jong-woo got angry and said that he would take care of the matter himself. Kim Jong-woo ordered no one to touch anything here and went to the exit of the dungeon. Sang-hyuk realized that the guy was angry again. Sio Yan asked where he was going. Our hero had a passive skill called misophonia. That skill was activated. The young man said that this time he was seriously pissed off. These hunters really pissed off the protagonist. It's not like they're too lazy to do it. After that, the janitor has to work 15 hours a day. Because of this, the young man was often late for the last bus. The administrator invited him to the Parallel Dimensions Association. Kim Jong-woo walked into the lobby of the building and shushed everyone he could get his hands on. One of the people present shouted, "What is this guy doing?" Our hero decided today to put a stop to it. It all started because of something that happened 3 days ago. The hunters came out of the dungeon and said that something stank from there. They stated that as soon as they saw the cleaners, it immediately smelled like shit. The hunters added that it was a good thing those people weren't in their group. One of them shoved Sang-hyuk and told him to get out of the way. The hunters were surprised at Kim Jong-woo's defiant look. Is the guy really looking for trouble? Why stick your nose in other people's business, especially when the budget is involved? Janitors should clean up the waste after them, not pry where they shouldn't. If something doesn't suit them, they can look for a part-time job. Kim Min-ju approached the hunters and asked which group they were from. One hunter became indignant. Why is that girl talking to him like that? I'll teach her manners now. Kim Min-ju even more menacingly asked, what team is he from? Hunter was surprised. What business is it of yours? Would answering that make her life easier? Another hunter recognized the girl and said it was their colleague, Kim Min-ju. The young men were startled, lowered their heads and greeted Kim Min-ju. The girl realized that these two were from her department. The hunters apologized because they didn't recognize her right away. Kim Min-ju said that she didn't immediately recognize them either. However, before you apologize for such a small thing, you should apologize for your indecent behavior. Kim Min-ju asked how Sio Yan and Sang-hyuk were feeling. The huntress said that there are rascals among the newcomers too. As soon as they became hunters, they started behaving indecently, even though they barely even got their E-rank. Park Gun greeted the team and said it was time to start. It's good that Kim Min-ju is with them today. The girl replied that she came to thank them all. Kim Min-ju bowed and said that Park Gun has taught her a lot during this time. Park Gun smiled and remarked that they should be the ones thanking the girl for her help. Kim Jong-woo thought that it was only a week ago that she first went on shift with them, but she had quickly learned everything and was doing well. Kim Min-ju expressed how happy she was to meet such nice people. Sio Yan suggested that her little sister get together sometime. Kim Min-ju, of course, agreed. Our hero thought that these people had gotten close to the huntress in a week. Everyone but our hero was sad about Kim Min-ju leaving because he was the one who asked her to leave the cleaning crew. Kim Jong-woo told the girl not to come out with them for her shift anymore. Kim Min-ju was upset. The young man realized that those words shocked her, but she quickly realized what it meant. If she didn't do the cleaning, there would be more time for other things, including training. After that, a training schedule was set up. Kim Jong-woo thought that if Kim Min-ju stuck to it, he would reach A-rank in 6 months. Right now, the young man couldn't pursue his career as a hunter like in his previous life, but he planned to use the girl as a link between him and the association, making her a better hunter. Kim Jong-woo thought that he had used her in both his past life and this one, but he only had 1 year to spare. Kim Min-ju said that she is very grateful to the teacher. The girl added that if the teacher needed help, she could always go to her. Has she really always been like this? In any case, that was the note on which Kim Min-ju left the third mop-up group. Everything happened in 1 day. The young people were discussing the janitor who had come here the day before. He only caused laughter. Wasn't it funny of that guy to ask them to treat their squad better? The young hunter asked Kim Jong-woo, did the young man really think they were wasting the janitor's money? Kim Jong-woo couldn't take it and punched the hunter in the jaw, knocking him to the floor. The other hunter asked the janitor who this guy thought he was. The young hunter activated his skill and said that this janitor didn't even understand the situation. The hunter had the necromancer skill. He stated that this janitor was now finished. The hunter activated his unique skill and asked if the janitor would dare to touch him now. The hunter said that he did a good job today and wasn't going to exert himself even more. Kim Jong-woo shouted for the guy to shut his mouth and gave him a staggering blow. The young hunter's necromancer skill didn't help the young hunter. The janitor asked the deactivated hunters if they enjoyed laughing at the janitors behind their backs. Would they still write anything on the walls? Even school kids don't act like that. Kim Junwoo told the hunter that he forgot the basics. You can't use skills outside of dungeons, much less against people. He added that he just got his E-rank and he's already doing this. Kim Jung-woo pointed out to the young men that a hunter can be a threat to many things. For these two, he is one of those threats. Our hero told the frightened young man to listen to him carefully. From today, the janitors will no longer clean the dungeon for these hunters. He is going to tell the reporters about their deeds. The hunter asked, does he really think the association will support him? The management always sides with the hunters. Kim Junwoo asked in surprise, does this guy really think the association will back him up at the cost of his own reputation? Does he really think he's some kind of special? Kim Junwoo said that if the hunter doesn't want to lose his job, he better go apologize to the janitors on his knees. Our hero said that if neither option is to this guy's liking, he offers to fight him one-on-one in the dungeon. Lee Soo-young, the head of the department, came in and asked why they were making such a fuss. Kim Junwoo was surprised. Shouldn't Lee Soo-young be on a business trip right now? After all, that's what the receptionist had told him. Lee Soo-young respectfully asked what brought Mr. Janitor here. Kim Junwoo wondered, what happened to that person? Why is he talking to a resident like that? Lee Soo-young asked, did the janitors run out of their allotted budget? Kim Young-woo said he came here because of these hunters' antics. These two are dragging the bodies of monsters to the farthest part of the dungeon and writing nasty things on the walls with their blood. So he wants to know what kind of grievances these hunters have against the cleaning crew. The young hunter stated that it's all untrue, and this person attacked him first. Lee Soo-young hit the hunter on the cheek with his fist and said that he would not tolerate deception. The department head apologized to the janitor for that young rascal. Kim Jun-woo told the department head that he should be more considerate of his subordinates from now on. Our hero apologized for the disturbance and left the office. Lee Soo-young wished him a good journey. Kim Jun-woo said that he didn't want to see those hunters ever again. The protagonist had one more unanswered question. Why did Lee Soo-young change his attitude so drastically? Kim Jung-woo asked Kim Min-ju what her plans were. The girl replied that she wanted to take a week off. Either way, she's not interested in those two losers. The girl added that there's nothing they can do now, even if they wanted to. Kim Jun-woo thought that at least they apologized properly, so it won't happen again. Kim Min-ju said that the two were kicked off the team. Kim Young-woo was surprised. Did it really happen because of him? How could the association kick the hunters off the team after some janitor complained? The young man wondered, what is this Lee Soo-young guy up to? What was the meaning of all this? The hunters bowed to the janitors and said that that squad did a great job. Kim Jun-woo replied that the hunter team did a good job too. This was the way the hunters usually behaved after every cleanup, always waiting for the cleanup crew to thank them before leaving. The hunters put all the monsters in a neat pile and even cleaned up after themselves in the boss's room. Sio Yan said that she would probably never get used to this. She couldn't believe that the hunters actually cared about them. This was the first time this had happened in 10 years. Sang-hyuk asked, do they really have the hunters as hostages? Park Gun stated that it was all thanks to Kim Jung-woo. Sang-hyuk said he was joking. He realizes that Kim Jun-woo has done a lot for the group, and everyone is insanely appreciative. Sio Yan thanked the young man for his help, but admitted that she was worried about him. Kim Jun-woo was surprised. What is there to worry about? Seo Yan was worried that this situation wouldn't hurt Kim Jun-woo. There are so many people watching the cleaners now. Suddenly, one of the hunters would decide to take revenge. Kim Jun-woo said that it could only happen if a very fearless person was caught, especially after what he did there. Seo Yan noted that Kim Jun-woo didn't do anything wrong anyway. Sang-hyuk said that he doesn't understand something. If Kim Jung-woo didn't ask for a budget increase and to fire those hunters, yet the first cleanup team keeps an eye on them, then who set all this up? Sang-hyuk assumed that Kim Jung-woo is a respectable person because he doesn't even need to be connected to his superiors. Kim Jun-woo said for Jang-hyuk not to say unnecessary things. It's better not to waste time and get to work. Our hero asked, if he was a powerful man, would he have gotten involved in cleaning dungeons? Im Dong-bin, the leader of the second operations team, asked Lee Soo-young if he was following the cleaning squad. Im Dong-bin added that the hunters from the first sweep team are keeping an eye on the cleanup squad. Lee Soo-young asked if Im-dong was guessing who is currently working on the cleanup team. The leader of the second operations team said that he's already heard. Everyone is just talking about that guy. Is it really someone from the association's chairman's people? Im Dongbin suggested that this was the reason why Lee Soo-young was unable to get promoted. But you don't have to run after your superiors to get a new position. Lee Soo-young said that if that's all Im Dong came for, he better get back to his business. Im Dongbin said that he can make things right. If Lee Soo-young believes those stories about the janitor, he can help as a senior colleague. Even if the janitor is the chairman's man, it doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes. Lee Soo-young wondered, did the janitorial squad really commit any misbehavior? Im Dong replied that he would definitely commit one in the future. Lee Soo-young wondered what kind of trick the head of the second operations team was trying to pull. Im Dong asked if Lee Soo-young wanted to spend the rest of his life following that janitor. Lee Soo-young asked what Im Dong wanted for that. Im Dong replied that Lee Soo-young's team will get the dungeons next week, the multi-zone dungeons in the Yongdepo area. A multi-zone dungeon is a special dungeon that opens the next zone after clearing the previous one. Usually, such a high-ranked dungeon is reserved for the respective hunters. The difficulty of such dungeons is that they cannot be left until the team has defeated all the bosses in each zone. This is an important facility that requires about a month of training for the operations team. Im Dong told Lee Soo-young to hand over this facility to him. Lee Soo-young was indignant and said that it was too much. Im Dong said that the manager had already given him permission, but he was thinking of settling the matter with Lee Soo-young personally. Lee Soo-young thought that Im Dongbin had stolen their loot from the other teams in the same way. However, without his help, it was impossible to approach the cleaning squad. Lee Soo-young decided that this was the only large-scale dungeon sweep. If he really helps the scavenger squad, it will be a good deal. Lee Soo-young agreed and hoped that he wouldn't regret it. Im Dong praised his interlocutor for making the right decision. Im Dong reminded him that Lee Soo-young has a girlfriend on the team, Kim Min-ju. Can he borrow her? Lee Soo-young said he would. Kim Jun-woo thought that everything was going right so far. Now the situation has changed dramatically. It has become much easier to unlock skills over time. Our hero noted that it would be difficult to increase his salary to achieve a new skill for now. If there was a noticeable increase in interest in the dungeon cleaner squad among ordinary citizens, then it would be possible to achieve the unlocking of the new skill. That was something our hero could do. Kim Min-ju contacted her teacher by phone and informed her that there was a multi-zone dungeon to clean up this time, and she was chosen to be the squad leader. Kim Young-woo said that since the girl had become the leader in such a demanding task, the price of her life was now incredibly high. Kim Min-ju replied that it's not the most important thing. The girl added that the cleaning team would also take part in the cleanup. The hunters were outraged. These cleaners took away part of their budget and their status, and now they also want to take away their jobs. Why did they come here? The hunters became worried that this janitor would want to become a hunter. Sio Yan asked Park Gyun if he was okay. The team leader replied that he was fine. A janitor doesn't usually get this chance. The hunter squad leader said that the meeting would begin soon and that everyone should take their seats. Kim Jun-woo thought that something was wrong because all of them were B or C rank hunters. Our hero asked if the multi-zone dungeon was assigned to the first team. Kim Min-ju agreed it was originally their job. It seems that leader Lee Soo-yeon handed over the project to the second team. Kim Jung-woo wondered, did such a big project just get handed over to another team? I mean, they were supposed to prepare for the cleanup for 2 months. Kim Min-ju speculated that something happened between the team leaders, but she doesn't know the details. The doors opened, and Im Dong-bin said that the leader of the second team was already here. He greeted everyone present. Im Dong said that the sweep of the Yongdepo project was assigned to them. Kim Jun-woo thought that when he was a rookie, this guy had taken the raid away from him. He was known for taking other people's orders. Now this man was the leader of the second task force. Kim Min-ju looked at the teacher and asked what happened to him. Kim Jung-woo said for Kim Min-ju to stay away from that person and not to contact him. Im Dong announced that the raid would last for 24 hours. You can't leave the multi-zone dungeon without clearing all the zones. Whoever wants to withdraw can do so now. Im Dong added that the hunters would split into 3 groups. Since the sweep lasts 24 hours, the bodies of the monsters will decompose while the hunters are there. This can't be allowed to happen because the bodies will start releasing poisonous gas. Group 3 from the cleanup department will be working on this. Donbin told them it's a big operation, so there will be bonuses at the end. The cleanup crew will be able to handle it, right? Park Gun-dae replied that he was vouching for his team. Our hero thought there was no reason for them to refuse. It's a great opportunity to work with the task force, and there will be bonuses. The main thing is that they will clean up after the hunters right away. It will save a lot of time. It's also a good opportunity to unlock a skill. You may not get another chance like this again. However, our hero apologized and said he couldn't. He didn't want to help the villain Im-dong. Im-dong was surprised. How can't he? Park Gun didn't understand why Kim Jun-woo refused since they had such a good chance. Sang-hyuk reminded him that they were also promised bonuses. Park Gun had to admit that Kim Young-woo was worried about the team anyway. Kim Min-ju said she was also a little worried because the briefing was short and the dungeon is very dangerous. Working for 24 hours without a break where there are a lot of monsters is very risky. She would refuse too. Park Gun assumed that Kim Jun-woo understood better than anyone how risky the job was. He was afraid that they would agree to it out of joy, so he turned it down first, setting an example. Sio Yan stated that it was very much like him. Sang-hyuk said that Kim Jun-woo is always misleading them. He thought at first that he just didn't want to work. Park Gun stated that Kim Jung-woo had a premonition about it. The cleaning squad leader stated that their team will not participate. Kim Min-ju stated that she is also refusing. Seo Yan was surprised since Kim Min-ju is leading the raid. Park Gun stated that the hunter can't leave because of them. Kim Min-ju explained that she didn't like the idea from the beginning. She's not good enough to lead the sweep. The girl also remembered that her teacher had advised her not to mess with Im-dong-bin. Im-dong had told the commander of the first task force that the cleanup squad had refused to work. Lee Soo-young was delighted when he saw how Im-dong's face changed after the janitorial team refused. Lee Soo-young reminded him that this guy is not that easy, and now Im-dong-bin has realized it. Lee Soo-young asked if Im-dong still thinks that the second task force can handle it, since even Kim Min-ju left. Lee Soo-young asked if Im-dong was going to go to a private company since they had recently spent 200 million. Im-dong-bin was very angry. Does a co-worker think I can't handle someone from Seo Min-chul's entourage? He decided to use the mandatory list of participants. Mandatory attendance list means that those teams that the chairman designates will be required to go on the raid. Disobeying the order could result in disciplinary action or even dismissal. A few days passed and our hero learned that Im-dong-bin had applied the mandatory list. A group of janitors and Kim Min-ju had to participate in a dungeon cleanup. There were many journalists and curious citizens in front of the entrance to the dungeon. An operation of this magnitude interested the media. Sang-hyuk pondered, could they really be interviewed? Park Gun regretted not shaving today. Seo Yan stated that she should have washed her hair and styled it with a blowdryer. Kim Young-woo asked Kim Min-ju if she was nervous. The girl admitted that she was, since it was her first experience in such a role. Kim Jun-woo tells the huntress to get ready. When the townspeople see a worried hunter, they get worried. You have to be brave. How is she going to mop up the dungeon if she's almost shaking? Kim Min-ju says she's fine. She's sure she can handle it. Our hero reminded that once the huntress gets inside, she needs to forget about the cleaning group and focus on destroying the monsters. Kim Min-ju stated that they need to stay in touch. Kim Jung-woo was surprised. The girl isn't going to ask him for help, right? Park Gun urged his team to work hard today. All the equipment and medicines were ready. Kim Jun-woo checked the contents of the box. 10 liters of hydrogen peroxide diluted with hydrochloric acid, saline solution, vacuum compressor, polymer compression bag, goggles, cleaning supplies, all in place. Sang-hyuk said food and water supplies were plentiful. Park Gun warned that it would be difficult, but they would have to do the same things they always do anyway. So everything will be fine. Im-dong said that it turns out that Kim Min-ju was with the cleaners. The commander of the second task force told the girl that they were counting on her. Kim Min-ju replied that she would do her best. Seo Yan asked our hero, will those people also participate in the raid? She didn't think they would go to the dungeon too since Kim Min-ju is in charge of the operation. Kim Jung-woo replied that it's a common thing. Even if Kim Min-ju is in charge of everything, the team leader can participate too. Usually the leader appoints the best hunter to be the leader of the raid. So right now that would be Kim Min-ju. Our hero had to admit that this girl has leadership qualities, but Im-dong did so for another reason. This man has no idea how to behave on the battlefield and doesn't want to take responsibility. He only plans operations but never participates in them, always staying in the last row. Im-dong said that he will also fight, since this is the first time a girl is leading a raid. If there are any problems, he will personally deal with them. Im Dong reminded the janitors to take care of the cleanliness. The cleaning should not be delayed. Im Dong was very angry with our hero. He was curious to see how long this guy would last. Im Dong said that if everyone is ready, it's time to start. Kim Min-ju reminded everyone that the hunters are divided into 3 teams, A, B, and C. Team A will go first, Team B will take over the next area, and then Team C will enter the fight. In this way, they would act in a circle until there were no monsters left in the dungeon. Kim Min-ju reminded them that this time, the cleaning team would be going with them. These people know what they're doing, so there's no need to worry. The girl added that if the situation gets too dangerous, they can call the cleaners for help. Im Dong and the hunters were outraged by such words. How could such a thing be possible? Im Dong said that the raid leader was a bit nervous. Didn't she mean to say it's for the cleaners? If anything, to seek help from the task force. Kim Min-ju stated that if everyone is ready, they start the cleanup. Kim Young-woo said that it's time for them to go in and clean up the place too. The cleaning team acted coherently and did their job splendidly. Sio Yan said that she was a little afraid to go, but it's very peaceful here. Kim Young-woo said that even though this is a large-scale operation, they are just cleaning up the place. They probably won't even meet the hunters until the very end of the mission. Sang Hyuk said that he can't even watch the professionals work. Why did they have to do this joint raid? Park Gun replied that Sang Hyuk is not a hunter and they need to do their jobs. It's unlikely that they can learn anything from hunters to be useful in their jobs. The squad leader said that now it was time to start the chemicals. We can't let the bodies decompose while the hunters are cleaning them up. After the treatment, we need to cover the chemicals with a bag and vacuum seal everything. You have to be patient, as the raid is a joint raid. You have to be careful. The life and health of others may depend on them. Usually such a large number of monsters are burned in the place where they were destroyed. But now that the mopping up and cleaning are going on at the same time, it's impossible to do that. In order to prevent the flesh from starting to decompose while the task force continues the cleanup, they have to dismember the monsters' bodies, treat them with chemicals, and pack them in vacuum bags. Sang Hyuk was already tired of this chore. Our hero was in solidarity with him. Sio Yan took some chocolate bars out of her pocket and offered to have a snack and rest a bit. Seo Yan offered the bars to our hero, but he remembered that he doesn't like to be distracted while working. Park Gun announced a sweet pause, and then they would get back to work. This was the first really big raid for this group, but surprisingly, everything was going well, and there were no problems. They were doing the same things they always did. However, that was only the case in the beginning. 8 hours after entering the dungeon, everything changed. While the hunters were destroying the monsters, things started to change in the cleaning squad. After 10 hours of almost continuous work, they were falling off their feet from fatigue. 5 hours afterward, Han Seok injured his shoulder, but the wound was not serious. There were also instances where the vacuum bags burst. Kim Junwoo was tired of fixing them all the time. The cleaners were far behind the task force. It had been 18 hours since they had started work. The task force got in touch with the cleaners. The gas level in the dungeon is rising. We need to take care of it. Park Gun replied that they have a lot of work to do right now. They are in Zone 5. The hunters said that they have already finished Zone 10. Why are the cleaners so far behind? Park Gun said they need to rest for at least an hour. They will do their best to speed up the work. The promoted hunters said that the poison was getting bigger and bigger, and those janitors wanted to rest. Kim Junwoo said that everyone is tired and can't keep working. He wants to ask the leader to suspend the raid. The hunters replied that it's impossible or else they won't meet the deadline. Kim Jung-woo asked, do the hunters really want them here to die of fatigue right on the spot? They can't keep working at this pace anymore. The hunters said that it's their problem and they can do as they want. Kim Jung-woo suggested that they send a hunter who was resting so the cleanup would go faster with him. The answer was no. The hunters wouldn't bother with the cleaning. Kim Junwoo told the hunter to call the head of the raid immediately. Im Dong wondered what they should do. Is Kim Jung-woo sure he's doing the right thing? That poisonous gas is already visible to the naked eye. Instead of coming here, he could have been doing his job of cleaning up. What is even going on here? Kim Junwoo was incredibly angry. Kim Junwoo asked Im Dong-bin where the raid leader Kim Min-ju was. Im Dong-bin replied that the girl was working and fulfilling her duties. Kim Young-woo said that he worked for 18 hours without a break. Janitors aren't robots. They don't have any energy left. Im-dong questioned in surprise. What do you mean there's no strength left? The commander of the 2nd Operations Division stated that they would now be the ones in trouble, all because of janitorial fatigue. Is this some kind of joke to them? Im-dong added that the hunters had worked very hard preparing for this assignment. It's safe to assume that they lost their bonuses. Kim Jun-woo said that Im-dong should think hard before saying such a thing. Im-dong said that the cleaners are abandoning their duties and not following orders right during the cleanup. Im-dong asked if Kim Jung-woo thought that since this was his first experience in such large-scale operations, he could do anything. He's mistaken. Now he'll have to take responsibility for the actions of the cleaning squad. Kim Jung-woo grinned and said that it looked very strange, and he wondered at first why they were added to the mandatory list of participants. Im-dong had planned this from the beginning. The raid leader had decided to catch them doing something and punish them. It was a great plan. However, the hunters can't continue to watch them. So Im-dong decided to punish them in this way. But is this what a leader should do? Im-dong says that this guard is letting himself go too much. There's definitely someone covering for him. However, for disobeying an order, even the chairman of the association won't be saved. Kim Jung-woo asked what would happen if they refused to participate in the raid. The gases are getting bigger and bigger. Will the hunters continue the sweep? Im-dong tried to radio Kim Min-ju. Is the huntress very busy right now? The girl fighting the monster replied that she was indeed a bit busy. Im-dong said that they had a problem. The cleaners were refusing to work. To them, Don added that at this rate they would suffocate from the gas before they were done. He will now be in charge of the operation himself, so the girl is stepping down as the head of the raid. Im-dong shouted that Kim Min-ju won't be able to handle this situation, so she should hand over the leadership to him. Kim Jung-woo grinned and said that nothing has changed. Kim Min-ju asked the teacher if he really refused to participate in the raid. Our hero told the girl that the janitors can't afford something like this. If they don't work, everyone here will die from the poisonous fumes. Kim Min-ju stopped. She was just finishing off the monster. Im-dong demanded that the huntress hand over the management to him immediately if she didn't want to get kicked out of her job. Does the girl think that just because she was entrusted to lead a raid once, she is now an important person who can do anything? Kim Min-ju said she's handing over the authority. The girl said that she's handing over the rights of the raid leader to the janitor Kim Jung-woo from the cleanup department. Our hero stated that he will now be in charge of the cleanup. With his new status, the young man felt much more confident. Kim Jung-woo told Im-dong, the head of the department, that he was now in charge. Im-dong asked if the young man thought that if he was given the authority, he would be in charge. The protagonist asked what Im-dong had done for the raid at all. Im-dong added that he knew exactly who was in charge of everything during the raid. Im-dong wondered, how could the janitor know everything? Was he a hunter? Kim Jun-woo asked why everyone who meets him feels it's their duty to find out if he's a hunter. Why does it matter? Im-dong said that the janitor is only responsible for cleaning. In a raid, everyone's life is at stake. You can't get away with a simple disciplinary action. Kim Jun-woo asked if that meant that he, an inexperienced janitor whom the hunters suspect, should entrust an operation to a dungeon veteran like Im-dong. Our hero said, looking at the superior and remembering the past, it's good when the rating goes up day by day. It can't help but feel good. The protagonist said to Im-dong now, don't even think of interfering. He can consider himself suspended. Suspension is the highest level of disciplinary punishment that takes away all the benefits of being a leader. Kim Jung-woo said for Im-dong to stop yelling here. Is this really the first time he's been punished? Our hero radioed to all members of the raid. Currently, the team leader, Im-dong-bin, has been suspended. The rest of the group must do their best to achieve the goal. The young man warned everyone that Kim Min-ju had handed over the command to him, and from now on, everyone follows his instructions. Teams B and C will go to help the cleanup squad first. The raid members were outraged. After all, they are hunters, not to clean floors. Kim Jung-woo said that in that case, Teams B and C will be suspended from the operation due to not following instructions. The operation manager said he was waiting for Team A's response. Kim Min-ju said that Team A is ready for the mission. Kim Jung-woo said that Team A will have to sweat a lot because most of the hunters won't be participating in the raid anymore. Kim Min-ju said that they are now in the 11th zone, and the monsters here are immune to physical damage. Kim Jun-woo confirmed that this monster will become immune to blows once the attack starts. The tanks should take the hit, and the healers will support them and heal them. When the bear's immunity disappears, The best fighter should be unleashed. The hunter with the highest characteristics should attack the beast and immediately use the counterattack skill. Kim Jung-woo reminded that Kim Min-ju had been practicing left-handed attacks, in which case she could proceed. The healer said he would strengthen the hunters and activated the Heavenly Blessing skill. After the bear was exhausted, Kim Min-ju went on the attack. The girl activated the skill Counter-Strike. The monster was defeated. Kim Min-ju reported to the teacher that the 11th zone was free. The suspended hunters couldn't believe it. Could this really be possible? Kim Jun-woo praised the girl and said that she had 50 minutes to clear the remaining zones. In Zone 12, the boss is a ghost. It is immune to physical attacks in general, so swordsmen should cover the rear, and mages should use their strongest attack skills. Hunters may hallucinate afterward. The healer must use the purification skill. There is no need to approach the monsters, just attack the boss and retreat. The aloof hunters thought that this guy was no ordinary cleaner. Kim Jun-woo said that the last thing you can do is just push the monster away by applying a suitable skill. That should be enough. Kim Min-ju replied that they can't do that. Our hero was surprised. Kim Min-ju explained that they were tired and their skills wouldn't activate. The physical characteristics are too low. Kim Jung-woo wondered, what kind of hunters are they if they can't catch a monster? Our hero went to help and told them to wait for him and not to lose before time. This boss monster was unusual. It was different from the ones Kim Min-ju had destroyed before. The boss was impenetrable and too fast for its size. The monster attacked the girl, and after losing her balance, Kim Min-ju fell on her back. Kim Min-ju saw the teacher in front of her, apologized, and said that she couldn't handle it. Our hero reached out his hand and asked her for her sword. Kim Min-ju and the other hunter watched the janitor with interest. The young man with the sword in his hand headed towards the monster. The monster turned out to be a stone ogre. Our hero didn't expect to encounter a monster of such a high rank in such a place. Kim Jun-woo activated the discipline skill that he unlocked during the raid. The sword-wielding janitor entered the battle with the stone ogre. The protagonist activated the fire skill and dealt a staggering blow to the boss monster. The combination of the discipline and fire skills produced an amazing result. There was a powerful explosion and the monster was deactivated. The hunters in Kim Min-ju's squad were perplexed. Who was this janitor? With such skills, he should be in the task force. Kim Min-ju said it would be better if no one knew about it. For this person, money, fame, power, hunter skills, characteristics, and weapons don't matter. The passive skill Misophonia was activated. After destroying the monster, the protagonist noticed that there was a lot of dirt around. Kim Min-ju added that the only thing the teacher wants is to work together with them. It was revealed that during a major raid in Yeongdepo organized by the association, the group leader Im Dong-bin was suspended. It also came to light that this person was embezzling bonuses from other hunters. The department director was furious. How could the team leader be suspended from the raid? Im Dong-bin asked him to apologize. Lee Soo-young stood nearby. Im Dong added that it looked like Kim Min-ju and the cleaners were working together. The director said that everyone now knows that Im Dong was trying to use Kim Min-ju for selfish purposes. Im Dong said that it's not like that and asked why he's on the receiving end since they made the list of conditions together. The department director asked if Im Dong-bin thought they were friends or did he forget which one of them was the higher ranking one. The director continued, did Im Dong think he would just take it easy and forget about the fact that all the people were now discussing his behavior? The director said that as long as no one took action, Im Dong should go to the police. Lee Soo-young suggested that the principal tell the janitor that he was the one who helped him. The director asked Lee Soo-young if it would be a good idea to put Kim Min-ju in charge of the squad. Im Dong-bin and the members of the second task force were disciplined. Im Dong was removed from his position as leader, which is tantamount to dismissal for a hunter. The cleaning crew congratulated Kim Min-ju's sister Kim Min-ju on her promotion. Park Gun knew that this girl would accomplish a lot. Han Seok said that he would now brag about working with the head of the second task force. Kim Min-ju said that she was very grateful to everyone present and even cried. The girl explained that she got something in her eye. Sio Yan asked if that meant that Kim Min-ju was in charge now. Huntress admitted that she couldn't even believe it after hearing that. Han Seok stated that Kim Min-ju is now on the same level as Lee Soo-young. Kim Min-ju noticed that the office was a little empty. Kim Jun-woo replied that a lot of people had been fired. The girl noticed that there were 17 hunters left. She doesn't understand why she's been given such an honor to be the leader of the group. Our hero told the girl not to underestimate herself. Not everyone could take this position. Kim Junwoo thought that he only became a leader at the age of 30. The girl thought that the teacher was genuinely happy for her. Kim Min-ju stated that it was all thanks to the people present. Even after becoming a leader, she still considers herself a member of the team. Kim Jung-woo told the girl to watch her words. You shouldn't say such things here. No hunter would want a janitor in their group, much less in the leader's seat. Kim Junwoo reminded him that he was the reason the group almost failed. The hunters entered the room and said they were back. They were taking a longer shift than usual. One of them said he was hungry. The hunters saw the cleaners and immediately greeted them respectfully. One of the hunters gave his name, Hong Ji-young. He was from the second group. The other one's name was Lee Jin-ho. Lee Jin-ho said that Mr. Kim Jun-woo did a great job on the last raid. They want to be members of this team and are always willing to come to the cleaners' aid. Our hero didn't understand what was happening to them. Kim Min-ju said that the hunters have a great attitude. Kim Min-ju said that now even the association headquarters can't harm the cleanup department. The teacher can forget all the worries, relax, and enjoy the cleanup. Kim Jung-woo thought that this girl is out of her mind even though she just got the position. Kim Min-ju said she was waiting for someone else. She was told that an assistant was coming. Kim Jung-woo took that to heart. The huntress is an important leader now. Personal assistants are only given to team leaders. At one time, our hero also had such an assistant. Kim Junwoo remembered that he had been assigned Lee Ah-young. They were together the day our hero died. This is the person who was closest to him after he left the association. She left her post around that time. It's hard to remember it now. The young man asked Kim Min-ju what the assistant's name was. The girl replied that she didn't know. Kim Young-woo decided not to worry. Even if they meet, Lee won't recognize him. Park Gun said that such a guest should have come by now, since it was time to go on shift. Kim Jung-woo opened the door and saw a girl at the door. She said hello and introduced herself as Song Ha-young. She came from the cheerleading squad and would be the young man's assistant since his name is Kim Min-ju. Our hero said that Song Ha-young is wrong. Kim Min-ju is that girl. Kim Min-ju told the girl to come in and told her name. Song Ha-young apologized, noting that she was only recently accepted into the association. Park Gun said it was time to leave, or they might be late. Kim Min-ju wished her teacher a successful shift as she said goodbye. Song Ha-young thought that Kim Jun-woo was scaring her. Sun Hai stated that she doesn't have the energy anymore. She's only been working here for 2 months and it's already too much. The girl wondered, what's the matter? Was her supervisor not as good as she thought? Sung Hai saw Lee Ah-young in front of her. Lee Ah-young inquired, is the leader of the group Kim Min-ju? Recently, the second group's raid almost failed. Sung Hai said that Kim Min-jo is a good person, but it seems that the assistant was assigned to her without the CEO's knowledge. Otherwise, why was the newcomer sent as an assistant? Lee Ah-young replied that the fact that they don't see or hear the CEO says that he is doing a great job. Lee Ah-young wished the newcomer good luck. Rumors have reached her that Kim Min-ju is on good terms with the cleaning squad who are under the director's protection. If Sun Hai is a good girl, she might get in with them herself. Sun Hee replied that she ran into that person today and didn't like him at all. He's kind of arrogant. Considering he's in the squad of the director himself, he must love power. He's even scary to look at. Lee Ah-young assumed that Kim Jun-woo was doing a great job. After all, Kim Jun-woo was able to increase the budget for his group and department. He went off on the hunters who insulted the janitors. Sung Hai said that it could be harmful to the image. If they encounter a similar problem in the future, she would quickly fix it. Lee Ah-young pondered, who is this person Kim Jun-woo? A new dungeon appeared in a busy part of the city. The area was immediately cordoned off by the competent authorities. Kim Jun-woo was doing his job and cleaning up the dungeon after the hunters. Kim Min-ju appeared next to him and said that it was going to rain in the afternoon. Kim Young-woo wondered if the girl had a lot of free time. Is she not going to work? Kim Min-ju replied that she is working right now. Kim Jun-woo said that the task force leader is having fun with the mop along with the janitorial commander. All the team members will appreciate that, and so will the hunters. A newbie from the hunters asked if he pulverized the monster's body well enough. Han Seok said that he couldn't scrub the floor. What to get that stain out with? Sio Yan wondered who would help her with the sanitizing. The newcomer from the hunters said that he could be relied on. Kim Jung-woo asked Kim Min-ju why she came. Definitely not to hold a mop in her hands. The girl admitted that there were some pretty complicated dungeon raids planned for this month. In total, the hunters should clear about 50 dungeons. But with the current number of people on the team, it's impossible. Kim Jun-woo admitted that there really aren't enough people for that many raids. The girl added that there are above-average dungeons to work on. Kim Young-woo said for Kim Min-ju to listen and memorize. The level of dungeons to be cleared is determined by the headquarters. The association has nothing to do with it. If the gate is green, there might be strong monsters there. With their level of training, 4 people per dungeon will be enough. Based on this, you should divide into 3 teams and sweep twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. If the hunters cannot cope on their own, the support team will help, but only once. Many leaders who had been working for 10 years didn't realize this. Of course, such a young leader didn't even think about it. Kim Min-ju thanked the teacher and said that she would be forever indebted to him. Our hero said that if the girl didn't have any more questions, she could just leave. They can handle the cleaning by themselves. Kim Min-ju asked the teacher, "Is she really in the way?" Kim Young-woo replied that the girl over there is in the way and pointed at Sun Hai. Kim Min-ju asked if they knew each other. Our hero replied that he just saw her for the first time yesterday. Kim Min-ju said that they should look at each other. She might be the one who could be his girlfriend. Sung Hai told her boss that it was time for them to go to the meeting. Kim Min-ju suggested that they have lunch first. Kim Min-ju told Sung Hai to go ahead and get them a table in the dining room. They need to remember that they can't use the phone in the dungeon. Sung Hai said that she would reserve a table for 9 people. The janitors are coming too, right? Sung Hai quickly went to fulfill the order. Need to order food for their arrival. Kim Jung-woo was surprised. What do you mean you can't use the phone? Kim Min-ju replied that she had to lie. She wants to discuss something in private. Kim Min-ju asked the teacher if he knew anyone in the support department. The girl stated that the support department wants to see Kim Jung-woo. Strangely, Sung Hye asked her to keep it a secret. Kim Jun-woo was surprised. What does the support want from him? Could it be because of the incident with Im-dong and his group? They'll probably ask him not to interfere anymore. Kim Jun-woo said he'll come. There's no need to look for him. He would be there as soon as he had free time. The next day came. A new dungeon appeared near a car parking lot. The boy looked for his little brother and said he was scared. The child in the darkness saw the outline of a man lying on the ground. Could it really be his little brother? The man was asking for help. The child came closer and saw that there was a monster in front of him. The boy cried out loudly out of fear. Breaking news reported that a first grader mistakenly wandered into a dungeon where he was attacked by a monster. Student Kim Gun was attacked by a monster in the dungeon. Fortunately, the wounds turned out to be non-dangerous. The boy said that there were no fences at the entrance to the dungeon, so he thought it was okay to go in. The department director showed the news to everyone present. Kim Min-ju said that civilians by definition are not allowed to enter the dungeon. The director said that he knows that, and everyone knows that. But why didn't the people in charge put up a fence? It's not that hard to do. Our hero thought it was fortunate that they were able to find this boy in time. If it had been just a little longer, it could have ended badly. Seo Min-chul said that he was waiting for an explanation before this news got around. Who forgot to do that? Kim Young-woo admitted that he was supposed to put up signs and put up barriers, but it just slipped his mind. Kim Min-ju said that the teacher wasn't telling the truth because she saw everything with her own eyes. Kim Young-woo demanded in a menacing voice that the girl shut up while he talks to the boss. Seo Min-chul realized that it was the sweep team's mistake. Kim Jung-woo explained that it wasn't the entire team's mistake, but only his, so he was solely responsible for what happened. The director said that it doesn't matter whether Kim Young-woo or the whole team is responsible. He's just stating a fact. Kim Jung-woo asked that he be released from work tomorrow, and he will personally appear in front of the management and tell them about his mistake. Seo Min-chul agreed to schedule a meeting for tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. However, in such a situation, no matter what the young man says, it won't save him from punishment. The principal said that this was the end of the conversation and everyone could leave. Kim Min-ju asked, "What is the teacher doing?" After all, she saw with her own eyes how he put up the fence. Why is Kim Jun-woo protecting the others, and why the deception? Even if the boy really did get into the dungeon by accident, where did the monster come from if the hunters cleaned everything out? It just doesn't make sense. Kim Min-ju stated that someone set the whole thing up. Why would the teacher be framed if he's innocent? The young man said that even if someone did set it up, they have no chance of catching him and bringing him out. It's obvious that it's not just an ordinary employee. They won't be able to find out anything until morning, so he'll be personally responsible for it. Like our hero said, it was all set up. For starters, it was Vega's monster. It doesn't live in a dungeon of this level. He was let in on purpose, but it's unclear who did it and why. Kim Jun-woo decided that he could unlock another skill. To do so, he needs to increase the interest of ordinary citizens in the dungeon cleaning squad. Even if someone removed the fence by mistake, it's unclear how a child could accidentally enter the dungeon half an hour before it closed. Why was there a monster left in the dungeon if the task force had finished their work? Kim Min-ju thought it was all a setup to frame the cleaning squad and Kim Jun-woo. Given the circumstances, it can be assumed that the perpetrator works for the association. In this case, there is nothing that can be done. We need to observe the events and see if any facts come to light. The young hunters told the chief that they heard about it, but they don't think it's true. Kim Jung-woo definitely couldn't have forgotten about the fence. Why did he take the blame? They decided that they needed to find the person who did it. Kim Jung-woo helped them in the joint raid, so there's a need to return the favor. Kim Min-ju announced that they are stopping work on all projects now. Now the second group will now focus on finding the real culprit. Even if they don't fulfill the monthly quota, we need to get to the bottom of it. Everyone supported their commander. Lee Ah-young entered the office and greeted Kim Min-ju, the head of the support department. A few hours before, Sun Hai had said that she had only been working here for 3 days. Why did this happen now? Lee Ah-young said that it's not Sung-hee's fault. It's just that these guys were unlucky. Sun Hai said that Kim Jun-woo is going to go to the media the next day. Lee Ah-young said that it's very surprising. This guy is from the association chairman's entourage, but made such a stupid mistake. Sung Hae said that Kim Jun-woo may have taken the blame, but Kim Min-ju is claiming that he was framed. Lee Ah-young asked in surprise, why did he set himself up in that case? Are there still normal people out there? Lee Ah-young wondered who this person was. Kim Jun-woo. Despite his connections, he still retained his humanity. Lee Ah-young asked Sun Hai to keep it a secret from the other groups. Kim Min-ju asked what brought Lee Ah-young here. The girl replied that she wanted to help. Lee Ah-young said that Sun Hai told her everything about what happened. She asked if there was any progress in finding the truth. Kim Min-ju replied that they are just at the beginning of the journey. She is going to check the security cameras in the dungeon area. Lee Ah-young stated that it is a waste of time. They will not be allowed to access the records without the police or the chairman of the association. Lee Ah-young said that she looked into the reports. The dungeon was in the Tal district and the cameras were not working that day. They don't have much time, and if the young people head there, they will just waste time. Kim Min-ju asked what they should do in that case. Lee Ah-young replied that there was a car with the DVR on at the time of the accident. At the moment, Sun Hai is trying to find the car because she memorized the license plate number when she went to the canteen to make a reservation. When the license plate number is found, they will be able to verify everything with the document she is holding in her hands right now. Kim Min-ju thanked her for her help. Lee Ah-young stated that she was helping for a reason. Kim Min-ju explained that she's only 3 days into her management position and can't offer anything in return. Lee Ah-young recalled that Kim Min-ju is close with Kim Jung-woo, the janitor. Who is that person? Lee Ah-young said that there are many rumors about him. He's an independent hunter, a spy for a private firm, and even a protege of the association chairman himself. Which of these are true? Kim Min-ju replied that this is the first time she's heard about it. Lee Ah-young was surprised that these people really don't know anything. The whole headquarters is just talking about it. Lee Ah-young was also surprised. Did Kim Min-ju really only know him as a member of the cleanup department? She needs to communicate with her more. The janitor who took responsibility for something he didn't do. The supervisor who rushed to his aid with the rest of the group. What kind of people are these? Lee Ah-young says she's going to help them after all. In return, she wants to meet this young man. Lee Ah-young asked Sun Hai to try to find the car as soon as possible. Kim Min-ju stated that the second group is on their way. Our hero had already bought clothes for the press conference, and now he looked quite respectable. A phone call rang out. Sio Yan asked if Kim Jun-woo had called Kim Min-ju. Huntress doesn't pick up the phone for some reason. Kim Jung-woo asked if she was in the dungeon and had a raid. Seo Yan replied that she wasn't at work. Seo Yan said that Kim Min-ju texted that she would definitely help the teacher, and that if she couldn't make it in time, she should talk him out of it. Kim Jun-woo interrupted the conversation saying that he had to go. Kim Jun-woo was really angry. What on earth could Kim Min-ju be up to? Our hero contacted her on the phone and asked what the girl was doing now. Kim Min-ju stated that she was following to Daejin right now. Kim Jung-woo wondered, why is she doing that? After all, they don't work there. Kim Min-ju reported that she was going to find evidence of the teacher's innocence. On the day of the incident, there was a car with a video recorder in front of the dungeon entrance. They are already halfway there, so they'll be able to get everything done by tonight. Kim Young-woo said angrily that he told the girl to stay out of it. Kim Min-ju replied that she would always be indebted to her teacher, so she couldn't help. Kim Young-woo thought that it would be better if she didn't do anything. Then he would get a new skill. She definitely doesn't want to listen to him. Our hero asked the girl to text him a picture of that car. She couldn't be allowed to find evidence. Kim Min-ju said she was sending a message. The protagonist was incredibly angry at this girl. Why was she bothering him so much? The system reported that the user was on alert. The people around him decided that this person was in a very bad way. The skill hyper-acceleration was activated. Kim Junwoo decided to find that car by himself. Lia Young said hello and said that she was from the Korean Association. The girl asked the man if he was related to the injured boy. The man replied that he had nothing to say to her. Lia Young said that a press conference about the accident is scheduled for tomorrow morning. The case is still under investigation, but it's already clear that the janitor had nothing to do with it. If the man doesn't come forward, an innocent man could get hurt. The man said that he would be happy if Kim Jung-woo was the one to end the case. A parking lot in Daejeon City. The driver of the car decided that he would eat chicken tonight. There was a knock on the car door. The driver saw a bloody young man outside the window and thought it was a zombie. He screamed out of fear. Kim Jun-woo said hello and said he was from the association. The young man expressed his hope for the driver's help. The man asked what the association wanted from him. After all, he is a simple citizen. The protagonist grabbed the black box with his hand. Kim Jun-woo clenched his fist and ripped off the DVR. Moving away from the car, our protagonist said that the guys from the operations department would come soon and pay for the damage. Kim Young-woo activated his hyper-acceleration skill and disappeared from the sight of the frightened driver. Kim Min-ju and her squad appeared in the same car parking lot. Hunter told the boss that he saw the same car. The terrified driver said that there was a flying zombie in front of him. Kim Min-ju approached the driver and said that they are hunters from the association. They need help. The driver asked what they all wanted from him. He intends to sue them. Kim Min-ju was at a loss and apologized. The assistant told the girl that they were too late. Someone had already taken the DVR. Kim Min-ju was upset since all the evidence was there. How far is their opponent going to go? Lia Young asked the man what the meaning of his words, "He will only be glad," meant. Who told him to do that? The man said that he was fired because of Kim Jun-woo. After that, he wouldn't listen to the association's orders. It was one of those hunters who left inscriptions on the walls of the dungeons. The young man said that no one had apologized to him or his little brother, and now they came to him and are talking about orders. Lia Young stated that she is trying to take action and sort everything out. The young man stated that this is pure showmanship. He has nothing else to talk to the association about. The patients at the hospital started discussing this girl from the association and the injured younger brother of the guy. Lee Ah-young decided to talk next time when there were fewer witnesses. The young man was angry and went back to his younger brother's room. The kid asked, "Can't they stop all this? He doesn't like sitting in the hospital all day and getting shots." The young man asked the child what he was saying now. Had he forgotten? After all, they had agreed that his brother would help him. Tomorrow it would all be over. Through the window, Kim Jun-woo popped into the hospital room. He said that if that guy was just walking by, I doubt it would have gotten to this point. Kim Jun-woo said that he understood everything now. An ordinary person, much less a child, can't remove a heavy barrier. He even thought of moving the monster into a protected dungeon. For a former hunter, it's no problem. Our hero asked if this guy had decided to take revenge on him by using his younger brother. The child thought, is his older brother taking revenge on the one who saved him? The former hunter said that it was all Kim Jong-woo's fault. He knows the feeling of losing a job because of a janitor. They don't even have parents. Kim Young-woo asked his opponent who started all of this. He said he forgives that guy. Our hero thought that tomorrow he will be able to unlock a new skill, so don't bother with this rascal. After all, he is the one who will unlock the skill. Kim Jun-woo stated that he is leaving. However, this guy should try and not do anything until tomorrow. The protagonist said that the young man should not try to take revenge on him, otherwise it will end badly. Also, he should treat his younger brother well. The child told his older brother that the man had forgiven them. The next day came. Many reporters were present. The morning press conference at the association's headquarters in the capital. The speaker was Kim Junwoo from the mop-up department. Our hero introduced himself to everyone. First of all, he apologized to the boy who was hurt yesterday. The young man said that he wouldn't make excuses because the lack of a barrier at the entrance to the dungeon was solely his fault. Therefore, all responsibility for what happened lies entirely with him. The protagonist thought he had won. Now neither the small hunter nor the leader could stop him. Now he would be able to unlock the skill. However, someone in the audience said that wasn't true. It was all his fault. From the audience, Mr. Park Gun-dae came on stage. The squad leader said that Sun Hai told him about the press conference. Park Gun-dae told the young man that this guy has already done so much for them. The squad leader asked to cover for him. Our hero said that he doesn't need that thanks. Park Gun introduced himself and said that he is the supervisor of the third sweep team. As the leader, he takes all the responsibility. As long as Kim Junwoo is a member of their team, the leader will be held accountable for all his mistakes. Sio Yan and Han Suk said that as co-workers, they also take responsibility for what happened. Sio Yan said that as Kim Jong-woo's protector, she takes responsibility. Han Seok added that the younger colleague's mistake was also his mistake. Our hero didn't understand. How did he get to this point? Why are they getting involved if they don't know anything? A member of the audience asked, "Are they really saying that the entire cleaning team is responsible for what happened?" Each of the cleaning team replied that it was their mistake and they are ready to answer to the full extent of the law. Our hero yelled for everyone to shut up and the reporters chimed in that it was Kim Jong-woo's fault. Kim Min-ju walked in with a little boy and said that it wasn't Kim Jong-woo's fault. She introduced herself as the head of the second task force. The injured boy has something to say. The reporters noted that the youngest of all the leaders is now speaking. The child admitted that he was the one who pushed back the barrier and went into the dungeon because he was curious. The boy added that it was his own fault. The girl reiterated that the third squad from the cleanup department was not responsible for the accident. They set up the barrier as they always did. The boy's older brother asked, "Why did he say that?" After all, they wouldn't believe him. The interviewee replied that children are usually bad at deception, and it is noticeable. Leah Young asked to point out that the child did not say anything about his older brother and claimed that he did it all by himself. The young man admitted that he acted like the ultimate scoundrel who used the younger one. He shouldn't have covered for him. The boy stated that he had to tell the truth. Their father had passed away and he had promised to take care of his younger brother. The kid asked the older one if he would go to jail now. The young man replied that he had to answer for what he had done. The baby cried and said he didn't want things to end badly. The older brother assured him that he would be back soon. He advised the baby to eat well, not to fight with his friends, and not to get sick while he was away. The system noted that the conditions for unlocking the skill were not met. Our protagonist decided that this was the end. The protagonist already had 4 skills unlocked: fire, discipline, polymorph, hyper-acceleration. During the performance, he thought that nothing would work out because of the team's riot. However, this mess had attracted even more attention. Initially, the public did not show any interest in the incident, but people became interested in the cleanup squad just because of one video, thanks to which he was able to unlock a new skill. Kim Jong-woo walked into Kim Min-ju's office and asked why he was called in. "He's very busy right now." Kim Min-ju reminded him that there was someone who wanted to meet the teacher. Lee Ah-young said she was happy to meet him, extended her hand and introduced herself. Our hero recognized her. It was Principal Lee from his past life. Lee Ah-young asked if the young man would shake her hand. It was so hard to stand. It was indeed the same Lee Ah-young he knew. The young man thought that he should act normal. The protagonist remembered that this girl was a witness to his death and a suspect, so vigilance must be maintained. Lee Ah-young said that she had heard a lot about the young man, and his performance at the press conference was impressive. She admitted that she had imagined someone more charismatic after hearing rumors about him. Lee Ah-young smiled and said that she had just come to talk. She inquired how far the young man was going to go. How high does he want to climb the career ladder? Kim Jun-woo wondered. What is she getting at? Lee Ah-young said that if he has big ambitions, she will help. For example, to oust director Seo Min-chul. She said that she wants to change the association from within. It's a necessity, not a whim. After all, before he came, the cleanup department couldn't even use the canteen. Lee Ah-young added that the support department is also in a similar position. They are considered an inferior caste at headquarters. With Kim Jong-woo's appearance, everything turned upside down. Is this really on purpose? Kim Jong-woo asked if Lee Ah-young wanted him to use her to fire the HQ chiefs. Lee Ah-young replied that she didn't say that, she just wants a change. Kim Jong-woo expressed that that's what she meant. Lee Ah-young replied that if he understood it that way, there was nothing she could do about it. She didn't know how they'd proceed, but she hoped he didn't mind if the hunters were involved. The more trump cards they have, the better. It wouldn't hurt them to have support. Kim Min-ju wondered if the deputy chief could handle such matters. Lee Ah-young replied that she can't do it herself, but she has a lot of fans in her department. Kim Jong-woo asked what they can do to help. She said she can help with the necessary equipment. The operations department can't offer that. Our hero knew why the girl was so confident, even though she's not the director. It's all because of her father, who is a member of the association, CEO Lee Do-sik, one of the giants who ran the association. Lee Ah-young got the position of director at a young age precisely because of her father. Before the regression, she was now the deputy. Those two were the pillars of the association. Unfortunately, that period didn't last long. After 5 years, Lee Do-sik was fired. After the reform of the branches, they lost status in the eyes of the management. After that, Lee Ah-young also lost her power and became Kim Jong-woo's assistant. Perhaps it changed her and made her cold. Kim Jong-woo thought her suggestion had to do with her father. He was fired, explaining that he didn't meet the association standards. He assumed that if it happened again, their squad and the second task force would disappear without a trace. The protagonist thanked the girl for the offer, but refused. Lee Ah-young wondered, what was the matter? Did he really not like the terms? After all, he just needs to do what he's already doing. Kim Jong-woo said that he would do without their help. Lee Ah-young asked what happened after all. Our hero assumed that Director Lee was the one who ordered the hitmen for him, although he didn't want to believe it. Kim Jong-woo replied that nothing happened. To change the association, to take a leadership position, he never had such a desire. The young man said he was leaving, he had to go to work. Park Gun said that the young man should hurry up. There's an untidy dungeon waiting for them. Besides, Sang-hyuk is on vacation from today. His sister came to the country and they haven't seen each other in a long time, so he asked for a day off. His sister is an international association hunter. She came for work, but the details are unknown. Park added that Sang-hyuk has no one besides her, so he was given a week's vacation rather than a day off. Kim Jong-woo thought that Sang-hyuk is a janitor while his sister's a badass hunter. Park said that this guy should have taken a vacation a long time ago. Kim Jong-woo stated that now they'll have to work as a threesome. Park Gun asked Kim Jong-woo where the solution was. Sio Yan said that it's right next to her. She'll hand it over now. Park Gun asked if Kim Jong-woo had taken all the equipment. Our hero asked the same question to Seo Yan. Kim Jong-woo asked the stranger who he was. The young man said hello and stated that he would be covering the group for the press from today. Kim Jong-woo wondered, why didn't anyone tell them about the journalists? The young man replied that the headquarters at the apartment approved it, so he thought the cleaners had the information they needed. The journalist added that it was quite difficult to get permission. Our hero asked why they had a journalist attached to them. A member of the press said that after the press conference, a lot of people were interested in this unit, especially the girl Moo Soo-yeon. The journalist said that there is a lot of talk about these people. They bring a lot of benefits to the association. However, people don't understand what the cleaners do here. The journalist said that because of this, he decided to take advantage of the situation and write an article. Seo Yan said it's a good idea. It will be good for them if people know what the janitors do. If the journalist writes a lot of good things about them, newcomers will come to work for them. Our hero was surprised. Could newcomers really come to them after the article? However, no one could guarantee it. The journalist said that he would try to make the article good, but it was a little strange to write that people would come to work as cleaners. Kim Jong-woo said to have the journalist write about them as much as possible so that everyone would want to become a janitor. If the journalist agreed, they wouldn't mind his article. The journalist got excited and said that these people can count on him. He would write such a story that even the children would want to work here. Lee Soo-yeon asked the director why he decided to release an article about janitors. Wouldn't that lead to people wanting to get a job with them? Seo Min-chul stated that it won't happen. After all, they come to the dungeon, dismember the bodies of monsters, and mop up the blood and guts behind them. Is it possible to write well about that? The director suggested to think of it as their opportunity to feel significant. Seo Min-chul couldn't remember if he had warned the janitors that a journalist was coming to see them. The journalist found out that Kim Jun-woo was a freshman and was surprised. What about Miss Sio Yan? The protagonist only tolerated this journalist because of his article. A good article should attract recruits. The journalist saw the destroyed monster and was very surprised. This was the first time such a thing was in front of him. The journalist said that even though this monster was dead, it was still very scary. What are the janitors going to do now? Kim Jun-woo tried to pretend to be happy about this journalist. Kim Jun-woo said that it was time to dismember this body. It was his favorite part of the job. A member of the press wondered, would a janitor really do that? Kim Jun-woo replied that it's a lot of fun. Would Mr. Journalist like to give it a try? Kim Jun-woo suggested replacing the picture of a monster carcass being cut up with a cute stuffed toy. The journalist was startled. Park Gun-woo said that the reporter should be careful. There is a risk of getting into trouble in the dungeon. Kim Young-woo said Mr. Sang-chan should wake up. At least all those horrible pictures won't appear in the article. Sang-chan wrote that the cleaners don't have enough manpower, and the cleaning has to be finished within 2 hours of cleaning the dungeon. There are up to 4 dungeons a day. In the past, they couldn't even use the corporate canteen. Our hero said that this information would be enough for readers. Kim Jun-woo tried to think of what else to tell Sang-chan the journalist. What advantages could there be in this profession? Park Goen asked if Kim Young-woo had already received money. Today was his first paycheck, right? The young man thought that was the main argument. Even if it's a bad job, money can make people interested. How much did he get paid for the joint raid? The protagonist was terribly upset. For 300 hours of work, he was only paid $3.5 million, and that was with a bonus. That's 100 times less than what hunters are paid. Park Goen stated that they had gotten more this month than before. Sio Yan added that they also got a bonus. The protagonist thought that no one would work even at gunpoint for that kind of money. The article would certainly not help them. The young man laughed and said that this time not even half of the money came. Their squad gets paid twice a month. The journalist laughed and said that's what he thought. With such hard work, there can't be such a paltry salary. San-chan wrote that the janitors get about $7 million a month. This is a decent pay for their labor, so the public will be interested to read about it. Park Yoon asked our hero what he was doing. Seo Yan also asked why Kim Jun-woo lied. If this gets out, they will never recruit new employees. Kim Jun-woo told the reporter that he only tells the truth and verified information. Lee Soo-young was outraged. This Kim Jun-woo may be related to the chairman, but he's still just a human being. His behavior can't be justified in any way. Seo Min-chul said that it's not even about the janitors. It's not even worth stressing over them. The director said that they better stay away from that person. They should avoid personal meetings with him. The office door opened and Kim Jun-woo appeared on the threshold. The young man said hello to the director. Seo Min-chul asked what brought the janitor here. Kim Jung-woo said that he wanted to ask for an increase in salary. Seo Min-chul said that this guy has only been working for a month and he's already asking for a raise. Plus, they have a contract that hasn't expired yet. How much does Kim Jung-woo want? Kim Young-woo replied that he wants the same amount more. The director asked why the young man is asking for a raise since they're already getting paid pretty well. Kim Jung-woo admitted that the pay was good, but even with the bonus, it didn't match the work he had done. Kim Jung-woo added that he was asking for a pay raise for all the squad members. Seo Min-chul tried to remain patient and asked why the young man was doing this to him. Even in normal companies, this kind of thing is unacceptable. Besides, janitors are not qualified people. Our hero thought that this director simply has nerves of steel. The director said that this matter should be decided by the board of directors. Seo Min-chul even swore that he was really independent and couldn't solve this issue. A man walked into the room and said hello to Seo Min-chul. He inquired if the task should be given to the first squad. The man noticed that there were guests present. Our hero said he was just about to leave. Seo Min-chul thought that this kid didn't even greet the CEO. The CEO took selfies with the young man and said he was a fan. That's Kim Jun-woo from the cleanup case, right? It was CEO Lee Do-sik, a man who will be removed soon, but is now one of the most influential figures in the association. Our hero tried not to cross paths with him, but they met nonetheless. Kim Young-woo asked how Mr. Lee knew about him. Lee Do-sik replied that the entire headquarters knows about the janitor, because he's been working hard for the squad. He also did a great job on Im Dong-bin. Lee Do-sik noticed that this guy was tacitly in charge of the second task force. There were rumors that he was going to take over the entire headquarters. Lee Do-sik asked, "What brought the young man here? A pay raise?" The guy could immediately address him directly as a board member. Lee Do-sik added that it's well known. Janitors are inexcusably underpaid. Kim Jun-woo asked if he asked the CEO for a favor, would they help him? Lee Do-sik replied that he can't guarantee anything because he doesn't solve issues on his own. Kim Jung-woo suggested that in that case, Mr. Lee wanted something from him. The general manager replied that the young man was very smart. Judging from the monthly report, the first task force was allocated about 100 dungeons. Most likely, Seo Min-chul will hand it over to Lee Soo-young. However, Kim Jun-woo is working with the second task force. Our hero replied that he is just a janitor. Lee Do-sik stated that it doesn't matter. The young man should show a good result together with the squad. Then it will be a good reason for a pay raise. Together with the second task force, it was necessary to overtake the first group in terms of results. Besides, the young man was one of those who led the joint raid. He should be able to do it. The CEO said that if the young man succeeded, it would be a great reason to raise the issue at the board of directors. Then he could guarantee a positive outcome. We need to show what the janitors can do. A few days passed. Kim Min-ju asked what brought the teacher here. Kim Jung-woo asked the hunters, since there's quite a lot of work? The protagonist suggested that they join forces and show the best result. Kim Min-ju said that the preparations aren't going well. They won't even fulfill the plan this month. The first group is being actively helped by Seo Min-chul, and for the third group, they have allocated funding for a freelance hunter. Kim Jung-woo has expressed his desire for Kim Min-ju's team to beat everyone this time, so he's willing to help. He has a great plan. The protagonist stated that it's at least worth a try. The hunters can prove that they can't be neglected. Kim Jung-woo asked if these guys are ready to show who is the main bear in the den. Kim Min-ju replied that if the teacher himself says so, they can't be unprepared. All the hunters said that if Kim Jun-woo wants to help, they have no reason to refuse. They will do their best. Kim Young-woo said that their squad also has to fulfill their plan, since they're not the ones who have been relieved of their cleaning duties. There will be a lot of work. Kim Jung-woo said that they have to create the perfect tandem with the balance of everyone's actions. Kim Min-ju got excited and said that she was ready to join forces. The young man said that he has something he would like to ask for. Lee Ah-young asked, first Kim Jun-woo refused her help and now he's asking for her help? Lee Ah-young said that it really upset her. If it was another person, she wouldn't even lift a finger. Lee Ah-young asked if Kim Jun-woo realizes that she's trying to get on the bus that left. However, if she was offering to help herself, of course she would help. Kim Jun-woo realized that they wouldn't be able to make it if they acted with only the efforts of the two groups. So they had to ask Lee Ah-young for help. The girl said that they would talk about it later, but for now she wanted to know what kind of help was needed from her. Kim Jun-woo stated that they should do better than the other teams. The main thing is to be the first. He asked that they be equipped with weapons and supplies above A rank. The hunter's equipment should be changed every 2 days. They also need to think about the logistics of the dungeons. Kim Jun-woo asked for drones to be provided to the cleanup squad. Lee Ah-young wondered, why do the cleaners need drones? Why do they need so much equipment? Even without it, the work of the two squads can be organized properly. Kim Jung-woo asked if they think he's doing this because he has a prestigious job. Our protagonist stated that he just wants to destroy this leader, and he is not going to lose to those who think that everything is decided by the number of people in the group. The protagonist stated that they will be the first. Lee Ah-young said that the management gave the first task force too much important information. Even by teaming up, Kim Jung-woo is far behind in terms of awareness. The young man said that there's no need to worry about that. No one knows where or when the dungeon will appear. Kim Jung-woo added that his intuition tells him the dungeon is about to open. A journalist walked in and apologized when he saw that there was a gathering. Kim Jung-woo wondered, where did Sang-chan come from? The reporter wondered if the janitors would really be leading such a large-scale raid. A flash appeared above the city, and everyone realized that the dungeon that Kim Jun-woo was talking about had appeared. It was time to start the cleanup. Our hero added that he relied on the support department. Lee Ah-young from the office said that they need to cover as many CCTV cameras as possible. She inquired about the status of preparing the equipment. The assistant reported that they don't have enough materials and production has been temporarily stopped. Lee Ah-young said that if they procrastinate, the team's schedule will be disrupted. The assistant replied that there wouldn't be enough materials anyway. Lia Young shouted that they knew where to get more weapons and devices. If they refuse, we should steal from them. Sung Hai asked if Lia Young was sure that everything would be okay. After all, the first task force will probably find out about it. Lia Young said that she didn't care. No matter what the headquarters says, just follow her orders. She's taking full responsibility. The girl couldn't miss the chance to humiliate Seo Min-chul and Lee Soo-young. In the dungeon, the monster boss was resisting along with his associates. After the first encounter, our hero said that these skeletons are like made of metal. As resistant as a giant ogre. It is necessary to use all of their skills. Kim Jun-woo said that the neck vertebrae is their weak point. One needs to hit the back. The protagonist said he'll take care of the big monsters. The rest of us should handle the smaller ones. Kim Min-ju told her squad to only attack when they were sure. Kim Min-ju jumped up and decided to attack the monster by changing the location. The girl used her unique abilities and announced that she was about to blind the monster. The skill Alisanos Light was activated. Kim Min-ju executed a sharp lunge and cut off the head of the huge monster. Kim Jun-woo thought that this was not bad for a new leader. When did Kim Min-ju have time to grow so much in combat training? Kim Jun-woo looked at the destroyed monster and said that it was a surprise to him. The protagonist activated the discipline skill. Now the effects of the other skills were greatly enhanced. The monster's head was active and posed a significant danger. The head of the janitors, Park Gun, showed up on time by flying in on a drone. He said that the support department did a great job. Kim Jun-woo thought to himself, "Do you have to appear so spectacularly?" Park Gun asked Kim Jun-woo if he could keep the cutters. One is enough for 10 dungeons. Kim Jung-woo stated that the materials for this language are brought from overseas. Lee Ah-young announced over the radio that the next dungeon was spotted in the Socho area. Equipment and people had already been sent there. Park Gun regretted that such tools aren't given during normal times. Kim Min-ju said that the training was not in vain. The hunters did well. Kim Jun-woo said that at this rate, first place is assured for them. Lee Soo-young said to let Seo Min-chul look at the results himself. This squad has narrowed the gap. The second group has a good chance of beating the first group. Director Seo Min-chul didn't understand what was going on. Was it because he refused to raise his salary? The first task force was attacked by a bloodthirsty monster. Lee Soo-young shouted for the hunters to use their skills. The sweep was led by Seo Min-chul and Lee Soo-young. Lee Soo-young angrily told the first group to hurry up. They are acting too slowly. The second and third task forces were led by Kim Jun-woo. The protagonist said that the monster will get stronger with time, so we need to deal with it as soon as possible. Kim Min-ju gave the command to destroy the monster. Our hero said that they will still have time left, so they can rest. Park Gun stated that they would finish an hour early even if they worked. The third group and the freelance hunter also got a rather dangerous monster. Lee Soo-young told the director that the hunters from the second group and the janitors from the third group have teamed up, and the support department is providing the rear for them. Seo Min-chul thought that Lee Ah-young was giving them support. Did the CEO have a hand in this as well? He wasn't happy with the results of the first group, but he wouldn't do that to someone who was the face of the association. However, even if the CEO is involved, such an association can break through to the top. The assistant told director Seo Min-chul that something must be done or they will lose. The director told the branch manager to cut off the oxygen to these rascals. Byung Chung-hyun, the squad leader, said he would do it if the director thought it was necessary. Seo Min-chul ordered not to give them any more permission to clear the dungeons. The director repeated, "No more handing over work to those insolent second group and everyone else." Park Gun stated that they had cleared the dungeon and there was still time left. Should we take the next one? Kim Young-woo said that 5 dungeons a day is enough. They should save their energy and then give it their best at the end. Park Gun said he likes it. Kim Young-woo asked the reporter if everyone can handle this kind of work. Kim Jung-woo said that the cutter is a good helper in dismembering the bodies of monsters, and the sanitizing is done by drones that only monitor the process. Isn't that a dream job? Sang-chan assumed that Kim Jun-woo planned everything in advance. The equipment will have to be returned. Kim Jung-woo told Sang-chan that the cleanup department needed new employees and the help of a journalist. Sang-chan replied that he was willing to help. Kim Jung-woo thought that they didn't get this far because of him. Sang-chan thought that he should have spoken up earlier about his help. Lee Ah-young said that she had some breaking news for the cleanup team. Kim Jun-woo inquired what was wrong. The girl said that the first task force had gotten a license for all the dungeons. Kim Jun-woo realized that it was Seo Min-chul's squad. What on earth is going on down there? Lee Ah-young added that there's another problem. The number of hunters in the first task force has tripled. The rest of the janitors are just following orders, but they can't cope. The girl added that they were already 3 dungeons ahead of them. If it went on like this, they were guaranteed to lose. The management realized that the time for cleaning was limited and people might not be able to make it. Only their squad should be in charge of cleaning these dungeons. Our hero thought that if they do not take first place, they will not see a good article or a decent salary. You cannot fail. There is too much at stake. The young man thought that the first group would soon reach the limit, and if you tried hard enough, you could catch up with them. However, the main problem now was that some dungeons might remain untidy. In such places, even a protective mask wouldn't save. This has the potential to disrupt the cleaning schedule, and dungeons that still have living monsters may have to be cleaned. The Functional Change Management Association received information about 3 dungeons that had not been cleaned. The CEO asked what Sio Min-chul was going to do with so many dungeons that he couldn't even clean up. The CEO ordered Secretary Yu to contact the squad control supervisor immediately. Mr. Lee saw his daughter and reminded her that she's not allowed to come here after hours. The girl stated that she was on business. The CEO reminded his daughter about the chain of command when talking to superiors. Mr. Lee Ah-young was surprised. Is this coming from a man who doesn't even wash his own dishes? Mr. Lee threatened to fire her. The girl said it was not worth making a fuss over a few unclean dungeons. The CEO said that they carry danger. Lee Ah-young stated that they are just working on it. The 3rd cleanup team, support team, and 2nd task force will deal with the uncleared dungeons. That was their leader's order. Lee Ah-young added that their leader asked them to tell the CEO, they lost the battle but not the war. Lee Ah-young said that it was time for the 2 of them to meet already. The father inquired where did the daughter go. Lee Ah-young showed a cleaning rough and said she was busy. She had a lot of work. She would go have fun with the item. Mr. Lee remembered the message from the janitor and decided that this guy was going to get around next time. The self-proclaimed leader ordered the operations squad and support team to get busy cleaning up. The CEO told Secretary Yu to contact the association chairman and convene a disciplinary committee. Lee Do-sik stated that the cleaners would be able to straighten out. So Min-chul this time. The secretary asked what should they do. Shouldn't they recall the task force? However, they would get really screwed for that. The director asked Secretary Cha what the consequences would be if they stopped the operation. The secretary replied that this would cause a storm of resentment not only among the other squads, but also on the board of directors. Considering that only one group had been given permission to clear the dungeons, they would become enemies to everyone else. It was too late to try and rectify the situation now. The secretary regretted contacting Sio Min-chul at all. Another staff member entered the room and told the boss that it looked like the raids wouldn't have to be canceled. The 2nd task force and support team had already been sent to clean up. Secretary Cha said that in that case, there was nothing to stop the dungeon cleanup from continuing. The aides said that luck is now on their side. The 2nd group won't be able to participate in the raids, so they've won, and they don't have to worry about cleaning up. Director Sio Min-chul said that the secretary wasn't thinking with her head at all. They just got a chance to make amends. Lee Ah-young asked why she couldn't cut that monster. Kim Min-ju replied that brute force won't help here. You have to make incisions in certain places. Kim Min-ju said that she has to wash off all the blood now, so she can't help, but she can show her what to do. Kim Min-ju added that Lee Ah-young is doing a great job for her first time. Lee Ah-young wondered, how did she know so much about the janitor's work since she was the leader of the team? Kim Min-ju replied that she used to help them once. Lee Ah-young regretted that she wasn't here then. Kim Min-ju said that they didn't even know each other. Lee Ah-young smiled and said that it was just a joke. Kim Jun-woo said that it was time to call it a day. They needed to leave the dungeon before it closed. Kim Min-ju told the teacher that they did a great job. Park Gun admitted that they had to sweat a lot today. One of the hunters stated that he was very hungry. Kim Jung-woo said that he promised them first place, but had to back out due to circumstances and feels guilty for making everyone work so hard. Sio Yan was surprised. Is Kim Jun-woo really worried? Park Gun said that the young man gave them hope. Any squad wanting to win first place would have asked the cleaning team for help first. Kim Min-ju said that they still have a lot of work to do. The protagonist admitted that there's 4 times as much work now. Kim Min-ju added that they only have 3 weeks, so they can't stop. Lee Ah-young said that it's okay to work the night shift as well. The CEO appeared in front of the young people and apologized for being late. He said, "It turns out they've already finished." Lee Do-sik admitted that even the rats in the association know what happened and they can't get first place. The CEO said that the dispatch team had withdrawn all bans on dungeon sweeping. Thus, they are now in second place. Kim Young-woo thought they were off for 2 whole days but still in second place. Sang Chan said he wouldn't lie to the readers about what he saw. Even though they lost, they still won. Lee Do-sik said that if it wasn't for this squad, the irreparable would have happened. He plans to hold Seo Min-chul accountable to the fullest extent. Lee Do-sik invited Kim Jun-woo to stop by his office when he has some free time. Our hero thought it was too obvious. There's a headquarters reform looming, just like before his regression. No need to go there. Park Gun said everyone did a great job. Lee Ah-young said that you can't just split up like that. You have to have a party with everyone. Sio Yan said that Kim Jung-woo shouldn't miss out on this kind of fun. Park Gun wondered if the young man was going to leave the group again. After the incident, a disciplinary committee was convened at the headquarters. Manager Lee Soo-young excused himself, saying that he didn't push the first group to do such a thing. They took the initiative themselves. It worked, and he only received a warning. Seo Min-chul said that he tried to make the first group an elite squad to boost the association's image, but he didn't think it would go this far. After that, the director got a big pay cut. That was the end of it. Kim Young-woo asked the girl why he was called here. Lee Ah-young wondered if he had any idea. After all, he never gave her the reward for working together. The young man assumed that the girl was helping from the bottom of her heart, but she turned out to be mercantile. Lee Ah-young stated that she didn't want to hear that. Kim Jun-woo asked if she was helping him at the request of his father, Mr. Lee Do-sik. The girl replied that she had her own reasons for doing so. Lee Ah-young was surprised. It's not like she didn't say that the CEO was her father. Even in the association, not many people know about it. The young man said that he overheard it by accident during dinner. Lee Ah-young suggested that after this incident, the staff would definitely not be left out. Kim Jun-woo said that they had presumptuously intervened in the showdown between the hunter groups without permission, but at least helping the second group come in second place was worth it. Lee Ah-young said that the young man didn't understand. The object of envy was not the second task force, but their team. Kim Jun-woo wondered, who envies the janitors? Lee Ah-young replied that second place was a good result. If it wasn't for the sweep ban, they would have placed first. Lee Ah-young said that the most important thing was that they were able to rally together and throw all their energy into the cleanup. Everyone in the association must have been shocked by this, because no one usually thinks about the cleanup, because the management only cares about destroying monsters. It can be said that they did their part to support the image too. Kim Jung-woo said that he doesn't know what Lee Ah-young is talking about. Does it have something to do with their arrangement? The girl said that the management is going to hire another cleaning team. This incident must have made the association realize how important janitors are. Preparations for the formation of the new squad are already in full swing. Kim Jun-woo admitted that it was good news. The girl said that now she wants to go back for the award. She wants Kim Jun-woo to select people for the new cleaning squad. Kim Jun-woo stated that he doesn't have the authority to do that. After all, he's just an ordinary janitor. Lee Ah-young replied that the team leader can recruit. Lee Ah-young added that she forgot to say the young man was promoted. The protagonist wondered, how could someone who had only worked for 2 months become a supervisor? What will happen to Chief Park? He can't be promoted, can he? The girl replied that in light of recent events, there was a new position in the association, cleaning manager. Mr. Park would be the manager. Kim Jun-woo thought that even the hunters didn't have a manager. Would they really have one? Obviously, Lee Do-sik was involved. Lee Ah-young said that she had originally planned to appoint Kim Jun-woo to the position. Our hero disagreed. The girl stated that she thought so too. The young man thought that the offer to become a squad leader wasn't so bad. He would need a certain status to unlock the following skills. However, the squad leader position is rather boring. Kim Jun-woo asked, what does Lee Ah-young have to do with hiring employees? The girl replied that she has none. But wouldn't Kim Jun-woo want a new employee to join them? In any case, the young man should take a closer look at the people around him. The guy could look for employees at a private firm or pick a random passerby on the street. Kim Jun-woo said that there's no need to do that. Soon the people who want to work for them will be asking for them themselves. The protagonist said that he asked the reporter who was covering their work to write a decent article to present the cleaning squad in a better light. With such an article, they'd have a lot of willing applicants coming to them, and there would be a lot to choose from. Leah Young said that the article is already out. Doesn't Kim Jung-woo know about it? The article talked about the work of the cleanup squad. The cleaners dismember monster bodies and clean up their remains every day, and in the process they encounter poisons, dangerous vapors, and more. Plus, the workdays are grueling because of the intensity. You'd think it was a virtual game. As it turns out, dismembering and collecting bodies is not all the work of the cleaners. Due to the heavy workload of other hunter squads, Kim Jun-woo of the 3rd cleanup team planned and led the joint work with other departments. The cleanup team is not just a cleanup team. It is the backbone of the entire association, ensuring the efficiency and quality of work in the dungeons. The hope of the association is the planning team. This is why they need the most capable and talented employees. Although their salary is small, the team has no disadvantages despite the fact that they are considered backup in the organization. Kim Jun-woo is an excellent leader and the soul of the team, as well as an example to many. Kim Young-woo is a person who always looks forward to the future, a leader of this era. Leah Young asked, didn't the article turn out better than Kim Jun-woo expected? Plus, people's reactions were wonderful. The cleanup team is now a special task force. Leah Young expressed her hope that people are gradually developing sympathy for the cleanup crew. However, no one has applied to join yet. The article stated that the employee must have outstanding skills, but the salary will be low. This is enough to make people hesitate to take such a job. Lee Soo-young was surprised. Did Kim Jun-woo really get promoted to supervisor? Seo Min-chul said that they also introduced a new position, cleaning manager. Lee Soo-young added that the only person who could have done that was CEO Lee Do-sig. Seo Min-chul acknowledged that the CEO gave them another headache. No matter who takes over the new position, Kim Jun-woo will have the real power. They've also created a 6th cleanup team. Seo Min-chul said that they should do everything they can to get the new cleaning crew to oust Kim Jung-woo's group. They should put someone more suitable than Kim Young-woo in charge. Kim Jung-woo even influenced Kim Min-ju, and she is now helping him. Therefore, it is necessary to create their own cleaning team that can strengthen their influence. Lee Soo-young reminded that they were ordered not to mess with the cleaning crew anymore. Seo Min-chul replied that it wouldn't bother anyone if they brought new people into the association. Especially Song Chul-sik and Go Yun-young are also aiming for leadership positions. They're on the same side and have already contacted private guilds to find talented guys. Lee Soo-yan thought that until a month ago, no one even wanted such a position as a janitor at all. Now even those in charge of squad control, not just the 2nd task force in the support department, wanted to team up with the janitors. At this rate, they will become a separate division with a lot of influence. However, if they manage to unite with the new cleaning squad, they will regain their position in the association. Depending on who they put in charge of the new cleaning crew, they could change the game. Seo Min-chul said that they should try to find someone among the Gyeonggi-do hunters, and added that he would do it himself. Lee Soo-young asked if there would be any other criteria. Is cleaning experience mandatory? Seo Min-chul replied that they should look for someone with experience in dungeons. After all, it's just cleaning. Lee Soo-young said that Kim Jun-woo is also interested in the new squad. The director said that if they find a worthy candidate, they'll have to see who turns out to be better. They can't lose this time, even if they have to fight. Kim Young-woo said it's been a long time since the last raid marathon. They had a lot of fun then. Kim Min-ju wondered, what kind of fun is he talking about? Does he even have any friends? The young man wondered what the girl was thinking. Kim Young-woo thought he would have to face difficulties. Others might not accept him if he became a supervisor after only 2 months of work. Kim Min-ju said it was the right decision. The teacher shouldn't have stayed as a janitor. Kim Min-ju asked the teacher if he had already taken care of recruiting new staff members. The young man replied that he wasn't going to do that. How can he even find them? He doesn't have anyone in mind. After the marathon, our hero was so tired that he didn't want to work. The cleaners will do just fine without him. The conditions for unlocking a new skill will still be met. Then why bother working hard? However, Lee Ah-young wanted Kim Jun-woo to select the people for the new cleaning squad himself. Kim Min-ju asked, if the teacher did decide to take an employee, what kind of employee would it be? The young man replied that he didn't know. Our hero said that maybe it would be a malleable and good-natured guy. Kim Young-woo asked who Kim Min-ju would choose. The girl replied that it would have to be a fair person who cares about his coworkers, just like a teacher. A young man entered the office and said he was looking for Kim Jun-woo. The young man introduced himself. His name is Byung-jang-hyun, and he is the head of the control group. Our hero thought he was another assistant to Seo Min-chul. He had nothing to do with it, but he was reprimanded anyway. Kim Min-ju asked what brought the young man here. The young man said that Kim Young-woo should definitely recruit people for the 6th sweep group. Seo Min-chul, Go Yoon-young, and Song Chul-sik want to assemble this group from only their own. Byung-chang-hyun explains that he came to help. He doesn't want to work with Seo Min-chul. Anyway, all eyes are now on the new squad. It doesn't exist yet, but everyone wants to capitalize on it. Everyone will try to get their hands on the group. Kim Jung-woo wondered if everyone was willing to fight each other for a new squad. Byung-jang-hyun replied that they wanted to find a candidate and put him in charge so that he could at least compete with Kim Jung-woo on an equal footing. Kim Jung-woo wondered why someone with such skills would join the cleaning squad. Do they really want to corner him? Byung-chan-hyun said that's why Kim Jung-woo should prepare and recruit the new guys himself. The young man showed a list of top hunters, both current hunters and those from guilds that had closed down. Kim Jung-woo wondered why he was in such a hurry. Did he really need to choose someone from this list? Byung-jang-hyun confirmed. However, he added that the new squad could be a threat to Kim Jung-woo. He said he wasn't sure if he should pursue it. Since when did anyone even care about the fate of a janitor? Byung-jang-hyun reminded him that otherwise Seo Min-chul would recruit the squad himself. Our hero replied that it would be fine. Byung-jang-hyun said that the other members of the team would be happy to have Kim Jung-woo personally participate in the selection process. Our hero had a thought and said that it was something to think about. Kim Jung-woo stated that it was a pretty tempting offer. He said that he was willing to study the list suggested by the young man. The young man walked into the room and wondered why it smelled so bad. He saw the girl and asked what she was doing here. If she was fired, that's no reason to become the queen of the dump. You need to get out of the house and get some air. The girl showed her smartphone and said she came across an interesting article. A squad of janitors led a joint raid. The young man asked his sister, "She's not going to join the cleaners, is she?" Han Yu-bin, a former hunter of the International Association, replied, "Why not?" After all, he had said himself that she needed to find a job. Our hero pondered how to increase job satisfaction. After all, motivation is directly related to salary. Good working conditions are also necessary. The problem is that a janitorial job doesn't offer any of these things. However, if a new team is formed, the work can go better. The main problem is the atmosphere in the team. A person who knows how to create a good atmosphere also understands the wants and needs of the team. The new group needs just such a person. The man said he understands roughly what they are trying to accomplish. A new cleaning squad? That might be an option to consider as well. He added that he is no longer a member of the guild. He is unemployed. Kim Jun-woo replied that he wasn't asking him to join. The young man added that he would just like some advice. Kim Young-woo explained that he is currently recruiting for a new squad. Which guild is the best place to look for employees? Is a hunter's rank and experience important? If the man wants to get a job in the association, he'd better join the operations squad, not the janitors. The man got angry. Does this boy even know who he's talking to? After all, his name is Shin Tae-hwan. He added that he wanted to promote the association. This guy will regret it. Kim Jung-woo replied that he already regretted coming here. Shin Tae-hwan turned around and said that they will meet again. All the past candidates were divided into two types. The first were excellent hunters who wanted to join the cleanup squad. The latter were fools who thought they were extremely cool and wanted to be janitors. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand why they all wanted to be janitors. Why was he even given this list in the first place? Lee Ah-young said that Kim Jun-woo did a great job. She so thought that entrusting him with the job would be the right decision. Lee Ah-young said that there was an interesting lady waiting for the young man. Han Yu-bin was in their office right now. Lee Ah-young told Kim Jun-woo to come to the headquarters as soon as possible. In the office, Lee Ah-young asked the young man, how did he even find Han Yu-bin and get her to come? Kim Jun-woo thought that he had nothing to do with it. Han Yu-bin said that Kim Jun-woo looks even cooler in person. Our hero suggested an interview. Kim Jun-woo asked the girl if it was true that she was from the International Hunters Association. Why would such a person apply for a cleanup squad? The girl replied that it was her level. Kim Jun-woo objected. With that kind of experience, she'd be better off going to the operations department or a private guild. Han Yu-bin said that she was stripped of her hunter's license. She added that she doesn't know anything else and can't work as a hunter. That's why she came here. Kim Young-woo said that they are certainly on the lookout for employees. But does the girl understand what exactly the cleaning squad does? Han Yu-bin wondered, would the guy even ask why she was disbarred? Kim Jun-woo replied that he didn't care. The girl said that in the US, the janitors clean the dungeons until they are shiny. Han Yu-bin said that in this country, the cleaners coordinate special assignments and participate in large joint raids. Kim Jun-woo thought that this girl was sick in the head. He asked if she had read the article. Our hero stated that he would disappoint Han Yu-bin. They are just as simple janitors as they are in America. Nothing special. Han Yu-bin said that this guy was saying the same things she heard when she became a hunter in America. Contrary to rumors, the operations department deals with insignificant and trivial things. Also, the pay is low. She added that it was just a ploy to weed out the fools. Such a trick won't work on her. Kim Young-woo looked at this girl's resume and thought she had a lot of experience, although clearly not all at home. Han Yu-bin worked for the International Association and had the highest status in the ranking system, Berserker. It was the perfect hunter. However, there was one nuance. This girl's skills had nothing to do with janitorial work. The protagonist decides that she is the same as the previous candidates. Good abilities and self-esteem that can be used to prop up the sky. Plus, the girl doesn't understand exactly what the cleanup department does. She's talented, but she's not a good fit for them. Kim Jun-woo thought that she was fired from the Hunter Association for some reason. He remembered Park Gun saying that Sang-hyuk's sister was a hunter from the International Association. Kim Jung-woo asked the applicant, Sang-hyuk isn't her brother by any chance? The girl asked not to tell her brother that she was here. The protagonist thought, if her brother works with them, maybe she won't be biased. Han Yu-bin said that the day before, her brother almost kicked her out of the house. The door to the office swung open and Sang-hyuk appeared on the threshold. The guy said he told that crazy woman not to come here. She can't clean up after herself, and she's going to clean the dungeons. Han Yu-bin said that her brother himself told her to get a job. Sang-hyuk replied that she shouldn't have come to his job. The day of the interview came. A committee consisting of the HR manager, the director, and the regular janitor were waiting for the applicants. Kim Jun-woo thought he didn't belong here. Lia Young persistently argued that it would be impossible to hire anyone without the presence of an ordinary employee. One had to choose between high-ranking professionals, an A-rank hunter, a former task force leader, and a former member of the International Association. Lia Young said that this girl seemed like an interesting person to her. Kim Jun-woo thought he would rather pick a guy. Hunter A-rank seems strange, though it all depends on who you compare it to. The HR manager announced that the interview was starting. During a raid, a janitor encounters a monster he can't immediately subdue or destroy. What are the actions? Mr. Kang Woo-hyuk is the first to answer, and the rest will answer in order. Kang Woo-hyuk answered, if it's a multi-zone dungeon, they should immediately reconsider the past strategy. Contacting such a monster without a plan might result in needless casualties. Go Yun-young nominated this guy. It wasn't a bad answer for the former task force leader. The next candidate said that abandoning the strategy would cause significant financial loss. It's better to ask for help and continue working. Sung Chol-sik nominated Roso Min, a typical answer that will please the bosses. Another candidate suggested suspending the raid and teaming up with another team. That way the financial loss would be minimized. It was Shin Tai-hwan, the candidate nominated by Seo Min-chul, a former guild member who was one of the top 10 hunters in the country. Kim Jun-woo thought that there's no way Seo Min-chul would miss out on a guy like that. This is such a perfect answer that it could be called the right answer. It was Han Yu-bing's turn, the girl asked. The janitors were the last to enter the dungeon, right? If there are still monsters there, it's the task force's mistake. Han Yu-bing smiled and said that she would have just destroyed that monster anyway. The young people waited for the commission's decision. Sio Yan asked, is it true that all the new candidates are former hunters? Lia Yan confirmed that it was true, but it didn't mean anything because they were all janitors. In fact, everyone would like to find someone who will be the second Kim Jung-woo. Kim Min-ju said that everyone feels like it's easy. However, Kim Jun-woo is the exception to the rule, and finding someone similar is simply impossible. Lia Young said that it's the fun of their management. They just like to look for an exact replica of something popular. The girl added that for the association's management, the new cleaning squad is nothing more than a toy. However, now the cleaning squad has a lot of opportunities. That is why she sincerely wants Kim Jong-woo to win this fight. His candidate is trustworthy. Sio Yan and Kim Min-ju wondered, who did he bring in? Is this person talented? Lia Young said that she doesn't know much herself, but it's an extremely unusual girl. Han Yubin replied that she knew only one rule. If you see a target, you must destroy it. As for the equipment, in America, everyone had their own kit. And if she was asked what was more important, the association or the team, let them think of the answer themselves. Han Yubin said she didn't understand these rules. Does she really need permission to attack a monster? What is more important, to comply with the regulations, to save the face of the firm, or to save lives? All of her answers were along those lines. How could she even be taken into the International Association? Our hero didn't care if that girl passed the selection. He had a bigger problem, Shin Tai-hwan, the most suitable candidate in their eyes. But he won't be of any use to the cleaning team. It won't be more efficient. That's the worst-case scenario. Kim Young-woo wondered, could they not hire anyone at all? The selection manager asked if it was okay to end the interview if Mr. Kim Jong-woo didn't have any questions. Mr. Kim Jong-woo asked, how many pieces should the body of a millipede-type monster be cut into? The manager was surprised. What kind of question is that? Our hero was also surprised. Where did the manager think they were selecting candidates? Kim Jong-woo remarked that they need employees for the cleanup department, the cleanup team. He doesn't see a problem with asking questions directly related to the job. It's not like they're recruiting hunters. Kim Young-woo said that judging from the silence, none of the candidates can answer. Then he asked the next question. If human blood and monster blood mix and flood the walls of the dungeon, what's the best way to clean it up? Shin Tai-hwan was surprised. What kind of questions are these? Kim Jong-woo got up from his seat and said that if the candidates don't know even basic things, then they are not interested in the cleanup squad because they are completely useless. He added that he didn't think anyone here was suitable for the janitorial position. Shin Tai-hwan asked if it was really necessary to make such a drastic statement. The protagonist replied that he had a reason, and he'd already voiced it. One of the candidates said that this guy had turned the whole interview upside down. What else could he do? As he left the room, Shin Tai-hwan told the young man to keep his status in mind. I don't think his opinion means anything. Our hero thought that his statement really looked radical. Han Yubin walked up to Kim Jong-woo and asked what was that even about. The girl said that he could have warned her that there would be such questions. She had been told about the organization, so that's the only reason she came. Kim Jong-woo replied that he doubts that America hires workers who don't know anything. He added that if she wants to be part of the squad, she should prepare herself. Otherwise, she'll just get trampled into the ground. The young man asked, did Han Yubin really think that the janitors were chilling and doing nothing? Kim Jong-woo pointed out that the interview was rescheduled for another day, so she should prepare if she still wants to be a janitor. Otherwise, there's no reason to come. For the first time in her life, Han Yubin had experienced such humiliation. Nothing like this had ever happened to her in all the time she had lived in America. Sang-hyuk told his sister to calm down. She should be grateful that Kim Jong-woo didn't tell her off in front of everyone. The brother added that when it comes to work and the team, Kim Jong-woo becomes a completely different person. Sang-hyuk asked his sister, did she really think it would be so easy to get into the cleaning squad? The girl replied that Kim Jong-woo definitely hates her. The brother asked if she would go to the next interview. The girl said she didn't care anymore. Han Yubing realized that she didn't know anything about cleaning. Even if she managed to pass the practical part, the supervisor still wouldn't let her advance further. Sang-hyuk told her sister to think, if she passed, she would really have to do the cleaning part. But is that really possible? There was a knock on the door, and Kim Min-ju and Seo Yan appeared on the doorstep. The girls apologized for the unannounced visit. Sang-hyuk's co-workers stated that they wanted to help Han Yubin. The latter asked why they were even going to help her. Kim Min-ju explained that it's because of the practical part of the interview. It's quite difficult. Then Han Yubin rephrased, why do they need her? Kim Min-ju didn't have time to answer before the entire cleaning squad showed up on the doorstep. Bong Chung-hyun said that it was worth explaining. Han Yubin just had to be on their squad. Park stated that he would tell her everything about the cleaning process. Han Yubin was surprised. Did people of such status really gather to help her? Does such a thing even happen? The girl said that she was grateful to everyone present, but she wasn't going to go to the interview again. A week passed. Practical training. Everyone gathered in front of the dungeon entrance. Kim Junwoo noted that this girl had come after all, even though he wasn't sure about it. Han Yu-bin said that it wouldn't hurt to praise her, because a good word is good for everyone. She added that she wasn't here by choice. Kim Young-woo wondered why she looked so confident. It's obvious that she hasn't had a good night's sleep, but there's a fire in her eyes. Has she been sacrificing sleep to prepare all this time? Han Yu-bin said she came to apologize. She was offered a uniform. Kim Jung-woo replied that she wouldn't apologize. Although she's right about something, of course. Han Yu-bin commented that the suit is kind of uncomfortable. Kim Young-woo told that little girl not to poke him. He's her boss after all. Han Yu-bin thought that she had been studying for a whole week thanks to good people. They didn't want to tell her superiors because they are her colleagues. They asked her to keep it a secret. Director Seo Min-chul announced that the practical tasks would be conducted in real dungeons. The candidates will be accompanied by judges. He added that candidates will be given several tasks when entering the dungeon. The evaluation will be done according to how each one copes with the tasks. The main thing is to be attentive and follow the rules. One candidate asked, "Is this a cleared dungeon already?" The director replied that clearing is part of the task, so the dungeon is active. But all the candidates are former hunters, so there shouldn't be any problems. All the candidates in uniform entered the dungeon. The practical assignment has begun. One of the examiners reported that they had a problem. There was a call for help from Task Force 4, but there were no available teams. What would the candidates do? One candidate suggested he would finish the task in 20 minutes and go to the rescue. The others agreed. Kim Junwoo thought that was the expected response. Each of them is comparable in level to the squad leader. No one is willing to give in. However, they don't realize that this is the wrong choice. The protagonist thought that if it continues like this, he will throw them all out. Han Yu-bin said that she disagreed. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She explained 20 minutes would not be enough. Everything would have to be double-checked after the job was done. Shin Tae-hwan said that if they can't even handle that, what's the point of becoming a janitor? Another candidate added that if the girl isn't sure, she should go back. The examiner said that the majority agreed to do the sweep. The protagonist was surprised. Does this girl really get the point? Kim Junwoo realized that the other candidates were making a big mistake right now. The practical part of the assignment is not just about mopping up. It's important to be able to work as a team and assess strength. It is impossible to finish cleaning in 20 minutes. The best solution would be not to rush to help. Han Yu-bin realized it right away. She had changed a lot in a week. A huge monster attacked the squad of janitorial candidates. Each of the former hunters performed a summoning. Shin Tae-hwan activated the rabies skill and attacked the monster. Han Yu-bin activated the strike skill and also attacked the monster. Seo Min-chul said that they shouldn't have expected anything else from the huntress. The manager admitted that this huntress had destroyed a high-level monster with a single strike. The director said it wasn't very strong. For Han Yu-bin, even too much. Is this the level of an international-level huntress? Kim Junwoo realized that this simple attack had a certain meaning. Kim Junwoo caught the attention of the candidate cleaning squad. After the practical exam, Seo Min-chul told his candidate, Shin Tae-hwan, that some of the tasks for the rookies were prepared by Kim Junwoo. Just because he is a janitor, they can't know the correct answer in advance. Shin Tae-hwan was outraged. Director, he himself said that the new squad would be doing more important things than cleaning. Seo Min-chul acknowledged it, but only after the interview and practical assignment were completed. The director said that Shin Tae-hwan shouldn't worry. He was called in for a reason. We have to look at this issue from a different perspective. The director suggested that his candidate shouldn't face difficulties in the next assignment. He really wants the job to go to Shin Tae-hwan. The candidate familiarized himself with the insider information the director gave him and said that it wouldn't be difficult for him. Now that he knows the test, victory is in his pocket. Kim Junwoo announced, due to the busyness of the rest of the squads, the candidates should single-handedly do the cleaning of this dungeon. However, time would be limited. Shin Tae-hwan looked very confident. Kim Young-woo set more conditions. Each of the candidates must believe that their colleagues are dead, which means that each candidate must rely only on themselves. Now each candidate is protecting and cleaning the dungeon alone. Shin Tae-hwan was surprised because that wasn't in his plan. Kim Jun-woo said that it was necessary to hurry up. There was only 20 minutes of time. Shin Tae-hwan wondered, did they think he would just leave the sheet of paper with all the tasks in front of everyone? The manager said that Kang Woo-hyuk failed the test. Kim Jun-woo saw that this candidate doesn't even know what to do with a rag. Shin Tae-hwan thought that he was once #1, a guild leader, an A-rank hunter, and now he has to kneel down and scrub the floor. 20 minutes and no help. What should I do with all this? Shin Tae-hwan was indignant. He wasn't warned about this. This is not a task for beginners. He won't do anything. Han Yu-bin wondered, why is that man so hysterical? Does he think cleaning is harder than mopping? Kim Jun-woo said, he notes to himself, Shin Tae-hwan is giving up. The protagonist inquired, Han Yu-bin is embarking on the task. The young man thought, if even Shin Tae-hwan refused to do the tasks, then this girl could also be crossed off the list of candidates. Han Yu-bin said to clock 20 minutes and she vigorously started cleaning up, spraying chemicals on the monster's body while cutting it into pieces. She instantly blocks the poison gas and blood from the body and does it incredibly fast and efficiently. But that's the level of a professional janitor. Now the protagonist realized what his team didn't want to tell him. They had prepared this girl for the practical task. Han Yu-bin acted professionally. The monster was dismembered according to the rules. Our hero wondered how she could keep up. Why does she take cleaning so seriously? Kim Jun-woo realized that Han Yu-bin would be able to pass the test, although he expected that all the candidates would fail this exam. Shin Tae-hwan said that only Kim Jun-woo knew about this assignment. He specifically warned this girl. Kim Jung-woo replied that it wasn't true, but Shin Tae-hwan didn't believe him. Han Yu-bin told the hunter to be quiet. Han Yu-bin finished her work and the dismembered monster was bagged. Also, the dungeon ate clean. The girl asked, why can't Shin Tae-hwan just admit that cleaning is beyond him? A week was enough for her to learn everything. Han Yu-bin asked, did he still think he was smarter than others? Isn't it time for him to face the facts? The girl added that Shin Tae-hwan is always bragging, so she even thought he was good at something if he makes himself look like that. However, after what she saw, she is willing to bet that this hunter was definitely kicked out of the guild leader position. Shin Tae-hwan said that this girl was no match for him. He activated the madness skill. Previously, Shin Tae-hwan was the #1 berserker in the country. Han Yu-bin said that the interviewer had no idea why she was fired from her previous job. The girl activated her berserker skill. The two janitorial candidates stood against each other with their skills activated. They were ready for hand-to-hand combat. Shin Tae-hwan was the first one, didn't hold back and lunged at the girl. The protagonist activated his hyper-acceleration skill and pulled Han Yu-bin aside. He asked what the hunter was up to. The protagonist told both of them to calm down if they didn't want to get in trouble. The deactivated Shin Tae-hwan said to get that guy's foot off his back. Hunter didn't understand how a janitor could be so fast. Kim Jun-woo said that this tough hunter started the mess himself. His actions were just self-defense. Our hero stated for Han Yu-bin to also calm down and immediately put down his weapon. Han Yu-bin said that she was calm and wouldn't do it again. The protagonist didn't realize that the berserkers would be so principled. Kim Jun-woo said that the practice test is over. He doesn't see the point in continuing it. After the test, our hero went up to the girl and apologized. Han Yu-bin definitely didn't expect this. The young man added that he treated her rudely at the interview. He said that although she didn't perform well in the interview, today's result was great, aside from the anger outburst. Han Yu-bin admitted that Kim Jun-woo's co-workers helped a little. The young man replied that it didn't matter. She was doing fine on her own in the dungeon. The teachers could be proud of her. Han Yu-bin got excited and said that she accepts the apology. They wouldn't see each other again anyway. Kim Jung-woo was surprised. Doesn't this girl need a job? Han Yu-bin said that she only came here to apologize. She added that it's always like this with her. As soon as she passes the test, the interest disappears. The cleaning squad was not what she had imagined. The work is dirty and hard. The next day came. A new dungeon was activated in the city. Sang-hyuk wondered if Kim Jun-woo had lost his mind. What was he thinking when he took his sister on the team? Han Yu-bin was glad that she had secured an apology. It was that guy's own fault. He shouldn't have gotten himself into trouble. However, how was he able to block her berserker skill? He stopped it with just one move. No one had ever done that before. Han Yu-bin was at a loss. Was Kim Jun-woo, some janitor, really capable of doing this? Why is he still on the janitorial staff then? The girl received a message. She had passed the final assignment and was accepted into the cleanup department. At the New York branch of the association, the manager was furious. Why did this file still exist? He made it clear that it had to be destroyed. The girl replied that the control group had deleted everything, But the operatives still had a copy. Jason, who runs the control department of the International Hunters Association in New York, said he doesn't need excuses. If the file gets out to the press, they're all dead. And if it had already gotten out, it was strange that nothing had come out. The cheerleader Chloe didn't know what to say. A few months ago, there was an incident that Han Yu-bin played a major role in. Angel had saved Han Yu-bin, but her hands had gotten hurt. The monster was aggressive and extremely high-ranked. There was no way to simply defeat it. Han Yu-bin said she would hold the monster back and Angel should go get help. Angel tossed her a pendant and asked, "Is this yours?" She added that Han Yu-bin must survive. Activating the obstacle. Overcoming skill, Angel pushed Han Yu-bin aside. The latter shouted that Angel had to survive. Angel said goodbye to her friend and prepared to fight the bloodthirsty monster. The leader of the third group, Han Yu-bin, requested for help over the radio. The reply was short. All the support squads were busy. No help would be forthcoming. Han Yu-bin shouted that it shouldn't be like this. There should always be people in reserve. We should send at least one. The headquarters replied that it was impossible. Han Yu-bin was furious, but there was nothing she could do to help. Jason said it was crazy. Because of one girl, they sent people to an unprofitable dungeon and spent the entire budget. Some worthless hunter from the Philippines cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. She wasn't worth it. Angel was dead anyway, so there was no point. Money was wasted. The report was falsified because the management didn't care. After that, Han Yu-bin went crazy. She was kicked out of the association for her behavior. Jason thought everything was going to turn out just fine. But the huntress managed to take the flash drive with her documents. How she knew what was on it is unclear, but the truth couldn't get out. If the data leaks, embezzlement and corruption will come out. Jason said he had to get the flash drive back at any cost. Chloe offered to talk, but Jason doubted that Han Yu-bin could be negotiated with. Not with her temper. Chloe reported that according to the database information, Han Yu-bin is back working for the association. She had returned to her country. The manager added that the huntress was now on the cleaning team. Jason couldn't believe that Han Yu-bin was now mopping floors. Thinking back to the upcoming joint operation with the Korean Association, he said that it would be a loop dungeon. So far, the foreigners had not made contact. Jason's orders: contact them herself. Do whatever it takes to make the operation happen. Han Yu-bin wouldn't hide from him. He was looking forward to this meeting. For a week now, Han Yu-bin has been officially working in the cleanup department. Everything is going according to plan, and Kim Junwoo has been promoted to team leader. He'll soon be able to unlock a new skill. But no one in the squad saw him as a superior. Sang Hyuk asked why he still hadn't brought the cleaning product. Sio Yan said they needed help. Sang Hyuk grudgingly remarked that as soon as the guy got a position, he immediately stopped working. Sio Yan added that the monster's body is petrified. It can't be cut. We need to solve that problem first. Sang Hyuk said to make Mr. Big Boss move faster. The supervisor was outraged. What does this Sang Hyuk allow himself? Our hero thought that with his new position, it would be easier to fulfill the conditions to unlock skills. He became a supervisor, but he was still just a senior janitor and couldn't influence the headquarters' decisions. Byung Chang-hyun reported that there was a new dungeon in Nam Treung. The task force and the cleanup squad should team up. Is the cleanup squad free? Kim Jung-woo replied that they have work to do. Byung Jang-hyun said then, we'll have to send 2 task forces. Kim Jung-woo objected. That would disrupt the whole schedule. He'll try to think of something. The protagonist contacted the cleaning lady and asked if Han Yu-bin was busy. The girl replied that they had just finished and were on their way to lunch. The supervisor said that there was a new dungeon. It needed to be cleaned up as soon as possible. Han Yu-bin was indignant. Why does this supervisor keep loading her with work? Does he think that she wants to work without rest? Kim Jun-woo replied that there are no other groups and they will clean up and deal with the monsters. They'll have help as soon as they're free. He added that if she can't do it, he'll find someone else. Apparently, he overestimated her. Lady Cleaner mumbled that she'd be there. All the difficult dungeons our hero assigned to Han Yu-bin. No team has a double workload now. Sio Yan admitted that there's almost no overwork now. Recently, Han Yu-bin's squad was working for 2. Now everything is balanced. The replica skill had been unlocked. Young saw this as a huge advantage of his position. He could avoid doing what he didn't want to do. That job could be safely delegated to someone else. The boy walked up to Park Gun-dae and said that he had brought his dad some clothes. The man thanked his son. Park Gun-dae looked at the ragged overalls and said he didn't need to bring them anymore. The little boy was scared. Had daddy been fired? In fact, Park Gun-dae got a promotion. He's now the manager of the mop-up department. He even has a tie. People on the street said he looked good in a business suit. Park Gun-dae looked solid. He was being congratulated on his promotion. Today was his first day in his new position. There was a meeting of the management and planning department in the conference room. They were discussing the operations department. The fourth squad leader, Chu Ji-young, said that this decision fit their schedule perfectly. She was supported by the leader of the fifth squad, Kim Min-kyung, who said that destroying monsters was the association's priority. Ju Ji-young stated that she thinks it's weird that Kim Jong-woo was appointed as the team leader. He takes time off whenever he wants, and operations are delayed because of it. She asked Byung Jang-hyun if it's true that he went over to Kim Jong-woo's side. After all, he has to think about the hunters taking risks on the front lines. Byung Chang-hyun replied that the hunters are definitely a priority, but the workload of the cleanup squad must also be considered to avoid disruptions. The attendees were puzzled. Why do we have to adjust to the cleanup squad? Shouldn't it be the hunters who determine the schedule? It's all Kim Jong-woo's fault. Besides, he had only recently joined the association. No one thought that the cleaning team would be able to do something like this. It's all because they made some foolish person the leader. Kim Min-ju didn't hold back. She said she understands the outrage, but things are getting out of hand. Did they see this week's report? In 1 month, the number of dungeons cleared increased by 30%. It's a record high. The association has never worked so efficiently. Lee Soo-young was indignant at what she was doing. Kim Min-ju calmly replied that she hadn't finished her sentence yet. This week, 100 dungeons were cleared, and not a single emergency. Productivity has increased, and there have been no force majeure. Who has the right to call someone with these results a fool? She added that she understands that Kim Jong-woo may not like him as a person, but he was appointed by the management department. Is anyone questioning their decision? Why not recognize successes and support each other? One of the hunters stated that he wasn't going to adjust his schedule. The hunters are more important. What will everyone do without them? He said that in that case, Kim Min-ju can do everything by herself. If she's on the side of the cleaners, she can adjust her schedule. Their squads won't tolerate such a thing. Chu Ji-young reported that a new dungeon has been discovered. Let Kim Min-ju clear it alone. She was supported by the other teams. The chairman closed the meeting. Chu Ji-young wished the girl good luck. Then the assistant manager of the management department, Hwang Dong-hui, spoke. He said that there was a call from the American branch. Byung Jang-hyun answered it and explained that the CEO was absent right now. He was holding this meeting. He himself is not allowed to change the schedule without the director's approval. Byung Chang-hyun promised to pass on the contacts. Chu Ji-young wondered, why is the U.S. calling here? The man explained that the Americans wanted to do a joint sweep and requested permission, but all the squads refused to participate. Therefore, a second squad led by Kim Jong-woo would be in charge of the raid. Byung Chang-hyun looked at everyone and asked, does anyone seriously think that the schedule is now being built for the janitors? Lee Soo-yeon replied that of course the second squad would take care of that. However, the dungeon is not an easy dungeon. He suggested that a separate person be assigned to plan the cleanup. Kim Min-ju thought that once again, someone is trying to interfere. Byung Chang-hyun called it a reasonable idea and suggested that Kim Jun-woo be appointed to the position. He said he could see it in his eyes. The decision was unanimous. That concluded the meeting. After the sweep, our hero asked why the former huntress of the International Association had fiddled around for so long. He asked the girl if it was a good idea to use all her skills. After all, she is a berserker. If she used her full strength, the monster's body would already be a pile of mincemeat. Han Yu-bin objected that it would be hard to clean up in that case. Kim Jun-woo said that was a good answer, but only for the exam, not for real work. He added that cleaning shouldn't reduce the effectiveness of the sweep. It's always a priority. Han Yu-bin asked, isn't he on the side of the cleanup crew? That person replied that he is just doing his job. Han Yu-bin thought that he always fought only for the interests of his department. Kim Jun-woo asked if her group had lunch. The girl shook her head. Then he told her to finish cleaning up the place and only then go to lunch. Han Yu-bin was furious. At that moment, the hero's phone rang. The number was foreign. He answered, introduced himself. It was the head of an American association calling. Kim Jun-woo told the girl that he had an urgent call and she should finish without him. Stepping aside, he asked what the matter was. The U.S. representative said that he knew about the new dungeon. Mr. Jason said that such dungeons are rare even in the U.S. They have little experience. He suggested a joint raid. The phone number was given to him by Byung Chang-hyun. It was a loop dungeon. If the monsters were not defeated according to the rules, it would endlessly return to its initial state. If one didn't keep up with the time and conditions, the sweep could drag on forever. Even in his past life, our hero had cleared this dungeon more than 100 times. That's why there was a proposal for a joint sweep. Kim Jun-woo thought that the Americans were meddling again. Before the regression, it was the same thing. They were asked to raid the dungeon under the pretext of training. Then they stole temporary artifacts that could only be found in this dungeon. When the truth came out, the entire headquarters was shaken. The director snapped at Kim Jong-woo. Although the headquarters was in charge of planning and control, the hunters were blamed. He was deceived at the time. But now, knowing their motives, he wasn't going to agree. Kim Jun-woo thanked his interlocutor for the offer and said he needed time to think. They had enough of their own forces for this operation. Mr. Jason understood this to be a rejection. However, it was not surprising. Such a sudden offer could indeed be alarming. The American said that he was ready to financially support the operation. He even offered to transfer the money to Kim Jong-woo's personal account. The young man noted to himself that this had not happened last time. Did they really think he could be bought? Jason voiced the amount, $1 million. The protagonist thought for a moment. Maybe he should go for it. At that moment, he received a message from Kim Min-joo. The other squads were boycotting. Only their group would participate in the cleanup. Kim Jong-woo told Jason that he was willing to go on a joint raid. The American said that there was one thing. The dungeon was complicated, and it was desirable to have a cleanup team that could assist in the battle. Kim Jong-woo assured him that they had just such a squad. Jason thanked him and said goodbye, promising to see him soon. Kim Jong-woo realized that they needed to change schedules. And given the lineup, Han Yu-bin's former colleagues would probably be traveling with them. He wondered if he should take her on such an operation. A week later, on the day of the joint raid with the American Association, the teams met at the entrance of the dungeon. It was pouring rain outside. Sio Yan admitted that the meeting turned out to be solemn. They've been discussing the details for over an hour. Kim Yang-woo explained that joint operations with foreigners are rare. The associations have different mopping up rules and everything needs to be coordinated. Especially a dungeon of this type requires special preparation. A mistake could be very costly. Sio Yan was horrified and asked if it was possible to be stuck in it forever. Kim Jun-woo replied that there were no guarantees in that region. Sang-huk grumbled why the commander was stirring things up from the beginning. How will Seo Yuan work quietly now? Oh, and with them being Americans, what could possibly go wrong? The problem was that the Americans might as well be playing a double game. A hunter had once cleared such a dungeon 1,500 times and ended up going insane. Kim Jong-woo knew they didn't have the information they needed, but he had conquered this dungeon in his past life and knew the ins and outs. However, if he showed excessive awareness, it would arouse suspicion. Besides, Kim Min-joo needed to gain experience. He decided to assign the task to her. Meanwhile, he was going to secretly obtain the time stone. Han Yu-bin was furious. Why hadn't the leader warned them that the Americans would be with them? Kim Jong-woo honestly admitted that she would have refused. Sang-hyuk grinned and remarked that they might get into a fight now. Seo Yan regretted not bringing popcorn with her. The hero understood the girl's feelings, but asked her to act professionally and not make a scene. Han Yu-bin parried that if anyone would make a scene, it would be the Americans. Kim Jong-woo told her not to cause trouble during the raid. Han Yu-bin snidely wondered how long the Americans would last. The girl's behavior made the hero uneasy. He didn't understand what was on her mind. He assumed that the Americans also had a hidden agenda. If the operation failed, it would reflect on the cleanup department. The detractors would take advantage of it immediately. And Kim Jong-woo didn't want to lose everything he'd worked so hard for. Mr. Jason introduced himself and said it was nice to meet you. He clarified he was facing the cleaning squad, right? Chloe introduced herself as a support staff member. Kim Jong-woo reciprocated. Jason said he'd heard about Kim Jong-woo's talents. He dismissed it as an exaggeration. Jason then asked how Han Yu-bin was doing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She replied coldly that she was fine. Jason said he was happy to see her on the team. Han Yu-bin didn't share that feeling. She cut off that there was nothing she could do about it. These were the circumstances. Jason nodded. One must separate personal and work. He also expressed regret for what had happened to Angel. He inquired, "Did Han Yu-bin bring anything with her when she left?" The answer was no. When Jason said goodbye, he hoped for a successful cooperation. Just then, he whispered to Chloe that she was in charge of the time stone. She had to get it at any cost. And he himself would take care of the data that the little girl had stolen. Kim Min-ju gathered her squad and said that she will now give them a brief briefing before the sweep. She said that the dungeon in front of them was a 2-zone loop dungeon of high complexity. There are not many dungeons like this, but if they work together, they shouldn't have any problems. Since the dungeon can revert back to its original state, no one knows how long they will spend there. Therefore, we need to attack efficiently, save our strength, and strictly follow the protocol of the U.S. Association. Kim Min-ju finished the briefing. It's time to begin. 3 hours later, the battle with the monster reached its climax. The girl announced that this was the final attack. The boss turned out to be incredibly tough. She activated a unique skill, 1,000 Hands. Kim Min-ju reported that the first boss was destroyed. Kim Jun-woo praised her and reminded her, "Now we need to help the second group without wasting energy on the smaller monsters." The commander asked Sang-hyuk how the cleanup was going. He replied that everything was fine. The sweep squad has already processed the large room and one of the smaller rooms. We must remember to record the exact time and number of loops. Sio Yan was instructed to check the number and condition of all participants at each new loop. The commander ordered that the bodies of the small monsters should not be dismembered. Burning them would suffice. The main thing was to keep up with the task force. The protagonist told Han Yu-bin to make a map of the dungeon. With her skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Han Yu-bin asked, "Isn't making a map a supervisor's job?" Kim Jun-woo replied that the most important thing is to have the map ready. It doesn't matter whose responsibility it is. The girl was angry at the commander. Kim Young-woo hated people who were so smart. At the moment, the second task force under his command was doing the cleanup. The US guys were helping in the rear, and a cleanup squad was closing the convoy, restoring order. It seemed that the raid goes without complications. However, the hero was alarmed by that red-haired mustachioed Jason. Some time ago, Kim Jun-woo had noticed that he was watching his every move. If Jason was only interested in the time stone, he wouldn't have been so attentive to the janitors. So there's more to it than that. Either way, as long as he's here, the Americans won't get the stone. Kim Min-ju said that the last room is left, so the boss must be inside. She clarified, "If everyone is ready, they go in." The second task force entered the boss's room, but the monster wasn't there. Kim Min-ju looked around and told the teacher that she didn't like all this. She told the fighters to remain vigilant. Suddenly, there was an explosion as rock fragments flew in all directions. A boss monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked one of the hunters. Jason thought irritably, "Why does that janitor keep looking at him? If this continues, he won't be able to accomplish what he had planned." Kim Jun-woo seemed strange and suspicious. The American felt like he was under constant surveillance. This janitor was literally devouring him with his gaze. He started thinking about how to get rid of the annoying observer. At that time, Kim Jun-woo asked Kim Min-woo how things were going. Something was going on outside the door with loud banging and strange cracking sounds. The second team reported a successful sweep, but then there was a piercing scream. Something had gone wrong. Kim Jun-woo swung the doors open and saw the defeated boss, but one of the hunters was badly wounded. Kim Min-ju tearfully reported they had casualties. She whispered that it all happened too fast. She didn't have time to react. Kim Jun-woo blamed himself. He had overestimated the strength of the two groups and had not considered the level of training of the Americans, all because his mind was on the time stone. The sweep was declared a failure. The system reported due to a breach of conditions, there would be a return in 5 seconds. "Return begins," the system announced. The hunters stood in front of the bodies of the fallen, Yoon Sung-il and Kim Kwang-hui, and apologized to them. The hero thought that the Americans hadn't expected this outcome. They immediately organized an emergency meeting. Given the dangers of the dungeon, the Americans provided rear support for the cleaners. The second task force, though physically in order, was morally on the verge. The young man noticed that Kim Min-ju was morally exhausted as well. "She's the commander. No one can survive the death of a soldier." She asked the teacher if the Atlantic golem had any weaknesses. "How can this monster be weakened effectively?" The girl added that fortunately, they were in a looping dungeon. Sooner or later, she will destroy that thing. Kim Jun-woo cautioned, Right now, she needs to think about tactics, not revenge. She is the leader and has no right to put the squad at risk. He demanded that the girl pull herself together and soberly assess the situation. It's her responsibility. The first boss is a golem that emits blue light. The second is a red one. Other than that, they were no different. Kim Junwoo asked what happened after their victory. Minju replied, "The blue golem collapsed and glowed bright blue. The red one glowed red accordingly. Nothing else." The protagonist clarified. Had she noticed why they glowed differently? The girl replied that even the system window was blue after returning. Kim Junwoo noted, the red color didn't appear anywhere else, so blue could be a clue. Kim Minju came up with two theories. Either the blue one must be destroyed first, or both at the same time. She gathered the hunters and announced a short briefing. This time they will split into two teams and attack simultaneously. Radio communication will be lost as soon as the bosses appear. Therefore, the battle must be started synchronously and completed in 20 minutes. The hunters were exhausted, but now they had a strategy. With the support of the Americans, they should be able to cope. One of the Americans asked to send Han Yubin with them. They had no close combat fighters, and she had already worked with them. It should work out. Kim Minju replied that the girl's license was revoked. In fact, she wouldn't have sent her. But Han Yubin said she didn't care. The important thing is to get out of here. Kim Junwoo urged not to worry about that for now, although things were boiling inside. He told Kim Minju to focus. No more casualties could be allowed. It was time to test what these monsters were capable of. The commander stepped out first to meet the red-eyed golem. She attacked, but the strike failed. The repeated attack also failed to knock it down. The protagonist realized that she lacked firepower. And it was no wonder. Everyone was at their limit. The golem counterattacked, and the wounded Kim Minju flew away for several meters. Our hero picked up the girl and used his unique abilities to repel the red-eyed golem's attack. Holding the monster at a distance, the young man activated the fire skill. Kim Junwoo gave the girl a sword in her hands and told her that if she didn't defeat this monster, she would frame the other hunters. Kim Minju said that her right hand was hurt, but after all, she's right-handed. The teacher reminded her that the girl had practiced with the sword in her left hand. She must do it today for the sake of the team's defense. The protagonist thought that if this was the Kim Minju he knew before the regression, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. However, it was no longer the same Kim Minju. In this reality, the girl was our hero's apprentice. The skill, swordsmanship, had been activated. This unique skill was a combination of the other two. Now Kim Minju became a real swordmaster who fights equally well with either hand. The situation between Han Yubin and the American branch developed as follows. The huntress was also fighting a giant monster. Yubing asked if Jason would do a better job. Otherwise, she would deal with him personally later. Jason said that they were tired and in a desperate situation. No one was involved in the battle with this boss. Chloe said that there are only 5 minutes left. Han Yubin shouted that she knows everything. The girl was furious. Were they all really tired? However, all this time, they had been conserving their strength. The girl didn't want to just give up. She realized that the Americans had decided to set her up. The unique skill, Furious Berserker, was activated. There was nothing left for the girl to do but to push on and finish it off. Jason noticed that Yubin had finally activated her skill. Kim Minju had activated the Awakening skill. Kim Junwoo thought that this was an opportunity to improve his skills to a unique level. The hunters themselves rise to a unique class. Even among the A ranks, there aren't many hunters like this. Despite all this, you can only use a unique skill once. The protagonist says that he will be covering for Kim Minju. The girl should trust him and attack boldly. Now with the help of her powers, she will be able to split this monster in half. We should gather all our power and deal with him. Kim Minju replied that she would do that. The Thousand Hands Guanyin sword skill was activated. Kim Minju shouted loudly and went on the attack. The monster glared with red eyes and prepared to repel this attack. The girl was determined. The protagonist activated the flame skill and supported the girl by attacking the monster. Kim Minju activated the extermination skill and attacked the blue-eyed monster. The blue-eyed monster was decapitated. The system reported that all conditions had been met. The mission had been completed. Kim Junwoo praised the student. Han Yubin sat in front of the destroyed monster. The girl had also completed her task. Kim Young-woo asked Kim Minju how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine and would live. The hunters ran up to the commander and asked how she was feeling. A report came in that the second task force had finished their work and were moving on. The cleaners will finish their part of the job and follow them. Kim Jun-woo said that he would look at the cleaners. The hunters may not wait for him and head on ahead. The man massacred the janitors Sang-hyuk and Seo-young. He held them by their hair. Han Yu-bin was indignant. What's going on here? Does he really think that if he's from the International Association, he can get away with it? Han Yu-bin said that Mr. Jason attacked the allies. Jason wondered, what did it matter? Would he destroy them or would they die in battle? Either way, they wouldn't say anything. Would the public care about a few destroyed janitors? Jason put a dagger to the girl's throat and asked where she was putting the files she stole from them. Han Yu-bin replied that she had no idea what it was about. The girl realized that Jason was waiting until she used her disposable skill. He said he didn't expect this girl to answer him. He will send her to these friends so she can say hi to them. Jason added that they were colleagues and should be together. Kim Jun-woo was right on time and activated the 1,000 Guanyin hands skill. The dagger was knocked out of the American's hands. The protagonist admitted that, of course, he guessed that the two were on bad terms. But what's the benefit of attacking allies during an operation? The young man added that they needed to get out of here first. However, he would have to answer for what the American had done in the future. Jason did not calm down and activated his unique skill. The man ordered to open fire and destroy these villains. The American hunters activated their necromancer and machine gun skills and opened fire to kill. There was indiscriminate firing of rapid-fire weapons. Everything was in smoke and engulfed in flames. One of the hunters asked the leader if he was sure he should do this. Jason stated that we shouldn't leave any witnesses. Our hero agreed that no witnesses should be left behind. But would anyone in this country even lift a finger because of a few Americans? The protagonist was safe and sound. He asked why these people came here and did whatever they wanted. They're real lowlifes. Kim Jun-woo said that there were hunters, mages, and even a necromancer in front of him right now. 12 B-rang men, 5 C-rang men, and 2 D-rang men. They work incredibly well as a team, but why are they keeping such a distance? Kim Jung-woo said that all of this doesn't fit in his head. Are they really trying to save the budget? Han Yu-bin asked, why is the guy provoking the Americans? He's not going to fight against them alone, is he? Chloe suggested getting out of here first. Support will arrive soon, and those 2 janitors are just unconscious. Han Yu-bin didn't realize yet which side Chloe was on. Kim Jun-woo said he could only note one thing that was immediately noticeable about the attack of those Americans. Keeping a team with only people who can attack from long range is unforgivably stupid. One wrong move and without a melee fighter, they could be finished. For example, a berserker class would be perfect. Mr. Jason laughed. Did the janitor really believe in this little girl? She can't come to her senses for hours after activating the skill. Kim Jun-woo said that in that case, she could rest for a while. Han Yu-bin pondered. Did Kim Jun-woo really think that she would be able to continue fighting after resting? Mr. Jason and Han Yu-bin were horrified when they saw Kim Jun-woo activate the Furious Berserker skill. Our hero asked the American if they were willing to answer for their words. The American said that there's no need to be afraid of this guy since he's just a janitor. One should remain calm. Mr. Jason didn't understand what was going on in this dungeon. It was the first time he had ever seen a janitor use such a high-level skill. We need to stop him before he does anything. Kim Min-ju activated the replica skill. It was an imitation of the Atlantic Golem's skills. She also used the acquired skill, Polymorph, which can change the shape and size of an object. Kim Jun-woo pulled out a mop from behind his back and said that if he's a janitor, it's time to clean up all the trash from here. Mr. Jason and the team of American hunters were really surprised when they were attacked by some janitor, with the attack being with a mop. Jason yelled for the hunters to hold the line. Kim Jun-woo found himself surrounded by Americans. Using a combination of skills, the young man was able to use his stamina judiciously. Kim Jun-woo used a combination of hyper-acceleration, counterattack, and replica. The Americans were taking damage and couldn't do anything against such an opponent. After the young man targeted Jason, the latter yelled for the janitor to stop. He wants to talk. However, our hero was not ceremonious and drove his fist into the jaw of the representative of the Foreign Association. All the American hunters, including the red-haired boss, were deactivated and lay on the ground. Han Yu-bin watched and couldn't believe it, because if Kim Jun-woo didn't have the basic knowledge of skills, he wouldn't have mastered them so easily. Every move he made and the way he applied the skill was perfect. The girl thought that this guy's strength was so great that he could stand at the head of the association. Han Yu-bin remembered about Angel. If only Kim Junwoo had been with them then, they would have been able to save her. Kim Junwoo swung around. Jason shouted for the young man to stop. If something happened to him, the International Association wouldn't turn a blind eye. Our hero asked in surprise, would they really know if he died during the operation or by his hand? After all, the dead don't tell tales. Han Yubin told the guy to stop it. You shouldn't mess with the International Association. It could be dangerous. Kim Junwoo swung around and kicked the American in his most vulnerable spot. Mr. Jason screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist left the redhead alone and said that it was time to finish. Han Yubin wondered if this wasn't over yet. Kim Junwoo held out his hand and told Chloe to give back the time stone. She should return what she stole and not try to cheat again. Chloe was indignant. What do you mean again? Kim Junwoo didn't want to explain anything and reiterated for the girl to give back the stone, and then they can part ways in peace. Kim Junwoo stated that he would try to discuss the issue of that file with Han Yubin. Our hero wondered what Mr. Jason would say to that. Chloe realized that there was no point in getting out of it and gave the protagonist the time stone. Kim Junwoo took the stone, smiled, and said that they were done now. Kim Junwoo asked Han Yubin, "What kind of file is this? What kind of information is stored in it?" The girl replied that when she was in America, something happened. Kim Jung-woo clarified, "Was it that accident with her friend?" The girl stated that the file contained data that confirmed that all the conditions for calling in the support squad had been met. Kim Jung-woo thought that this was that all-important proof. Han Yubin pulled out a flash drive and said that it contained that very file. Kim Jung-woo asked if she was sure she wanted to give it away. Han Yubin said it was just a drop in the ocean. As soon as she came to this country, she contacted all the media outlets, but things went downhill. As it turns out, there is information about corruption in this file. But who needs to expose the corruption of an international association? Besides, there are rumors that one could die for such a thing. Han Yubin thought it was stupid of Jason to come here for a flash drive. Kim Jung-woo said that he would take care of it. The girl asked what he was going to do. The protagonist replied that he has a journalist friend. They have already received a knife in the back from the American branch, still feeling the pain. The young man added that the Americans will have to answer for it. The journalist cried out in surprise. How did Kim Jung-woo find that file? Kim Jung-woo noticed that the reporter didn't look so brave anymore. The press representative said that thanks to this janitor, he wouldn't starve to death and would earn a good income. After all, thanks to this flash drive, a lot of work appeared. Thus, a single file triggered a whole avalanche of events. The results of the raid, which was led by Han Yubin, were reviewed. As a result, corrupt practices on Jason's part were discovered. He was sentenced to a lengthy prison term. In addition, the same charges were brought against the task force from which the hunters' licenses were taken away. The government of each country realizes the seriousness of the incident. A meeting of the association branches in all countries will be held on this occasion. The protagonist said with satisfaction that now there was one less problem. Our protagonist entered the hospital room, looked at Kim Min-ju, and thought that this was the second time he had come to visit this girl. Kim Min-ju was happy when she saw that the teacher had come to see her. Kim Jung-woo asked how her health was. The huntress said she was fine and the surgery went well. The girl asked how the hearing went. Kim Jun-woo also said that everything was fine. His behavior was seen as self-defense. In general, he could have destroyed the American in defense. It's good that it didn't come to that. Given the situation, it seems that the support department had a hand in getting Kim Jung-woo released. However, it was not possible to get rid of the International Association. In the morning, they called a press conference and publicly apologized. All this time, the leaders of the other squads were trying to harm our protagonist in every way possible. The protagonist thought that he and Kim Jun-woo should be on guard everywhere and at all times. Kim Jun-woo hoped that Kim Min-ju wasn't going to work until he fully recovered. The young man held out a piece of paper to the girl and told her to take a look. He also added that she should rest for a while. Kim Min-ju was holding a work accident insurance card in her hand. It was compensation for an accident. Soon, such an amount would be transferred to her account. Kim Jung-woo said that he had already taken care of her vacation, so she should focus on her health. Also, she should apply for a rank review. The girl was at a loss. Could she do that? Kim Jung-woo wondered. What's the matter? Kim Min-ju said that her battle comrades wouldn't have died if she matched her rank. It wouldn't have happened. Kim Jung-woo wondered, why is Kim Min-ju blaming herself? After all, she did everything in her power. The young man answered the phone and said that he would be there soon. Kim Min-ju wondered what was wrong. The young man replied that CEO Lee Do-sik asked him for a meeting, so he had to go. Kim Min-ju told the young man to be careful. Lee Ah-young said that they didn't even hope the results would be like this. They exceeded all expectations. Thanks to the reaction of the townspeople, the popularity of the janitorial department is growing all the time. It's all everyone is talking about on the internet right now. Thanks to the increased popularity, our hero improved his skills and acquired new skills. Kim Young-woo asked the girl if she had done what he asked her to do. The question was about compensation for the families of the dead hunters. Lee Ah-young replied that they had helped with the funeral and paid the compensation. There was no need to worry about that. Lee Ah-young was glad that Kim Jun-woo was able to restrain himself. Otherwise, there would have been many more victims. No crazy person would dare to fight alone against an international association. Lee Ah-young said for Kim Jung-woo to be more careful in the future because the public is watching him because of this incident. Lee Do-sik admitted when they met that there were more problems than he thought. Kim Jung-woo asked if the International Association had already started pushing. The CEO replied, "Not yet." Lee Do-sik suggested that it might happen in the future. The board is divided. Some people want to kick out the cleaners before the International Association takes action, while the other part has the opposite viewpoint. The man added that for the moment he has managed to keep the matter quiet. The young man thanked. Lee Do-sik suggested that this would not be the last conversation, although he would like to see the matter closed definitively. Lee Do-sik said that what was on the agenda was something they had discussed a month ago. It had to do with the International Association. In a situation where the entire board was negotiating hard, the young man only made things more complicated. Kim Jun-woo said that the Americans were just waiting for them to stumble. Lee Do-sik remarked that they were now in the same boat. They had to turn a blind eye to the whole situation this time. The CEO said that everyone is still slanting their eyes at him because of his decision. In any case, the situation is like this. The young man should exercise caution. The CEO asked if Kim Jun-woo had heard that there was an inspection scheduled for next month. Many people and problems have appeared that didn't exist before his regression. Maybe the old he wouldn't have been able to handle it, but now the protagonist is ready to take responsibility for his words. Lee Do-sik said that all this time, the young man has been focused on his personal growth, but now his strength won't be enough. Now they would have to move together to survive and face all adversity. Lee Do-sik asked if the young man could help him. If the guy cooperates with him, he will guarantee that the young man won't lose his place. Maybe he's even interested in a promotion? Kim Jun-woo said that he even doubts that he even got the leadership position he deserved. The CEO said that the young man's situation is not an easy one, for he now has many enemies. He will not be able to continue being a loner. He shouldn't let his guard down until the board's final decision, because he is the main target now. Kim Jun-woo said that he would like to hear the CEO's request first. The man stated that this task is not difficult. The young man has to convince the chairman of the association to come back. The old man has been in hiding for 3 years. Lee Do-sik asked if the young man knew where the chairman was. He must convince him to come back. Kim Jung-woo wondered why the CEO had decided to give it to him. Lee Do-sik replied, "Who else should he entrust such a matter to if the young man is his crony?" The protagonist was familiar with these rumors. Are there really people who really believe it? Now I can see why Lee Soo-young and Seo Min-chul were so malleable. These two think he has something to do with the chairman. Kim Jun-woo stated that there was a misunderstanding. He has nothing to do with the chairman. Lee Do-sik was disappointed when he heard that. In that case, he can't ask the young man for help. The CEO said it was the first time he'd ever talked about it to anyone. Now he has to explain himself to everyone. Kim Jun-woo said that if the others find out, it will create more problems. The officer in charge said that the next operation will be assigned to Director Kim Young-woo. There were no objections from those present. In that case, the meeting could be declared closed. The aide wondered why the attitude toward Kim Jung-woo had changed so much. The raid, the corruption in the U.S. branch, the conflict with the International Association. After such major incidents, everyone is wary of him because he is unpredictable. The board of directors is not happy with the situation. Kim Jung-woo's name will be on the rumor mill for a long time. The aide suggested that it would be forgotten soon enough. Byung Jung-hyun asked Hwang Dong-hui if they were safe. After all, if they were unlucky, they would become accomplices too. Hwang Dong-hui asked what could happen. Kim Jung-woo is connected to the chairman after all. No one will hurt him. Byung-jang-hyun said it's not worth talking about. During the last operation, he talked to some of the board members. None of them know about that guy. Hwang Dong-hui suggested that maybe they just didn't know his name. Byung-chang-hyun said it was Go Yun-young and Song Chul-sik. They're the next most influential after Lee Do-sik. Do they really not know about Kim Jun-woo? I mean, it's obvious. Why would they tell them about such information? They haven't even crossed paths with him in any way. There's no record of this guy until he became a janitor. It's just a guess, but maybe Kim Jun-woo isn't who he says he is. Lee Soo-young witnessed this conversation and thought about a lot of things. The young men saw Lee Soo-young and wondered what he was doing here. The head of the department said he just forgot his ID. Who doesn't? The man immediately disappeared out the door. Hwang Dong-hui asked his colleague how long he'd been standing there. Did he hear a lot? Director Seo Min-chul was glad when he heard that Kim Jun-woo was not related to the chairman. Lee Soo-young repeated that he heard everything with his own ears. Seo Min-chul mustered up his courage and said that something should be done about that boy. Seo Min-chul started to make a plan to get back at Kim Jung-woo for his antics. Lee Soo-young provided a copy of his personal file, family relations, high school graduation certificate, and other documents. He said that he had checked everything just in case, and there was nothing to link Kim Jung-woo to the chairman. Kim Jun-woo is a talented janitor, but he is hardly acting on the chairman's patronage. Despite the incident with the International Association, the chairman still hasn't shown up. The director thought, if that's the case, then why did that kid set this up? It turns out the janitor was just playing around. Seo Min-chul reminded his interlocutor of what he had said at the General Assembly a month ago. The country's branch was to be bought out by an international association. Lee Soo-young wondered, did they really have to transfer the rights? Seo Min-chul confirmed. Their association was independent and one of the largest. He was negotiating and trying to connect with the leaders of other countries. Lee Soo-young wondered again, could this really happen? Those who were not far from retirement would just take their shares and leave. But the leaders and ordinary hunters would remain under the patronage of the International Association. The problem is the old chairman. Although Lee Do-sik still had the final say, there was no way he would sign such papers. The director noticed that this was why everything was done without the chairman's knowledge. Afterward, he would just be pressured. However, the janitor, Kim Jun-woo, ruined everything by having a fight with the American branch. Things didn't go according to plan. His actions made Song Chul-sik very angry. If Kim Jun-woo is not appeased, they will be left with nothing. Lee Soo-young said he has no idea what to do now. But is it possible to pull it off without the chairman? The director said it can be done as long as all the power is in Lee Do-sik's hands. We have to try our best. Lee Soo-young asked, won't the chairman be replaced after he returns? Why do we need someone who hasn't been heard from for 3 years? The director added that even the top management doesn't know where the chairman is now. And since Kim Jung-woo had nothing to do with him, it was time to teach him a lesson. Seo Min-chul called Song Chul-sik. He asked if he could move up the schedule for the audit scheduled for next month. Seo Min-chul added that he had figured out a way to eliminate Kim Jung-woo. He will send all the details in the form of a report as a thank you. Song Chul-sik said that not only he, but the entire board of directors is hoping for Seo Min-chul. He added if Seo Min-chul can handle this case, he has a seat on the board of directors. Hunter said that seemed a little harsh. The colleague wondered if they really wanted to turn the whole office upside down. Kim Min-ju was flabbergasted. Why is there an inspection going on in their office? This is just too much. The checker asked squad leader Kim Jung-woo if the girl was sure about the accuracy of the reports from the past few months. She repeated the question, is Kim Min-ju sure about those documents? The huntress confirmed that she was. The checker inquired if she had been mentored by someone. Kim Min-ju stated that she was just receiving advice, which was before she was appointed as a supervisor. The verifier asked, so everything she did was not influenced by someone else? In any case, there were too many coincidences, and the situation seemed suspicious. The officer in charge asked if Kim Min-ju knew what she would face if she lied. During the last operation, was Kim Min-ju really the leader? It's hard to call her a veteran of the association. How was she entrusted with such a complicated raid? She explained that the other leaders refused to participate. They boycotted. Kim Min-ju explained that they just didn't want to participate. The checker said that she had already heard that from the other executives. Those stated that the boycott was against Kim Jung-woo, who was arbitrarily adjusting the schedule. A question followed, is the girl close to Kim Jung-woo? The checker assumed, judging from the silence, she is, so a conclusion can be drawn accordingly. There was an accident during the raid. It was the result of the janitor Kim Junwoo's admonishment. The girl replied that it wasn't like that. The checker said that the questions are over for today. They will be contacted later. Kim Min-ju thought that these people are disgusting. It was like they had a knife to their throats. What other conclusions can be drawn? Support Department, Office. Lia Young was asked why she had recently given a lot of A-ranks equipment and weapons to the second task force. The girl replied that she was just having a competition. The support department decided to support the enthusiastic hunters. The checker stated if this is true, then she interfered in the competition between the squads. But why if she had to remain neutral? At that moment, the second task force was ranked second despite being numerically superior. If Lia Young had not helped them with the equipment, would they have had the same result? The man added that Lia Young's actions interfered with the work of the other squads. Sweep Team Office. The checker noted that the cleaning schedule was not made by Manager Park. Who did? Management Team, Operations Office. The inspector asked Manager Byung-Chang Hyun, what was he thinking when he put the responsibility on ordinary cleaners? Also, most of the recent raids were done by the second task force. Isn't that suspicious? The inspector concluded that, considering all the circumstances, Byung-Chang Hyun had acted against the rules. All the questions boiled down to one thing. It all had something to do with Kim Junwoo, the janitor. Finally, the checker appeared in front of Kim Junwoo from the third sweep group. Our hero asked who was in front of him. The man introduced himself. He was the inspector Choi Jun-hyuk. He motioned for the janitor to follow him. Kim Junwoo noticed that almost nothing had happened in 2 hours. They made a big fuss over one janitor. It seems like they were well prepared. The officers in charge checked everyone involved except for our hero. The young man noted that his cell phone had been confiscated so that he could not contact other members of the squad. The inspectors decided to put pressure on the psyche so that Kim Jung-woo would begin to doubt his comrades. Considering that the checker had been silently reading some documents for 2 hours, it was only natural to get nervous. What would happen to the rest of the teams? What consequences await them? If you torture a person for a long time, he breaks down. At such a moment, it is impossible to think soberly. Broken says what they want to hear from him. However, all this did not concern our hero. This is how he himself treated people in his past life. He's not going to break now. Kim Junwoo even suggested that the checker was a little confused. The janitor stated that the inspection was scheduled for the next quarter, but they came in a few months early, so there was only one explanation. Our hero asked how Mr. Sung Chul-sik was doing. It seems his wife's birthday is next month. Have you decided what to get her? Kim Young-woo said that the woman likes champagne, and he can recommend some good varieties. Choi Jun-hyuk advised to be careful what he says. Kim Jung-woo apologized and said that he would be like a fish from now on. The protagonist decided, the more he kept silent, the more the checker would think. Who is this guy? Does he really know everything? Could he be more than just a dungeon cleaner? After all, there was a reason why he mentioned Song Chul-sik. Lia Young asked why he hasn't contacted her. She was worried sick. Did they check him out already? He didn't say anything unnecessary and didn't take the blame, right? Kim Jung-woo replied that nothing happened and the girl can calm down. Our hero asked how the rest of the squad was doing. Lia Young replied that everything is terrible, but the good news is that the young man wasn't fired. Kim Jun-woo said that those inspectors were like a pain in one place. Lia Young didn't understand why they were doing all this. Kim Jun-woo said that everything is obvious to him. However, he doesn't want to watch his coworkers suffer. We need to get the inspectors to leave everyone alone. Our hero stated that he has to leave the association. Lia Young decided that the young man was bullying her. The protagonist thought if he or Kim Min-ju left, it would be enough for them to join any guild. But the cleaning squad will have to stay here, and he doesn't know what will happen to Sio Yan and the others. The young man called the general manager. Lee Do-sik asked why Kim Jun-woo didn't answer the phone. Although more important right now is the rumor that the young man has nothing to do with the chairman. We need to do something about that first. Kim Jun-woo asked if he gives the weapon, will the director use it? Lee Do-sik replied that he would definitely use it. The young man then said that he would contact him soon. Kim Jun-woo asked Lia Young if she was free. The young man suggested that the girl go with him. Lia Young said that the checkup is done for now and she will find the time. Kim Jun-woo said that he would be waiting for her in the lobby. The protagonist was angry at this attitude toward him, especially considering his past life. They would have to pay for everything they had done. Lia Young was driving and at one point admitted that she was uncomfortable. Kim Jong-woo wondered why she was dressed up like that. Lia Young reminded her that he was the one who told her to get ready. How was she supposed to know why? Why does she keep driving him around? It's not like she's even his secretary. Kim Jong-woo asked to stop the car and bought ramyun. Lia Young wondered why he was doing that. Is he going on a camping trip? The young man replied that he couldn't go empty-handed. Lia Young didn't realize who he was meeting with. Besides, giving ramyun was not a good idea. Kim Jong-woo told her to follow him and be careful. The young people approached an old house on the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Kim Jong-woo knocked on the gate and asked if anyone was inside. Lia Young complained that she was tired from walking all the way here. Suddenly, an old man appeared at the gate with a sword pointed at the young man's throat. He asked who the boy was and how he had found him. The young man was not frightened and said that he was working in the mopping-up department of the capital branch of the association. He had something to say, so he risked coming. Lia Young recognized the old man. It was Park Im-bom, the chairman of the association. 50 years ago, when the dungeons first appeared, there were no guilds or affiliated association. It was all started by 5 people who had become legends in the hunter world. At the cost of incredible effort and blood, an association was established. Now Park Im-bom was running the association of this country. The old man didn't understand how the young man found him. But if he wanted to stay alive, it was best to keep his mouth shut. Kim Jong-woo said he had brought some spicy ramyun. The old man asked how long it would take. The young man said it would take half an hour. The entrance was allowed. Lia Young asked in surprise, if the young man wasn't from the chairman's inner circle, how did he know about this place? Even her father doesn't know about it. Kim Jong-woo wished the old man a pleasant appetite and said he could eat. The old man said that 50 years ago, when he went on raids with his comrades, he ate only this ramyun for a month. Since he's been living here, he has to go to town for shopping, but his legs are no longer strong enough. Park Im-bom asked him again who he was and how he knew about this place. It's a place that almost no one knows about. Our hero says that he is the leader of the 3rd sweep team, and his name is Kim Jong-woo. He can explain how he knows about this place, but the chairman probably won't believe him. Park Im-bom wondered, is this guy a janitor, and managed to find him? The girl introduced herself. She was from the support department and her name was Lia Young. The old man asked if she was Lee Do-sik's daughter. Park Im-bom asked what Kim Jong-woo wanted to tell him. The young man said that the board of directors is currently in the process of merging the branch with an international association. Kim Jong-woo added that he wants to stop this process. The chairman was surprised. What did he have to do with it? He is no longer interested in the association's affairs. Kim Jong-woo was also surprised because it was Park Im-bom who founded the association. The old man said it had been half a century. Back then, there were no operational units and no such structure. Now the association has a life of its own. The old man remarked that it used to be simpler. Either the hunter came out of the dungeon alive or was taken out. He had worked so hard to create a structure for destroying demons, and now they were fighting not for humanity, but for status and money. Park Im-bom said that he wasn't interested in it anymore anyway. If there are no more questions, the young people can leave. Kim Jong-woo asked, so Park Im-bom agreed to step down as chairman? The old man became indignant when he heard that. The young man asked, if the chairman doesn't care about the association, why hasn't he still stepped down? Park Im-bom could have given the position to someone else and lived in the middle of nowhere. He doesn't want to work. Then why is he doing this? Lia Young grabbed the young man by the hair and said that it was time for them to leave. Park Im-bom wondered how this guy could even become a squad leader. Kim Jong-woo said that the association was in a state of turmoil. Isn't the association's first priority the safety of the citizens? But those who are supposedly working for the good of the people are just blowing smoke in their eyes. It doesn't matter by what methods and means. The main thing is that they get what they want. Does the chairman still think that he is the one who is crazy in this story? If the chairman doesn't care what the association has become, it would be better if he gave up his seat. The protagonist assumed that the association still cared about the old man. Otherwise, he is willing to just walk away and leave the chairman alone. Park Im-bom is not leaving the position because he still hopes to return. The chairman said that he is too old. The board of directors is just waiting for an opportunity to remove him. What's he supposed to do there if he can't trust anyone? Kim Jun-woo said that CEO Lee Do-sik can be trusted. Wasn't the chairman thinking of giving the post to him? The old man countered that Lee Do-sik wasn't ready yet. The young man suggested that teaming up with him was the only way to get the association's work back on track. The chairman really believed Lee Do-sik. But why would he trust this boy? Does he really want to take over as the general manager? Kim Young-woo said that he had already been offered the position, but he declined, especially since he is going to leave the association soon. Park and-bom asked why. Is the young man feeling pressured by the board of directors? He admitted that, but added that the reason wasn't just that. And is it that important for the chairman to know her? Kim Jun-woo said that if the conversation was over, he was leaving. The chairman was surprised. Did he answer the young man's question? But he said that Park and-bom wasn't one to procrastinate, so it was clear to him. The old man wondered how this guy knew him so well. Lee Ah-young wondered if Kim Jun-woo really wanted to leave the association. Is it because of everything that happened? The young man confirmed that he wants to leave, but the reason is different. He added that even if he stays, it won't change anything. He doesn't have much time. Lee Ah-young asked what will the others do if he leaves. Kim Jung-woo replied that the others will figure it out on their own since it's their lives. Lee Ah-young said that if Kim Jun-woo leaves, she will be lonely. Park and-bom read the information available on the internet. Who is the janitor who trashed the American branch? Is he really that crazy? The chairman thought that Kim Jun-woo was very strong. He had never met anyone like him before. There is no one like him to be found not only in this country, but also in the world. If he had met this guy before, he would have kept him close to him. Associations were created to protect humans from monsters. But the humans themselves had become a threat to their own species. Power had fallen into the hands of the operations department. Internal politics and leadership interests had swept everything under the rug. The chairman realized that he was sick of looking at it, so he ran away, hiding for 3 years. Park and-bom thought, just like the young man said, he was hesitant to leave his post. But he seems to have rested enough already. A joint operation with the Jeongnam branch is scheduled for next week. Byung Chang-hyun asked who was willing to participate. The 4th squad leader replied that they were on a tight schedule. Squad 5 also refused. The 7th squad also had things to do. One of the squad leaders said that everyone was busy, so they should leave it to squad leader Kim. Squad 4's commander added that Squad 2 is always ready to go. Kim Jung-woo agrees with this. It's been noticed that Kim Jung-woo hasn't been in contact. He and the team are probably having difficulties right now. Who would even think of assigning the scheduling to a janitor? Seo Min-chul speculated that Kim Jung-woo is laying low because of the situation. It's unlikely that anyone will support him again. If he comes back, he'll be ignored. The only thing left to do now is to restart the branch merger process, all thanks to Seo Min-chul's initiative. The last obstacle is Lee Do-sik. Will he sign the merger agreement? One of the directors said he has a plan. Lee Do-sik didn't come to the meeting, so it's worth considering his resignation. Seo Min-chul asked what would be the reason for his removal. The colleague replied that Lee Do-sik's term is about to expire. When for whatever reason there is no chairman, all authority is transferred to the board of directors until he returns. But at the moment, Park and-bom has been absent for 36 months. Thus, the board can decide that the CEO is not doing a good job and remove him by a vote. Similarly, they can do the same with the chairman. Along with Lee Do-sik, they can send him on indefinite leave. Seo Min-chul asked if the others will vote. There are those who don't want to see others in those positions, right? The man said not to worry. He's already taken care of everything. Seo Min-chul should just keep doing his part of the job. Seo Min-chul asked if there were any candidates for the CEO position. He said that a great candidate would be Lee Soo-young. He has done a lot and his track record with the first task force is impressive. The man laughed and said that it sounded very convincing. Seo Min-chul finally dealt with the traitor. Kim Jung-woo will soon leave the association for good. Even if he stays, he doesn't have a support group anymore. The chairman, the CEO, are all on the verge of being fired. Seo Min-chul thought that Sung Chul-sik will now take over as the leader of the association. The hunters saw our hero and thought he was the crazy one. He is the reason why the entire headquarters is working in a tense atmosphere. Is his squad also involved? The young man expected a boycott. Even the squads that used to be friendly are now trying their best to avoid him. Kim Jung-woo walked into the office and asked Kim Min-ju, "Did the inspectors come again?" Kim Min-ju admitted that she was angry. There are so many mean people around, but that's certainly not about Kim Jung-woo. Kim Jong-woo replied that others don't feel that way. The girl said that's exactly why she's angry. She added that as long as Kim Jong-woo was actually leading the raids and helping the entire headquarters, he was prayed for. But once the inspection came along, everything changed. The young man wondered why she was saying all this. When did he become a big boss? Kim Jong-woo said that this is normal human behavior. Even though he has his own problems, the girl has her own problems too. To distract Kim Min-ju from her thoughts, he gave her a notebook with notes, a summary of the dungeons at yellow level, and above that would appear next year, and a strategic plan. He said that the girl would manage without him. He had no doubt about that. We can think of it as his parting gift. Kim Jong-woo asked if she was feeling the wind of change. Everything will change soon. It's only going to get worse. So instead of hoping for outside help, you need to focus on your work. Lee Ah-young walked in and asked reproachfully, "Did Kim Jong-woo not know how to use the phone? Why isn't he answering the phone?" He said, "What's wrong?" Lee Ah-young said that the board of directors wanted to fire the chairman. The protagonist thought that if that's the case, Lee Do-sik will be hit as well. Sung Chul-sik went too far. At the board meeting, the speaker said that the topic was the removal of the chairman. There was also a proposal to change the CEO. Park In-bom, the chairman of the association, has been out of office for almost 3 years. All this time, he could not be contacted. Thus, the board concluded that the chairman no longer intends to fulfill his duties. Chairman Jang Dae-hyun said it was time to announce the results of the vote. Lee Do-sik looked around at the people present. Judging from their facial expressions, Go Yun-young and Hong Il-gwan are clearly on the side of the conspirators. It looks like Song Chul-sik is continuing to push his line. If the chairman is removed, Lee Do-sik will also lose his position. Most likely it will be Song Chul-sik who will be the new chairman, and the leadership of the association will change completely. Seo Min-chul thanked Lee Do-sik for his work. He said that even if he leaves the board, he will be able to stay in the association, for example, as the head of the cleanup squad. By the way, the position would be vacant soon. Jang Dae-hyun began to read out the results of the vote. The vote was 32 in favor. Lee Do-sik interrupted him. He had a question. What if the chairman didn't want to resign at all? Jang Dae-hyun admitted that in that case, the bylaws did not allow for removal. But it was too late. The votes had been counted. The people present looked at each other. How could they let such a decision stand if the chairman doesn't even contact them? Is Lee Do-sik clinging to a ghostly hope? Suddenly, the door to the hall opened and Park In-bom appeared on the threshold. The old man said that he hadn't seen all these guys in a long time. The people present were shocked. How could this be possible? Why hadn't he been in touch? Park In-bom said that a janitor had told him that there were some interesting things going on here. Everyone was startled when they heard the word janitor. Is it really true? One of the employees said that he didn't want to do business with Kim Jong-woo anymore. Everything that's happening now with the second task force is a result of dealing with him. Han Yu-bin said that while things were going well, they were very fond of him. But now they're just washing their hands of him? She added that everyone has their own choices, but they should not forget the consequences, and they certainly shouldn't drag her into it. Somebody said they had no other choice. A job is a job, especially now that competition is high, even among janitors. Han Yu-bin said they're just hiding, turning away. She has pride though, unlike them. Kim Young-woo was sure they'd pay for what they'd done, but the girl thought that she had a debt to repay too. That's the kind of character she has. Park In-bom said he hadn't seen Lee Do-sik in a long time. Did Lee Do-sik really lose weight? The attendees found out that Kim Jong-woo is not related to the chairman. But then how do you explain the whole situation? Park In-bom said that in his absence, the management had made a mess of things. They thought they were the bosses and put people who were useless in important positions. One of the board members asked the chairman not to react so violently because everything was done according to the rules. Park In-bom replied that the association's bylaws required him to be sent a notice of suspension, but his mailbox is empty. Sung Chul-sik said that no one knew where the chairman was. Where were they supposed to send the notice? Park In-bom asked, if that's the case, how could an ordinary janitor find him? Seo Min-chul became nervous. Was Kim Jong-woo really involved? He had checked several times and found no connection between the two. Lee Do-sik wondered if the chairman's resignation had been raised without prior notice. Jang Dae-hyun was forced to admit it. Song Chul-sik said that they already had the results of the vote ready. They should announce them immediately. No one expected the chairman to show up. Everyone was scared. They thought that Sion Chul-sik had set them up. Some people said there was a mistake in the counting. They were sure that the chairman had received the notice. Otherwise, the vote wouldn't have been held. One of those present suggested pretending that there was no vote. Everything had been violated, and they were happy that the chairman was alive and well. Everyone began to twist things around, pointing fingers at each other. Allegedly, they spent a lot of effort looking for him. 6 months ago, they even formed a special team to find him. Sung Chul-sik said that if the chairman had any conscience left, he should back off. The old man has been hiding for 3 years, and now he just showed up. The chairman asked Jang Dae-hyun what they should do. Jang Dae-hyun said that the matter was closed. The chairman was satisfied. He said that since he came here, he would make an official statement. Park and Bom said that now there would be no traitors left here who are only interested in profit. Starting today, he plans to set up a planning headquarters and conduct a major internal reorganization. Lee Do-sik will be in charge. The chairman asked if the CEO could handle it. He asked whether he should be in charge of it. Park and Bom reminded him that Lee Do-sik almost retired, so he has to do it for the sake of the association. Lee Do-sik recalled the words of the janitor, who said he would give him a weapon to use. Now he realized this weapon was the chairman. The CEO said that he was ready to handle the reorganization. Sio Yan couldn't believe what she heard. She was told that she couldn't use the cafeteria. The cafeteria worker said that there was an order from above not to let the janitors in. Soo-young and Sang-hyuk decided to find another place to eat. The food here was lousy anyway. Lee Soo-young told the employee that they all worked together and shouldn't be so adamant. The department head told the janitors to keep the noise down and come in. There was nowhere else to eat at this time anyway. He explained that someone didn't want the janitors to use the corporate canteen. Other departments have complained that the janitors always stink. It's not far from the truth, because they work with rotting bodies. Kim Jong-woo asked, "Don't the hunters touch the monsters they destroy?" Lee Soo-young said that they will be in charge of the second task force from now on. The department head reminded Kim Jong-woo is accused of overstepping his authority. Kim Min-ju can be replaced too. The hero said that as far as he knew, Kim Min-ju was the only one who made the plan for that operation, because everyone else refused to participate. So there's nothing wrong with her asking him for advice. Lee Soo-young replied that he was only passing on what the committee had decided. The department head advised him to think of others, as the janitorial staff might be downsized soon. Kim Jong-woo wondered, what was the implication? The department head said that Kim Jong-woo's time had passed. Seo Yan was indignant. Who gave him the right to talk like that? Lee Soo-young knocked over the dishes of food and asked defiantly, "Who is this cleaning lady raising her voice at?" Did they really think he would dance in front of a guy who had joined the association only a few months ago? Lee Soo-young threatened that if he heard a word from them, they would live in a garbage dump for the rest of their lives. For now, let them do what they are supposed to do. He said that the janitors should clean the place up. At that moment, the chairman appeared behind him. Kim Jong-woo noticed that Park and Bom had come just in time. The old man said that he decided to stop by after the meeting. Lee Soo-young immediately turned pale. The young man suggested that the chairman must be tired, for it was a long journey. He should rest. The old man replied that he wanted to see the young man, and it seemed he had come for a reason. The old man slapped Lee Soo-young, the head of the department, when he couldn't help himself. He told Lee Soo-young, who was lying on the floor, that he should watch his language if he wanted to stay in the association. The chairman added that he may have been gone for a long time, but Kim Jong-woo isn't the kind of person who would let himself be bullied. The protagonist responded that the chairman is overestimating him. Park and Bom said that if it happens again, the young man should tell him right away. It wouldn't cost him anything to kick a couple of scoundrels out of the association. The old man said he had to go. However, he hoped to have lunch with the young man sometime. Kim Jong-woo wished him a safe journey. Park and Bom said that when Lee Soo-young comes to his senses, to clean him up and send him away. Sang-hyuk jumped on Kim Jong-woo and asked who he was. The chairman thought that this guy was a little too close to him. Seo Min-chul apologized to the young man. He said that he had no choice. Seon Chul-sik was pushing hard. Kim Jong-woo replied that he knew. The director was happy that the young man believed him. So he'll be able to talk to the chairman? Kim Jong-woo wondered, is it within his power? He's just a simple janitor after all. Seo Min-chul apologized again. He hopes that the young man will turn a blind eye to his stupidity. In return, he's willing to reveal all of Sung Chul-sik's crimes. The protagonist said he probably already knew about it. He understood the director's aspirations, but he was just a janitor himself and just wanted to go forward. The principal, on the other hand, said that he had never met a person more experienced in fighting, both dirt and monsters. Kim Young-woo was surprised. Before, Seo Min-chul thought he was nothing, but now all of a sudden he's calling him an expert. The young man said he had a lot of things to do and he had to go. The director asked, what should he do now? Seo Min-chul told Lee Soo-young that he had given the wrong chairman's number and wondered how he even knew where to find him. Even the board of directors didn't know that. Even this untouchable who didn't care about the association at all came back. According to the young man, he was in no position to ask the chairman. But in the restaurant, it seemed as if they had known each other for years. Lee Soo-young told the director not to worry. Seo Min-chul replied that it was just the right time to worry. The bell rang. Sung Chul-sik was furious and asked, "What is Seo Min-chul doing? He said that Kim Jung-woo would take care of it. How do you explain what happened now?" Seo Min-chul replied that he trusted Lee Soo-young's words and went to Kim Jung-woo. He was indignant. Why is he being blamed now? Is he the only one who could influence the chairman? The director said that now Song Chul-sik is trying to put all the blame on him. Sung Chul-sik said that he knows very well how Seo Min-chul manages to make profits from raids and dungeons. Therefore, there's no need to even open his mouth. He added if Seo Min-chul continues like this, he will personally scalp him. Lee Soo-young was indignant. Why is it their fault again? Seo Min-chul replied that this time, Sung Chul-sik had finally lost control. According to him, if it wasn't for Lee Soo-young's stupidity, none of this would have happened. Lee Soo-young was angry. Why is it that whenever there is a problem, he is always the one who is made to blame? He had long suspected that Seo Min-chul was a scoundrel, but right now, he wouldn't just let it go. Before biting, he should think it through. The television news reported that the prosecutor's office had opened an investigation into the Parallel Dimension Association. It turned out that 14 directors were involved. Chairman Park In-bom took the moment to announce the need for reforms in the organization. It became known that Song Chul-sik, one of the directors, had spent huge sums on lobbying and illegal purchases. This news caused a public outcry. An investigation has been launched against him. It was also revealed that branch director Seo Min-chul was involved in illegal dungeon buying and selling. The whistleblower continues to solve other crimes committed in the association. The janitors who had been following the news realized that there was a real lawlessness on the board of directors. They recognized Lee Soo-young, the leader of the first group, as the informant. From the TV screen, Lee Do-sik said that they would take full responsibility and create a new, honest association. The protagonist remembered, in his past life, it was Lee Do-sik who had been recognized as the chief corrupter. Now, however, things had gone differently. All crimes have been exposed, and Lee Do-sik will no longer be able to be falsely accused and fired. The same director that the hero once eliminated with his own hands is now succeeding in reforming the association. In his past life, in order to be the first in the world to reach the SSS rank, the protagonist went head-to-head, eliminating anyone who got in the way. Lee Do-sik and Lee Ah-young entered the office. The man chuckled. While one is working, others are idling and smoking. Isn't that disrespectful? The CEO asked. If the workday is over, what do you say we have dinner together with the association chairman? Sang-hyuk thought, Kim Jun-woo is being invited to have dinner with the boss of bosses. Unbelievable. The hero wondered, why was he given such an offer? Lee Do-sik replied that he did not know. The chairman himself invited the young man. The protagonist said he saw no reason to refuse. At dinner, the old man suggested, let the young man order what he wanted. The protagonist chose kalbutan, which was a non-spicy beef soup. Park In-bom wondered if Kim Young-woo had been here before. He ordered too quickly. That's because in his previous life, he and the chairman ate together almost 300 days a year. Kim Young-woo asked why he was invited. The old man replied that they had a serious conversation. He asked if the young man knew about the internal struggle between the directors, and added, he doesn't want to do business with them, especially during the reforms. Sung Chul-sik was fired. Seo Min-chul was about to leave for Ulleungdo. What to do with Lee Soo-young is still undecided. Park In-bom said that the merger with the International Association was canceled. The protagonist asked, how did the international side react? Lee Do-sik remarked that they are silent for now. Perhaps they think the situation is unworthy of attention. Kim Young-woo suggested that Lee Do-sik had a lot of work to do now. He agreed. He hadn't seen his wife in a few days. The young man said that it's still better than doing nothing. Lee Do-sik agreed and thanked the hero. He owed him a lot. The chairman said that he is now back in the association and intends to reform. What should he do next? Kim Young-woo wondered why the old man was asking him. Park Im-bom replied, "Who else would I ask? Kim Young-woo is the one who's holding everything together." The protagonist said that it's best not to rush things yet. Reforming too quickly will cause resentment. The hunters are the backbone of the association, and it's best not to disturb them. The old man agreed. It was necessary to show that change was coming, but not to provoke internal conflict. He suggested to continue the conversation in a more private place. He wanted to know what Kim Jong-woo wanted. The hero answered, "He doesn't want anything, just a pay raise for the janitors." Park Im-bom laughed. What an interesting young man. If he had known he would say that, he would have come back sooner. He wondered if the boy would like to try his hand at being a manager. He'd be perfect for it. Kim Jong-woo apologized but refused. He felt that there might not be another chance, so he handed the old man an envelope. Inside was a letter of resignation. That's what the protagonist said. He's quitting. Lee Do-sik was stunned. Did he really mean it? Is there something wrong with him? He's willing to work things out. Kim Young-woo explained that he's leaving for personal reasons. The merger issue is over, and the International Association is having a hard time without him. If he stays at this branch, he won't be able to get in. Now he should concentrate on preparing to join the International Association. Park Im-bom was sorry, but if that was the young man's decision, it couldn't be helped. The chairman said that Kim Jong-woo should work hard for the remaining month. He agreed. The old man added that it would violate the labor code if he left right after he applied. Lee Do-sik said he had a request too. Does the boy have time tonight? There's an important matter. The Paris branch of the association, Perfect Balance Corporation, known as PB. The head of the PB Corporation's coordination unit, Mark, realized the merger of the international and Korean associations had failed. The raid control squad leader, Kane, said they lost a lot just because of one rogue. Would Jason continue to make excuses? Did he really have nothing else to say? Jason was the former manager of the association's control division. Mark asked Chloe why they had missed the time stone during the joint operation with the Korean Association. Chloe replied that one of their employees had gotten suspicious of them. She had to back out of the plan because they could have easily been exposed. Chloe was the head of the banking operations management squad. Mark wondered if they'd been exposed or were they just trying to put sticks in their wheels. Who was being so considerate over there? Chloe replied that it was the janitor from the headquarters in Seoul. Mark admitted that it was the stupidest thing he had ever heard. Some janitor had ruined the mission. Kane asked why the merger had failed. After all, the Koreans had proposed it. Chloe replied that the chairman of the association, who'd been reported missing, had suddenly returned. According to the report, it was the janitor who had found him and facilitated the chairman's return. Mark wondered who he was, this janitor. They had fulfilled all the conditions and were preparing to merge for the sake of this stone, but now they would not see it. Chloe remarked that since the Korean Association had undergone reforms after the incident, it seemed that the janitor had been promoted to chief of operations. Mark wondered, how could a janitor get such a position? Had there been a mistake? Chloe replied that they didn't know the real reasons. Education, background, and career. Everything as usual. However, there is one oddity. This guy has incredible combat power. The skills he used surpass those of most hunters. Mark was surprised. A janitor who can use skills that surpass hunters? Is he in the ranking system of hunters? Chloe shook her head negatively. Mark wondered, a janitor with such abilities and absent from the system? What's going on here? So he's off the grid. The man present said this guy stole the time stone from under their noses. How are they going to deal with that? Chloe stated that they would figure something out. There's no legal way to solve this. The moment for negotiation is long gone. The girl stated that they planned to use the space stone. The man said that if the Koreans knew about the existence of the time stone, they would have taken action long ago. Is it possible to get information about the Korean Association after their reform? The man said for the hunter Yang Min-ho to bring back the time stone. He can take Chloe with him. The freelance hunter, official number 1, Yang Min-ho said that he understood the master's assignment. The man asked to remove the thing, to which the hunter said that he was just about to upgrade it. The skull next to Yang Min-ho shattered into pieces. The man said that he would report everything to the general secretary. The conversation was over for today. The man said for everyone to keep in mind, this janitor is officially their enemy. Kim Junwoo thought that he didn't have much time left. Karma gained after someone's sudden death. It was a hidden skill that took the player back 10 years. A condition must be met: becoming the Secretary General of an international association within 5 years. The most obvious suspect was Park Gun-dae, but he's not that kind of person at all. During his time as a janitor, the hero tried to find more suspects, but there were no other suspects due to the lack of motives and skills that Park Gun-dae didn't have. The only conclusion was that someone very powerful was involved. Kim Jung-woo realized, if he did nothing, he would play in a box. Fortunately, our hero was able to unlock a lot of skills and even knocked out a raise for the janitors. All that's left is to find a way to get into the International Association. Lee Ah-young approached the young man and asked why the birthday boy was drinking alone. Kim Jun-woo was surprised that he was the culprit of the celebration. Lee Ah-young decided that her dad just wanted to throw this party. Lee Ah-young said that everyone had gathered here to celebrate that the young man was finally safe. Our hero thought that he wasn't really into this kind of gathering. I guess this is what real life looks like. Kim Jun-woo looked around and said that everyone was having a lot of fun. These were the people who looked at him with contempt, hatred, and anger before his regression. Now these people were gathered here for Kim Jun-woo's sake. How on earth did things get like this? The young man thought that life wasn't so bad. Things seemed to be getting better. The dungeon appeared underwater at Incheon Harbor. It was half an hour before closing time. Hunter tried to communicate with headquarters. The water had risen so high that mopping up was impossible. They can't get out. The exit is gone. Lee Ah-young, while at headquarters, said she would look into it and find out the cause. Where are Kim Jun-woo and the head of Cha Hyun-suk now? The girl said to leave it up to them. They will defeat the boss. The monster boss suddenly attacked and Kim Min-ju flew far back. The monster boss lifted Kim Jun-woo high above the water. The girl was exhausted. She thought she did everything as Julia taught her, but that was the end of it. The hunter said that Kim Min-ju didn't make contact. They were told to wait for the exit to appear, so they can't go after her for help. Kim Jung-woo came on the line. Lee Ah-young reported to the young man that the first task force was in a critical situation. In half an hour, the dungeon will close. Kim Jun-woo stated that he was on his way to the location and pointed his Maserati in the given direction. Kim Jun-woo pressed the gas pedal to the floor and thought that this raid couldn't be failed. There was an accident. Again, it was a truck. Our hero's car was pinned by the truck and lost maneuverability. The airbags deployed, the young man was trapped in the car. There was a massive explosion. The epicenter was between the truck and the Maserati. In the past, 2 weeks after Operation Association Gate, Kim Jung-woo became the head of the operations headquarters. He felt like a paper worker. After Operation Association Gate, a lot of things changed. SEO Min-chul and Lee Soo-young, the main culprits of the incident, were kicked out of the company. Kim Min-ju became the leader of the newly formed First Operation Team. The girl who was a B-rank hunter just 6 months ago became the leader of the association's most elite squad. A total of 10 dungeon clearing squads had been formed. SEO Young and Sang-hyuk gave up their leadership positions. Han Yu-bin colored her hair. The support squad was hit by the gate incident, so all power went to Lee Ah-young. The more Kim Jun-woo thought about it, the more absurd everything seemed. Why put someone in charge of the headquarters who would be out of here in a month? Just in case, the young man clarified. Could he really leave the association in a month? The chairman promised if nothing happened. If something went wrong, the old man would not accept his resignation. Therefore, no accidents should happen. One must leave here in a month. Kim Jun-woo thought that his position had an advantage after all. Most of the skills he had already unlocked. However, even despite this position, something still remained. It was one of the most powerful skills in his past life. However, the conditions for unlocking this skill now were too difficult. It would have to be abandoned for now. Our hero was seriously considering signing up for a rank level. His original goal was to unlock skills and become a hunter again. Kim Jun-woo thought that maybe he still wasn't a hunter, but he was already well on his way up. There was a knock on the door, and Shin Soo-ji, the assistant manager, walked in. The girl brought the raid plan for the operational squads for the next month and the payments to be paid by the end of the day. Kim Jun-woo started signing everything. Shin Soo-ji yelled that these documents should be read first. The girl stated that there was a suggestion from the support department to do more research. They want to study the time stone, but they don't have the equipment. However, according to preliminary estimates alone, They would need more than $50 billion. The chief asked how much was left in the budget of the operational headquarters. The assistant chief replied, about 82 billion. Kim Jun-woo said to allocate that money to them. Shin Soo-ji remarked that they would have almost nothing left in that case. Kim Young-woo said he doesn't care. We should also increase the budget for the next quarter for the cleanup department and provide them with the latest equipment. The supervisor said they need to completely replace the control department's equipment. Communication is constantly interrupted, and the map sometimes shows errors. The young man thought it would be revenge for making him clean out the dungeons. Kim Jong-woo said that he would report everything to the chairman of the association, and Shin Soo-ji should mind her own business. The assistant went into the office and told the chairman that there was a problem. As a result of the reorganization, too many hunters had left the association. With the current number of staff, they would encounter problems during raids. The assistant said that they had analyzed everything. They needed at least 32 people to stabilize the situation. There is a critical shortage of personnel. Some strange waves have appeared near Incheon Harbor. At this rate, the underwater dungeon can't be dealt with. Kim Young-woo promised that due to the urgency, he would look for people or turn to freelance hunters. Lee Ah-young was surprised to hear that the boss had approved everything. Did he even read the documents? The budget is just fabulous. Shin Soo-ji stated that she was confused herself. Lee Ah-young agreed that this boss was different from others. Support department studies were always rejected because they were considered useless expenses. The aide said that Chief Kim Jong-woo wants to give extensive support to the clearance and management departments. He also wants to increase the budget for the next quarter. Shin Soo-ji wondered, why is Lee Ah-young laughing? The girl replied that she just remembered herself. She often felt like Kim Jong-woo acts irrationally. It's hard to understand him, but that doesn't mean he gives orders rashly. Lee Ah-young said that Kim Jun-woo's manager is on another level, always one step ahead, does things his own way, unpredictable and smart. It's unclear if he's good from birth or just a quick learner. When he was an ordinary janitor, he took care of his colleagues because he realized that they could easily die in the dungeon. Lee Ah-young thought that Kim Jun-woo would never tolerate injustice. That's an incredible man. Shin Soo-ji apologized for being immodest and asked if Kim Jun-woo's leader Lee Ah-young liked him. Lee Ah-young replied that of course she likes him as a person. Lee Ah-young added that she is happy to hear that they will be given money. She wants to explore this time stone faster. An underwater dungeon is literally a prison created underwater. There are very few hunters with the underwater breathing skill, so raids are hard there. In addition, in such a place, it is difficult to sweep and generally deal with. You need to carefully think out a plan to clear the locations of monsters. Our hero thought that this dungeon was only recently learned about. Ares is the #1 hunters guild in this country. Our hero said that he was the head of the capital's operational headquarters of the Parallel Dimensions Association. The person he talked to said it was nice to meet him. He is Cha Seok-hyun. He had wanted to meet Kim Jun-woo for a long time. He was honored. Cha Seok-hyun was the deputy guild leader and the #4 hunter in this country. Guild leader Cha Yul, the #2 hunter, said that he had heard a lot about Mr. Kim Jun-woo. The young man had become a janitor 3 months ago and was now the head of the operations headquarters. Cha Yul asked how did the young man do it. Kim Jun-woo replied that it was nothing special. He just followed his daily routine and brushed his teeth twice a day. Cha Yul told the young man not to be modest. His position speaks for itself. He understands that Kim Jong-woo wants to recruit their hunters. Kim Jong-woo admitted that they recently went through a reorganization and are now short on people. Cha Yul commented that they shouldn't be in such a hurry because of laying off a few employees. Kim Young-woo said that Incheon Harbor will be opening an underwater dungeon soon, so it's worth preparing for that event in advance. Cha Yul asked, why did the young man choose their guild in that case? Kim Jun-woo replied, because this guild is the best. The guild leader assumed that they were out of the association's sight. Plus, they had a conflict with the former deputy squad leader of the Capital City Guild. Kim Jong-woo said that he tries not to confuse personal and work relationships. The young man realized that the conversation was about Shin Tai-hwan. Kim Jun-woo showed the contract and said that the deal was very favorable. Cha Yul apologized and interrupted the young man halfway through. The guild leader stated that they weren't interested. Cha Yul added that they weren't going to work with the association, so Kim Jun-woo could leave. Kim Young-woo said that it seems very strange. After all, it's not every day you get offers like this. Cha Yul remarked that it's not about the money. Kim Jung-woo wondered, then what is it about? The guild leader assumed that the young man had taken care and found an alternate route to recruit hunters. Kim Jun-woo admitted that things didn't go according to his plan. Chae-yul said that in that case, it would be even harder to accept the offer. As Kim Jung-woo knows, the relationship between the guild and the association isn't the best. They have a very unflattering opinion of the organization. Recently, things have gotten much worse. If Kim Jung-woo thinks about what the association did to them, he'll understand. Kim Jun-woo understood everything. The private guilds were not part of the association, but it couldn't be said that they were completely independent. If any dungeons remain after distribution within the association, only then the system transfers the remaining raid rights to the guilds. The association takes all the items after the raid, but the guild gets the income without commission. On the surface, this seems like a reasonable deal. If they weren't given this too, the guilds would be left to finish the leftovers. Eventually, they would have to submit to the association to avoid being unemployed. The association takes advantage of this to exploit the guilds. That's when the boss-subordinate relationship began. The protagonist suspected that it was Seo Min-chul who had led to this situation. Chae-yul said, if they sign an agreement with the association, they will become public enemies. Even though Ares is the leading guild, they don't seek to antagonize others. Kim Jung-woo reminded him that this was a business. He didn't think that Ares would refuse the reward. Chae-yul stated that the word reward was inappropriate here. Kim Jung-woo got up from the table and said, if that was the guild head's decision, then he should go. Chae-yul remarked that the atmosphere in the capital city guilds was not the most pleasant right now. This was in case the young man decided to look into other firms as well. It would be best not to count on hospitality. Kim Jun-woo thanked him for his advice. Young Min-ho appeared behind the guild leader's back and asked, is this Kim Jun-woo? Young Min-ho asked, did Chae-yul try to join the association without his knowledge? That would upset him. Yang Ming-ho reminded the deputy guild leader that the association's lifespan was short. A janitor becoming a leader is ridiculous. Cha Seok-hyun asked Yang Min-ho, what's wrong with the guild cooperating with the association? Yang Min-ho said that if Ares follows his plan, everyone will be fine. Yang Ming-ho told the guild head that he couldn't give much time to think about it. His plan is already being realized. Chae-yul asked, does Yang Ming-ho really want to turn everyone against each other and have a grand massacre? The guild head couldn't understand what was driving Yang Ming-ho. He's not even a member of the guild. By making a fuss with the association, what benefit would he gain? Yang Ming-ho stated that he simply hated waiting, and right now, he has been doing it for too long. Yang Ming-ho repeated that the association would soon fall apart. It's a pity that the guild leader is ignoring his suggestion. Yang Min-ho asked that those present not tell anyone about this conversation. Chae Seok-hyun asked the boss what he would do. Chae-yul replied that they would have to take sides in the future. If they sided with Yang Ming-ho, not only their guild, but also others would be able to make good money. However, it was unknown what Yang Ming-ho was really up to. Chae-yul added that it was beneficial to be under the patronage of the association, but one must also consider the relationship with other guilds. One thing is for sure, Kim Jun-woo is nothing like Seo Min-chul. Cha Seok-hyun asked the leader, does he really think that Kim Jung-woo can be negotiated with? Chae-yul said that he insulted the association and refused his offer, but Kim Jung-woo didn't even raise an eyebrow. Seo Min-chul didn't hesitate to express himself in such a situation. Chae-yul thought Kim Jung-woo was shallow because he started out as a janitor. But after the conversation, his opinion didn't change. His calmness and voice made it seem like he didn't care. There are two types of people who give off that kind of atmosphere. Either a person who is about to die, or someone who paints such a big picture of events that he doesn't notice such small things. A female hunter entered the room and asked why Chae-yul wasn't answering the phone. They were in serious trouble right now. The huntress turned out to be the leader of the Forward Guild, Yu-ji-woo. The girl said that the guilds in the capital were now conducting large-scale dungeon interceptions. Kim Jun-woo thought angrily that everything had turned out the way Chae-yul had said. He had already visited several other guilds. However, they wouldn't let him past the front desk, citing the lack of a leader. Some places even refused to talk to him. Previously, he would have just hung up the phone and sent everyone away. Now, however, he couldn't afford to do that, being one step away from leaving the association. It seemed to the young man that a conflict was brewing. Kim Jun-woo didn't feel guilty because of Seo Min-chul's shenanigans. Why did he have to take the blame? Did he abuse his power? The phone rang and it was Pyung. He said it was urgent. Right now, there are dungeon interceptions going on all over the capital. 18 cases, and that's in just 2 hours. The seizures continue. According to reports, the hunter guilds are behind this. And it's not just 1 or 2 guilds. Interceptions of this magnitude involve almost every guild in the capital. Byun said that everything points to the beginning of a war for spheres of influence. Kim Jun-woo wondered, did the private guilds really oppose the association? What had they done wrong? More importantly, why now? Hunter reported to Yang Min-ho that he had completed the interception in the Sanam area. Did the association react? It was the leader of the Big Bear Guild, Sung Jun-hyun. Yang Min-ho replied that there was no reaction yet. This seems strange. The guild wasn't the kind of guild that would procrastinate. The newly minted leader must have been overestimated. No one thought that he would turn out to be so soft. Sung Jun-hyun asked if Mr. Yang Min-ho was sure it was worth it. The association would demand reparations. They couldn't afford it. Yang Min-ho recalled how Sung Jun-hyun had given up his pride and groveled to stay out of jail. The head of the Big Bear Guild said that was not the case. Yang Min-ho said that the association didn't just turn to them because of the lack of hunters. First of all, their new head of operations is a former janitor who doesn't understand anything. It has been a little while since his appointment. Now is exactly the moment when the association is at its weakest. If all the guilds rebel, the inexperienced leader will try to negotiate somehow. Then we can bargain and get our own dungeons. The guilds have to take care of their own earning power. No one else will do it. If they miss the chance, they'll have to pay the association for the rest of their lives. Does Sung Jun-hyun want to live and pay reparations? In that case, he must continue. We need to strike a blow against the rascals from the association. The head of the Big Bear Guild told his staff that they were moving on to the next item. They were delayed, so they need to hurry up. A girl approached the guild head and said that judging by their uniforms, they were from Big Bear. The girl introduced herself. Her name is Kim Min-ju. She is the leader of the association's first operational unit. Kim Min-ju said that it was time to end this circus or she would have to use force. The hunters told the guild leader that this was a real war. This is nothing short of a challenge to the association. They took advantage of the confusion after the reorganization and made a move. They cannot show weakness now. Pyong felt that an armed conflict should be considered. Pyong added that they will start legal proceedings. We need to report everything to the chairman. Kim Jun-woo wondered, is there a need for that? The chairman has enough to do as it is. Bayun said they can't keep quiet. If this continues, the damage will exceed tens of billions. The lawyers are already ready to gather evidence. Kim Young-woo thought that after they intervened, the case would become public. If it went to the chairman of the association, no one would fire him. Kim Young-woo said that he would solve the problem himself. The lawyers should stay in their offices and do nothing. The chairman should not be disturbed. Byun suggested that Kim Jung-woo knows what he is doing, but the association can't lose any more dungeons. Kim Young-woo confirmed that he knows everything and added that he'll get in touch later. The protagonist asked Han Yu-bin where she is now. The girl replied that she was in the dungeon, just finishing up with her work. Kim Jung-woo asked if she knew about the interceptions. Could she be delayed a bit in this regard? Han Yu-bin was surprised. What kind of delay are we talking about? They should have been on their way home by now. Kim Jun-woo said he was relying on Han Yu-bin and cut the conversation short. Our hero understood the dislike of the association, and he could understand why he was being ignored. After all, he used to be a simple janitor. However, was this a reason for a large-scale interception? What good would it do for the guilds to interfere in the affairs of the association? Sanam District. The Big Bear Guild head and Kim Min-ju continued to clarify their relationship. Sung Jun-hyun asked, does Kim Min-ju really mean to say that the association hunters will use force against a civilian guild? The girl replied, only if necessary. Anything Big Bear is doing now is illegal. Kim Min-ju thought that the teacher didn't give any instructions. However, she can't do nothing. The only thing left to do is to personally stop them. Kim Min-ju asked, does Sung Jun-hyun really think he can pay compensation? The guild had replied that they have no intention of doing so. Kim Min-ju remarked that this is incredibly brazen. Sung Jun-hyun wondered, is this really an employee of the association saying this? Had they forgotten how they had dealt with the guilds themselves? Kim Min-ju said that it didn't give them the right to intercept the dungeons anyway. All their grievances should have been stated in an official letter. Sung Jun-hyun replied that they had tried it. The association did not respond to any of the requests. But after the interception, Their representatives are here. They should have done this a long time ago. Kim Min-ju said that she understands everything, but still asked to go with her. Sung Jun-hyun said he disagreed and activated his unique skill, Beast Transformation. Kim Min-ju activated her acquired skill, Diamond, and increased her strength. The girl said that this was the last warning. It was best to listen to her. The guild head repeated that he was refusing. Kim Min-ju had a confrontation with Sung Jun-hyun. The head of the Aries Guild was asked, "Did the best guild in the country not know about this?" Chae-yul confirmed. They certainly had some suspicions, but they didn't think that mass interceptions would start. Did they really mean to say that the Aphrodite Guild didn't know about this incident either? Chae-yul suggested that they might be the only ones who didn't have the information. Kim Jun-woo said that was strange. The interceptors could have used their help. Why weren't they brought in? Perhaps they were having problems with other guilds. Chae-yul replied that they have a great relationship with their co-workers. If it was a planned attack, they would have known. Kim Jun-woo stated that in that case, it's even stranger. There are more than 20 guilds in the capital, which means there are about 1,000 hunters. Our hero said that a leader is needed to manage that many people. The guild leader asked, "Does the association doubt them?" Kim Jun-woo replied that on the contrary, he trusts them 100%. He doesn't think that someone who values commerce would do such a thing. Even more so, why risk their reputation? Given the circumstances, it was very likely that the leader was someone not from the guild. Chae-yul asked what the association plans to do next. Will they involve lawyers? Kim Young-woo stated that there is such talk in the association. Kim Young-woo stated that he wants to resolve the issue through the dialogue process. The dungeons still have to be protected by someone. It's not a problem if someone else takes over. The clashes between the association and guilds are causing anxiety among the citizens. In order not to increase the anxiety of the populace, it's better to resolve things peacefully. Chae-yul doubted that Yang Min-ho would agree to a deal. Yet the guild leader never thought that someone like that would be in this association. The assistant entered the office and reported to the guild leader that they were in trouble. The Big Bear Guild and the task force from the association had clashed in the Sangnam area. Kim Jun-woo, upon hearing this news, decided that he had to stop them immediately. Our hero apologized and immediately left the room, saying that he needed to leave immediately. Chae-yul was surprised. Even though this guy is the chief of staff, he still goes out to the facilities. The guild head told his assistant, Sio Yan, that he had decided which side to choose. This guy, Kim Jun-woo, will definitely be able to give everyone what they are looking for. The battle between the Big Bear Guild head and Kim Min-ju was in full swing. Suddenly, Kim Jun-woo appeared on the battleground and threw the opponents in different directions. The skill, Destroyer, was activated. Our hero introduced himself as the chief of operations of the association. He said that if the guild had any questions, they should talk to him. Kim Jun-woo noted that Kim Min-ju didn't waste any time. He praised her work and said that he would take care of it himself now. Sung Jun-hyun said that he sees Kim Jun-woo, the chief of staff himself, in front of him. What brings him here? Is he really going to try to shut their mouths? Sung Jun-hyun added that they are not going to sit idly by. Kim Jun-woo asked, "Don't the opponents just want to talk?" Then why this kind of behavior? He wouldn't stand by either. The guild leader said that he will finally see Kim Jun-woo's true face. Sung Jun-hyun asked what will happen if they refuse to dialogue. Would he really destroy them? Kim Jun-woo was angry. He thought maybe he should really teach this guy a lesson. Kim Min-ju received a message. There was a problem in the Chamsil area. Malfunctions due to interception were recorded. Code Orange. The radio says they keep requesting help. The hunters there are having trouble dealing with the main monster. Song Jun-hyun heard the message and cried out in fright. After all, his wife's guild was in this dungeon. Kim Jun-woo demanded an explanation. What is the problem? It was necessary to immediately gather all the operational squads and prepare for a rescue operation. The boss monster was indeed rampaging in the Chamsil area. It was impossible to contain it. Kim Jun-woo promptly arrived on the scene and inquired about what was going on. The chief of staff was informed that it was an orange-level dungeon. Since it was very dangerous, they carefully planned the raid. But a guild broke in and things didn't go according to plan. The assistant said that the guild hunters had entered an hour ago, and there had been no news of them since. The protagonist realized that this was what happened when one entered a dungeon without preparation. Sung Jun-hyun tried to enter this dungeon, but the hunters held him back. They said that this was the orange level, and without preparation, the guild leader would be destroyed by the monsters in no time. Kim Jun-woo calmed down Song Jun-hyung with a right punch to the jaw. He said that if someone went in there now, there would be even more casualties. Song Jun-hyun asked, is Kim Jun-woo really suggesting to stand there and watch? Does he really want to take all the laurels for himself? Kim Jun-woo replied that that's exactly what it looks like. Our hero remarked that he was definitely not going to stand there and watch. The chief of staff said that he would go there himself, so the guild leader could end the unnecessary argument. Pyong told the leader that he didn't have to do it. Even a trained task force might not be able to handle it. Despite the large budget, this operation won't bring in any revenue even if it's successful. Kim Young-woo agreed with this statement. Kim Young-woo stated that the first task force will go with him. The area near the dungeon must be detached. Also, no one should interfere. The protagonist said that he has no more time for idle talk and ordered to follow him and be extremely careful. Chloe, observing the events, concluded that the guild had mistakenly entered the orange-level dungeon. It felt like someone had deliberately given them false information. Chloe wondered, was this really Yang Ming-ho's plan? Yang Ming-ho replied, what could be a better justification for fomenting conflict than mass destruction? Guild disputes were the best way to weaken an association. Chloe said that Yang Min-ho had better not start all of this. At this rate, he would definitely get caught. Now the local association has launched a rescue operation. Kim Jun-woo is in charge. Yang Min-ho speculates that the new leader is concerned about his image. Does Chloe really think the former janitor will lead a raid in the orange-level dungeon? That dungeon isn't the kind of place a newbie can handle. The association is an organization that only pursues its own interests. It's unlikely that they would just rush out to save the guild that had taken over the dungeon. Chloe said that Yang Min-ho is underestimating Kim Jun-woo. He's an unusual person. She will have to use the stone, so they should clearly follow the plan. Chloe added that the plan wasn't created for Yang Min-ho's amusement. Yang Min-ho really underestimated this guy and felt that everything going on was becoming some kind of nonsense. What's Kim Young-woo up to? He turned out to be a very interesting guy. The protagonist activated the acquired skill Annihilation. Kim Jun-woo reported that he was supposedly at the entrance to the boss room. The assistant reported that they were only able to figure out the name of the main monster. It was the Black Tigracon. He would contact the boss as soon as there was more information. Kim Jun-woo ordered everyone to get ready and warned them that they were entering the boss room. In the boss room, our hero ordered the squad members to look around even though it was dark and nothing could be seen. Kim Min-ju informed the teacher that they found a weapon used by the guild members. There was no monster blood on it, but there was some slime present. She assumed the slime belonged to the monster. Kim Jun-woo shouted for the girl to be careful. Danger from behind. Kim Min-ju bounced to the side, and the protagonist activated the fire skill. He saw that the boss appeared to be a huge spider. The guild members were wrapped in cocoons and suspended from the spider's web. Kim Jun-woo noticed that the hunters were alive. That was good news. He told his apprentice that the most important thing right now was to save the people. The cleanup would be dealt with later when they got more information. The girl activated the sword mastery, Iron Meteor skill. Kim Min-ju cut the cobwebs, and the captives fell into the hands of our hero. He carried them to safety. Kim Min-ju warned the teacher, danger from above. Kim Jun-woo looked up and saw that the spider above him was releasing slime. The protagonist did not have time to dodge and found himself completely covered in slime. He had to activate the skill Uriel. The commander soared upwards on wings, his body glowing. He prepared to fight the spiders and said that he wouldn't forgive them for this. There was no need to douse him with slime. He ordered Kim Min-ju to lead the hunters away. He would deal with the spiders himself. Kim Min-ju reminded the teacher that rescue was more important than mopping up right now. The commander stated that there's been a change of plans. He's not going to say it twice. Everyone must leave the place immediately. Kim Min-ju thought that the teacher was acting in his own style again. She ordered the hunters to help the victims immediately. The teacher would buy them time. They should get out as soon as possible. Kim Jun-woo decided to destroy all the spiders. Kim Min-ju informed the hunters that the strategy had changed. The teacher was fighting so they could escape. Kim Jun-woo activated the acquired skill Destroyer again. The spiders came to an end. One of them was immediately destroyed. While watching the other one, the young man noticed that it was ignoring him. Was he really going to attack from the other side? It looked like it had intelligence. He activated the fire skill. Another spider was destroyed. Under the shell of the destroyed spider were many small spiders. It was extremely annoying to the protagonist. One of the hunters shouted that the leader was in danger. Small spiders attacked the young man and began to quickly entangle him in their webs. Kim Jun-woo was not going to give up. He activated the divine defense skill he had acquired. After freeing himself from the web, Kim Jun-woo approached the boss spider called the Black Tigracon. The Tigracon refused to fight and turned around to run away. Kim Jun-woo told the spider to run as far away as he could. The hero activated the acquired skill, Great Magician's Hand Gesture. Using this skill, he cut the spider in two. Avoiding the slime again was not possible. He was once again completely covered in it. The head of the control squad was informed that the task force had freed the hostages. The rescue operation was a success. The head of the Big Bear Guild was happy that his wife had been rescued. Kim Min-ju stated that the teacher would be coming out of the dungeon soon. Kim Jun-woo came out of the dungeon and asked Mr. Pyong to bring something to wipe himself. He also told him to immediately give first aid to the injured and take them to the hospital. He told Han Yubin to stop whizzing around and clean up the dungeon. Sung Jun-hyun stated that Kim Jun-woo was scared of trouble, and that's why he saved the hunters. However, they are not going to forgive the association's attitude towards the guilds. He thought it might look silly, but they can't pay compensation. He said that Kim Jun-woo had the wrong address. No need to be a hero here. Everyone will know what the association is doing. The head of the Ares Guild suddenly appeared and punched his colleague in the jaw. Chae-yul apologized to the association on behalf of all the guilds. He said that they had no right to judge a person who risked his life for them. The head of the Ares Guild noted that it was all impressive. In such a situation, Kim Jun-woo had put his life on the line and was even concerned about the safety of the citizens. Chae-yul expressed his confidence that with such a person at the head of the association, they would be able to coexist peacefully. He added that Kim Jung-woo's actions should be an example for Aphrodite leader Yu-ji, his deputy Cha Seok-hyun, and other guilds. Chae-yul admitted that he too was impressed by the chief of staff's decisive actions. He couldn't have imagined that he was capable of such a thing. He had just recently read about him in an article about janitors. Quite an impressive career move. The hunters said that Kim Jung-woo should stay in the association forever. He is radically different from the previous leadership. He is the hope of the world. Chae-yul acknowledged that thanks to Kim Jun-woo, all the hunters came back alive and unharmed. However, despite this, he can't help but note that the association's intentions have become clear to him. Kim Jung-woo must understand exactly what the association has done. Kim Jung-woo asked who Chae-yul thought he was. Kim Jung-woo said that he knows everything that is going on in the association. But is it an excuse to take away dungeons in this way? He added that now that the amount of damage has reached a huge scale, he is being asked to understand. Does Chae-yul even realize who he's dealing with? Kim Jun-woo asked the Big Bear Guild leader, does he really have to forgive everything just because they have a hard life? Are they the only ones having a hard time? He added that he didn't care about the reasons why they decided to intercept. Future relationships are more important to him. There's no guarantee that something like this won't happen again if it's not publicized. If the amount of damage is made public, the guild will have to declare bankruptcy. Kim Jung-woo said that if they don't have money, they should join the association and work off the debt. The joining agreement has already been prepared. Chae-yul wondered if Kim Jung-woo was offering to work for free. He suggested they read the contract to the end. He guaranteed them a permanent job on the condition that they would be paid a percentage. Chae-yul wondered if the association was willing to guarantee them dungeons. Kim Jun-woo replied that he wanted to make a mutually beneficial agreement. It would be unreasonable to leave so many hunters unemployed. The head of the Ares Guild said that the association hadn't listened to their request before, but now they were offering a contract. But what would the other guilds say? Kim Jun-woo replied that it didn't matter. He was now in charge of the operational headquarters, and whatever the guilds say at the top was not the guild's problem. Chae-yul thought that this guy was different. After the large-scale interceptions were revealed, a rescue operation was conducted, and Kim Jun-woo proposed a solution to the conflict that satisfied both sides. Chae-yul stated that he had something to say. This conversation should take place in private. Kim Jung-woo told Kim Min-ju to clean up. And why hasn't Han Yu-bin started cleaning up yet? Han Yu-bin resented that she wasn't a slave. Kim Min-ju replied, not to worry, teacher. Everything will be done. Left alone, Chae-yul confessed that he knew who was behind the interceptions. Has Kim Jung-woo heard of Yang Min-ho? In his past life, our hero was the country's top hunter, and Yang Min-ho was right behind him. He always solved everything with violence and had no right to be called a hunter. That's when Yang Min-ho got the nickname Cleaner. He didn't shy away from dirty work. He was originally a mage, but then he unlocked forbidden skills. As a result, the magician turned into a witch doctor, something that shouldn't exist. After that, Kim Jun-woo forgot about him since he didn't see him in the world ranking of hunters. Perhaps he was weaker in his previous life, but this time dealing with him wouldn't be easy. Chae-yul said that he had information. Yang Ming-ho had been tipping off the dungeons. He was probably intentionally increasing the conflict between the association and the guilds. Kim Jun-woo inquired, "Where's that rascal now?" Chae-yul said that Min-ho is constantly changing hideouts, but there is one place he goes to regularly. The news reported under the leadership of Chief of Operations Kim Jung-woo, the rescue operation was successful. Mr. Kim Jun-woo put on a private show in the dungeon and saved an entire guild. The citizens recognized that the association was doing much better than before. It would be great if Mr. Kim Jun-woo stayed on as the leader. Young Min-ho was furious. That janitor Kim Jun-woo had also recruited guild members. No one could have imagined it would turn out like this. We need to contact Chloe and plan the next move. A man appeared in front of Yang Min-ho in the stairwell and asked where he was going. Min-ho was surprised. Did they really know each other? Kim Jung-woo said that he didn't care about Min-ho's existence until he crossed the line. He asked if he thought he had the right to take lives by calling himself a hunter. He warned, "This is the first and last warning. If Yang Ming-ho gets in the way again, I'll have to skin him alive." Min-ho was surprised. Why would he listen to this guy? He may be the chief of staff, but Kim Jun-woo is nothing to him. He added that he doesn't understand how the janitor has such confidence. He has no idea what he's walking into. Random passersby appeared nearby and yelled that a fight was starting. "We need to call the police." Kim Jun-woo turned around and told Yang Min-ho to be careful. If he tried to pull something like that again, he would be destroyed. The girl asked her father when he would be back. He replied that he was delayed and had gone far away on business. He promised to buy her some caramelized fruit. Chae-yul told her to obey her mother and go to bed on time. A silhouette of a man appeared on the dark road in the light of car headlights. The driver braked sharply and the car swerved off the road. The car was traveling at a high speed and flew into the ditch. From the flaming car, Chae-yul struggled to get out. The person lying on the road was on the side of the road. Chae-yul wondered, wasn't that girl just now in the middle of the road? She turned around and he saw a sinister skull instead of a face, the same one that had always accompanied Yang Ming-ho. In the next moment, Ming-ho himself was already standing beside her. He asked, "Didn't Chae-yul tell Chae-yul to be quiet?" So he had sided with Kim Jun-woo. He didn't think Yul would dare to take such a desperate step. Chae-yul said that Kim Jun-woo had proposed an option that made everyone happy. Yang Min-ho coldly said the head's decision cost him his life. Chae-yul felt danger approaching and activated the Divine Light skill. The opponents entered the battle using their crushing skills. Chae-yul lost the battle. Yang Min-ho grinned and said that Kim Jun-woo was a really interesting guy. At the Parallel Measurement Association meeting, a speaker reported that they had calculated the gains and losses after last week's interceptions. Since interceptions had occurred all over the city, the damage had been considerable. However, the situation had now stabilized. The motivation of the guilds that signed the contract is high. The amount of subjugation has increased by 40% compared to last week. Pyong added that the limit for operational squads is 100 raids per month. The difficulty of the dungeons has been slightly reduced, and the profit has been increased by 5%. At this rate, it would soon be possible to fully compensate for the losses. The public's favor for the association is growing rapidly. Thanks to this incident, Kim Jung-woo has strengthened his position and has become a leader like no other in modern times. Bung noted that all hunters except freelancers from the capital city are now members of the association. Kim Dong-woo asked if there was any progress on the Timestone research. Lee Ah-young replied that she will present all the collected data later. Kim Young-woo asked for a detailed report for the next meeting. He remembered that he was 3 weeks away from his dismissal. All of the set goals had already been accomplished. Since that day, Young Min-ho had not been heard from. The protagonist decided that he was finished. There was only one thing left to do before leaving the association. He knew that if he did it, his resignation would be assured. Kim Young-woo said that he now wanted to address the issue of the appearance of the underwater dungeon in Incheon Harbor. He asked Lee Ah-young why she decided to schedule the meeting here. This is not the right place to report. The young people met at the shooting range. Lee Ah-young pulled out a gun and fired at the target. Her shooting was on target. The target was hit. Kim Young-woo asked what she was doing since it was dangerous. Lia Young stated that in the movie, everyone shoots with one hand. It looks cool. The young man wondered, who shoots like that anyway? The girl asked him to show her how to do it. She was sure that Kim Jun-woo knew how to handle the weapon. Lee Ah-young explained that they were exploring the time stones with the weapon. It held incredible power. She added that Kim Jong-woo knows it himself. In the looped dungeon, time repeats endlessly until certain conditions are met. The source of the power is the time stone. The girl stated that she needs to do more research. She suggests that the potential of the stone can be applied not only to space, but also to objects and even to the human body. Their possibilities have only been partially revealed so far. If you use the time stone correctly, time travel will be possible. Kim Jun-woo thought to himself, if the bullet that had shot him really did contain the power of the time stone, that would explain why he had traveled back in time. If the speculation was correct at that time, the International Association already possessed this technology. Then they offered him a position as a scout. But why use this weapon against him? An assistant appeared at the shooting range and announced some breaking news. The news concerned Mr. Chai Yul, the head of the Aries Guild. His little daughter was bitterly pining after learning that her father wouldn't be returning anymore. Kim Jung-woo asked Mr. Pyung what really happened. The aide replied that the official version was that Chai Yul crashed on his way home after the raid. Boon added that Chai Yul was also preparing to participate in a dungeon raid in Incheon. Hwang Dong-hui personally went to the scene of the accident. He revealed that the guild leader was on the phone with his daughter at the time of the accident. Since it was right after the raid, an accident was assumed. But Kim Jung-woo knew hunters often die, but the leader of the country's first guild couldn't die like this. It didn't sound plausible. He thought that he had hardly interacted with Chae Yul before or after the regression, but he wasn't the type to die by accident. At that moment, Cha Suk-hyun appeared and said hello. He said that he had something to pass on. Kim Jun-woo noted that the deputy head was acting calmer than the others. The latter replied that he has lost many people over the years. Cha Suk-hyun reported that he had checked the documents. Kim Jun-woo requested support for the dungeon in Incheon, but put conditions. A rogue, unscrupulous assassin must be caught and destroyed. Cha Suk-hyun was sure that he was the culprit. We must find evidence and apprehend him as soon as possible. Kim Jung-woo promised that he would do it. The raid would start very soon. He knew that Yang Min-ho was behind it. He hoped he'd lay low, but he crossed the line again. What was he hoping for by allowing himself to do this? Chae Yul had said earlier that Min-ho had a patron. At the time, it seemed strange. But Chae Yul claimed the one who wants to weaken the association. Even if he is considered the strongest, his enemy is the entire organization. From the beginning, it was as if Min-ho had instructions from the outside. There was no doubt that someone powerful, even stronger than the association, was behind him. Comparing everything, and remembering that the underwater dungeon had appeared earlier than in his previous life, Kim Jun-woo came to a disappointing conclusion. Could it be that the Dimension Stone is capable of forcibly creating dungeons? This could only be possible if one had access to a repository of magical artifacts and their own team of experts. Only the International Association fits these criteria. The reason is obvious. They have long sought to subjugate a branch of this country. In a previous life, they took possession of the Time Stone through the American branch. But not this time. To achieve their goal, they could hire even the best hunter in the country. Kim Jung-woo told his men that they need to prepare for the worst, to face a strong enemy. They should also begin preparations for the raid immediately. In Incheon Harbor, the staff noticed strange waves on the surface of the water. Where did the circles come from? Chloe stated, the creation of the dungeon has been completed. It's been a long time since they used stone. The dungeon would last about a week. One of her companions said, now that they've used the Dimension Stone, there's no turning back. But he still doesn't understand how their actions are related to it. Chloe answered, to begin with, they should wait for the Korean Association to launch a raid. The man added that they would wait for a convenient moment and steal the stone. Chloe objected. It wouldn't work. They couldn't take that risk. Chloe stated that they would do everything legally. They'll use this dungeon as bait to merge associations. We need to absorb them. The interlocutor said that Chloe's attitude scares him. A young man asked what to do about Kim Jung-woo. Supervisor Mark said it's best to just observe, since he's making a lot of public appearances now and not hiding. This guy is too unpredictable. It would be good to take care of him beforehand. The man stated that it was necessary to eliminate Kim Jun-woo. The unloading of the inventory truck was in full swing. Chaseok-hyun said that they only sent talented people, 10 people in total. In this case, there was a merger of the Ares and Aphrodite guilds. Kim Min-ju said that the first operational squad is also in assembly. Choi Jong-hoon, the leader of the second operational squad, said that they are also ready. Kim Young-woo said that the dungeon at Incheon Port has a red level. The operation is quite risky, everyone should realize that. The commander said that he is proceeding with the briefing. Everyone present knows that they are going into a very dangerous dungeon. Since it is underwater, it will be very difficult to clear it on the first try, so you should not overdo it. If any problems arise, you should retreat immediately. Kim Min-ju will lead the raid. Everyone should follow her hunting squad. The second operational squad will be on the front lines, and the guilds will be in the rear. Each of the hunters must accomplish their task and not hit the dirt. It is best to divide the attack into several phases. If a small change occurs during the raid, it must be reported immediately. The boss of the dungeon is a monster named Invulnerable Python. The mapping of the dungeon is still in progress. As the operation continues, the hunters must determine the location themselves. This is a one-way dungeon that cannot be exited until it is cleared. If a hunter feels that there is not enough information, one must act on the order of the supervisor. Kim Young-woo said the briefing is over and all that's left is to wait for the equipment to arrive. Cha Seok-hyun said that he wanted to clarify something. Cha Seok-hyun stated that when he first heard that Kim Jun-woo was a janitor, he mistook him for an ordinary person, but now he's highly doubting that. Needless to say, this man has a beastly look in his eyes. Plus, he personally commanded the rescue operation. Who but a hunter would dare to enter the orange-level dungeon? Kim Jun-woo admitted that he wasn't that easy. Cha Seok-hyun asked what Kim Jun-woo's rating was. Our hero replied that he is an unregistered hunter. Kim Young-woo added that there was no need for that, since he could register at any time. Cha Seok-hyun said that he really doesn't care about the rankings. After all, he has seen with his own eyes what Kim Jung-woo is capable of. Lee Ah-young said that Mr. Kim Jung-woo will not be able to participate in this raid. The girl stated that the equipment and underwater battlesuits have already arrived. The special equipment for the underwater raid is a high-tech device that reduces water resistance. Lee Ah-young said that there is a limit to the number of suits. There are exactly the same number of suits as the number of raid participants. There are no spare and are not expected to be available. Lee Ah-young reiterated that Kim Jung-woo will not participate in the operation. If his subordinates are in danger, he will immediately rush to rescue them. The girl explained that it was better for the commander to avoid dangerous situations. All this time, he's had a hard time. No one would criticize him. Lee Ah-young shouted for the hunters to immediately put on their suits, load their gear, and move forward. The young men wished each other good luck and said goodbye until their next meeting. Kim Jun-woo said that he would keep an eye on the hunters outside. He wouldn't let them get killed. The young man said for Kim Min-ju to keep fighting anyway. Han Yu-bin shouted for everyone to hurry up. She's excited. After all, it's been a long time since they've had this kind of operation. Kim Jun-woo wondered, what is that girl doing here? No one asked her to come here. The commander said that the cleaners are not participating in this raid, and there is no guarantee that they won't be defeated. Kim Jun-woo took Han Yu-bin off the truck and told the others to get ready. He will be giving instructions from the command center. Kim Min-ju once again said that they would see each other soon. Kim Young-woo wished them good luck. The commander said he had one question for Han Yu-bin. The aide reported to Ms. Chloe that the task force has arrived at the dungeon. They will enter there in 40 minutes. Chloe asked if Yang Min-ho had read the operation plan she had sent him. The hunter replied that he had read everything carefully. He thought there would be a war against the local association, as there was a statement to destroy it. But instead, an underwater dungeon was created. That's a very boring way of doing things. Is that what the task force was created for? Chloe said to Yang Min-ho to shut up and follow the plan. Chloe added that the coordination in this country now lies with Yang Min-ho. One must take it responsibly. The man said that Kim Jun-woo needed to be dealt with. Mark approved of that. One should also do everything possible to keep them from being exposed. CEO M will be disappointed if she hears unpleasant news. A subsidiary organization of the International Association, the PB Corporation's Coordination Squad. It is a secret organization for coordinating superhumans, which is headed by Mark. People with superpowers began to appear in parallel with unusual dungeons. The abilities, whose source is still unknown, are controlled in the name of order in the world. Their mission is to secretly eliminate people with supernatural abilities beyond the norm. Coordination squads are opened all over the world by a subsidiary organization. All of this is necessary to maintain the balance of power between the holders of superpowers. Yang Ming-ho uses this order as an excuse to unlock skills by destroying superhumans. Yang Min-ho says that he and Chloe have never gotten along, but now her words make sense. He agrees that it is necessary to take down Kim Jong-woo. The aide reports to Chloe that they have arrived at the location. Chloe orders the measurement operation to stop as soon as they enter. Kim Min-ju reported to the teacher that they had arrived. The protagonist told the huntress to contact him once they were inside. The hunters put on their gear and started diving. The expedition members saw the entrance to the dungeon below and rushed in that direction. Kim Min-ju reported that they had entered the dungeon. The commander said to report immediately if anything happened. Kim Min-ju said that they should make a map first. However, the communication is bad and getting worse all the time. The protagonist ordered to check communications and fix the existing problems. The leader was reported that communication with the squad was lost. GPS sensors in the suits stopped working. It was reported that the dungeon had disappeared. Kim Min-ju reported that they had arrived at the location. All the hunters were attentive and extremely cautious. The girl reported that they were starting to map out the A-tree area. Kim Min-ju detected a deterioration in communication. Was it because they were underwater? Everyone present noticed that the entrance to the dungeon began to close. Kim Min-ju shouted for the hunters to move away to a safe area. Kim Min-ju didn't understand what was going on. It wasn't like they had defeated the boss monster. Why did the entrance to the dungeon disappear? Is that really possible? The aide reported that he could not contact headquarters. The water in the dungeon began to rise. There was a situation where even the monsters came out to the hunters. Cha Seok-hyun said to take care of those monsters first. Cha Seok-hyun said for RD3 to come out. A mechanical dog appeared. Cha Seok-hyun said for RD3 to destroy the monsters. The mechanical dog let out a battle cry and rushed out to attack the monsters. RD3 was destroyed. Cha Seok-hyun sent RD4 to attack in the same way. Kim Min-ju said for the hunter to stop it. The entrance to the dungeon disappeared. It wasn't displayed on the cameras. It was impossible to catch a signal. Kim Jun-woo asked what was going on with the squad. Is there any communication? The assistant replied that they were trying to re-establish communication. Kim Jun-woo thought if the connection was broken, then the dungeon was definitely closed. Even in his past life, he hadn't seen anything like this. If a hunter is trapped in the dungeon, he won't be able to get out of there until the entrance opens itself. That could take months. As far as the protagonist could remember, the next underwater dungeon is due in a year. What was the likelihood that a 50-man task force could survive in an underwater dungeon for a year? It was basically impossible. The young man felt that the responsibility rested on him. The sudden appearance and closure of the dungeon was not accidental. The protagonist realized that someone was controlling this process. There was definitely an international association behind it. The whole thing was like a declaration of war. These rascals had arranged something like this right under his nose. Kim Jun-woo asked Lee Ah-young how long the underwater suits for the task force could help them stay underwater. The girl replied that technically it's 4 hours, but as the load increases, the time decreases. Even 2 hours is a good figure. The commander said that he understood everything and left the management of the process to those present. Our hero thought that if they could activate the Dimension Stone, they could save the hunters. In any case, initially he should contact the International Association. Our hero contacted the chairman via cell phone and told him to gather the directors immediately. It might be necessary to fight with the International Association. Park Im-bom said that he would take care of it right away. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand why the International Association would arrange something like this. Is it because of the refusal to merge branches? Or is it retaliation for exposing corruption in the American branch? It doesn't matter what the reason is now. A huge truck crashed into our hero's car and pinned him against a shipping container. Yang Min-ho got out of the truck and walked towards the mutilated passenger car. Yang Min-ho walked over to Kim Jung-woo, who was trapped in the car, and said that arrogance didn't save him. Yang Min-ho said he hoped they would still fight. The villain knew that this opponent was quite talented. Kim Jun-woo remained in the driver's seat, wedged between the airbag and the car seat. Yang Min-ho said that even superpowers don't make a person invulnerable. His body remains the same. Superhumans have certain skills or arsenal, but they remain human. Even a hunter can be caught off guard. They are probably arrogant and don't even allow the thought of being attacked. A hunter who didn't know defeats and attacks wouldn't leave skills activated in everyday life. Yang Min-ho decided that his job was done. The villain said that he would take this opponent's head for himself. However, Yang Min-ho saw Kim Jun-woo get out of the crumpled car and said that he hated trucks. The protagonist activated the acquired skill, Auto Defense. Yang Min-ho was terribly surprised when he realized that Kim Jun-woo had withstood the impact of the truck. Or could it be that he had used a skill? Definitely, he had activated it beforehand. Kim Jun-woo said that he had died once before. Now he always travels prepared. Kim Jun-woo reminded him that he promised to skin that guy if he ever saw him again. Yang Min-ho replied that he wasn't going to sit in the corner and shiver in fear. Yang Min-ho said that the guy in front of him was a former janitor who had martial skills and now also had passive skills. Who is this guy really? Kim Jun-woo replied that he was the one who would take this rascal's life. Yang Min-ho activated the acquired skill Corrosion. Kim Jun-woo thought that this skill corrodes everything the hunter touches. The acquired skill Weakening was also activated. Yang Min-ho said that now Kim Jun-woo could try to stop him. Yang Min-ho attacked our hero, but the young man was able to dodge his opponent's attack. The villain said that this guy's arrogance amazes him. Kim Jun-woo said that he had one question. That skull looks very familiar. Who is it? Yang Min-ho smiled and said it's Chai Yul, the head of the Ares Guild. The skulls attacked Kim Jun-woo. However, the young man activated the hyper-acceleration skill and dodged the attack and approached Yang Min-ho again. Kim Jun-woo activated his acquired sword skill. Yang Min-ho responded by activating the acquired skill, Water Barrier, and became unreachable again. The protagonist decided that he's been messing around with this opponent for too long. Kim Jung-woo says he's busy with work today. Yang Min-ho can consider that he's having a holiday today. Yang Min-ho said that they have a problem because he's also working right now. Kim Jung-woo assumed that someone ordered him out. Yang Min-ho said for his opponent to ask someone else about it. He's not interested in talking, but in doing the deed. Kim Jun-woo said in response that working as a janitor, he is used to picking up trash. Our hero activated the acquired skills, Polymorph and Over-immersion. Yang Min-ho saw this as a coincidence, because he is also a kind of janitor. The situation in the dungeon was not easy. Cha Seok-hyun said that Kim Min-ju was using her skills too much. The girl replied that she had everything under control, although she realized that she should have saved her strength for the boss. The monsters continued to attack. Awakening skills required a high level of concentration and great physical effort. Kim Min-ju had planned not to expend any energy until the boss encounter. However, this fight was not easy due to the narrow space. In addition, the monsters were attacking in an endless stream. The task force was completely exhausted, and the water in the dungeon kept rising. Since this is an underwater dungeon, there isn't much oxygen. If this continued, they would all be dead in an hour. Kim Min-ju was definitely not happy with that. The girl decided that she had to give it a try and announced that she was going to the boss. Hunter said that the commander was being reckless since there was no communication and the exits were blocked. Kim Min-ju said that she knows all of this, so the hunters are staying here. As soon as a passage appears, they should run away. The hunter stated that this is a red-level dungeon. Fighting the boss alone is unforgivable foolishness. They will all go together. Kim Min-ju said that's not a solution. After all, they might all die together in that case. She can't take that risk. Cha Seok-hyun said that Kim Min-ju won't be able to have fun alone. He's going with her too. The head of the Aphrodite Guild also decided to join. Kim Min-ju recognized that they might die. The hunters said that they understood that, but it was possible to die here, and so they would try to defeat the boss and open the exit. Kim Min-ju realized that she wouldn't be able to change these people's minds. In that case, the rest of the hunters would have to fight without leaders. The other hunters said that they could handle it. Cha Seok-hyun commanded his next mechanical dog that they were going to attack. Kim Min-ju reminded them that the boss monster here is a huge serpent or serpentine dragon. Judging by its type, there is an assumption that it is stronger than most others of the same level, so it is necessary to exercise extra caution. The boss monster was enormous in size and showed a willingness to fight the hunters that had appeared. Yang Min-ho, while fighting the protagonist, thought that this guy was not as simple as he had previously thought. His skills could cause irreparable damage at any distance. Something must be done and weaken him. Kim Jun-woo fended off another attack from his opponent. Yang Min-ho said that it was incredibly stupid. Was Kim Jun-woo being too gentle with him? Our hero activated his acquired skills and became invisible to his opponent. Young Min-ho didn't understand where this former janitor had gone. Kim Jun-woo told Yang Min-ho to be extra attentive or he would quickly die. Yang Min-ho realized that his opponent had been hiding in the container all this time using his unique skills. This was quite daring. Kim Jun-woo activated the destroyer skill and dealt a staggering blow to the opponent. Yang Min-ho flew far back and hit the wall with his back. The villain still didn't realize who the person in front of him was. This janitor is definitely some kind of strange. He is capable of dealing damage to even the first hunter in this country. The protagonist said that the person in front of him was an arrogant egotist. Did Yang Min-ho think that he didn't know about his weaknesses if they had never met before? Kim Young-woo said that rascals like his opponent have dangerous skills, but their stamina is weak. He can't fight for a long time because he always makes surprise attacks, and it's all about provoking the opponent. Kim Jun-woo asked, because the opponent originally belonged to the mage class. Yang Min-ho wondered, how does Kim Jun-woo know that? Our hero said that the opponent should have avoided his attacks by dodging. However, magic isn't strong in that. The protagonist added that Yang Min-ho is still pretty good and could have been second in the country. Yang Min-ho thought this was unfair and shouted that he was number one. Kim Jun-woo said that the opponent was no longer one and activated the destroyer skill. Our hero said that he was now on the roster. Park Gun-dae was happy that they could now relax a bit and even have lunch together. Park Gun-dae expressed his regret that Kim Jung-woo is not with them right now. Sio Yan said that the commander was busy with the raid right now. Nothing could be done about it. The more Sang-hyuk thought about it, the more absurd it seemed to him how things had turned out. The guy had worked as a janitor for 6 months, and now he was in charge of the operations headquarters. Seo Yan asked, is he really jealous? Sang-hyuk replied that he wasn't jealous of that kind of rhythm of life. Park Gyun asked what had happened to Han Yu-bin and why her expression had changed. Sang-hyuk explained that the commander didn't take her on the raid. During the last meeting, our hero told the huntress that he thought Chae-yul's death was a matter for the International Association. While she was working for them, did people who got in the association's way often die? Han Yu-bin replied that deaths have happened, although she doesn't know what happened between the leadership and Chae-yul. Doom follows the hunters around. Everyone tends to believe in conspiracy theories. That's why there is a rumor among the members of the association. Unregistered hunters and those who pose a threat are exterminated without mercy. Kim Young-woo suggested that he needs to be on his guard. It's just a suggestion, but it seems like the International Association is targeting him. Han Yu-bin said that Kim Jun-woo's supervisor asked everyone to be careful. The International Associations will keep an eye on his entourage as well. Park Gin asked if there is a way to help him. Han Yu-bin replied that there is. It's better to stay out of his way. Don't worry about him. Mr. Kim is not someone who can be easily defeated. What you should be worried about is if he destroys someone. Kim Jung-woo told his opponent that he shouldn't have delayed the busy man, or else there would be trouble. At the same time, the protagonist punched Yang Min-ho in the nose with his fist. The opponent asked him to stop. Kim Jung-woo said that it was unfair because Yang Min-ho attacked him first, and now he asked him to stop. Our hero continued to press his opponent and throw staggering punches. Kim Jun-woo asked if Yang Min-ho still considered himself number one among hunters. The protagonist wondered why Yang Min-ho refused to believe that he had been displaced even now. He was only ranked number one because Kim Jun-woo hadn't been registered yet. Kim Jun-woo thought that the car couldn't be repaired, and he had spent more time than he had expected. But it doesn't matter much anymore. On the contrary, maybe it should be said that everything ended up fine. Kim Jun-woo took out his rival's smartphone and told him to call his customer. Kim Jun-woo didn't believe it was a coincidence. Yang Min-ho couldn't just attack him right now. Our hero repeated, Yang Min-ho, call right now. I want to hear the voice of the person who arranged all this. Yang Min-ho said it's all pointless. Kim Jun-woo won't be able to stop them. Kim Jun-woo said for the rascal to dial the number immediately. Chloe answered the phone and asked if it was done. Kim Jun-woo replied that it was done. Chloe realized that Kim Jun-woo was talking to her. The protagonist asked if they were sure that an international association was behind it. What is it that they want? It's not like they just started all this for a reason. Not a word was uttered in response. The protagonist activated the acquired blood screw skill. The effect was to continuously absorb blood from Yang Min-ho. Yang Min-ho cried out in pain. Kim Jun-woo decided to see who would talk the fastest. Chloe was silent. Our hero said that in that case, he would continue. Kim Jong-woo said that he has an assumption. Someone is arbitrarily manipulating the dungeon using the dimension stone, that is, the spatial stone, and that someone is the International Association or someone associated with it. Are they doing this because they dislike the Korean Association? Kim Jong-woo continued. He kept pondering, what do they want? The young man suggested that the International Association wanted the time stone. Chloe said that the man had a rich imagination. Items from the vault cannot be transferred between branches. You can only take something you need by force or by capturing the right branch. However, in the former case, they would be exposed, so they chose the latter. Kim Jong-woo said that it was the International Association that opened the dungeon and tried to eliminate as many Korean hunters as possible. Chloe was indignant. This guy says that? Kim Jong-woo said to open the underwater dungeon immediately while he asked them nicely. Chloe replied that she didn't understand what they were talking about. Kim Jong-woo said that the International Association doesn't fully understand the situation. Are they sure that Yang Min-ho won't give them away? If they open the dungeon, he won't do anything. Kim Jong-woo stated that he would give them 10 minutes, then he would find them himself. Chloe thought that Yang Min-ho was able to fall into Kim Jong-woo's hands. If he said anything about the involvement of the PB Corporation, the CEO would rip their heads off all of them. Chloe shouted for the assistant to open the dungeon immediately and bring in the spatial stone. Chloe added that the coordination squad must now be relayed. The main target now was Kim Jong-woo and all of his cronies. Interference must be set off so that no one can determine their location. Kim Jong-woo contacts Lee Ah-young on his cell phone and informs him that he has an emergency. We need to send B-rank hunters to the place whose picture he sent. Yang Min-ho said that Kim Jong-woo doesn't even realize who he's messing with. Now not only him, but his entire entourage will be destroyed. Kim Jong-woo was surprised that Yang Min-ho is protecting them even in this situation. Kim Jong-woo recalled that Yang Min-ho had admitted to destroying Chae-yul himself. Instead of Yang Min-ho, a skull appeared in front of the hero. The passive skill Soul Sacrifice was activated. The protagonist realized that the opponent had activated the defense circle. Activating this skill allowed one-time damage immunity even after being killed. Chae-yul conveyed information to the protagonist through this skull that he considered himself indebted to this guy. Using a convoluted reincarnation scheme, Yang Min-ho was able to sneak away from the hero. Kim Jong-woo thought that they would meet again and he would definitely take revenge. Kim Min-ju fought a fierce battle against the boss monster, continuously activating her unique skills. At some point, the girl felt like she didn't have enough strength. She had used too many awakening skills before. Kim Min-ju, exhausted, sank to the ground. The sect heads rushed to her aid. Cha Seok-hyun thought that it was impossible for the three of them to defeat a red-level boss. However, in such a situation, one could not hesitate. The strength was lacking, and they were not in the best place to fight. In addition, the hunters had almost no information about this boss. They weren't in the best shape right now. Each of them was at their limit. After a short thought, Kim Min-ju said for the hunters to try to immobilize the monster for at least 5 seconds. She added that she would use her remaining strength for one last attack. However, her strength was at its limit, and if the monster moved even slightly, she might miss. She should give it a try, but it might be her last attack. Cha Seok-hyun said that both teacher and student could be quite crazy. Using her skills, Cha Seok-hyun attacked the boss monster in order to fix it in a stationary position. Kim Min-ju thought that even her sword was hard to hold, but she still had to finish the attack. The Aphrodite Guild head used her sniper rifle and activated the unique skill, Artemis Awakening. Kim Min-ju activated the Saint Guanyin skill and prepared to deliver a staggering blow to the monster's head. The girl insinuated to herself that she should be able to pull it off. However, the huge snake saw this coming and threw the huntress far aside. Kim Min-ju even dropped her sword from her hands. Mentally, she apologized to her teacher. She should have fought as she was taught, but it seemed like this was the end. Kim Min-ju wanted to show an even stronger side. At this moment, the excellent skill was activated, and the monster's head was pierced through with a huge magic sword. Kim Jong-woo, who appeared, picked up the girl in his arms and said that he was here. The board member didn't realize how much longer they could wait. Did Kim Jong-woo really think this board gathering was a joke? They have enough work to do as it is. Everyone praised this guy, and now his behavior is raising a lot of questions and disapproval. One of the attendees apologized and said he had an emergency. How could someone be late for such a serious meeting? The door opened and Kim Jong-woo appeared. The chairman asked why the young man was so wet. He replied that he had to swim a little. Chairman Park Im-bom asked how the raid was going. Kim Jong-woo said that they've already finished everything. The boss was dealt with by 3 people. With the exception of Kim Min-ju, there are no injuries. The wounds aren't serious, so there's no reason to worry. The people present wondered if 3 people could really take down a red-level dungeon boss. The chairman said he now wanted to get to the point. What did the young man mean about the problems with the International Association? Kim Jong-woo replied that his subordinates had been attacked by the International Association during the operation. The protagonist added that he believed a hostile takeover was attempted against the Korean Association. There seems to be another organization associated with the International Association. It is difficult to go into details at this stage. Hero added that in any case the attempt had failed, but he was sure they would make a new one. The chairman asked if it was definitely an international association. Kim Jong-woo replied that there is no proof, only speculation. The youth said that this is not an excuse for inaction. It is necessary to prepare thoroughly. The chairman said that in the current situation, they do not have the conditions to keep the International Association under control. Even if they cooperate with the guilds, it is only support. Other than that, the guilds are unlikely to help. They have already become the target of the International Association. As long as they have the time stone, the attacks will continue. The hero knew the whole truth and couldn't let others suffer. Now that the target is known, one must fight back. Kim Jong-woo said that one must gather enough strength to respond to future attacks. The main goal now is to expand and bring in new cadres. The chairman agreed and asked what Kim Jong-woo was proposing. The young man said to go outside the country, acquire another independent association and make it a branch. One of those present was surprised. For an independent association to have branches overseas is a clear provocation against an international association. At this rate, they will make it their enemies. The man stated that he was against it. A colleague added that when they start acquiring other independent associations, the International Association will not remain inactive. This is obvious. The man asked if they really thought they were being attacked by an international association. After all, it is only an assumption without proof. They cannot take such a step. The chairman recognized that those present were right. The risk is too great to turn an international association into an enemy based on Kim Jong-woo's mere suspicion, especially when going beyond the country's borders. Without caution, there could be a backlash and they would simply be wiped out. Park Im-bom was sure that Kim Jong-woo understood this perfectly well. So he has a reason for suggesting such a thing? The old man thought for a moment and said that Kim Jong-woo could start acting, but only under his own responsibility. Those present objected that the chairman could not close the subject so easily. The old man said that he did not like the International Association from the beginning. That's why the Korean Association was formed independently. But now they know that their people almost died because of them. Park Im-bom said that Kim Jong-woo can do as he sees fit. He should show the International Association what will happen if Koreans are threatened. Kim Jong-woo said that he would like to continue like this. But unfortunately, their contract is coming to an end. They will have to entrust this matter to someone else. Park Im-bom said that there's no need to worry. He knew this was going to happen and prepared himself. The old man said that this was unacceptable, but he was willing to make an exception for the sake of Kim Jong-woo. A 1-month extension notice was prepared. The old man reassured the protagonist and added that the young man would be with them for another 30 days. The hunter admitted that he was still surprised. In the last raid, he thought his end had come. If it wasn't for Kim Min-ju and Kim Jong-woo, he might have died. Unfortunately, Kim Jong-woo is rumored to be stepping down. The young men saw Kim Jong-woo's leader, but our hero was not in good spirits. The hunters wished him a good morning. Kim Jong-woo cursed rudely in response. The hunters realized that the commander was really in a bad mood right now. Our hero was angry with the chairman. This old man had delayed his dismissal for a whole month. How long is the chairman going to keep him here? Park Im-bom announced that he had renewed his contract so Kim Jong-woo could focus on his current assignment. The protagonist realized that he couldn't have entrusted it to someone else, so perhaps everything was going as it should. Kim Jong-woo was certain he had to take revenge on the International Association. Aside from the fact that they might have been the ones responsible for his death before regression, they made him very angry. He had read that it would be difficult to bring the scoundrels out since they still held their high positions the same way. This time their plan had failed. They had failed to obtain the time stone. The protagonist assumed they would be back soon. Then perhaps he could meet the one who had put a bullet in his head. But for the sake of capturing the association, the internationals had tried to eliminate about 50 hunters. There's no guarantee that he'll be the only one they target again. If he stays here to work, the others will be in danger. The worst outcome could be someone's death. Our hero caught himself worrying about people he didn't care about before. It is necessary to deal with the task, leave the association, and continue to work alone. The chairman also understands this, so he allowed him to leave immediately after the completion of the case. Kim Jung-woo didn't understand why he was on this year-end business trip when there was a knock on the office door. An assistant brought the documents about the independent association in Vietnam. The girl asked the boss when he was leaving. Kim Jung-woo replied that it was already this week. The assistant said she would book a ticket tomorrow. Will the supervisor fly alone? Kim Jung-woo replied that he'll say later. The assistant said that the trauma unit called to say, Kim Min-ju has regained consciousness. Is the boss sure he wants to visit her? Kim Jung-woo nodded. He asked the assistant not to look at him like that. He was already at Kim Min-ju's place. Kim Jung-woo sent a letter to the girl asking her how long she can be injured at work. If it happens again, he'll fire her. The co-workers stopped by the hospital room and asked how the sister was doing. Cha Seok-hyun said that she was fine, so it was okay to go in. Han Yu-bin asked how Kim Min-ju was feeling. Kim Min-ju assumed that everyone is busy because of the underwater dungeon, but they still decided to visit her. It's very touching. Han Yu-bin said for Kim Min-ju to rest more. Kim Jung-woo is already sick of her these days. Sio Yan added that Kim Min-ju has had a hard time, and the huntress needs to recover from that massacre. Cha Seok-hyun asked if Kim Min-ju really has an A rank. Rumor has it that she's closer to S rank. Six said that Kim Jung-woo showed up suddenly and finished everything, but the co-workers managed almost on their own. Cha Seok-hyun revealed that an exit opened up during the battle. He heard from the support squad that they were fighting the boss, and that's when Kim Jung-woo appeared. After the battle, the commander asked whose order it was. The answer was Kim Min-ju's order. The commander said one word, "Well done." Cha Seok-hyun wondered why Kim Min-ju was blushing so red. Assistant Kim Jung-woo appeared on the doorstep with a fruit basket and asked how Mrs. Kim Min-ju was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine. The assistant stated that the manager was going on a business trip abroad in a few days and asked me to give this message. She was holding an envelope. The business trip is very important, so he's taking Kim Min-ju, and there was a pause as everyone waited for the continuation. Will she also go with the commander? The assistant added that Han Yu-bin will also be going on the trip. The day after tomorrow, we should pack our things in advance. 2 days later, at Incheon Airport, Kim Jung-woo said they had to go. He asked Han Yu-bin to make a simple face. Opening a branch in another country is the best solution to the situation. They would have to make preparations and find as many allies as possible to fight the International Association. But the plan had one flaw. Lee Young asked if Kim Jung-woo was not going to sign the alliance agreement. Did he really decide to take over the management of the independent associations? Kim Jung-woo confirmed that he had. The girl said that, at best, such a move would keep the International Association on a short leash and allow them to form their own. If they fail, everyone will be fired. She likes all of this, though. It's Kim Jung-woo's style. The character replied that then Lee Young will look for a new job. The girl said she won't do that. If she gets kicked out, Kim Jung-woo will take responsibility. Kim Jung-woo said that he plans to open the first branch in Vietnam. Lee Young noted that this is not a bad thing. There, the association has been established recently, and the work is not yet fully established. Vietnam is a great option. Kim Jung-woo saw a problem. Their budget leaves a lot to be desired. Because of the past raid and support for the Timestone research, the treasury was almost empty. Lee Young was indignant. Why is he only talking about this now? The young man thought that he should try first. In any case, this is his last assignment, then he's leaving the company. No matter what happens, he will try his best. Kim Jung-woo thought that the budget was not his concern, he had other tasks. He told Han Yu-bin that if she was tired, she should sleep. Han Yu-bin wondered why he kept looking at the papers. Nothing new will appear there. Kim Jung-woo replied that he has to consider everything, even the small details. The commander added that their budget is very limited, so they can't miss anything or they'll have to come back empty-handed. Kim Jung-woo admitted that he didn't know what he was looking for yet. Even a small investment would help them. Each party should stay on the plus side. He suggested that the Vietnamese Association does not have the conditions to create a support squad. Each country has its own priorities. Han Yubin had no idea what it was like to work as a hunter in Vietnam. If they were to provide them with a support squad, the cost would be too high. Kim Junwoo looked at the person he was talking to and forgot that she was the squad leader. The Vietnamese association was poorer than expected, but the hero came up with a good idea. He would decide the rest on the spot. The young man extended his hand for greeting and asked if they were representatives of the Korean Association. He was glad to meet them. It was the head of the coordination squad. Kim Junwoo extended his hand in return and said that he was also pleased to meet him. He introduced himself and noted that his interlocutor spoke excellent Korean. The host suggested going to their headquarters. The young man explained that it was a short drive, but if the guests were tired, they could take a nap and he would wake them up when they arrived. Kim Junwoo replied that he wanted to look around on the way. The hero felt as if a war had broken out here, destroying everything around him. Entire villages had been ravaged, and unlike the central cities, there wasn't even an attempt to rebuild them. The leader of the coordination squad smiled. "That's why I advised you to get some sleep. Obviously, the guests don't want to show the real picture. They came with a business proposal." Kim Jung-woo asked what had happened here. The leader explained that 50 years ago, this place was the first place where Kylo, that's what they called dungeons in Vietnam, first appeared. On the day the comet Chinya collided with Earth, another dimension had opened up to them. It was a day of chaos. Back then, they knew nothing about abilities or dimensions. While other countries quickly destroyed the monsters that appeared, Vietnam's first response was belated. Kim Jong-woo asked if that meant that there were no people with special skills here. The interlocutor replied that there were, but they couldn't find dungeons in time. Most of the country is covered with mountains. Kim Jong-woo said he understood. Korea has similar conditions, so it was difficult to build a job. The young man added that the guest country was smaller and the information industry was better developed. The protagonist thought the leader was right. The Korean Association was able to quickly locate the dungeons and get there quickly. That's why they built the infrastructure faster. Here, it wasn't handled immediately. These two factors, timely detection and quick access, determined the effectiveness of the system to destroy the dungeons. Juan noticed that not much had changed here since then. The damage has not yet been repaired, and the dungeons continue to appear. If the road is completely blocked and the dungeon is in the mountains, you have to wait for it to be restored. In the meantime, monsters will come out and attack. A vicious circle. Kim Junwoo asked if it was better to sell the branch to an international association. Huang was surprised. What kind of offer? Kim Junwoo asked if the Vietnamese couldn't ask for support from neighboring associations, and said that about a year ago, a red-level dungeon appeared on the slope of Pusilin Mountain. At that time, 36 hunters were trapped in the boss room. They were unable to conduct a rescue operation on their own. Huang requested support from both the international and neighboring associations, but no one helped. All the hunters died. Korea also did not respond to the call for help. Hero knew about it. Before the regression, the chairman offered him to organize a rescue operation, but he refused. There was no benefit in it. Seo Min-chul and Lee Soo-young also refused to participate. Huang said he was glad to see someone who was willing to take over the management of their association. Kim Jun-woo looked at the girls and thought, "I guess I should take a nap." After a while, Huang said, "Wake up." The hero and the girls were bound with ropes and were being held captive. Kim Jun-woo asked, "Have we really been kidnapped? Or is this some kind of joke? Who would dare to do this to us?" Kim Min-ju asked what they should do now. Han Yu-bin replied that she would get out and break the villain's arms. Kim Jong-woo urged them not to be violent and try to solve the case with words. Kim Min-ju said that they didn't seem like bad people in the car, and it was worth going to dialogue. Han Yu-bin agreed to knock them on the head later. She's only willing to discuss destroying them. Huang stated that these people aren't in any danger. He wants to discuss something. Kim Jong-woo asked what they want. Aren't they avengers for the events of a year ago? Huang said that they need money. Kim Jong-woo replied that they don't have anything, but if they find it in his pockets, he'd be happy to share it. Huang said that these people might not have money, but their association did. Kim Jun-woo wondered, are they really being held hostage and demanding a ransom? This seems like an international crime. Huang pulled out a gun and stated that he only sees this way out. They need money to continue the raids. The hero realized they were kidnapped for ransom. Huang agreed. The Koreans had seen along the way that they were ill-equipped. The detection system was lame, and information was critically lacking. Kim Jong-woo realized that the Vietnamese Association was in a difficult situation. That's why he came. If Vietnam officially joins, they will be able to provide the necessary assistance. Hwang said that these people just want to take them over, especially since the association has already disbanded. Kim Jong-woo was surprised. "What are you talking about? I haven't seen such information in the reports." He added that papers are made for the sake of subsidies, but in reality, the association has collapsed. Hwang explained that a year ago, after an accident in the dungeon, their already struggling association fell apart. They had no choice but to try to sell the branch to an international association, but this was not allowed. The subsidies would have stopped flowing. After that, many employees quit, which led to the current situation. Now, the Vietnamese Association exists only for support from higher-ups. Things are going badly, and the dungeons still need to be cleaned up. The hero realized the deal wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect to see a ghost association that exists only on paperwork. Kim Jong-woo said it was even better that way. Instead of complicated negotiations with many conditions, it's better to start from scratch. There's no association to acquire and no need to spend extra money. He stated that he is going to recreate the Vietnam branch anew. Provided that this organization becomes a branch of the Korean one, they won't have another chance. Hwang threatened that Kim Jong-woo should not think of deceiving them or he would get a bullet in the forehead. Meanwhile, in Seoul, at the association's headquarters, negotiations continued. Lee Do-sik asked the chairman if he was confident about overseas affiliates and why Vietnam was the first choice given the events of a year ago. They could have chosen another association with which they have good relations. The chairman replied that he understood the risks. If something went wrong, it would be irreparable. He didn't want to be out of a job a month after his return. Suddenly, there was a call from an unknown number. The caller did not speak Korean. The chairman was indignant. "What are they doing there?" Park and Baum said that it was voice phishing. Hwang was trying to tell him that Kim Jong-woo was being held hostage. The old man reported that Kim Jong-woo and the girls had been kidnapped and a ransom was being demanded for their release. Lee Do-sik said he shouldn't believe the voice phishing. Chloe came to report to her superiors. She was told that the head of the Seoul branch had already disclosed the situation. Chloe was attacked with an energy beam. She was injured in the shoulder. The supervisor said that he was counting on Chloe and entrusted her with the task. How was she going to get out of the situation? He added that he hates people who undermine his trust. Does Chloe really not care about him? A man reported that they were again unsuccessful in obtaining the time stone. The takeover, which was organized legally, was stopped by the janitor. Young Min Ho, Korea's best official hunter, had been defeated, and now even their organization was now known. If the general secretary found out about it, no one would feel bad. The executive stated that they need to make things right. Mark reminded them that the janitor had exposed them. This person needs to be dealt with first. Can someone who has failed go unpunished? Mark regretted entrusting the case to Chloe. Status was no indicator of professionalism. The commander said he could trust Mark to do it, but now was not the time. Any action would draw even more attention to them. They were lucky their opponents didn't have reliable information about them. Now was the time to lay low. The leader ordered that talk of the time stone be postponed. In a situation like this, it's not a good idea to make yourself known. One should deal with the independent association, postponing plans for the vault. The man warned that then all the janitors would have to be eliminated. The chairman couldn't calm down after hearing the voice phishing. Hwang tried to deliver the truth. Kim Jong-woo and the girls are indeed being held hostage. Communication broke down. It was clear that the Vietnamese were not taken seriously. One of those present suggested that they had made a mistake. Hwang objected. The young man had named his own position. The Vietnamese did not understand how such a thing could be done to their employees. What to do next? Did Seoul not care about the kidnapped? Koreans are not intimidated. Hwang noticed that the hostages looked calm, as if they weren't worried. Dozens of hunters are pointing guns at them, and they're calmly chatting. The chairman is not concerned at all about the missing chief of staff. Hwang approached the hero and said that he intends to destroy them all. The leadership ignored the request for help. Did they really send such people to conduct an association merger? These guys are too young to understand the situation. They are of no value to the chairman. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Hunter asked Hwang what they should do now. If the boss continues to keep quiet, kidnapping is pointless. Hwang said they should first take the hostages to the lair. He's getting a call from Mr. Viet right now. Mr. Viet says there's a yellow dungeon in the south. It promises big money, so we need to start the task now. It was the general manager of the political department of Vietnam. Huang pointed out that the green-level dungeon in Mapiran Gorge has needed to be cleaned up for 2 months now. The monsters are about to break through. It is unwise to start the yellow raid now, because of the profits. Viet reminded him that the hunter's job is to make money. They need to go on the raid immediately. If their strength was not enough, they could sacrifice their lives. Viet ordered Huan to stop idle talk and get down to business. Right now, they only had 2 operational squads, and they were short-staffed. The control squad has 1 officer, and the cleaning squad has 3. Even the green dungeon can't be handled with that many people. Going to the yellow dungeon is a voluntary death sentence. Huan said there was a change of plans. Viet ordered to go to the yellow dungeon. The hunters complained that with their budget, they couldn't afford protective gear. They'd be wiped out as early as they entered. They reminded that they had abandoned over 100 dungeons already. Viet only cared about themselves. They didn't even have people. Huang replied, "If not us, then who? If we refuse, Vietnam is finished. We need to get a ransom." Han Yu Bin asked if they should look for another association. There was no point in enduring the bullying. Kim Junwoo said they can't back down. The young man noted that Malaysia, Cambodia, Singapore, and Thailand are in an international association, while Vietnam is the only independent one. Han Yu Bin noted that it is difficult to call it an association. The international branches transfer some profits and artifacts to the main headquarters, but they can't be sent by airmail. Energy waves cause malfunctions in airplanes. Han Yu Bin recalled that she herself started with an international association. Kim Jong-woo said that the Southeast Asia branch had no choice but to use land routes to transport goods through North Vietnam. But the local association could not take advantage of this due to weakness in the situation in the country. Kim Jong-woo said he will solve this problem. He will open a branch here. All the jewels and artifacts of Southeast Asia will be collected in Vietnam. It will become the biggest center of the region. Han Yu Bin asked if Kim Jong-woo thought an international association would allow him to do this. Kim Jong-woo replied that this is his first goal, to establish means of controlling international associations. Huang urged Kim Jong-woo to contact the boss again. If they don't agree, he will destroy the hostages. Huang said that the Koreans don't fully understand the situation. If they continue like this, they will be finished. Kim Min-ju agreed to ask for help in Seoul. Huang noticed that a reasonable person had appeared among the hostages. Now Kim Jong-woo needed to explain that. The hunter informs Huang that there's a problem. Monsters had broken out in the green-level dungeon where they had stopped the raid. Half an hour ago, they were discovered in the ravine. They were heading towards the apartment buildings. Huan thought that what he feared the most had happened. Now they would definitely be the end of them. Kim Junwoo asked if he needed help. He noticed that the Vietnamese didn't have enough hunters in the task force. At this rate, they would not be able to deal with the monsters or evacuate the civilians. Huang was indignant. Did this Korean really want to do them a favor? He wants to do his dirty deed, but there's no deal. The leader of the Vietnamese squad told Kim Junwoo to calm down and sit still. He'll deal with the monsters now and come back for the ransom. Han Yu Bin said it was impossible to defeat the escaped monsters with so many people. Kim Min-ju admitted that their equipment looks outdated. Kim Jun-woo pointed out that that's where the difficulty lies. If everyone gets killed, they'll have to assemble the task force from scratch. Everything needs to be taken care of now. The young men got free from the ropes. Kim Jun-woo said that it wasn't worth delaying. Huang ordered the second team to rescue the people. They were short on manpower, so they would have to use civilians. He and the first squad would search for the escaped monster. The hunters heard strange sounds. Could it be a monster? But why is the detector silent? The scorpion monster was approaching the hunters. Juan ordered them to take positions and spread out around it. The hunter noticed that it would be difficult to deal with. With their equipment, they would have a hard time. After the attack, the scorpion tried to go underground, needing to keep up the pressure, not letting it escape. But the monster managed to burrow into the ground. The attack was unsuccessful. The hunter offered to retreat and join the second squad, but Juan replied that there was no retreat. A lot could happen in that time. He said that if they left when citizens' lives were in danger, it would prove their incompetence. Huang thought about the reaction of Mr. Veith and the ordinary citizens. The leader said that if they retreated, there would be no hope for the country. One must fight to the end. Huang ordered not to retreat. There was no choice. To be ready, there is no telling when the monster will reappear. It must be stopped. The hunters felt the ground beneath their feet move, as if they were falling. The ground was gone, and a huge crater was formed. A scorpion monster emerged from it. The hunters called to the commander for help. Juan told them to hold on tight and not to look down. Juan climbed out to safety and said he had to help. The hunters saw the scorpion break out of the hole and decided to retreat to a safe area. Huang saw no chance of rescue, but suddenly the Koreans appeared and almost pulled them out of the monster's clutches. Kim Junwoo started activating a skill. Han Yu-bin grabbed the two Vietnamese hunters and said that they were now safe. The protagonist activated the omnipotence skill and dealt a crushing blow to the scorpion monster. Kim Junwoo asked the Vietnamese why they didn't retreat. Did they really decide to die as heroes? He said that Huang must realize they had no chance of coping. Huang replied that if they didn't take risks, there would be no one to destroy the monsters. The protagonist suggested that the hunters were just naively hoping for luck when they decided to fight the monster. Kim Junwoo wondered if human life didn't come first. Who would clear the dungeons if the hunters died? Huang remarked that they don't even have superpowers. Kim Junwoo said that's no reason to take such a risk. The protagonist stated that the real fool is their boss, who can't even handle the weakest monster. Kim Junwoo pointed out that the guys have superpowers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing this. All because of their boss's ridiculous orders. Now the hero realized why Huang initially didn't accept help. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but of desperation because of the position of the association. Kim Junwoo said that if you attack the monster into the ground, it will come out completely. You have to hit the ground. He urged the Vietnamese to listen to him and follow instructions. The unit went on the attack, firing firearms at the ground. The scorpion came completely out of the ground. Kim Junwoo said that such monsters have very high defenses because of their hard shell. Simple blows won't hurt them. But if you attack the ground, the monster will show vulnerabilities. With the right strategy, even with poor equipment and a small composition, it can be defeated. When movements become sluggish, you need to aim for the head. Huang's leader was injured but went up against the monster one-on-one. Huang activated the boy dance skill and continued to strike. Everyone watched this selfless fight with bated breath. The scorpion was destroyed. Huang had won an undeniable victory. The hunter shouted excitedly about the victory. Kim Junwoo thought that they were rejoicing over defeating hardly the weakest monster. They had a long way to go. Han Yu-bin added that they wanted to make real hunters out of them. The Vietnamese were really happy about this victory. It was a real celebration for them. Kim Young-woo said they would celebrate later. Right now, they should listen to him. Would they be willing to consider his proposal? Huang asked if Kim Jung-woo was confident in what he was doing. After all, it was almost like starting a guild from scratch. Our hero replied that he was ready for it. Kim Jung-woo told Huang that he might have to turn his back on his boss who was keeping them from developing. Or maybe he'll even start a war with them. Kim Young-woo added that if there's any doubt, it's best to back out. There's no turning back. There was a brief meeting and they agreed. Huang said he was willing to trust this man. Kim Jung-woo said, "No way. Is that how a person who needs help should talk? This is a favorable offer for more than just him. Huang should be more polite." Huang asked to help them. Kim Jun-woo said that in that case, he wanted to start by meeting with their boss. Shouldn't the situation be dealt with more quickly? The meeting took place a few days later in downtown Hanoi. Han Yu-bin was outraged. Why are they being made to wait? Kim Min-ju added that the elementary rules of etiquette were not observed. Our hero knew that Viet was the general manager of Vietnam's main political department, head of the command organization of the Ministry of Defense, and a man with real power in the armed forces. This man's influence in Vietnam is enormous. He will be able to make good money even if he hands over the association to the Koreans. Viet appeared and apologized for being late. He said he was busy with construction work. Kim Jun-woo remarked that they had to wait a long time. Viet said that Mr. Kim Young-woo from the Korean Association looked younger than he thought. He must be a newcomer. Kim Jung-woo admitted that he had been a member of the staff recently. Viet recalled that he once asked for help but was turned down. Kim Jun-woo said that their association is planning a merger and acquisition with Viet's association. Viet remarked that the young man doesn't understand at all how complicated their situation is. Kim Jun-woo replied that there was no need to continue. The Viet association only existed on paper. Our hero added that he knows. Viet takes all the sponsorships for himself. Viet asked if the young man wants to use this to threaten and take back the association. Kim Young-woo said that all it takes is for him to sign the M&A resolution. The association is actually formal, so it won't cause difficulties. Viet signs and they'll do the work, and he'll get 10 times the money. Viet asked if it will be a lump sum payment. Kim Jun-woo replied that the payments will be monthly. If Viet signs the documents, they will pay him monthly. The amount is much larger because he will get 50% of the proceeds. Viet held the project materials in his hands, including branch development plans. He admitted that he had never even dreamed of such a thing. Viet said he now understood the plan and could do it himself. The Koreans probably didn't think it was that simple, did they? Kim Jung-woo said there was no one in all of Vietnam who could pull something like this off. Viet asked if Kim Jung-woo was going to rebuild the association and pay them money, provided the branch went to Seoul. Our hero confirmed. Viet said the conditions weren't bad. Kim Jung-woo continued to wait for an answer. Viet clarified that he was only required to sign, which was even better, he didn't have to worry about anything. Kim Jun-woo said that Viet would not receive the income from the raids. Viet was surprised. Shouldn't the income from dungeon sweeps be shared? Kim Jung-woo explained that it was fair. The money would go to the person who risked his head going down into the dungeons. The supervisor won't be able to touch the proceeds. The protagonist added that he's offering a deal, not a handout. Everyone should get something different. If the Vietnamese want to keep their friendship, they'd better agree. If Viet gets greedy, he'll lose both money and allies. The Viet resented that Kim Jung-woo is not in Korea right now. Who has more to lose if they renege on the deal? Kim Jung-woo replied that they are on equal footing right now. Viet recognized the young man's potential and agreed that the profits from the raids would belong to the Koreans. The agreement was signed. Viet asked where Kim Jung-woo wanted to start the plan. Our hero said he noticed during his first trip to Vietnam, many areas lack basic infrastructure. The main problem is the lack of information about the location of dungeons and the lack of convenient communication routes. He will start from there. The young man said he will set up a cleaning squad after that. The only way to rebuild the infrastructure is to pave the road. But that's expensive. Kim Jung-woo told the companions that they had saved some money and would try to use it. Han Yu-bin asked how much money they were talking about. Kim Jung-woo replied that it was their entire available amount. He admitted that it's not enough, so he will look for sponsors. If Hwang follows his lead and insists on his own like he did today, he will be able to get a lot of investors. Hwan said he would try to do his best. Kim Jung-woo told Kim Min-ju to contact the local task force and begin the cleanup. In their spare time, they can strategize. A-bin should find decent people and start a cleanup squad. We need at least 10 squads and do basic training. Mr. Hwang will take it upon himself to work with investors. Our hero has decided to take up road construction. The advisor asked Mr. Viet if the Koreans could be trusted. After all, they had not responded to the request for help earlier. I wonder what they are up to now. Viet suggested just waiting. Viet believed that if everything worked out, he would get a lot of money. Otherwise, he would make them take responsibility and pay compensation. The man threw himself on his knees in front of Mr. Vyth and said that land is all he has. He survives by farming. But if his plot is taken away, his family will starve to death. Viet said he understood and ordered that the man be thrown in jail. Viet stated that if he decided to get something, it would belong to him. It has been a week since our hero started doing business in Vietnam. Rebuilding road infrastructure throughout the country has proven difficult due to the large financial cost and time involved. First, they targeted areas with high levels of subterranean emergence. After maximizing the improvement of existing roads, they installed heliports at key points. They then set up a network that allowed them to report new dungeons anytime and anywhere via a smartphone app. Kim Jun-woo personally trained local hunters and went on raids with them. To increase efficiency, Kim Jung-woo appointed Han Yu-bin as a senior in the cleaning squad. Most of the profits came from the sale of items and artifacts. As the budget increased, the project was allowed to grow faster. Investors appeared. When the profits exceeded the original budget, Kim Jung-woo spent them on creating a support department. The Korean Association had abandoned staff and equipment. This made it possible to increase the number of operational staff. It became possible to conduct operations more efficiently than before. Each of the departments had a positive impact on the process. As the scale expanded and the system became established, the local association became more and more self-sufficient. So a month passed. The Vietnamese branch of the Korean Association was established with headquarters in Hanoi. Kim Min-ju said that from this week onwards, it is possible to work throughout the country. Every department is now doing fine without their help. Han Yu-bin said that she is now entitled to a well-deserved vacation. She had been sleeping no more than 3 hours a night for almost all this time and was naturally very tired. Kim Jong-woo agreed. They really did a great job. Kim Min-ju was happy that everything had worked out well. She thanked her teacher for her hard work. The young man recognized the girl's variation. Kim Min-ju reported that a logistics center is being built and a company has won the tender to take over the distribution business. She added that Hwang is negotiating with nearby associations, though she doesn't like the idea very much. The young man said they used to use all the free options before, but are now able to pay for services so that no one will think as if someone is keeping them under control. With the establishment of affiliates in Vietnam, they finally had a weapon to use against the International Association, to control it and at the same time keep it from touching them. All the goals of the Vietnam project had been achieved. Kim Jong-woo told the girls that it was time to go back. Kim Min-ju noticed that Lee Ah-young had already returned to Korea as well. Kim Jong-woo wondered why she didn't call. Kim Min-ju replied that Lee Ah-young was very busy. Lee Ah-young offered to keep her company and go to a Vietnamese restaurant, but the guy didn't respond. Kim Jong-woo said that they should go back anyway. Han Yu-bin was overjoyed. The protagonist asked Kim Min-ju to contact Mr. Viet. He should provide the sales contract and the account where the funds would be deposited. Kim Jong-woo felt that he had done well. He was able to get what he deserved and return the favor. The aide gave coordination squad leader Hwang the operation plan for the week for the 5 squads. He asked him to check it and make changes if necessary. Hwang said that the 4th task force had been on a mission the day before. Better to put it at the end of the week. We need to start by sending the 2nd and 7th squads. What about the janitors? The aide replied that everything is fine. After this cycle of raids, you can go straight to the next ones. Hwang told him to instruct the support squad to report the status of the operation regularly just in case. Hwang couldn't believe that they had actually managed to rebuild the association in just a month. When they first received the offer from Kim Jong-woo, he thought it would be a waste of time and money. However, the Koreans didn't just give them weapons, they also taught them how to use them. Who would have thought that the efficiency of the work would be increased by the creation of a cleaning squad? It seemed to Hwang that the Koreans had sent an ordinary employee to them, but in the end, a savior came. Either way, it was sad because the Koreans were already leaving, and at one point he wanted to sell them for ransom. The assistant asked if Mr. Kim Jong-woo wasn't staying behind to lead the branch. Hwang replied that he thought so too, but Kim Jong-woo refused. The aide asked who would be the leader then. Hwang pointed his finger at himself. The aide said it was a great success. Hwang replied that he just came in all ready to go. Mr. Viet entered the office and said that Hwang was doing well. Hwang inquired what this man wanted here. Viet stated that now that the Koreans were gone, it was time for them to talk. He pointed to an envelope lying on the table. Hwang asked what it was. Viet said that he stole it from Mr. Kim Jong-woo's office. Hwang stated that greed had completely blinded Mr. Viet. Viet asked if Hwang could have guessed that this venture would turn out to be profitable. Viet said that this is Vietnam and here no one can go against his word, including Hwang. After the Koreans return, who will be closer, him or them? Does Hwang really think anything has changed just because he is now in a different position? Viet stated that it doesn't matter how high Hwang has risen. As long as he lives in this country, he will never stop serving him. No matter what heights Hwang has reached, he will always go hand in hand with him. Viet added that if Hwang listened to him, he would promise not to take the place. The aide asked if the gentleman was sure he was doing the right thing. Wouldn't it be better to have Koreans as allies? Viet asked if the guy was doubting his decisions. The aide replied that not at all. Viet said that the real estate developer in the north had said the expected annual profit would be 100 million, that is, about 8 million a month. The aide recalled that Mr. Kim Jong-woo had promised half of that profit, which is a huge amount of money. Viet stated that he would not be satisfied with half if he could have it all. The aide asked if Mr. Viet was sure that Hwang would meet his conditions. After all, this guy had already sided with that Korean. Shouldn't we just throw him out? Mr. Viet said he liked Hwang. He was well-educated and easily intimidated. Such people are the easiest to raise loyal assistance from. The aide asked if Hwang hadn't become loyal to the other master. Viet replied that that was why he had entrusted the job to Hwang. There is no better way to get a scared dog back. Hwang should realize everything after he sees the papers. If he doesn't comply, he's in trouble. In the envelope was the plan for the rehabilitation of infrastructure and development of hunters in Vietnam. This document talked about betraying Vietnam. It doesn't matter if Hwang is under the influence of Kim Jong-woo. He will behave differently when his life is at stake. He can't help but realize what awaits him after the Koreans leave. Viet was sure that Hwang had no choice. Either Hwang will massacre Kim Jong-woo with his own hands or die in his place. Viet added that if Hwang is in his right mind, there's no way he would choose the latter. Kim Jong-woo walked into Hwang's office to check on construction and saw the young man burning documents. Hwang said he lived his whole life like a faithful dog. Asked to bark, he barked. Asked to lie down, he lay down. He never dared to disobey his master. Hwang stated that he would do something different now, to protect something greater. Any master can be replaced. The young man said that his life was at stake, but he was willing to take the risk to obey only Kim Jong-woo. Kim Jong-woo wondered, what is Hwang talking about? The man replied, a plan to rebuild infrastructure and develop hunters in Vietnam. It even bears Kim Jong-woo's signature, which means he personally approved everything. The document proves that Kim Jong-woo intends to take over the entire stake in the Vietnamese Association. After that, he will be accused of espionage and the merger deal will be canceled. Kim Jong-woo inquired where did Hwang get this document from? Who compiled it? Hwang said that Mr. Viet had recently visited him and told him to leave the document in his office. Hwang added that the police will come here tomorrow and if they find the document, Kim Jong-woo will be arrested for treason. All work will come to a standstill. Kim Jong-woo thought he had warned the greedy Wyatt. He knew he couldn't be trusted, but he didn't expect a blow right now when things were just starting to get better. Kim Jong-woo asked why Viet had entrusted this task to Hwang. He could just blame it on him, right? Hwang replied that he didn't think he would do that. Viet said that if Hwang wasn't on his side, he would be next. He knew that even at gunpoint, Hwang would not risk ignoring such warnings. He had thought about it a lot. Viet really scares him. Kim Jong-woo asked why in that case did Hwang come to him. Hwang replied that they need a capable leader. He admitted that he can be too emotional sometimes. Kim Jong-woo realized that they were almost there, and Viet was trying to push them out. These problems are eternal. Our hero thought he warned Viet, but he intervened anyway. Now that things have worked out this way, negotiating with Viet is already useless. He does have power in this country. Using force could lead to war. Kim Jong-woo asked Hwang if he remembered what the conversation was about. He might have to side with the boss. He said that the first thing to do was to collect the torn documents and scrutinize them. The next day came. A man accompanied by police officers held a glued document in his hands. It was the very same plan for the rehabilitation of infrastructure and development of hunters in Vietnam. Even signs of attempts to hide the evidence were visible. The special agent announced that Kim Jong-woo, the current head of the Vietnamese Association, had been arrested. He must voluntarily follow them. The protagonist told Kim Min-ju and Han Yu-bin to act strictly according to his instructions. Kim Jong-woo stretched his hands forward and said that time was short. They needed to act faster. The car pulled up to the building of the Vietnamese Ministry of Security. Kim Jong-woo got out of the car in handcuffs. He wondered if the interrogation room was in such a place. The aide informed Mr. Viet that they had brought Kim Jong-woo. Viet showed a glued document and asked, "Does this belong to Kim Jong-woo?" Our hero replied that this was the first time he had seen these papers. Viet stated that the document was found in his office. Viet asked, did Kim Jong-woo really think that by destroying the papers, he would escape punishment? How long did he think it would take to make a new copy? Kim Jong-woo said that Viet is wrong. He wasn't trying to ignore the incident at all. The official will get what he wants. From now on, the Korean Association will relinquish control to Viet. He added that they would not demand any compensation. Viet did not understand what the young man was up to. Kim Jong-woo repeated, he would hand over the association to the Viet. Isn't that what Viet wants? Viet wondered, shouldn't Kim Jong-woo beg him for mercy? Kim Jong-woo said that the interlocutor is right. In any case, he is asking for them to be released in return. Viet interjected, not only him, but also his co-workers? Kim Jong-woo replied that Viet was exaggerating. Kim Jong-woo said he would give his interlocutor whatever he wanted without any obstacles. He signed the relevant documents and said that Viet was now the head of the Vietnamese Association. After that, Viet took out a gun and pointed it at the protagonist. He declared that this guy didn't stand a chance. Kim Jong-woo thought that everything was going as he thought it would. The Viet couldn't be trusted. Suddenly, the aide yelled that they had a serious problem. Viet irritably replied that he was busy and asked what was wrong. The assistant said that they had been contacted by the International Association. The issue was the recent unilateral price increase by Vietnam. The International Association intends to take tough measures at the national level. Even neighboring countries joined in. Viet didn't understand what was going on. He asked, what did they do? The aide admitted that he didn't understand it himself yet. Viet got angry and shouted, "What is this guy doing here?" Earlier, Kim Min-ju asked, "Is Kim Jong-woo really going to hand over the association to Viet? Won't they face jail time for betrayal?" Kim Jong-woo said that they will hand over the association and ask for release. Kim Jong-woo asked the people present, "Did anyone have another plan?" Han Yu-bin was furious. What did they have to do with it? Kim Jong-woo clarified that he's not just leaving the association. The three of them he's immediately sending to the southeastern branches. They are to announce a threefold increase in the Vietnamese association's fees. In addition, 5% will now be charged on every sale of artifacts. Rejection of these conditions could be seen as a declaration of war. Kim Min-ju was surprised. They had already agreed on all the terms. If they do that, it will cause a negative reaction from other countries. Kim Jong-woo asked, did she still not understand? The Viet is insatiable and will have to be fed until they feel sick. Viet pointed the gun at the hero again and blamed him for everything that had happened. He demanded that everything be settled immediately. Kim Jong-woo got up from his chair and said that he didn't know what Mr. Viet was talking about. After all, he was now the only one responsible for the association. Suddenly, the gun was in Kim Jong-woo's hand. The guy said that Mr. Viet should solve his association's problems himself. A member of the International Association, the director of the Malaysian Ismail Association, said that the Vietnamese have gone crazy. Do they really want a war? He was going to open another branch and they practically stabbed him in the back. Milio, director of the Cambodian Association, added that the cost of their services had gone up and Viet himself had disappeared. Thai Association Director Prezet says Viet dug his own grave. France, head office of the International Association, the organization that pioneered the hunter ranking system and registers and monitors hunters worldwide. It has branches in 52 countries. The head of the International Hunters Association, Secretary General Wesley, was already aware of what was happening in Vietnam. It was obvious that the associations of neighboring countries would come out strongly, but there was still no reason to rejoice. Wesley thought he hadn't been too concerned when last year's merger proposal had been withdrawn by the government. Now, however, in just a month, profits had increased markedly. He assumed that Viet wouldn't have thought of it himself. Where did he find such a helper? The manager reported that according to a BP Corporation report, a Korean association was involved. About a month ago, the head of Seoul's operations headquarters, Kim Jong-woo, arrived in Vietnam. Chief Kane believes it was all about a takeover. Wesley realized the Korean Association had decided to open a foreign branch. There have been several reports from the US about Kim Jong-woo. Apparently, he's very calculating and knows exactly what he's doing. This person interested the head of the International Association. Wesley thought they did everything they could to make sure the associations could honor the agreements and still make a profit. The same went for the cost of services. He hoped that Kim Jong-woo would be reasonable enough not to cross the line. However, the latter couldn't just raise the price 3 times. Someone foolish enough to do that. Wesley said that Viet had set them up. Another headache. He added that eliminating Viet could have solved the problem. However, then the Korean Association would absorb the Viet Association. The head said that they can't let things go. Otherwise, the southeastern affiliates will get angry. This could lead to serious losses. The manager asked what they would do in this situation. Wesley said that they would have to back off this time. However, the Korean Association should issue a formal warning. Wesley ordered that the squad leader, Mark, be invited to join him. If there was no agreement on prices, the foreign affiliates would take tough action at the national level. Viet was furious and, waving his gun, demanded that Kim Jong-woo solve the problem. Kim Jong-woo reminded him that Viet was now the only one in charge of the company. The protagonist, still holding the gun, said that it was now up to Viet to deal with his association's problems. Viet tried to object, but the hero pushed him and the Vietnamese man fell to the floor. Kim Jong-woo said that the man never understood anything. Viet's assistant crept up from behind to hit the hero, but Kim Jong-woo warned, if Viet continued to be greedy, he would lose not only his money but also his friends. In the blink of an eye, the attacker was neutralized. The protagonist said that Viet might lose his position as head as well. A policeman entered the room and informed Viet that they were in serious trouble. They were contacted by affiliates from Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. They said they could close their borders and even resort to military force if Vietnam didn't lower their fees. Things are heading for a real war. Viet said that they needed to explain that he had nothing to do with it. Kim Jun-woo had caused all the trouble. The policeman replied that they tried to explain that, but no one listens to them. Kim Jung-woo said that it's all quite expected given Viet's past antics. For him, the association was just a financial cushion. Other than money, he wasn't interested in anything. He added that Viet has already made a lot of enemies. It wouldn't take long for him to die. Our hero pointed out that this was not a threat, but a warning. Dying in this world is a common occurrence. Viet could just disappear. Suddenly, Viet heard a familiar voice. The man asked what he was doing. All this time pretending he doesn't exist, and now he's decided to sell out the country? It was Vietnam's party secretary, Phan. Viet fearfully declared that he would straighten everything out. He would immediately go to the representatives of the association and beg them on his knees. Phan hit Viet with his fist on the jaw. Does he really think that's going to fix anything? Phan said he heard about Kim Jung-woo from Korea. Turning to our hero, he asked if he was the one who promoted this project. Kim Jung-woo confirmed. Phan said that they won't be able to handle it all. If the young man started it all, then let him clean it up himself. Kim Jung-woo stated that he would love to do it, but there is a problem. The party secretary ripped up the documents and said that there is no longer a problem. The young man has to straighten it out. He can take the association back, but he must not go near them again. Phan reiterated Kim Jun-woo should settle things on his own. The secretary clearly didn't want to deal with him anymore. The protagonist realized how things worked. The first person in the country was standing in front of him. He decided to take charge, and the association was recognized as a de facto independent organization. Viet grabbed the gun from the floor and asked with rage, how could Hwan set him up like that? Had he forgotten who his master was? He demanded that Hwang immediately go to the secretary and confess everything. No matter how much Kim Jun-woo paid him, he was willing to give him twice as much. Hwang was determined and drew his battle sword from behind his back. He said that Viet was being too noisy as usual and swung his sword. Viet was frightened and asked what the man was up to. The frightened Viet knelt down, put his hands up and said he admitted guilt and was sorry. Hwang swung his sword sharply in front of his face. The badge that was on Viet's chest was chopped in half and fell to the ground. Hwang declared that he was no longer the scoundrel's servant. After this, every effort was thrown into making amends. Viet was dishonorably dismissed and accused of corruption. However, another thing struck everyone. Viet had been stealing subsidies through a front company for a whole year. Immediately after his dismissal, he was sent to the courtroom. The angry crowd stripped him of the last hair on his head and elsewhere. Immediately afterward, our hero made a broadcast with representatives of foreign associations, raising the issue of tariff revision. Viet received the severest possible punishment, and by the time of the meeting, the leaders had calmed down. New, even more favorable terms were offered as an apology. The opponents had no reason to refuse. Kim Jung-woo expressed his confidence that his colleagues were satisfied. However, one of those present suddenly said that he was refusing a 1-year fee waiver and tariff freeze for 10 years. If Kim Jun-woo does not agree, all Southeast Asian chapters will refuse to cooperate. Our hero interjected, colleagues refuse to work with an international association? The head office won't let that happen. The man said that was the order of the head office. If the negotiations fail, they will stop supplying personnel and equipment. Everyone in the head office is furious, and Kim Jun-woo must act with extreme caution. Kim Jun-woo was stunned. Did an international association really decide to intervene in something like this? Freezing it for 10 years would slow down development a lot. What was it that made them so angry? Although he didn't want to offer such conditions himself, there was no choice. We should contact the chairman of the association. The protagonist received a video message on his smartphone. The video showed Hwan and other hunters. Their hands were tied and they had blindfolds over their eyes. The criminals demanded that Kim Jun-woo bring 100 billion to the day checkpoint. One of the masked criminals asked Supervisor Mark what to do with the hostages. Mark replied that they should be eliminated. Colleagues asked Director Prezet, even if they were following orders from head office, was it the right decision? There are many branches in Southeast Asia, and the head office cannot limit supplies indefinitely. Besides, there's a Korean association involved in everything, with whom they can't risk cooperation. The terms announced at the briefing could have been very favorable. Prezet said he was contacted by PB Corporation's balance sheet department. Today, Kim Jun-woo head of the Vietnamese Association and chief of operations of the Korean Association, will be eliminated. The heads of the other associations were shocked by the news. They would then be able to take possession of the branch for free? But what if the operation failed? One must also think about the future. Prezet said that if they didn't manage to eliminate this guy, the Southeast Asian branches wouldn't survive. At current rates, they'll drown in debt. So all we can do is pray it's a success. The gun-toting criminals shouted for the hostages to move. Huang asked, did these hunters from the Thai Association really think they could get away with it? Kim Min-ju and Han Yu-bin watched from hiding. Kim Min-ju said it was strange that the Thai Association secretly opened the dungeon. Han Yu-bin suggested that it was a cartel, but after all, the International Association should have done away with them 5 years ago. Yu-bin added that anyway, since they have figured out the location, it's time to act. Min-ju said that they should wait. Teacher hadn't given instructions yet. Han Yu-bin reminded that Huang and the entire task force were in limbo. They needed to be rescued immediately. Min-ju replied that there was still not enough information about the enemy. If they hurry, they might put the captives in even more danger. Yu-bin countered that if they delayed, the boys would die. Min-ju reminded that they still lacked details. The phone rang. Min-ju said that the teacher got on the phone in time. Kim Young-woo said he was familiar with the situation. He asked where Kim Min-ju was right now. The girl replied that they were 3 kilometers away from the western border of Lao Bao. Kim Min-ju said that they saw 2 squads of armed hunters with superpowers. They were taking the hostages out of the dungeon, including Huang, the regular hunters and the cleaning crew. It looks like they're Thai Association operatives. There is speculation that they are the cartel. Min-ju added that she and Yu-bin were deciding whether to rescue the hostages right now. Kim Jung-woo said it's too early to act. They have an hour to negotiate with the criminals. The protagonist expressed his confidence that the girls can handle it together. He added that he was now at the Thea checkpoint where he had been invited. However, he had come earlier and had already met the mercenaries. They might be after money, so it's worth being cautious. The hero said that it will take him a while to get to the girls, so he trusts the hostage rescue to them. Kim Min-ju told her battle buddy that it's time to get started. Han Yu-bin replied that she can finally stretch out. Min-ju stated that they need to break into the building. But how many guards are there? At that time, a criminal walked past the girls leading a hostage in front of her. Yu-bin said she had a great idea. The terrorists with machine guns in their hands stared at the people who approached them. Han Yu-bin, with a hood over her eyes and an automatic rifle in her hand, said she had brought an escaped hostage. In front of her, wearing Vietnamese Association clothing, with her hands behind her back, stood Kim Min-ju. One of the terrorists radioed his superiors that a suspicious person had appeared at the entrance. Kim Min-ju did not hesitate and deactivated the 2 armed terrorists with 1 blow. Han Yu-bin was surprised to hear that these guys couldn't figure them out. Min-ju suggested splitting up and finding out where exactly the hostages were being held. Yu-bin supported the idea. Mr. Mark received a report that they had uninvited guests. Mark decided that the Thai hunters had brought a tail. One hunter said he was leaving. Mark remarked that this should be handled by the squad leader. The hunter activated his lizard man and Robin Hood skills. Monster said it was boring, but now it's more interesting. It had turned out pretty well. Huang hoped the guys would be careful. These weren't ordinary hunters. Kim Min-ju started the elimination and deactivated the nearest criminals. She handled the attackers without much difficulty. The monster thought this was strange. Operatives aren't trained in such techniques. He approached the girl from behind and thought she looked more like a hitman. The monster addressed her by name and said that he was bored of waiting, so he would finish her off quickly. Kim Min-ju thought that Yu-bin talks in much the same way. They are different from the hunters she had encountered. If she can't defeat this enemy, the rescue operation will fail. The girl activated the awakening skill, Avalokiteshvara. Min-ju decided to destroy it with a single blow. The monster laughed. Is that the kind of speed an A-rank hunter has? This was ridiculous. However, the girl realized her plan and wounded the enemy. The monster said that the hunter in front of him used the awakening skill. She would be fun to deal with. The forbidden skill Chimera was activated. The monster stated that it would add some pepper to the fight. Min-ju wondered, did forbidden skills really exist? She had heard that using them took away some of the humanity, and the International Association had confiscated all the teaching materials. She thought that her teacher had encountered a hunter using forbidden techniques. Could it be that they were connected to the International Association? The girl realized that their opponents were not ordinary hunters. They were more like monsters. Kim Min-ju tried to figure out what to do to become stronger. One must stay calm and remember the teacher's instructions. Kim Jun-woo had said that she was straining her shoulders too much. She should rely on them less and use her arms more. Min-ju wondered, when did the teacher show up? Kim Young-woo said she's definitely gotten stronger, but she needs to use her whole body to continue growing. Her sword skills are good, but she has balance issues. He added that she doesn't have time to practice, so let her watch carefully. He'll only show her once. The monster said that Kim Jun-woo has fallen into a trap. Now he's going to tear him to pieces. Kim Jun-woo was not afraid and swung his sword and severed the monster's head. The monster, bleeding, realized that he had been tricked. He shouted that the young man would die right in front of his subordinate. Kim Jun-woo said that such rivals come to an end as soon as their heads are chopped off. The terrorists saw the liberators and opened fire to kill them. Kim Jun-woo hid behind a corner and asked the girl if she had found Hwang and the others. Min-ju replied that the building is too big. She hasn't found anyone yet, but they're almost on the top floor. Kim Young-woo said he's going to relieve the janitors now and help the girls. But they have to be careful. They might meet someone like the Lizard Man. Mark ordered his subordinates to leave no one alive. No targets, no hostages. Get rid of everyone. One of the masked criminals said he accepted the order, but our hero was already standing behind him. Retribution was inevitable. Kim Young-woo deactivated all the criminals in the vicinity. He broke the ropes binding the hostages and told them to hurry to the back exit. One of the hunters reported that the remaining hostages were in another wing of the building. Kim Jung-woo realized that the criminals had deliberately separated the hostages to make rescue difficult. The armed criminals reported through a hole in the wall that the target had been located. Kim Jun-woo activated the skill Nalasia Shield. This skill protected the allies, but the enemies were farther away than he had anticipated. Han Yu-bin was relieved that she had finally found the hostages. The girl entered the room with the armed terrorists and complained that she was tired. Why was it necessary to hide the hostages so far away? Someone related recognized Han Yu-bin's voice. But what is she doing here? This was no place for the fragile leader of the cleaning team. Hwang figured director Kim Jun-woo had overestimated her since he sent her here. The Vietnamese hunter shouted for Yu-bin to run away immediately. It was too dangerous here. The girl fearlessly approached the hostage and removed his blindfold. Han Yu-bin asked, "Why is Hwang so surprised?" "They need to get out quickly." Hwang looked around and noticed the deactivated terrorists around. He asked the girl, "Isn't she the leader of the cleaning squad?" Han Yu-bin replied that she needed to catch her breath and the questions would wait. Her opponent threatened to destroy her if she continued to be annoying. Even from just one arrow, Yu-bin realized that the opponent was of a different level. She said that she would deal with him herself. The archer activated a forbidden skill, Centaur. Hwang grabbed his sword and said he would cover Han Yu-bin. The archer fired and pierced Hwang's body with an arrow through and through. Hwang fell to the floor, bleeding out. Han Yu-bin activated the Berserker combat skill. She thought that the opponent's strength and agility no longer looked human. Do forbidden techniques really give such power? The Centaur warrior said that this little wench was boring him. I'll have to destroy her. Suddenly, Kim Min-ju appeared out of nowhere and carried Yu-bin out of the target zone. Min-ju said that these things were nothing like the hunters they had encountered before. Yu-bin stated that they didn't look like the regular cartel either. Could this be the same international association that the boss was talking about? She added that she had never heard of such monsters before. The longer things dragged on, the worse it got. Yu-bin said that we can't delay. Her skill has a limited time. She added that Hwang is badly injured, so we need to finish as soon as possible. Kim Min-ju said that it's still necessary to wait a little longer. We need to calm down and carefully analyze the opponent. Min-ju remembered asking her teacher how to inflict more pain on those who touched her team. Kim Jun-woo had answered that one must not go with one's emotions. A girl should keep her cool and soberly assess the enemy. Min-ju said that she would tie Centaur's legs and Yu-bin would deliver the final blow. Min-ju moved to attack and added that Yu-bin should prepare her most powerful skill. The wooden spear skill was activated. The Centaur tried to hit the girl, who deftly dodged the attacks. The opponent stated that she didn't have long to live. Why was she in such a hurry? He said that her attack was too predictable. Was that really all that one of Korea's top hunters could do? But then he realized that the girl wasn't attacking, but trapping him with a combination of constantly attacking swords. He shouted that the jokes were over and he was about to destroy these girls. However, there was something he hadn't considered. Kim Junwoo appeared nearby and said that the creature on 4 legs was vulnerable in a jump. He praised Minju's move. The girls thanked the teacher. Kim Junwoo said that it was Han Yubin's turn, and the huntress immediately went on the offensive. The berserker and guillotine skills were activated. The enemy didn't stand a chance. The centaur was cut in 2. Kim Junwoo said that there was tremendous power hidden in that girl. Minju replied that it was unbelievable. After a successful attack, Han Yubin admitted that she was tired and couldn't get up. The protagonist stated that Huang is in critical condition. It is urgent to leave the building. Huang opened his eyes and said that his time seems to be up. Kim Junwoo replied that he needed to hold on a little longer. They would carry him to the hospital. Huang said it was the last time he'd see clear skies. Everything in front of his eyes was floating. He hasn't enjoyed such a scenery in a long time. He added that thanks to Kim Jung-woo, he got rid of all shackles and fought for his country. He has nothing to regret. Huang thanked Kim Jung-woo for accepting them for who they are. Kim Jung-woo is a good man. A few days passed. Our hero and the girls arrived at the airport. Huang approached the Koreans and told them that they were really leaving this time. He asked Kim Jun-woo to come check on them to see if they were doing a good job. Kim Jun-woo said that either way, Huang did a great job. The young men said goodbye until their next meeting. The officer in charge reported that they had been contacted by the Korean Association. The Koreans said that they would not get away with anything and demanded compensation for the supply of equipment and personnel to the Southeast Asia offices. The officer in charge added that the Koreans were on record as saying that the International Association would no longer receive any support from them. All responsibility for what had happened now lay with the associations in the region, including the Thai Association. Several members of that association had already been brought to court. The interlocutors said that if they were not capable of doing anything, then they should be responsible for the failure of the mission. There was no need to get involved in international conflicts. They had to deal with the issue on their own. Mark assured the interlocutor in no uncertain terms. They would certainly protect. After all, this association is the only one in the region in direct contact with the PB Corporation. The man asked how he was supposed to deal with all this alone. After all, he had gotten so many associations involved at their request. Plus, they had signed that ridiculous contract with the Vietnamese subsidiary. Mark remarked that there was too much noise from this director Preze and ended the conversation. Mark stated to the general secretary that he was back. The leader replied that he had already read the report on the outcome of the operation. The elite squad had been defeated by only 3 people. In addition, they had uncovered all the hunters involved in the operation. Negotiations about the branch failed. The Secretary General said he had entrusted the operation to Mark, but he had failed. Mark admitted that he had no excuse. The General Secretary pointed out that it wasn't a big deal. The important thing is that they got an important message. The janitor should now understand how things are. If he tries to resist, he will endanger everyone around him. No matter how strong he is, from now on he will no longer be able to act on his own. The General Secretary said that it was time to set an example. We should immediately start unifying the rights of the operational departments. The leader added that we need to get rid of everything superfluous and strengthen what we can work with. Everything needs to be deepened and expanded. The leader emphasized, there should be nothing left that was not to his liking. In about a month, the Vietnam project was completed. The protagonist suddenly turned pale and wrinkled his nose. Minju asked if everything was all right. The young man replied that it was nothing, just a sudden headache. The system reported a status change. The International Association's hostility had exceeded the acceptable level. On this basis, the status of the goal progress is changed. A huge tiger roared loudly and lunged at the chairman of the Korean Association. The old man didn't even blink an eye. The creature's summoning skill was applied. The tiger lowered itself in front of the old man and purred. Parkham Bomb asked if Puku missed him. The young man told the chairman that he was back. It had been a long time since he had seen Puku. The chairman asked what Kim Junwoo had been doing on this trip. After the report, the chairman said, "So associations all over the world are joining together to take over dungeons? Were affiliates from neighboring countries involved as well?" Kim Young-woo replied that this was only his guess, as there was no proof. But it seems like they were acting on orders from the head office. The young man asked if the head office had done anything during that time. The old man replied that nothing much had happened except for phone scammers calling. Kim Junwoo said that the opponents are getting stronger. They are probably trying to warn further actions could threaten their existence. The chairman wondered if the young man's actions were really that dangerous. Kim Jong-woo said that it's not just him. The chairman suggested that everyone associated with Kim Jong-woo is now in danger. The young man confirmed that. Judging from the kidnapping incident, those international association types are extremely powerful. One could pretend that the hero didn't expect this. However, they were the ones who destroyed the SSS-ranked hunter in his past life. Kim Jong-woo realized that he couldn't resist them if he became their target. The old man said that the young man had just dealt with one problem, and then another one immediately appeared. Kim Jong-woo thought that by absorbing the Vietnamese branch, he would at least slow down the enemies a little. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. The chairman reminded him that the young man had only suggested, and he was the one who made the final decision. Who was to blame then? Kim Jong-woo thought definitely not him. Park and Bom asked what Kim Jong-woo was going to do now. Would he act even more harshly? Wouldn't that be a threat to them? Kim Jong-woo replied that this is what it would be like to act on behalf of the association. Therefore, it would have to work in the shadows. He suggested creating a subsidiary company that would operate underground to divert the attention of the International Association and its chapters. The chairman wondered if they were taking an example from the enemy. The protagonist replied that he was not going to imitate, but absorb the enemy. Park and Bom countered that even if the company is secretive, the protagonist doesn't think that no one will discover it, right? Kim Jong-woo said he's going to form it as a company with a completely different specialty. He already has an idea. The chairman realized that it was a fictitious business. Kim Jong-woo clarified that the final decision is up to the chairman. If they start this project, there will be no turning back. He added that he plans to confront the International Association in the future. It may well come to the point of an armed conflict at the level of war. The chairman asked, "Is he threatening?" The guy replied that he was just stating facts and asked him to keep it a secret from CEO Lee Do-sik. Park and Bom said he would try his best, but according to him, he was just about to talk the young man into staying. The old man joked that he should have made him sign a lifetime contract. Kim Jong-woo thanked the chairman for everything and said that they are now in the same boat. It's only a temporary separation. Park and Bom said he had a personal request. What is the young man going to do? After all, he refused to be the next chairman and only became chief of staff because he was forced to. The chairman didn't think the young man was interested in fame, and he didn't seem to be interested in money either. He started out as a janitor, but he came to that position, and yet he never sought to snatch more. Kim Jong-woo said he has a goal, but he doesn't know exactly what he wants to do. He wants to go as high as he can. He was originally going to unlock all the skills, become a hunter again, and join the International Association. But now that they're targeting him, he can't even just become a hunter. The relationship with the International Association is extremely strained. At this rate, it's unlikely he'll be able to become a leader. He would have to change his plan. He thought he could create a new international association and lead it. Kim Jong-woo said hello and said that he hadn't seen his boss Park Geun-dae in a long time. Park Geun-dae was pleased and agreed. Indeed, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Park Geun-dae, after saying hello, asked what the young man was going to do next. Kim Jong-woo said that he had learned a lot from him and would now start his own cleaning company. The protagonist added that during a business trip to Vietnam, he learned that many foreign associations are in dire need of additional cleaning teams. Park Geun confirmed that here in the province, too, the shortage of personnel is particularly acute. Kim Jong-woo said there will always be a demand for such services. Wouldn't everyone be better off if additional teams were sent to such regions? Park Geun admitted that Kim Jong-woo has always taken cleaning too seriously. He still remembered his first day of work. It seemed like the young man would quit after a few days, but he always tried harder than anyone else. They even almost died a few times. But there were plenty of good moments too. Park added that thanks to Kim Jong-woo, he was able to become a department head and a good father because he had time for his family. Park Geun-woo said that if the young man ever needed help, he could always count on him. Kim Jong-woo apologized to the chief for the incident. He recalled the conflict that happened before the regression. The young staff greeted the teacher with flowers and gifts and thanked him for his work. The teacher had really done a good job. Minju knew that the teacher was going to leave, but only truly realized it now. Kim Jong-woo asked where the gift from Lia Young was. The girl replied that he could do without it. She didn't know what he liked. And do you have to give something to a grown man? Pyong said the chief has only happy days ahead of him. But will the association be able to cope without such a chief? Kim Jong-woo revealed that he plans to open his own cleaning company. Why not announce a recruitment drive for the team? Kim Jong-woo pointed out that the foundation has to be laid first. Then the rest will follow. He would have to start from scratch. Who would want to come in under these conditions? He looked at his companions and thought of the cleaning crew. Kim Jong-woo wished them good luck. His former co-workers wished the hero would stop by to visit at least once in a while. They would always put their business aside for his sake. Sang-hyuk asked if they happened to meet on the street, would they pretend not to know each other? Kim Jong-woo replied that Sang-hyuk had already done that once. In this life, the character said goodbye to the association he spent so much time in a very different way, striving to achieve what he had in his past life. Lee Do-sik and Park In-bom were letting him go with regret. The CEO asked, "Doesn't the chairman care?" Where would they find another chief of operations staff now? The chairman replied that no, it doesn't bother him. Lee Do-sik suggested that Kim Min-ju be considered. The girl was strongly opposed. The old man pointed out that the huntress had already turned him down. Lee Do-sik wondered, didn't she want to go down the same path as Kim Jong-woo? It seemed incredible to the chairman that such a young janitor could change the association so much. Park In-bom admitted that there might be stagnation now, but expressed hope that the young man would get his way. Lee Do-sik said that he had sent the boy a gift, so he would be fine. The chairman asked what the gift was. Lee Do-sik replied that it was a secret. Kim Jun-woo, the head of the operations headquarters, left his post. Internet users were shocked by such a sudden departure. Seo Min-chul had no idea that the young man could put on a whole show. Aries Guild leader Cha Seok-hyun spoke out. "This young man's decision makes me confused, but I still support Mr. Kim. Guilds across the country are trying to poach him to join them." One reporter said that Kim Jong-woo should have let him know if he had a problem. The International Association officials decided that their warning worked since he quit. They were relieved that the guy was no longer an eyesore. Mark did not agree with this formulation and pushed the man against the wall. He asked why some Asian janitor could annoy PB Corporation in the first place. Mark added that these wimps couldn't even handle an ordinary janitor, and now they're only happy because he quit the association. Mark asked the staff if they had found Yang Min-ho. The assistant reported that they had gotten on the trail, but that was all for now. Mark ordered them to get to work immediately. Otherwise, he'll paint the walls of the office with their blood. The main office is gradually pushing forward the project of merging with the head of the raid control squad. This time, everything has to be done perfectly, to get the very stone. The protagonist cleaned up his room. He didn't understand why he didn't tidy up. It was always a mess. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Did someone come? He opened the door and saw Lee Ah-young on the doorstep. The girl was surprised and asked if she could not even come to visit. She came with a suitcase. She assumed that Kim Jong-woo was already working on opening a company. Couldn't he even give her a minute? Lee Ah-young was surprised at how clean the bachelor's apartment was. Kim Jong-woo asked what happened at the association. Why isn't she at work? The girl claimed she was fired. She simply said she wanted to quit and was immediately kicked out the door. Kim Jun-woo promised to take care of her if she suddenly became unemployed. He thought even if she wanted to quit badly, how could the deputy head of the support department just be kicked out like that? What happened between father and daughter? Kim Jun-woo told her to go back. There's nothing he can do to help. Lee Ah-young asked if he was offended because she didn't give a gift. In that case, she's going to fix it now. In the girl's hands were documents. It was information about all the cleaning squads in the country. Numbers, budgets, workload, working hours. There was also information about independent associations overseas. Kim Jun-woo asked if it was all legal. Lee Ah-young replied, "The most important thing is that he liked the gift." After a while, Lee Ah-young was already sitting at the computer and studying the data. She said that if Kim Jong-woo was going to cooperate with foreign associations, he should first improve his reputation in his own country. The biggest offices now have 10 cleaning teams each. However, Kim Jong-woo isn't going to compete with them, right? There's also a list of offices with less than 5 teams. Lee Ah-young pointed out that many of them have serious financial difficulties. Due to the shortage of hunters, they rely on private associations. Due to the shortage of cleaners, the firms can only conduct a limited number of raids per day. But these branches don't have the funds to expand their staff. Lee Ah-young added that now is a great opportunity to fill a vacant niche. There will be a lot to do: hiring employees, negotiating with associations, and negotiating contracts. In addition, connections with equipment suppliers need to be made. Manager Pak said he had the right contacts. The girl added that she would handle the paperwork. Our hero couldn't believe that he was facing the same Lee Ah-young, who was more like a robot in his previous life. If he had known she was like that, he would have treated her as a friend instead of a subordinate, and it would have been more useful. At one point, Lee Ah-young wondered if he was listening to her. The young man asked to repeat himself. She asked if he had already thought of a company name. Kim Jun-woo replied that he had one option. KARMA, Korean Association for Astral World Work and Management, or simply Karma. The young man decided to change the subject and inquired about the time stone. Lee Ah-young interjected, "Is the organization really going to be called Karma?" She noticed that the lab was not ready yet, and not all the equipment had been delivered. Kim Jung-woo clarified, "So you quit without getting any results?" The girl said she brought a prototype weapon with fragments of the time stone. Kim Jun-woo wondered, how did she even get it? It was necessary to bring the weapon back immediately. Lee Ah-young replied that she might save his life in the future with this weapon. Kim Jun-woo wondered if she even knew how to shoot a gun. The protagonist doubted that the International Association would leave him alone even after firing him. It would be bad if they got their hands on Lee Ah-young. He decided to teach the girl how to use a firearm. To begin with, he showed her how to hold it properly. Kim Jung-woo explained how to focus and not breathe before firing the gun. He added that it is imperative to exhale and hold your breath when shooting. Lee Ah-young fired the gun, but the recoil caused her to sway violently and hit the young man on the head with the gun. The girl said that Kim Jung-woo's nose was bleeding. Apparently, he was hit by a hot hand. Kim Jun-woo lifted her up in his arms. Lee Ah-young blushed and told him to stop. She wasn't ready yet. The young man stated that he needed to clean up the room and started cleaning. Lee Ah-young wondered, why did he suddenly take on this? The skill misophonia was activated. They arrived at the building, and the girl asked, "Well, it's not as bad as you thought, is it?" A week after starting the business, they registered the business and found an office, albeit not a new one. All that was left was to hire cleaners and visit local association offices to negotiate contracts. Lee Ah-young said that everything was just beginning. The hero thought then that everything would go smoothly now, until they were confronted with reality. Lee Ah-young told him to stop sighing. Resumes won't come from that on their own. It's hard for everyone in the beginning. The vacancy for cleaners had been hanging online for a week, but not a single response had been received. But that was logical. Who would go to a dungeon cleaning company with a bunch of no-names? Lee Ah-young said that he would have been lined up if he'd listened to her and called a journalist he knew. She even prepared the text for him. The girl suggested asking the chairman of the association for help. Kim Jung-woo said the old man would never agree. Then she suggested that she call her acquaintances personally. Wouldn't the old comrades respond after one call from him? Kim Jun-woo replied that they were all veterans on their teams. If you poach one of them, there will be trouble. Lee Ah-young said she came to help, and he brushed off her every idea. The protagonist didn't know what to do. He set up the company to avoid being monitored by an international association, so he can't advertise that he owns it. If his former co-workers move in with him, won't he be targeted again? Lee Ah-young brought a stack of flyers and said they would distribute them together. "Why don't you have an entrepreneurial streak?" These words hurt the hero. He began to regret. Maybe he shouldn't have quit his job. A position became vacant at the Korean Parallel Dimension Association. Manager Choi took the position and put up his own sign. Choi Ho-sung was the director of the Sunshin branch for several years. Thanks to his work, the head office in Seoul did not deny itself elite beef, river eel, or other delicacies. At that time, Seo Min-chol, who served as the head of the operations headquarters, wielded great influence. This position was soon taken over by an unknown man, a former janitor. But he wasn't given any preferential treatment. After 2 months, he resigned from his post, and the chance fell to Choi. The chairman said he was recommended by a trustworthy person. Can Choi Ho-sun be trusted? Choi himself pretended not to be too happy, but in his heart he was jubilant because he had achieved the position he had long sought. He thought, my time has come, but soon he was furious. This guy had spent the entire budget, not only for the current year, but for the next year as well. Secretary Yoo Young-soo explained that the former leader wanted to support each team, and that's where all the money went. Choi Ho-sung was shocked. What kind of support is this? Does the management know about it? The secretary nodded. Profits were, of course, guaranteed by agreements with private guilds and the Vietnamese Association. But such contracts pay off in a few months. The bottom line was a deficit. If the financial hole is not closed, the association will end. Why would such a position be given to some janitor? Choi thought it was a guy who caused chaos and ran away. Didn't Kim Jong-woo set this up on purpose? Yoo Young-soo's secretary assured him that the former manager wasn't that kind of person. The new boss told me to bring copies of the budget documents from the general department. The louder a product is advertised, the higher the chance that it will turn out to be nothing. Choi Ho-sung realized that all the money had been spent on cleaning equipment, bonuses and bonuses. Even if Kim Jong-woo was from the cleaning department, how could he have spent the entire quarterly budget just on equipment? Not only had he invested large sums of money in his cleaners, but he had also spent 50 billion to expand the support department's research center. A large sum went into uniforms for the underwater dungeons. The rest of the money was invested in the Vietnamese association. In the end, Choi Ho-sung could only start with one thing: cutting the task force's salaries for a month. Because the association's priority is the hunters, they need to be provided with better support and equipment. If nothing is done, the responsibility will fall on the current leader. Choi Ho-sung thought, if something goes wrong, he'll be the one who held the position for a record time. It couldn't be allowed to go wrong. The new supervisor had no choice, so he decided to reduce the janitorial staff. Choi Ho-sung told Secretary Yoo Young-soo to prepare for the restructuring. The chairman asked if that meant Choi Ho-sung was going to cut the janitors. The department head confirmed. Park and Bom asked if the restructuring proposal handed down 4 days after his appointment was the first. Does Choi know who was before him? The department head said he did know. The chairman expressed surprise and asked for an explanation. The department head went to the chart and said that the Seoul office had spent almost the entire budget. His predecessor spent the money for this quarter and next quarter. The operations department can't get paid this month. Revenues barely cover the losses. There's no telling when Vietnam will be profitable. At this rate, bankruptcy is 6 months away. A council member asked why not cut hunters' salaries? But a drastic reduction in numbers for 6 months would severely damage the reputation. Choi replied that even if they last a month with reduced salaries, what then? Without results, the board will have to cut the salaries. Those present recognized this as too drastic. Choi hoped that everyone would come together and get through the hardship together. The best solution was to cut the janitors, who were not as important. Lee Do-sik countered that they were the reason the cleaning department had improved. A colleague remarked that the operations department had always been in charge. The chairman said that an opinion had been expressed, but this was not the time for emotions. Park and Bom warned that Choi himself would be in charge. Park Gyun was indignant. Isn't restructuring too drastic? Choi had just recently taken tough measures. The department head asked if it was easy for Park to be a janitor. The management supported the idea, and if Park wanted to argue, let him go to them. Choi told Park to interview those who wanted to leave and make a list. The staff would be cut in half. Park realized that no one would leave voluntarily. He'd have to make the list himself and convince people. But how could he fire someone with his own hand? The TV news reported the restructuring of the Korean Association's cleaning department. The decision appeared inevitable because of the dire financial situation. Chairman Park and Bom promised to help those who were fired find jobs. Lee Ah-young asked the boss, "Does Kim Jong-woo really think there's time to rest? The people he's been waiting for so long are coming soon. Reputation is important." Lee Ah-young turned around and saw the candidates who came for the interview. Those asked to call the CEO. Sang Hyuk asked what kind of office it was. He was expecting something cooler considering Kim Jong-woo's departure. Sio Yan said it was a job interview. One candidate said he sent his resume on the chairman's recommendation. Kim Jong-woo stated that he was accepted. The other one said that he lost his hunter's license after getting out of prison. Kim Jong-woo replied that it was the past and they would turn a blind eye to it. The protagonist accepted everyone who came for an interview and settled. Lee Ah-young asked, "Should we take everyone in a row?" Kim Jong-woo said that he had worked with them and trusted them. Lee Ah-young wondered why there were interviews in the first place. Kim Jong-woo replied that it was for formality. Lee Ah-young asked if he planned this in advance too. The characters said that they got lucky with the restructuring. Now they can make a mess of the association so that the cadres will leave. A few days ago, there was a meeting at the restaurant. The chairman said he did everything as they wanted. The guys will send resumes themselves. He will send a list. Kim Jong-woo thanked the old man for his help. Park and Bom asked if it was difficult to find workers with such a multi-part operation. The chairman asked if it was because Kim Jong-woo had squandered the budget. He admitted that it was all good. The association saved money, he got employees, and they didn't lose their jobs. Park and Bom told that guy not to do that again. Lee Do-sik was angry. The old man asked how Kim Jong-woo knew that Choi Ho-sung would propose to cut the janitors. Kim Jong-woo replied that Choi was the kind of person who throws off the tail in a crisis. He was a teacher to him. Before the regression, he had taken over as chief of operations after Seo Min-chol. Kim Jong-woo learned a lot from him when he was the head of the first task force, such as how to throw off the tail, intimidate people, and so on. Ho-sung showed himself well at his post. He liked to fire entire squads and cut the salaries of janitors every year. When he saw the budget, he immediately thought about restructuring. Mr. Choi thought janitors were the most useless employees. That's why our hero recommended him to the CEO as the head of operations. The chairman warned that if he mistreats the employees after that, he will not just leave it at that. The chairman asked what Kim Jong-woo thought Choi would do next. Kim Jong-woo replied that everything will be fine. Choi is the perfect candidate for the role of extreme. Lee Ah-young felt that she wouldn't last long at this pace. Another interview. Kim Jong-woo said they were going to Sunshin to get all the documents and contracts. He explained that since Choi had moved to Seoul, they should take advantage of the vacant branch manager position and sign a contract. Lee Ah-young was surprised. Is that possible? The girl asked, is he really going to go today? She still has a lot of documents to prepare. The man said the interlocutor was unbelievable. How did he manage to see the CEO? The interlocutor said that Mr. Choi will soon surpass Kim Jong-woo in terms of influence. Choi Ho-sung replied that they have a long way to go. Besides, that girl from the first unit and the head of the work control department are still on Kim Jong-woo's side. You don't make friends in an association, so how can those people be on the side of the person who quit? If they're not stupid, they'll side with Choi Ho-sung. Now that the janitorial staff has been cut in half, it'll be hard to pull off what Kim Jong-woo did. Ho-sung said that the association can't do well with a staff full of janitors. We need to focus on the hunters. The beginning has been made. We need to keep it up. The heroes pulled up to the office and Lee Ah-young said it was smaller than she thought. Kim Jong-woo suggested that it might not be a branch of the association. The young man met the hero and said that it was unexpected. The former head of the operations headquarters was in front of him. Kim Jong-woo said that it's been a month since he left. He's only the director of a small cleaning company now, so they can dispense with the formalities. The young man said in surprise that they couldn't afford such a thing. Kim Jong-woo asked just to listen. Kim Jong-woo stated that they did a little research. The number of employees in the branch has been steadily decreasing over the past few years. The low efficiency of the hunters is due to the lack of janitors. Now the branch has only 3 cleaning squads with 3 people in each squad. The number of raids per day is directly related to the workload of the cleaners. The manager recognized that the efficiency of the hunters is decreasing. The young man recognized that there are a lot of dungeons, but not enough people. The budget is very modest. He doubted that the services of a cleaning firm would help, but with enough funding, the issue would be resolved. Branch Chief Kang Hyun-won sat thoughtfully. Kim Jong-woo asked if the one was the branch chief. Who was the young man? The young man said he forgot to introduce himself, Shim Hyun-soo, the representative and leader of the Baekje Guild under the branch. The young man added that Kim Jong-woo understands. The head office allocates little budget and the work is done by mercenaries like him. He wanted to say something else, but the protagonist asked to leave. Kim Jong-woo said that he came to negotiate with the manager, not this young man. The young man came out and said that he would find out later anyway. Kang Hyun-won admitted that it came out awkwardly and added that most of the work is really on the guild hunters. That's why they have such authority. The branch head asked if the young men came to discuss the cleaning contract. He is ready to sign it right away. Kim Jong-woo told the branch manager that he's not in a position to explain the work rules, but that's not the way to do it. He doesn't believe that Kang let the branch be indebted to the mercenaries. The main thing is the office or branch. The association must protect the citizens. The leader must be strict and confident so that the subordinates trust him. Kang admitted to being too soft, but the branch office cannot do without Baekje's help. As said, the efficiency of the hunters depends on the workload of the scavengers. They have to segregate from the guild, but it's difficult right now. Lee Ah-young inquired if everything was okay. The protagonist replied that Sang-hyuk and So Yan's veteran squads will be here starting tomorrow and will quickly pick up the productivity. Shim Hyun-soo asked if the ex-leader was already leaving. He thought he would be invited to a restaurant after the talks. Kim Jun-woo says there's no time. He's on his way back. Shim noticed that their guild has more influence than the affiliates. Their janitors will run into guild hunters more often than official guild hunters. Maybe Kim Jun has heard of the guild support fund? It lives on donations from those employed in the field. Even a small amount would help. Isn't it beneficial to maintain a good relationship? Kim Jun replied that they are private companies and don't have to maintain a relationship with that guild. Shim Hyun-soo said that he knows Choi Ho-sung well. He recently became the head of operations at the Seoul office. If asked, he can help Kim with anything. The hero couldn't stop working because of the gangsters that surrounded the neighborhood. After returning, he told Sang-hyuk and Seo Yan about the Baekje Guild, but they didn't care. As expected, thanks to their leadership, the branch's productivity increased greatly. The first sweep was successful, but after a week, a problem arose. The aides asked the leader, was this Kim Jun was the chief of staff? Shim said he had too much money, we should help get rid of him. Plus Choi said this guy was kicked out of the association. He didn't last long there. Who knew a former janitor would run away so fast? He probably wasted the budget, so they fired him. Shim told the superintendent that services had gone up 10%. Khan was indignant. The branch is in a tough spot. Shim remarked that the superintendent had found the money for the contract. If he doesn't agree, let them deal with the dungeons themselves. Shim told him to send out cleaners who would clean up. A week after the contract, Sang-hyuk and So-young went to the dungeon. There, the guild hunters fought the rebel monster. After the destruction, the leaders said they needed more hunters. Shim is sure that the cleaners will hurry up because they want to leave soon and rest. The hunters left a lot of trash. Sang-hyuk and Seo Yan were outraged by this behavior. Sang said it's insolent. He'll tell them everything. They're janitors, not personal servants. These hunters bring all the trash from the house and dump it here. Seo Yan tells her coworker to calm down. The association has seen worse. Kim Jun assigned them this task, so we can't let the guy down. Otherwise, the branch will break the contract with Karma. The janitors thought that Kim Jun had done a lot for them all this time. They should repay him in kind. Seo Yan added that if they prove themselves well, normal guilds and affiliates will contract with them. Sang-hyuk noticed that they didn't say that with a smile. Sang-hyuk crouched down and began scavenging for the hunters. He said that at least the association had a cafeteria. Shim Hyun-soo appeared and said that they had been working together for a week. It was time for the cleaners to contribute to the guild support fund. Sang-hyuk asked, what kind of fund was that? Shim wondered. Didn't the boss tell him? Shim said that if the boss didn't make the donation today, they wouldn't be able to go through the portal. Seo Yan took her coworker's hand and said they were leaving. Seo Yan added that they don't have to pay these hunters. They'll write a statement to the branch tomorrow. Shim Hyun-soo walked up to the girl and slapped her on the cheek. The guild leader said that if the woman wanted to stay here forever, she could send 100 complaints and see which side the branch would side with. Do those janitors even know who's behind him? Sang-hyuk threw his fists at his abuser. Seo Yan grabbed Sang-hyuk and told him not to fight. She said she's fine and doesn't want Sang-hyuk to get hurt because of her. She'll handle everything on her own. He can wait outside. Sang-hyuk asked what she alone can do about those hunters. There was no point in talking to scum. The guild leader punched Sang-hyuk in the jaw with his fist, while another hunter held the girl down. Later, the cleaners were returning home. Seo Yeon apologized and said it was all because of her. Sang-hyuk replied that he got what he said. She had nothing to do with it. Sang-hyuk said he couldn't go back to the office like that. Kim Jun-woo would notice. So Yeon stated that she knows what to do. At the office, Lee Ah-young asked the janitors why they looked like that. Kim Jun-woo was also surprised. The janitors replied that it was very cold in the dungeon, they had developed a cough, and they wanted to go to the hospital and go straight home from there. The young men were wearing masks. Lee Ah-young asked why they were wearing sunglasses in the office. Sang-hyuk replied that he just looks really cool in them. Seo Yan confirms that Sang's glasses really suit him. Sang-hyuk said that nothing unusual happened while they were working, so they leave. Kim Jun-woo walked up to Sang-hyuk and took off his glasses. He saw the bruises on his face. Lee Ah-young was startled and asked what happened to Sang-hyuk. Kim Jung-woo inquired if it was Baekje. The commander told them to take off their masks. There were bruises on their faces. Kim Jung-woo advised the victims to tell everything. He asked if they thought it was better to suffer humiliation so that the company wouldn't get hurt. Why should the employees take the blows literally? Protagonist said that he'll deal with that guild, and those two should go to the hospital. Kim Junwoo added that if the contract is canceled, they will make a new one with another branch. One should value himself and his labor. He will take care of the firm himself. He told Lee Ah-young that it was time for them to leave. Sio Yan thought they had been scolded. In the evening, representatives from the Baekje Guild were at the branch office. Shim Hyun-soo said that the janitors shouldn't have crossed their path. Suddenly, the door opened and Kim Jun-woo walked in. He knocked the guild leader down and asked if he was the one who hit his staff. An outraged Shim Hyun-soo asked, "What is Kim doing here?" Kim Jun-woo stated that from now on, the Baekje Guild will not be mopping up the dungeons. Kang Hyun-won will report the rest. Lee wondered, would the cleaners really be doing their job now? Shim Hyun said he tried to talk to Kim nicely because he's the director. Now he won't be polite. The protagonist said he thought about burying those hunters alive after hearing what they did to the janitors, but he's lazy. Cleanup will be handled by more deserving people, and these cockroaches will go to the dustbin. The branch leader said he understands the situation, but there aren't enough hunters to clean up all the dungeons. Lee Ah-young said that Mr. Kang will have to make a choice, either them or Baekje. If Kang keeps the contract, they will help solve the shortage of staff at no cost. Kang inquired how this was going to be done. Kim Min-ju entered the room and said that the location was farther away than she thought. The girl introduced herself as being from the Seoul branch and asked if Lee Ah-young was now the vice president of the company. Shim Hyun-soo contacted Choi Ho-sung on the phone and asked if he had heard of Karma, the janitorial company run by Kim Jung-woo. He said he just had a fight with that company. They stated that they would not allow them to mop up the dungeons. Do they deserve to be treated like that? Choi Ho-sung said he would think of something and cut the conversation short. Shim Hyun-soo thought that life is war and he would show the janitor how to fight. Kim Jun-woo looked at Kim Min-ju. There was something wrong here. Kim Jun-woo didn't understand why Kim Min-ju had that look on his face. Did something really go wrong during the negotiations? Lee Ah-young said that she didn't expect any other reaction from him. Kim Jun-woo apologized to the huntress for calling her out so suddenly. She must have been busy, right? Kim Min-ju said she was hurt. After Kim Jun-woo left, he never called her once. The young man thought it was really scary when a woman is left alone. Kim Min-ju said that she was ready to recount the essence of the negotiations. To begin, Kim Min-ju announced that the dungeons in Sunshin are on average blue level. The highest level of danger encountered here is yellow, but that hasn't caused any problems either. There are about 150 rifts a month if you count the ones in the suburbs. That means about 30 dungeons a week. Not counting mercenaries, there are 4 task forces. Each has fewer hunters than the central office. The main problem is that, due to the nature of this industry, there are a lot of young hunters here. Therefore, the raids have been ineffective so far. Many newcomers got here by distribution. Few people want to stay to work in the province. Therefore, as soon as they gain experience, they are transferred to larger branches or go to work as freelancers. The locals have no choice but to work with completely inexperienced hunters. Kim Min-ju added that her team will be working at the branch for a week to deal with emergency cases. The girl said that she would need help from her teacher after that. Kim Min-ju added that the situation was worse than she thought. Even if they help the branch for a few days, things will eventually go back to the way they were. Kim Young-woo told Kim Min-ju not to worry about it. He'll handle it himself. Inexperienced workers, lack of manpower, low-level dungeons. All of this can be solved in one way. The commander said that we'll have to expand the board. It is necessary to open a new training center of the association's operational headquarters here. Training will last 3 months for beginners, advanced training 1 month. There will be enough students. The level of the dungeons here is low, so it's an ideal place for training. Lee Ah-young stated that it was a very good idea. Plus, the profits from the training center and sweeps are the same. Lee Ah-young wondered if they would be allowed to do it. Kim Jung-woo said that the project of opening a training center has been on the top management's mind for several years. Unless the association suddenly decided to open it elsewhere, it will be fine. Kim Min-ju stated that it would be difficult to realize this plan. She recently heard that leader Choi Ho-sung is trying to realize this project in Seongnam. Moreover, he wants to be fully in charge of training the hunters. Kim Jung-woo suggested that Choi Ho-sung was affected by the activities of lobbyists. Our hero stated that he will try to change this person's mind. Kim Min-ju should continue to help this affiliate. Further actions should be adjusted. The young man added that it would be a good idea to ask Supervisor Pyong for help. The control branch should be contacted. Choi Ho-sung was furious. What's this all about? He picked the perfect place. The center should be opened in Seongnam. The chairman said they would open it next to the branch in Suncheon. Their operations headquarters is understaffed, so they're too dependent on the guild. Because of this, the local management is having problems. The branch in the association also has its own pride. The chairman asked, could it be that Choi Ho-sung is dissatisfied with something? Ho-sung thought he should calm down. He had given in too much to his emotions. Need to keep his temper in check. Choi Ho-sung asked the chairman, shouldn't he be the one to decide about setting up a training center for newcomers? The chairman said that the interlocutor was right, but there is another place where the training center is really needed. Park Im-bom asked if Choi Ho-sung should have gotten something in return for making this decision. The issue was resolved and the opening of the training center will take place in Suncheon. After the chairman left, Choi Ho-sung decided that this old man was a real snake. The jokes were over. He had already promised the head of the Seongnam branch that the training center would be open there. In addition, the construction work had already begun because Ho-sung had signed a contract with a construction company in advance and even received a discount. The chairman argued his decision too confidently, so Ho-sung had no choice but to agree. However, if he behaved unwisely, he would be caught red-handed. At this rate, not only would he have to pay back the money from the discount he took, but he would also have to pay a fine. However, in such a case, he could lose his position. Choi Ho-sung contacted the head of the Baekji Guild by phone. The official said that Shim Hyun-soo's problem will be compounded by the fact that a training center will be built in Suncheon. Ho-sung said that the chairman of the association suddenly came to him and said that the center should be built in that particular location. However, it became clear that he was not the only one who made this decision. The official told the hunter that someone had already warned the old man and did so at a very strange moment. There was one step left before the contract with the builders was officially approved, when suddenly the chairman came in. This doesn't seem like a coincidence. Ho-sung thought that he might have interrupted someone. On the wall in the guild chairman's office hung an advertisement booklet of karma. Ho-sung added that it was necessary to somehow prevent the center from opening in Suncheon anyway. Shim Hyun-soo wondered, would he be able to do that? Ho-sung said that if not, a training center and hundreds of hunters will appear in that place. Then the guild wouldn't have a single dungeon. Ho-sung said that Hyun-soo can do whatever he wants, but the training center in that place shouldn't be open. Choi Ho-sung said that if the hunter does that, he is willing to fulfill any request he makes. The official added, doesn't Hyun-soo want him to take it on himself? They both want to live, so the guild leader has to act. Shim Hyun-soo said he understood everything. The training center can destroy them all. The guild had decided to hold a rally in his region and announced that they don't want to entrust their lives to rookie hunters. His guild is cooperating with the branch to keep the civilians safe. The guild hunters risked their lives no matter what, remained loyal to the branch, and continued to mop up the dungeons. However, they were thrown out in an instant. Kim Jun-woo used his money and reputation to manipulate Chief Kang and extort funds from a guild run by ordinary citizens. Did the association that exists for the safety of the civilians decide to destroy them? Leader Kang and Kim Jong-woo should immediately rescind the decision to build a training center in Suncheon. Kim Min-ju said that guilds from neighboring cities also attended this rally. Baekji took advantage of their influence and moved other activist groups here. Lee Ah-young assumed that everyone would think as if their company had a lot of money. Lee Ah-young informed the boss that they were having a rally and violent protests here. The Baekji Guild set it all up. Kim Jun-woo stated that he would be right over. After a while, our hero showed up in his Maserati and said that he was delayed because he had to pick someone up. Kim Jun-woo stalked towards the rally, accompanied by CEO Lee Do-sik and the head of the Aries Guild. Our protagonist said that he was ready to go straight to the meeting. The protagonist asked guild leader Shim Hyun-soo what was going on. Even CEO Lee Do-sik came to this meeting. Had the head office decided to intervene in this matter? Those present identified the leader of the country's top Aries Guild, Cha Seok-hyun. The event had taken on a large scale. Shim Hyun-soo thought that they were in trouble. Choi Ho-sung hadn't warned of such a thing. Bravo Guild leader Kim Sang-woo admitted that the region has low-level dungeons, but it still can't be trusted to rookie hunters. It could put civilians in danger. Kim Young-woo said that you shouldn't say that, because everyone understands that they're just afraid that the training center might take away their earnings. Kim Jun-woo said that the Suncheon branch will no longer outsource dungeon sweeps to private guilds from now on. Shim Hyun-soo knows the reason for this better than anyone. The leader of the Jinyo Guild, Cha Young-ju, said that it was too sudden a decision. They should have discussed it with them. Lee Do-sik said that branches are of paramount importance, unlike guilds. They are going to open a training center, also for the sake of supporting the Sunshin branch. Cha Young-ju stated that they will definitely all die in that case. It turns out that the association continues to cooperate with the Soul Guilds, but they don't. Cha Seok-hyun said that's why he came here. He can help the local hunters. They want to build a bridge between guilds across the country and in Sunshin. The training center will be opened because the Sunshin branch lacks hunters, and this is because the Baekje Guild wants the exclusive right to clear dungeons. He proposes to continue cooperating with the guilds, but under the condition of needing formal contracts with branches where there is a shortage of manpower in the operations department. Shim Hyun-soo wanted to object, but Cha Seok-hyun stopped him. The head of the Aries Guild said that Shim Hyun-soo almost forced people to donate to the guild support fund. Shim Hyun-soo remembered Kim Jun-woo saying that his guild had more influence here than the branch. It turns out that the Baekje Guild lives off donations from people in the same field. Even though he's from a private company, wouldn't it be beneficial for him to maintain good relations with the association? Kim Young-woo reminded that it is against the law to raise money to support the guild. In addition, the guild members had treated his company's employees rudely, extorting money under the ridiculous pretext of paying to leave the dungeon. Kim Young-woo said that this was a criminal offense. How can they be trusted and entrusted with the cleanup now? Lee Do-sik suggested that this wasn't an isolated incident. Because of this, the Baekje Guild would be blacklisted nationwide. Shim Hyun-soo was indignant. Who do they think they are? Why are they forbidding him from doing his job? Only the head of the department decides such a thing. He'll contact Choi Ho-sung immediately. Lee Do-sik recognized that only Choi Ho-sung really had the authority to make such decisions. However, he supported them, both about building the training center and solving the problem of clearing the dungeons. Shim Hyun-soo got down on his knees and admitted that he made a mistake. He would make sure it wouldn't happen again. Hunter asked him to give him another chance and not to do this to him. Kim Jun-woo walked up to the kneeling guild leader. Our hero asked, "Did his employees have to be treated this way?" Shim Hyun-soo didn't have to worry. He would receive a month's compensation for refusing his services. This could be considered a donation to the guild support fund that they couldn't provide before. Kim Jun-woo stated that this is the end of the negotiations. Everyone can go back to their business. Those present would be notified later on which affiliates they would be able to sign contracts with. As planned, a training center and dormitory for inexperienced operatives opened in Sunshin. Veteran hunters from all branches took turns working there as instructors. The center became a mandatory training stage for newcomers. It was thanks to this that the efficiency of dungeon raids increased significantly. Under the supervision of experienced instructors, newcomers did not create new problems. This helped to placate particularly disgruntled groups of citizens. Kim Min-ju also made a great contribution. Her appointment as a senior instructor reflected well on the work of the training center. The girl offered our hero to go on a mission together. Kim Jung-woo decided to show the leaders of the cleaning squads new equipment and went with them to the dungeon. The young man did not think that he would ever wear this uniform again. Hunter asked Shim Hyun-soo what they were going to do now. Their guild was on the verge of collapsing. The others had already heard the news and submitted their resignations. Hyun-soo stated that he would not sit idly by after what happened. He decided to take revenge on Choi Ho-sung for stabbing them in the back. It was necessary to find out the schedule and address of this official. Suddenly, the head of the guild was tripped by someone and stretched out on the ground. The person walked over to Shim Hyun-soo and asked if he was all right. The guild leader realized that Yang Min-ho was in front of him. Young Min-ho asked him to be quiet and not to tell anyone about him. After another sweep, the leader asked how they were doing lately. Han Yu-bin said that the Gangneung branch wasn't too bad, the dungeons weren't too difficult, and the mopping speed was normal. Sang Hyuk added that they're doing well too. They even got some of their paychecks in advance. Kim Young-woo said that the Jeonju branch had been asked to dismember the monster into smaller pieces, and that the cleaners would soon be getting new equipment for that. The supervisor asked if anyone has any complaints or suggestions. Everyone is free to talk about it. Sio Yan inquired if snacks could be added to the kitchen in the office. Kim Jun-woo promised to make it happen. Lia Young suggested that the employees are happy with everything. A worried Kim Min-ju appeared and said that the teacher should see this. She had never seen a monster's body here before. Kim Min-ju said that she found it already in this condition. Since she hadn't seen one before, she didn't risk approaching it. Han Yu-bin said that this is the first time she's seen it too. It looks like he's leaking mucus. We should get it analyzed. The monster moved. Han Yu-bin screamed in fear. Kim Jong-woo told everyone to run away quickly. The monster grew and took the shape of a huge tree. What the hell is that? Kim Min-ju asked the teacher what it was. Kim Jong-woo replied that it was a monster in demonic form. He can't be defeated through normal means. It's dangerous because it oxidizes everything it touches. Kim Jong-woo looked up and said that he had already shown up. Before our hero could even blink his eyes, that day was upon him. Not far from Socho Station, even before the regression, he saw all of his colleagues die. The Regeneration Dungeon disaster. The aide asked Shim Hyun-soo who it was. Does he know him? Maybe he needs to be taught a lesson. The leader said that it was just a strange person, no need to pay attention to him. Shim Hyun-soo added that he seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. The guild leader said that it's Yang Min-ho, who was promised $2 million for his capture. He has a new plan to catch the man and get the reward. The aide inquired, isn't Yang Min-ho a first-class hunter? How will they capture him? Hyun-soo replied that the man couldn't even stand up straight right now. The villains have decided to capture this chicken that lays golden eggs. The reward won't be less if they turn him in not quite whole, right? Shim Hyun-soo said that he's ashamed of what happened earlier, so he can't just walk away. He wants to apologize. However, Yang Min-ho didn't listen to this man and struck him on the head with his fist, inflicting a dangerous wound. Yang Min-ho told Shim Hyun-soo, who was lying motionless, to watch what he said. A black cat with glowing eyes appeared nearby and said that he had finally met Yang Min-ho. This person really doesn't know how to hold his temper. The puppet skill was activated. The person who appeared beside the black cat said that he was forced to work overtime in the association every day. And after the Chayul incident, he had to deal with a whole bunch of problems. He added that Mark has been looking for Yang Min-ho for a long time. The man took the black cat in his arms and said he was giving Yang Min-ho one last chance. The youngest commander of the 2nd Task Force is Kim Jong-woo, A-rank, first assignment as a commander. He explained that unlike the usual ones, there was a crack in the interdimensional passage of this dungeon that caused the monsters to keep arriving. At the same time, there was no main boss. Therefore, the dungeon would not close, and there was no choice but to repel the endless waves of monsters. A sweep was impossible. The monsters were vulnerable to the sacred relics. The warrior asked for an end to his suffering. Regeneration Dungeon Day 1. Kim Jong-woo had lost his most valuable subordinate. Regeneration Dungeon Day 2. This was no longer a dungeon, but a real disaster. Strategy and planning were useless. Hunter stated that they needed to retreat and wait for reinforcements. Hunter told leader Sio Yan to retreat. Everyone started to retreat. We need to get to the gate as fast as possible to stop them. There were reinforcements waiting ahead. The commander told Moon Na-young to protect the priests and Han Soo-young to help the magicians. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from around the corner and immediately pounced on the hunters. The leader said he would take the monster on himself. Then the classmates of our hero, with whom they were studying for the hunter's license exam, died. A new priest was used, which made it possible to use the sacred relics. Kim Jong-woo thought that he had almost no memories of that day. Kim Jong-woo fought and was ready to die at any second. The protagonist was hitting and hitting all the creatures again. All the creatures he could reach. Hunters with the same aspirations died alongside our hero. It took the hunters 3 days to stop all the monsters. However, they were still unable to reach the gates of the dungeon. At that time, the destruction of the capital was only a matter of time. It was only then that director Seo Min-chul realized how serious the situation was and requested support from the branches and guilds across the country. And then, slowly but surely, they were able to retake the territories occupied by the monsters. When the hunters were able to reach the gate, the dungeon was gone, as it should be. It was all over. Only no one could rejoice or breathe a sigh of relief. They hadn't won, they had barely survived. A young man approached the young man and apologized for the disturbance. The man said they were a cleaning crew and asked where they should start. Kim Jong-woo asked the men where they had been all this time. The man wondered. They weren't hunters after all. Kim Jong-woo said that they were useless. The protagonist knew there was no point in being angry, but then emotion took over reason. He didn't know any of these janitors, but rage was clouding his eyes. Lee Ah-young woke up our hero and asked what was wrong. Why was he mumbling something to himself the whole time? Kim Jun-woo replied that he was just dreaming. Lee Ah-young said that the boss's face was gloomier than usual. Kim Jun-woo stated that he was fine. The thought of being only a month away from the disaster was making our hero's head spin. This was the only dungeon he hadn't been able to clean up in all his years of work. It was impossible to clean it up. Omega-level dungeons could not be cleared and had only appeared a few times in history. A similar thing occurred in South America 40 years ago. But since the mopping up system there was not developed, the dungeon could not be closed. Not only civilians died then, but half of all hunters. The disaster was unprecedented. As soon as the young man recalled what he had experienced back then, he asked the chairman to summon all the task forces to the capital in a month. However, the chairman replied that in case of an emergency, the law prohibited more than 15 task forces from gathering in one place. Kim Jun-woo thought that he would have to do everything by himself. The young man asked Lee Ah-young if she was busy next month. She replied that she had some work piled up, but maybe she could find the time. Kim Jun-woo asked the girl to get him some weapons. He needs several types: sacred relics, tridents, swords. Lee Ah-young wondered why he suddenly needed weapons. Aren't they a janitorial company? Especially since they aren't in an association anymore? Where would she get so many weapons, especially in a month? Kim Jung-woo asked if the interviews were scheduled for today. Lee Ah-young replied that there was nothing on the schedule for today. A person walked into the office and asked if there were still open positions at that firm. It was Im Dong-beom. In dungeon cleaning, monsters are divided into 3 big groups: those with armored skins of varying strength, those with normal skin, and those without skin. Sio Yan added that the first type is clear. The second one has soft skin like any humanoid. The latter has no skin, like skeletons or ghosts. For each type of monster, a different method of dismemberment is used. Right now, since it's a humanoid monster, you have to start with the head. Can Im Dong-beom cut it off in one go? The student did it correctly. Sio Yan was satisfied. Sio Yan wondered if it was really Im Dong-beom. Since he was a former task force leader, he was well-versed in dungeons and monsters. He only needed to get used to his new position, and then he would be able to reach Han Yubin's level. Im Dong-beom said that he didn't even think that dungeon cleaning had such a precise algorithm. Sio Yan stated that there wasn't one originally. However, the CEO personally did the research, created the classification, and released a printed manual. The day before, when Im Dong-beom came to the office to get a job with the company, Kim Jun-woo thought it was some kind of joke. He was fired a few months ago for trying to hurt the janitors, and now he's decided to become one of them. Very strange business. Anyway, our hero couldn't just chase away the man who came for an interview, so they exchanged a few words. Im Dong-beom found himself in a more difficult situation than expected. Because he lost his rank, he could no longer work as a hunter, so he was forced to strategize in the first guild he could find. Rumors spread that he had been fired due to a disciplinary violation, and he could only dream of joining a larger guild. He was forced to move from one small guild to another. However, he had created such karma for himself. This person was even sympathetic. To them, Don Beam said it doesn't matter to him what job to do. They all do what they have to do. After saying that, our hero decided to hire this person. Kim Jun-woo asked Im Dong-beom if he was doing well with his new job. Dong-beom replied that he just does what he's told. The protagonist said that the apprentice will go through a training course during this week and then go straight to work. He'll probably be put in the first group led by Moon, Sio Yan. Does he agree? Dong-beom nodded affirmatively in response. Kim Jun-woo said that he plans to expand the staff, and if Im Dong-beom works hard, one day he can be trusted to manage the team. So we have to be patient. The young man added that he's saying this because he believes in Im Dong-beom. Dong-beom thanked him and said that he had to go. He has his next training course coming up. Kim Jun-woo and Lee Ah-young were relaxing on the veranda and drinking refreshments. The girl asked what Kim Jun-woo thought about all of this. The young man replied that Im Dong-beom is trying hard. His past experience as the head of an operative can help. He just needs to train him well. Kim Jung-woo has noticed that now the jokes are out of the way. Someone is trying to make him their insider. Choi Ho-sung told Im Dong-beom to do whatever he wants without worrying about anything. This was said before his return. It wasn't about the importance of any activity in that area. The point was that there was no need to be afraid of dirty work if it would be beneficial. If Im Dong-beom hadn't said those words, our hero would have doubted for a long time whether his assumptions were correct. The very fact that Dongbyum came and calmly said this phrase shows that these two are clearly connected. Unfortunately, our hero knew almost nothing about Im Dong-beom and Choi Ho-sung's relationship. Kim Jung-woo asked Lee Ah-young if she had found out what he asked. The girl replied that the two had attended the same university. They first met at a reunion already after Choi Ho-sung had joined the control department. When Dong-byum registered as a hunter and became part of the operations team, Choi Ho-sung helped him in one way or another. The protagonist realized how this person was able to achieve such great results while still being a rookie. Lee Ah-young noticed that Ho-sung did nothing when Dong-bim was kicked out of the association. Kim Jung-woo remarked, if Ho-sung smells something fried, he throws his tail off without a second thought. Lee Ah-young thought, maybe Dong-bim really wants to work for them and no one sent him. Kim Jung-woo wondered, does the girl really think he's happy to be a janitor? These two must have agreed on something. Ho-sung might have promised to return to the association for the information he'd gotten. In fact, it couldn't be said that our hero wasn't bothered by it. If it turns out that, among other things, he's been squandering the association's money, he'll be in trouble. It's bound to cause quite a stir. No matter what his intentions are, it's still embezzlement. Kim Jung-woo has only been a supervisor for 4 months, and before that, he was a janitor for a meager salary. One might wonder where he got the money to start his own company. No one around him can understand him. That's why our hero didn't say anything to Lee Ah-young either. Lee Ah-young herself said, maybe state that they receive funding from the association's budget? Kim Jung-woo was surprised. How does she know that? The girl stated that she was responsible for all the human resources, accounting, and many other documents. Did the guy really think she wouldn't find out anything? Lee Ah-young said that there's no need to worry. She knows that Kim Jung-woo wouldn't do this for the money in his pocket. He probably has a good reason that he can't voice. Kim Jung-woo stated that this girl sometimes scares him. Lee Ah-young took that as a compliment. In any case, Choi Ho-sung is also suspicious of their finances. He probably sent Dong-bim to get hard evidence. If he succeeds, he'll either tell the media or blackmail them. Lee Ah-young said that if that was the case, Dong-bim shouldn't have been hired. Did you have to take the risk knowing he was an insider? Kim Jung-woo nodded affirmatively. Regeneration dungeon. Since the dimension in it was unstable, naturally it could close after 5 days. However, they had suffered too much loss trying to close it earlier. The association's main office alone lost 40% of the hunters. Civilians were also affected. This incident put the association in a very difficult position. They had to work so hard that there was no time to even catch their breath. Taking advantage of this, an international association began to interfere in their affairs. There was no official takeover, but de facto they became puppets of the International Association. The collapse of the association system, hostile influence of the International Association, the death of key employees. Because of all this, the disaster that the regeneration dungeon would trigger must be prevented. Prevent, whatever it takes. The reason why the association has suffered such heavy losses is simple. Arrogant management, who thought they could handle it on their own. The inability to assess the situation soberly is a clear sign of incompetence. On top of that, at least 30 operational teams are needed to shut down the regeneration dungeon. In order to gather so many in one place without breaking the law, an official declaration of a state of emergency by the authorities themselves would be necessary. The disaster was only a month away. With their current forces, the association would suffer heavy losses. Just like before the regression, a lot of people might die. Kim Jung-woo thought if he couldn't prevent the disaster, he should at least try to avoid so many casualties. The plan was to temporarily incapacitate the association and prevent the dungeon from being cleansed. The regeneration dungeon will disappear by itself in 5 days, and before it opens, the capital will need to be evacuated. In order to neutralize the main office, there needs to be an incident that doesn't cause the entire association to collapse. In that case, Im Dong-byum showed up just in time. Dong-byum thought, if this is only a training course, what will happen when the work begins? We have to be patient for a while longer, because we can't miss this opportunity. Choi asked on the phone if the training was over. Dong-bim confirmed that he was on his way home. Im Dong-byum said that they didn't expose him. They have no reason to suspect him of anything after all. Choi Ho-sung admitted that it's difficult, but they have to try. As soon as there's evidence of funding from the association, preparations will begin for his transfer to the head office. Im Dong-byum suggested assuming that no one actually embezzled the budget. What would they do then? What if they are wrong? Ho Sung said they're not wrong. That can't be true. We need to calm down and focus on the mission. Im Dong-byum thought that Choi Ho Sung was even worse than Seo Min-chul. Is he even worth trusting and doing his errands? Choi Ho Sung decided that if they went out frequently, it would only increase suspicion. There was no other way out. If Dong-byum doesn't do as he's told, he'll be a janitor for the rest of his life. Kim Min-ju walked into the office and told the boss that the amount of tasks was too much, more than 30% more than normal. Isn't that too much? Ho Sung wondered if the hunter couldn't handle it, given that there were more of them and the guilds were helping out. Kim Min-ju said that the hunters are doing well, but the janitors can't handle the workload. Choi Ho Sung wondered if it was because he favored the hunters. It's not like there were any problems until now. What's wrong? Kim Min-ju replied that the problems had been building up all this time. At this rate, it will become harder and harder to work. Ho Sung asked why the task force commander was getting involved in this. It's none of her business. Is it easy to be a janitor? They have to handle it themselves. The girls said that they were not the only employees of the association. Ho Sung said that the others still treat them as errand boys and girls. The janitors are not equal to the hunters. They're just support. Kim Min-ju said that these people work days on end, but they still don't make it. At this rate, it could be a disaster. We need to expand the cleaning staff. If it's difficult, it's worth hiring a private cleaning company. Ho Sung noticed that Kim Min-ju was now talking about this company as well. The official wondered if Kim Jung-woo put her up to it. The girl replied that it was her personal request. Choi Ho Sung thought if Dong-bim can find evidence of budget embezzlement, the management will quickly find out. It's okay to back off a little now. As long as there are Kim Jun-woo supporters in the main office, he himself will suffer from trying to outbid him. The official agreed to consider the girl's proposal and said that she could go now. For the first time in a long time after leaving, our hero crossed the threshold of the main office again. However, he felt still confused. The protagonist did not expect that they would be the first to offer to make a contract. This was a great opportunity. Choi Ho Sung expressed surprise. He had heard that private cleaning companies were popular with affiliates, but it was hard to believe that the CEO of one such firm was his predecessor. Kim Jun-woo says that he's no longer with the association, so there's no need for ceremony. He's ready to cut to the chase. What pace of dungeon cleaning does Ho Sung want to achieve? The official admitted that he's not well acquainted with how the cleaners work. Kim Young-woo explained that the quality of work is maintained if a team cleans a maximum of 3 dungeons per day. Right now, however, there are 5 dungeons per team. It makes sense to sign a contract for 10 outings per month per team. Ho Sung asked, "What is the cost of the work?" Kim Jung-woo showed the terms of the contract. The official studied the document and agreed to continue the cooperation on those terms. Ho Sung thought that not only had this man wasted the entire budget, but he was also demanding a lot of money for his services. Kim Jung-woo noted that the official couldn't hide his emotions and asked if he would prefer a particular team. The interlocutor replied that he didn't care. Kim Young-woo said that in that case, he has a team with a rookie on it. That's what he would send. He added that there's no need to worry. This person is a former head of operations, so he's a veteran in the industry. Choi Ho Sung didn't expect that Kim Jung-woo would actually hire Im Dong-bim. Now it's safe to contact him without arousing suspicion. Ho Sung noted that although this is about the activities of the head office, Dong-bim is still a newcomer despite his past experience. The official added that he won't argue and agrees to work with this team. Kim Jung-woo promised to contact him as soon as the team is ready to leave. Ho Sung remarked that Kim Jung-woo is quick to get things done. The latter replied that unlike Ho Sung, he doesn't have much to think about yet. However, this contract will help avoid some of the problems. Kim Jun-woo asked if Ho Sung wanted to set the last day of the month as the payment date. He agreed to whatever date he wanted. Lee Ah-young asked, "Wouldn't they benefit from Dong-bim's team going to the main office? It would be easier for Ho Sung to mess with him, right?" Kim Jun-woo realized that the girl had overheard the conversation. Kim Jun-woo said that he had to do just that. Lee Ah-young waited for an explanation. The young man replied that she wouldn't believe it anyway. Lee Ah-young was indignant. Aren't they on the same team? Why does he always decide everything by himself? One should at least have a general idea of the situation to be prepared for anything. She asked what should she do if Kim Jun-woo doesn't trust her. Kim Jun-woo thought that Lee Ah-young was not the kind of woman who would stay silent and sit idly by. He won't be able to kick her out because he's already used to her. Kim Jun-woo said that in 3 weeks, there will be a dungeon in the capital, and it's so dangerous that it could cause the entire association to collapse. It is because of this catastrophe that the International Association will be able to absorb the Korean Association. The young man added that this is far from the worst. Many people will die. They can't stop the breakthrough of the regeneration dungeon, so the only thing left is to minimize the losses. Lee Ah-young wondered, is that why Kim Jun-woo will let Ho-sung get to the evidence? To remove him from his position as the chairman of the association? Kim Jong-woo replied that if you take away the head of the system, the rest of the system will be much easier to destroy. He said that he's going to eliminate not only the chairman, but everyone in key positions. Lee Ah-young exclaimed that this is a betrayal. How can he do that? Kim Jun-woo stated that it was better than getting killed. At that moment, the chairman appeared nearby and asked what Kim Jun-woo had just said. The chairman asked, did the young man decide to betray him? Or did he just say something he didn't mean? Lee Ah-young tried to smooth things over and said that the chairman had misunderstood. The old man was surprised. How do you think he should understand it? He had been kind to Kim Jun-woo all this time, and he was paying him back. The chairman activated the summoning skill and called those people ungrateful. Kim Jun-woo told the chairman to stop joking around or the girl would faint. The old man replied that he had been itching for such a scene for a long time. He assured Lee Ah-young that there was no need to worry. They had already discussed everything beforehand. Kim Young-woo asked with a smile, did she really think he'd do it all by himself? The old man said it was ironic that the young man had brought him back as chairman, and now he was removing him. Kim Young-woo said that the chairman was okay with that, although it might be hard to get his position back. Park Eun-bom said that he didn't intend to be in the position forever. He had been chairman for decades, and that was too long. The chairman said that he was most worried about the young man himself. When he left, there would be no one to look after him, to which our hero replied that there was no need to worry about him. The chairman said he had brought in someone he trusted. He's done an excellent job of faking the data, so it will be possible to find the evidence. Kim Jun-woo nodded. In that case, the only thing left to do was to proceed as planned. While they were out of the office, Im Dong-byum was looking for something on Kim Jun-woo's computer. Sio Yan entered the office and asked what Dong-byum was doing here. What is he even doing at Kim Jun-woo's workplace? However, she quickly added that it's not the time to find out. Dong-byum should be getting ready. The man asked where exactly? Sio Yan explained that they were going to the main office in 2 hours. They couldn't show up there looking like this. They had to demonstrate how neatly they were doing their work. She instructed Hui Young to take care of the outer wall and Sang Ho to adjust the concentration of the drugs. Dong-byum thought that the first thing he did was back up all the documents from the computer. Once he got out of the dungeon, he would immediately send them to Choi Ho-sung immediately. On the other hand, he decided that it would be more appropriate to keep the evidence to himself and only hand it over when he was sure that he would be given his position back at the main office. Seo Yeon asked if Dong-byum was doing well with cutting up the monster's body. She added that he was so focused that he didn't react to her words. Dong-byum replied that he would do everything as he was taught. Seo Yeon said that she's stepping away to the boss room, but she'll be back soon. The boss can secrete poisonous slime, so they need to be prepared and put on gas masks. Dong-byum thought that when he was the manager, Seo Yan worked on the cleaning team. Back then, he was the manager, but now it was the other way around. He felt helpless and humiliated. No one had ever made him feel like this before. Despite all the hard work, Seo Yeon continued to smile, clearly mocking him. She must be pleased that her former boss is now her subordinate. The law here is the strong eats the weak. Dong-byum was sure that Seo Yeon understood that. Im Dong-byum hoped that he would soon rise to the top again, and then take revenge for the way he was laughed at. He decided to finish the job first. All his movements were precise, just as he had been taught. Dong-byum wondered, why is he so good at cleaning up all this dirt? Even extraneous thoughts were disappearing from his mind. Seo Yeon praised the team. Everyone had done a good job. The only thing left to do was to report the end of the cleaning. She asked Dong-byum where the remains were. He said they were here, but the cart was empty. Seo Yeon shouted that she had to go back and get them right away. Dong-byum wondered, where did they go? However, the girl did not have time. The dungeon closed. The branch head was indignant. Were they unable to collect the remains of the monsters? She had thought that this company could be trusted. What on earth is this? The woman stated that it was Im Dong-byum's mistake. Now I can see why they came together. She asked, how could the former manager make such a mistake? The branch manager added that Dongbyum has always been like that, only chasing after efficiency and not knowing how to do anything. The woman demanded an explanation. How would they be responsible for this? If the dungeon reappeared, the cleaners would have to clean it up themselves. Sio Yan apologized and admitted that it was her mistake. This was Dongbyum's first assignment. She, as the commander, showed a lack of care and didn't double-check the rookie's work. Sio Yan said that their firm would reimburse the cleanup costs. If necessary, they would provide support for the reappearance of the dungeon. The branch head wondered, could the cleanup workers really handle this too? Sio Yan said that they had recently signed contracts with several very capable guilds. The branch head realized that she had lost her temper without realizing it herself, simply because Don Beam was with them. They had cleaned up the dungeon anyway. They had just forgotten to take the remains. Seo Yan apologized again and promised that it wouldn't happen again. She would make a detailed report to the CEO. The branch manager said that she would turn a blind eye to the incident this time, but next time, she would definitely report it to her superiors and the contract would be canceled. Seo Yan thanked and said that Commander Chu is a wonderful person. She added for Dongbin not to get upset and take things personally. Love can lead to mistakes at work. The girl said she got lost on her first mission and then just stood there crying. Dongbin couldn't understand. It was his mistake after all. But Seo Yeon asked for forgiveness. Is she really protecting her subordinates on purpose? Why is she comforting him? Choi Ho-sung said that they should wait a little longer. One big company will collapse soon, and then the interviewee will get not only the fine payment, but also the training center in Seongnam. He repeated that we should wait a little longer. The interlocutor threatened that if they did not pay the fine for illegal foundation laying, he would tell the journalists everything. The man added that they had nothing to lose. It was their last chance. The man was the president of the construction company, Kang Sung-hyun. Choi Ho-sung tried to call Im Dong-bin after the conversation, but he was out of range. He was beyond furious, but there was nothing he could do. The department head had heard that Dong-bin went to work every day, but he didn't answer the phone. Had he really turned his back on him? Choi Ho-sung thought he no longer had a choice. His short stint at the head office was coming to an end. Young-soo's assistant walked into the office, and Ho-sung said it was time to pack his bags. However, Young-soo advised him not to rush. He had checked everything. In his hands, he was holding the accounts of the Karma Company. Ho-sung rejoiced and gave up the idea of packing. But who sent them those documents? The day before, Lee Ah-young saw Kim Jun-woo humming a song and asked what good things happened. The latter said that based on the CCTV footage, Im Dong-bin had solved the crimes. Now that he has their account information, no one can stop him. All that's left is to wait for their opponents to realize their plans, and everything will come to an end. Lee Ah-young asked if Kim Jung-woo had noticed how strange Dong-bin has been acting lately. She recalled how she once asked why Dong-bin came to work so early. At that time, Im Dong-bin said hello to the deputy director and said that today was perfect weather for cleaning. He added that he was heading to work and was going to do a good job. He also wished the girl an easy day. Lee Ah-young recalled the encounter and told her boss that Dong-bin is really working hard. After the incident a week ago, he hasn't made any more mistakes and gets along well with his coworkers. Could it be that he has decided to improve himself? Kim Young-woo wondered, had the spy suddenly become a diligent janitor? Why would he refuse to return to the association? He added that it doesn't work that way. Dongbin shouldn't be friends with coworkers, much less like cleaning. This type can't take the path of correction. The protagonist said that there's not much time left. At this rate, the regeneration dungeon will lead to a real disaster. Lee Ah-young asked, what are they going to do? Will they just wait a little longer? Kim Jun-woo replied that they can't sit around and wait. They need to send their own bills and frame the chairman themselves. The protagonist decided to feed these vermin himself. Even if you defeat all the monsters in the dungeon, the next time it may not appear empty, there will still be decomposing bodies that emanate poisonous fumes. In order to keep the dungeon clean, the entire dungeon is cleaned up. All the remains and decomposition products are removed. Choi Ho-sung came to the chairman and said that he had requested some information and found something interesting. Golden Endowment Fund, Young Hunter Education Fund, and others. This contained information about transfers of funds to Karma on behalf of the association. The administration told him they didn't know anything about it. Ho-sung said this is crossing all boundaries. He certainly realizes that the chairman is looking out for Kim Jong-woo, but this is too much. The chairman said that the station chief should have handed it over to the police right away. Why did he bring it to him? Choi explained that he wanted to talk to the chairman personally first in case there was a misunderstanding. The chairman laughed. He realized that Ho Sung had come to blackmail him. Choi Ho Sung thought that the old man had gotten the point quickly, and that was even better. He said that he wanted to do something to promote the dungeon exhibition in Pundong. The chairman replied that it wasn't a difficult thing to do, but what was the benefit to him? It's not like he can set him up at the exhibition and then do the promotion. Ho Sung asked, why make things so complicated? They can both get what they want. If the chairman agrees to his terms, he will get rid of all evidence and of course won't tell the media anything. The chairman said that Ho Sung is not only petty, but also stupid. Did he really decide to blackmail him over such a small thing? It's hard to believe that. He added that if Ho Sung wants to make things public, let him do as he sees fit. Choi said that the chairman doesn't fully understand the situation. If the public finds out, it won't only hurt him, but the entire association. He added that he himself works in this system and does not want it to collapse. It would be better to quietly work things out amongst ourselves. The chairman asked, does he look weak? Ho Sung should stop being so indecisive. Mr. Park added that the department head has a powerful weapon, but he doesn't want to use it, only threaten. If you're going to bite, go for the throat. Ho Sung thought that he had underestimated this old man. He had originally wanted to use this information to negotiate. If he gave it to the reporters, the association would collapse. But why? He asked what the chairman was thinking. After all, it would be easier to agree to his terms and forget about this problem. The chairman compared the situation to a fire that needs to be put out urgently. But where is the guarantee that Ho Sung won't come back to him with new demands afterward? He said he was sure Ho Sung would continue to use the information to blackmail him. Only a fool would throw away such a good knife after stabbing him with it just once. He added that it was over as soon as Choi got the documents. If he agreed to the terms, he would be signing his own sentence. Ho Sung retorted that the chairman would regret it. The old man cut off that the department head wouldn't even have the courage to tell the reporters everything. After a while, the whole country was shocked. It was revealed that Park In-bom, chairman of the Korean Association for Parallel Dimensions, had squandered billions from the budget. An anonymous source reported that Karma was receiving funds from the Golden Endowment Fund and the Young Hunter Education Fund. It was later confirmed that the funds did indeed come from the funds financed by the association. However, the shock was compounded when it was revealed that the CEO of the said company was Kim Jong-woo, the former head of the operations department of the association. The prosecution began investigating whether there was a deal between him and the chairman. Lee Ah-young said that now everyone around them will become their enemies. Kim Jong-woo replied that he was already used to that. However, not everyone will become enemies. The girl asked if they can handle it. The protagonist stated that everything is going according to plan, so they shouldn't worry too much. Lee Ah-young confessed that saying something like that scares her the most. Kim Jong-woo asked about the progress of the remaining weapons. Lee Ah-young replied that thanks to the adaptations and resources of the association, everything will be ready this week. He said that the regeneration dungeon will appear next week, so we need to hurry up. Lee Ah-young once again asked, how did the boss even know about this? After all, he knew about the appearance of the dungeon even a month ago. This isn't like a mere hunch. Does he really have the gift of foresight? She added that she used to ask him the same question when they were working in the association. How does he always know everything in advance? Kim Jong-woo replied that it was because of his karma. Lee Ah-young realized, the boss doesn't want to say more. Does a person like him have karma? In a past life, the protagonist was destroyed and traveled back 10 years. To get it all back, he must become the Secretary General of an international association in 5 years. But will Lee Ah-young believe it? He decided it was dangerous for her to know the truth. Lee Ah-young asked if he would tell everything if she saved his life one day. Kim Jong-woo replied that it was unlikely it would come to that. Young Min-ho kneeled in front of the guards. Mark told him that the first rule of the PB Corporation was safety. No one who broke that rule survived. Unstable supernatural activity has been detected in Seoul, which will supposedly manifest as a red-level regeneration dungeon. In a week's time, the city will have a catastrophe. Mark said that Kim Jong-woo is willing to risk himself if his subordinates are in danger. He'll prove himself. Now Yang Min-ho understands why he let him live. But if he refuses or makes a mistake, he will be destroyed. The only way to survive is to destroy Kim Jong-woo. Mark added that Chloe told him, "At the last meeting, Yang Min-ho did whatever he wanted. A representative from the Korean Association is in command of the upcoming operation. There will be other staff members there, so there's no need to act stupid." Yang Min-ho noted with a chuckle that Chloe had blabbed everything, and he thought he was just unlucky. Mark ordered the assistant to put Yang Min-ho into Lee Nung-suk's capsule. The assistant said that he had already discovered Lee Nung-suk's forbidden skill. If you put someone in this state into the capsule, there would be side effects. In the case of rejection, death is possible. Mark said that Kim Jong-woo had eliminated 2 commanders of the PB Corporation. In his current state, Yang Min-ho won't be able to resist him. If he fails the mission, he's finished. Yang Min-ho laughed. This was how his life was being handled? And yet they want to put him back in the capsule? He said that he would survive, become stronger, and destroy that rascal. He would finally get his chance. Mark ordered to prepare a titan and a bullet of ability-suppressing stone just in case. Yang Min-ho said he couldn't wait to kill Kim Jong-woo. A week later, a bright red slime rained down from the portal. The hunters looked at it in surprise. What is it? Had it fallen from the sky? What they were waiting for had happened. The regeneration dungeon had opened. Bloodthirsty monsters began to appear on the surface. Meanwhile, after the media reported the embezzlement of the budget by Chairman Park and-bom, a real scandal broke out. The association had maintained a positive image for a long time, so the news shocked the public. The chairman resigned, but even after that, the organization began a major personnel reshuffle. More than a dozen task forces, including Kim Min-joo's unit, were transferred to provincial branches. Commanders and supervisors were also redistributed. Only Choi Ho-sung, the CEO, and a few staff members remained at the main office. It took a few days to restore order after the incident. The regeneration dungeon has indeed opened up. All the hunters were selflessly fighting the incoming monsters. One of them reported to Commander Chu that Team 5 had evacuated all the civilians within a 5-kilometer radius. Chu said that now it was time to fulfill their task. She had heard of a fixed parallel dimension, but she had never imagined it would turn out to be like this. None of the hunters' attacks worked on the monsters. Each of them was at least as strong as the Yellow Dungeon boss, and some were even stronger. One of the hunters reported that they can't do it with their forces. They needed to call for reinforcements immediately. Chu reminded them that the task force had been disbanded. There would be no reinforcements. The young man asked, in that case, how would they be able to clear the dungeon? Chu knew. The last group of hunters had already left the headquarters. Everything had happened at an extremely bad time. The hunter had warned that there was movement above them, danger from above. Chu realized this was no longer a raid. The main goal now is not victory, but survival. It is urgent to inform all the groups. Stop their tasks and retreat. The head of the branch, Mrs. Chu, ordered all hunters to immediately retreat. The area within a 10-kilometer radius of the dungeon is now cordoned off. Choi Ho-sung said that the quick response minimized the damage. Manager Ha Sung-man was indignant. The center of Seoul is overrun, and this man is satisfied. Can't the hunters who are getting a paycheck handle the dungeon? Ho-sung explained that all the monsters are at the level of the Yellow Dungeon bosses and above. Acting recklessly is dangerous. Ha Sung-man asked, aren't hunters paid to take risks? The manager demanded an explanation. What measures will be taken? Ho-sung replied that they could not do it on their own, so they sent urgent requests to all the country's task forces and hoped for approval by tomorrow morning. Ha Sung-man asked, what would they do until then? What if the monsters break through beyond the cordon? Ho-sung asked a counter-question. What if all of their hunters died in that battle? He added that there were several soul guilds participating in the raid. There aren't enough people, but they'll try to get more guilds involved until they get permission to convene the task forces. The manager asked who would lead the operation. He also ordered the remaining hunters to be involved in guarding the cordoned-off area. Ha Sung-man asked if there was someone willing to lead the operation. There was silence in response. No one wanted to take on such responsibility, or was simply afraid to. The manager said there was only one person who could handle it. Choi Ho-sung countered that this person was no longer an employee of the association and was also involved in embezzlement. Putting him in charge would be a serious blow to the organization's reputation. The manager replied that what matters now is not reputation, but survival. They don't have the luxury to choose. Or does Ho-sung himself want to lead the operation? The branch manager thought, he just got rid of this guy and now they want to call him back. Were all the risks he took for his position for nothing? Choi Ho-sung said he could not give his consent. However, he added that he would lead the operation himself. Anyway, he's the head of the operation headquarters. Today there will be a joint dungeon attack involving the guilds. Ho-sung ordered all the task force commanders to come to the general manager's office to discuss strategy. The manager told Hwang Dong-hui from the management department to report the number and location of the monsters. Dong-hui thought to himself that this was poorly organized from the start. At this rate, he would just walk out of here. Lee Ah-young noticed that if there were more than 200 monsters in the area, it would become overcrowded. She estimated that at least 50 would have to be destroyed before reinforcements arrived. Kim Jun-woo pointed out that it was quite a lot. Right now, one monster appeared every 5 minutes. 12 hours had already passed since the dungeon had opened, which meant that about 144 monsters had appeared. No matter how experienced our hero is, it is necessary to allocate strength wisely and use skills judiciously. The assistant asked if the boss was really going to go there alone. We need to take at least Han Yu-bin with us. Kim Jun-woo replied that he doesn't want to wait for anyone. He would just go out and come back. He asked Lee Ah-young to bring what he asked for. The girl saw Kim Jun-woo start to undress. Lee Ah-young blushed with embarrassment when she saw the boss taking off his shirt. "What are you doing? Have you lost your shame?" The young man replied, "I'm in a hurry, or do you suggest we find the locker room first?" The commander added that it's too dangerous outside, so Lee Ah-young should stay here and report if the situation changes. Lee Ah-young asked Kim Jun-woo to be careful too. Events before the regression. Huntress Chu was attacked by a monster. Monsters crowded all around, creating a direct and deadly threat. Suddenly, Kim Jun-woo appeared and began to destroy the monsters. A huge monster of gigantic size approached him. Kim Jun-woo activated the skills Limit Breaking and Sword Mastery. He attacked the monster, dealing powerful damage. The magic sword pierced through the monster's mouth. After landing, Kim Jun-woo grabbed his sword and prepared to fight the smaller monsters. "It's about time to restore order here," he said. The protagonist contacted Lee Ah-young and asked if the area had been cleaned up. The girl replied that there were about 30 monsters within 2 kilometers of him. According to her calculations, to stabilize the situation, he should be able to deal with them in half an hour. Kim Jung-woo wondered if the control department's server security was really that bad. "Well, and better for it," he added ironically. He asked the assistant to name the shortest path to the next point. Choi Ho-sung, who didn't want to call Kim Jun-woo for help but had to do so, was actually confident. He had never commanded an operation of this magnitude before, but it was time to compromise his pride. All the guilds that the association had approached had already sent their fighters. There were about 250 hunters on the ground, but considering the size of the affected area and the number of monsters, it wasn't enough. There was no other way out. The only thing left was to descend into this hell and try to close the dungeon. The assistant reported to the chief that the number of monsters had begun to decrease. Ho-sung wondered what had happened. Did the freelancers really start a sweep? The assistant explained that the monsters had started attacking each other. Apparently, due to the lack of opponents and the increase in numbers, a fight for territory had begun. Choi Ho-sung asked if Dong-hui was sure of this information. He replied that he had gone to the site himself and personally verified it. The aide expressed that it might not be a good idea to send hunters there now. Dong-hui said they could hold out until reinforcements from all over the country arrived, without having to do a sweep. Ho-sung said the operations team should stay on standby, and the aide should continue to monitor the situation. Dong-hui reported over the phone that the dispatch of hunters from the main office was temporarily suspended. Since he would be alone in the target area, not a single mistake could be made. He also relayed the coordinates of the irregular, Kim Jung-woo, and said that Team A could move out. Team B should stay in reserve for now. Dong-hui asked the interlocutor, "Is Yang Min under control?" The interlocutor replied that yes, full control. Dong-hui said to wait for further instructions. Yang Min thanked him and asked him not to take offense. He must destroy Kim Jun-woo on his own. The protagonist continued to inexorably exterminate monsters. Nothing could stop him. Our hero activated the swordsmanship skill. Since these monsters are demons, normal attacks won't be effective without the use of holy relics. The protagonist thought that it was very tedious to work alone. It was very exhausting. Kim Jun-woo remembered that if he had the Demon King skill, things would go much faster. It was the strongest skill he had before he was reborn. Kim Junwoo had already counted 24 monsters. Lee Ah-young wondered if the boss was all right. The girl noticed that it had already been 2 hours. She warned that Kim Junwoo needed to retreat immediately or she would call for reinforcements. The commander replied that he needed a little more time. Our hero looked around and saw the head of Chu's branch. The woman said she survived because of Kim Junwoo. "Are you the only one cleaning up this place?" And he wondered. The young man replied that it was too dangerous here, and Chu needed to leave soon. Head Chu stated that she will fight as well. She wants to take full revenge on the monsters. Suddenly, a hunter appeared and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. It was Yang Min-ho. Kim Jong-woo was expecting someone else to come here. It turned out to be the representatives of the International Association. Yang Min-ho's return was quite expected since he was defeated last time. Kim Junwoo wondered, did Yang Min-ho really think he would win this time? At that moment, a man with a titan in his hand lurked around the corner. Kim Jong-woo noticed that Yang Min-ho had even dyed his hair, so it looked like he was preparing seriously. Yang Min-ho replied that he even went through pain to face this opponent. The villain added that he took the head of the defeated as a trophy on every mission. There's something romantic about it. Being much weaker, they continue to fight for it, even after defeat. Yang Min-ho stated that he has never failed a mission. Kim Jong-woo's head will definitely belong to him. He added that he is very curious, whether this opponent's head is different from others. He wants to know a lot of things. Yang Min-ho shouted loudly that he really wants to get Kim Jong-woo's head. The protagonist was not ceremonious and attacked the opponent first. Yang Min-ho remarked that Kim Jong-woo still looked like a monster. The villain added that Kim Jong-woo often keeps everything inside and constantly sacrifices himself for the weak. A gunshot rang out and our hero was shot in the stomach. Kim Jong-woo immediately realized that this was no ordinary bullet. Was it really a weapon? He kneeled down in front of Yang Min-ho, and his wound began to bleed. Lee Ah-young, sitting in the office, asked if Kim Jong-woo was okay. Yang Min-ho said that he had been chasing this guy for a long time and didn't expect an opportunity like this to arise. Was he willing to risk his life for his subordinates? Despite his incredible strength, this hunter has fallen. How pathetic he was. The villain added that Kim Jong-woo had lost this time. Lee Ah-young once again inquired if the boss was okay and asked for an answer. The girl thought in fear, could Kim Jong-woo have died there? The assistant firmly dismissed those thoughts. Kim Jong-woo couldn't be destroyed that easily. Lee Ah-young armed herself with a firearm and asked Kim Min-ju to help. Kim Jong-woo went to the affected area and communication with him just dropped. Kim Min-ju said she knew. The teacher would go there alone. Is this really the place? She came here as soon as she heard the news from Seoul. It's necessary to find the teacher. Kim Min-ju told Yubin that the teacher had gone to clean up the dungeon and was no longer in contact. Han Yubin replied that she couldn't help herself and was already on the spot. It's been so long since she's been hunting. Cho Seok-hyun said that one can't worry. The Ares and Artemis guilds are already here. He said that if the association failed, the guilds would save Seoul. Lee Ah-young realized that the permission to summon hunters from all over the country hadn't come yet. If they did it on their own, they would have to sever relations with the hunters forever. Even so, everyone was here for Kim Jong-woo. He helped each of them without asking for anything in return. Now it was the leader's turn to help. The gunner with the Titan said what the leader of Team A was saying, an irregular under the influence of the stone's suppressing abilities. The interlocutor said it was a good job and he would report back to his superiors. Unexpectedly, the injured Kim Jong-woo got up from his knees and attacked the opponents. The interviewer wondered, hadn't he been told that Kim Jong-woo would be under the influence of a rock? The shooter replied that he was sure. The bullet had that stone in it. The shooter said that Kim Jong-woo had stopped moving again. He was ready to fire another shot. The man ordered the leader of Team A to answer him immediately. Everyone knew that the stone was supposed to temporarily block Kim Jong-woo's abilities. Weapons made of this stone had always proved fatal to hunters, but it didn't work on Kim Jong-woo for some reason. The man wanted to ask the leader of Team A what was going on. Yang Min-ho was furious. Had the shooter decided to aim for his head? Did he know how much time had been spent to get that head? Did he really want to shoot a hole in it now? Head-chu woke up and attacked Yang Min-ho. The woman said she didn't know who he was. Chu stated that she knows the guy who is her immediate superior. Therefore, she is returning a stab in the back to that rascal. Yang Min-ho turned to face the woman and said, does she really want to die? Our hero obtained the Hyper Boost skill and immediately used it. Kim Jong-woo grabbed Head-chu in his arms and immediately ran away with her. The interlocutor asked Young Min-ho, "What does all this mean?" Young Min-ho replied that it was simply wonderful. Just a few of his jewels were broken. Head-Chu told the injured Kim Jun-woo that the association was a few kilometers away and it was okay to ask for their support. The protagonist said that there was no need to do that. There were still a few monsters left here, so Head-Chu better get out of here. The woman replied that she couldn't leave Kim Jun-woo after all he had done for her. Kim Jung-woo heard what those scoundrels were saying, so it was a stone-blocking ability after all. When he was shot before his rebirth, he felt the same thing. There was a daze and loss of strength. Because of that, he didn't have time to use his shield, much less counterattack. Back then, the bullets also had that stone in them. However, it was different now. Because of the skill Karma, the effect of the stone wasn't what it should have been. The skill isn't very good, but it has that effect. The perfect cure skill was activated. The protagonist decided that it was necessary to heal himself first. The man on the phone asked Yang Min-ho, "What's this all about?" He was sure that teams A and B had been ordered to wait until the irregular's physical strength was exhausted. The man said that he would have to report everything to Mark. Young Min-ho asked Hwang Dong-hui, "Wasn't their goal to eliminate the irregular? Those guys are just a resource for the operation." Young Min-ho said he found something curious in Team A leader's pocket. "It looks like a remote control device. Is this the safety net that Hwang Dong-hui was talking about?" The interlocutor was startled. How did that thing get into Yang Min-ho's hands? Hwang Dong-hui tried to contact Team C. Their plans had changed. Hwang Dong-hui said that after they get rid of the irregulator, they should get rid of Yang Min-ho. Team Leader C reported that he had located the location of the irregular. "What should I do?" he asked. Hwang Dong-hui replied that we should get rid of it before Yang Min-ho is gone. Hwang Dong-hui added that Yang Min-ho had destroyed the entire B team. This skull lover is only getting in their way now. Kim Young-woo saw Team C and thought it was incredible timing. Kim Jun-woo asked what was Chu Ji-young going to do. She was supposed to run away. Head-Chu replied that she couldn't just run away. The special skill Ghost Knight class was activated. The villains were furiously approaching our hero. At some point, the protagonist realized that he couldn't even move. Suddenly, Kim Min-ju and Han Yu-bin appeared in front of Kim Jun-woo. The girls asked if the teacher was okay. Han Yu-bin immediately attacked her opponent and dealt crushing damage. The villain was surprised. How did this little girl have such incredible strength? Han Yu-bin became even more angry when she heard that she was called a little girl. She activated the Bridging the Gap skill. The villain couldn't believe what was happening. After all, she was so small. He felt that he shouldn't lose to her. Kim Min-ju also confronted her opponent and came within striking distance. The villain wondered, why doesn't this girl have a sword? How is she going to fight? Mobility returned to our hero, and he told his opponent that his time was up. The sword was just in Kim Jun-woo's hands. The villain had been destroyed. Kim Jun-woo didn't know how the girls got here, but they did it in a very timely manner. The protagonist said that they were the reason he survived. The monsters kept appearing all the time. It was taking too long. Han Yu-bin said that it would take a whole day to exterminate all the monsters. Kim Min-ju remarked that there were still people from the International Association, so there would be no time to rest. Kim Jung-woo said that he will deal with both the monsters and the International Association. The girls have to get out of here. Kim Min-ju said that's impossible because the teacher can't do anything alone in this state. Kim Young-woo said that's an order, and he doesn't want to repeat it anymore. The girls have to get out of here now. Kim Min-ju put her sword on the teacher's shoulder. Kim Jun-woo was surprised. "What are you doing?" The huntress said that if the teacher was going to fight the monsters and the association alone, she would do her best to stop him. The girl added that Kim Jun-woo no longer works for the association, so he has no right to give orders. It's too dangerous for the teacher to go alone in such a state. Han Yu-bin said that Kim Min-ju is right. A teacher shouldn't even think of acting alone. The girl asked, "Shouldn't co-workers, even if they are former co-workers, be there for her in a situation like this?" Han Yu-bin added that Kim Jun-woo might try to stop her, but she's not going to leave here either. The protagonist suggests that these girls have too much free time since they don't obey him. In that case, he tasks them with cleaning up the regeneration dungeon. In return, they will try not to get killed. Kim Jun-woo said what the girls must have heard. Only holy relics can do damage to these monsters. But if you hit the side of the head, you can slow down their spread. The girls have to restrain the monsters while he deals with the International Association. Kim Jun-woo said that he will now be able to fight them at full strength. Kim Min-ju said she will take Head Chu to a safe place first. Kim Young-woo said that there was one more thing to do. He grabbed the lying rival by the hair and asked if either of them had a Titan-type gun. The villain said he wasn't going to say anything. Kim Jun-woo stabbed the knife into his opponent's shoulder and asked, "Does the villain doubt my determination?" Yang Min-ho was fighting the head of the Aries Guild at this time. He asked, "Is Cha Seok-hyun so blinded by revenge that he doesn't realize the difference in their strengths?" This revenge ended very sadly. Very soon he will send it to Cha-yul so you can say hello to him. Yang Min-ho said that he wanted to add this warrior to his collection as well. However, Kim Jun-woo suddenly appeared and prevented Yang Min-ho from attacking Cha Seok-hyun. Yang Min-ho was surprised. What kind of person is this Kim Jun-woo? He can't even calm down after that bullet. The protagonist decided not to engage in a discussion with his opponent and punched Yang Min-ho in the jaw with his fist. The villain couldn't stay on his feet and flew far back. Kim Jun-woo said that Yang Min-ho is talking out of turn a lot as usual. After all, isn't this their second round? There's no need to drag it out. Kim Jung-woo added that they had good fun before, but now he can fight at full strength. Yang Min-ho wondered, what's this all about? Our hero's S-rank skill restriction removal chain had begun. Kim Jun-woo replied, it means that all enemies will now die. How Down got the skill total immersion and became almost invulnerable. Yang Ming-ho and his minions wondered, what kind of energy is this? Where did this guy get so much power from? We have to stop him immediately. There was no way to stop our hero. He activated the Thunder Fist and scattered the opponents in different directions. Yang Min-ho thought that Kim Jun-woo had interrupted the entire Elite C team, consisting of soldier leaders of the Association squads before his eyes. Kim Jun-woo's strength had wiped the opponents into powder. Yang Min-ho decided that no matter what he did, catching Kim Jun-woo now would be impossible. Yang Min-ho told Kim Jun-woo to stop. That was enough. He recognized that he couldn't win by force. The villain raised the remote up and said that he would use another way now. The perpetrator said that the Association building and the operations department were booby-trapped. Kim Jung-woo said it's not serious. How could Yang Min-ho have booby-trapped them? Yang Min-ho pressed a button on the remote and an explosion went off. The villain laughed and said that the control room was now blown up. Should we blow up the operations department as well? Kim Jun-woo thought that there was no one in the control department since the regeneration dungeon appeared. But since it was an emergency situation, all the members of the operations headquarters were sitting there waiting for orders. This control room must be destroyed. The villain must be stopped. Yang Min-ho thought that Kim Jun-woo would now only aim for this remote control. Because of this, it would be possible to win by giving Kim Jun-woo a crushing blow. Yang Min-ho raised his hand with the remote up again and asked, what will Kim Jun-woo do now? The villain said that there was no more time. However, at that moment, a gunshot rang out and the bullet pierced through the villain's arm. Part of the arm with the remote control fell to the ground. Yang Ming-ho did not expect this development. He asked, what was that? It was Lee Ah-young. The girl with the gun in her hands happened to be nearby. She was the one who fired the shot. Lee Ah-young asked her boss, why are you standing there motionless? We need to get that remote immediately. Kim Jun-woo was surprised. What is the assistant doing here? After all, this is very dangerous. The remote control was right in the middle between the rivals. Which one of them would be the first to grab the remote first? Without any hesitation, Kim Jun-woo and Yang Min-ho jumped towards the remote control at the same time. At that moment, Yang Min-ho's companions grabbed Lee Ah-young. The girl screamed loudly. The protagonist hesitated for a moment. He assessed the situation. What should he do right now? Take the remote control or free Lee Ah-young? If they activated the explosives, there would be many casualties in the association, and that would thwart his plans. However, Lee Ah-young was in danger at the moment. Our hero turned to the girl and said her name loudly. Yang Min-ho continued to approach the remote. Lee Ah-young shouted for Kim Jun-woo not to run towards her, but rather grab the remote control. Lee Ah-young tried to fight back against the armed criminals on her own. The protagonist shouted for those villains to leave her alone and directed his vector of movement towards Lee Ah-young. At that moment, a gunshot rang out and the bullet hit the protagonist's leg. The shot was fired by Yang Min-ho. Our hero fell to the ground and was unable to snatch the girl from the clutches of the criminals. Yang Min-ho asked, why does Kim Jun-woo keep turning his back on him? The villain said, no matter how strong Kim Jun-woo is, a bullet with an ability-suppressing stone will still destroy him. Yang Min-ho once again admits that Kim Jong-woo is a real monster. He really wants to take this rival's head for himself, but he can't get it through normal means. Lee Ah-young urged Kim Jong-woo to get up immediately. Our hero couldn't get up but said he would get there soon. However, he was immediately embraced by the flames initiated by Yang Min-ho to accomplish his devious goals. The villain laughed and said that it was all because of the girl. Because of her, Kim Jong-woo will die in that fire. Lee Ah-young couldn't believe what was happening and said that it just couldn't be. Suddenly, Kim Jong-woo appeared in front of Lee Ah-young, took her hand and asked, "Why are you sitting here crying like a baby?" The girl was even more surprised. The protagonist had activated the special skill, Demon King. He said that it was all thanks to Lee Ah-young. He thought that he would never be able to unlock this skill. It was possible because of the condition that was fulfilled. Sacrifice yourself for a colleague. At first, our hero thought that he would never be able to unlock this skill again. Saving a coworker he could trust was a difficult condition, but he had spent so much time together with Lee Ah-young that it seems she had started to trust him. Our hero admitted that no one annoyed him as much as Yang Min-ho. The villain was terrified. It was the first time he had seen such a class. What kind of power was this? Yang Min-ho was extremely frightened. He couldn't even move a finger and couldn't even breathe. Yang Min-ho shouted that it was a critical attack. The villain said that he needed reinforcements. It was necessary to stop Kim Jong-woo at all costs. Villain's companion said that their target is severely exhausted. Kim Jong-woo told the girl to retreat. It's too dangerous to be around him right now. Our hero decided to activate the Demon King skill at full power. Each of the opponents then began to physically feel the pressure from above on their bodies. But that can't be. Kim Jong-woo activated the grab skill. All of the opponents were under his influence. Our hero said that he would turn all the opponents into fertilizer. Yang Min-ho activated the skill Nurgle Decomposition Demon. The condition for performing this skill was to sacrifice several living beings. Thus, Yang Min-ho's companions were destroyed by him. Yang Min-ho told our hero that this was his strength. Yang Min-ho laughed and said that Kim Jong-woo was finished. He would definitely not be able to handle this skill. The protagonist brought the power of his Demon King skill to an unprecedented level. The confrontation between the opponents continued with renewed vigor. Kim Jong-woo attacked his opponent and split him in two. Bleeding, Yang Min-ho said that he really wanted to get his opponent's head. Lee Ah-young approached the exhausted boss and asked if he was okay. The latter nodded affirmatively. Yang Min-ho asked, "Does Kim Jong-woo really think it's over when he destroys him here?" The PB Corporation won't let up on him. Starting tomorrow, all the members of the corporation will eliminate the young man's loved ones one by one. Even after winning today, Kim Jong-woo will still lose. Lee Ah-young was not confused and recorded Yang Min-ho's monologue on a tape recorder. Kim Jong-woo said that starting tomorrow, the whole world will know the truth. Yang Min-ho's remote control appeared in his hand again. He said that he didn't come here alone. The head of the Aries Guild said that even if he pressed the button of the remote control, nothing would happen. Cha Seok-hyun activated the EMP skill. The electromagnetic pulse deactivated the electrical appliances. The guild head said that Yang Min-ho was unlucky this time. Kim Jong-woo said that he was parting ways with Yang Min-ho and applied his fire skills to his opponent. Kim Jong-woo contacted Dong Beom on the phone and said that he had one request. The janitor inquired, "What kind of request can there be among all this chaos?" Kim Jong-woo asked to do what he said he would do and then pretend like Dong Beom didn't steal information from them. Dong Beom replied that he stole the documentation, but he didn't betray anyone. Kim Jong-woo said that it doesn't matter. It looks like Dong Beom has decided to cancel his arrangement with Choi Ho-sung. In that case, where would he go if he was fired from the firm? Dong Beom thought it wasn't a request, but a threat. Kim Jong-woo said that the association's main office was booby-trapped. Dong Beom has to get the explosives from there. Kim Jong-woo added that Dong Beom was familiar with the building's layout. Where could it have been planted? Our hero said that they had disabled the detonator, but in any case, the explosives had to be removed from there as soon as possible. Dong Beom thought that the head of the firm had just sent him to his doom. Dong Hui didn't understand what was going on. Why couldn't he get in touch with anyone? The third team commander he trusted hadn't responded for 2 hours. He and Yang Min-ho had the same goal, so there was no other option but to entrust the command to him. However, Yang Min-ho could not be contacted either. Finally, the connection was established, and Dong Hui told the third team commander that he was already starting to worry. The caller was not the commander of the third team. Our hero said he heard a familiar voice. The contact is listed as boss. So he's talking to assistant manager Huang Donghui right now? Donghui said that Kim Jong-woo is making a mistake right now. Our hero replied that they were the first to start. They decided to blow up the operative's headquarters just to eliminate him alone. Donghui replied that the end justifies the means. Kim Jong-woo said that they can blow things up if they want. The young man added that he will deal with Donghui either way. Donghui asked, does Kim Jong-woo really want to send the news to the media that the International Association wants to destroy him? Who would believe him? Kim Jong-woo said that the word "will sort it out" means he will beat up Donghui. Our hero was surprised that even an office plankton like Donghui has become a boss to someone. Kim Jong-woo said that Donghui can try to hide somewhere, since he'll be destroyed if he's found. Donghui reported to Mark that the operation had failed. Mark assumed that the man had been exposed. Mark said that now Donghui won't live long. Donghui should return to the office immediately and remember to cover his tracks. Mark said that as of today, the Korean Association was disbanded. Donghui thought that by covering his tracks, Mark meant blowing up the operations headquarters and destroying all evidence. Donghui pressed the button on the remote control, but there was no explosion. Donghui was frightened. Why didn't the office explode? Don Beam was able to detect the explosives in time and prevented the explosion by unscrewing the right lock nut. The protagonist would never have thought that there could be a spy in the control department. For some reason, he felt like he knew these guys very well. Kim Jong-woo asked Lee Ah-young why she didn't aim for Yang Min-ho's head. If that was the case, it would have been over much faster. The girl said that the boss wanted too much from someone who picked up a gun for the first time. She was scared, and her hands were shaking. Kim Jong-woo thought that was right. She was a civilian after all, not a hunter. Suddenly, a monster of enormous size appeared in front of the young people. It was a giant red-level monster that looked like a witch. Before the rebirth, our hero had many difficulties with this monster because of her ability to neutralize magic skills. Kim Jong-woo activated the appropriate skills and defended himself against this monster's attack. The protagonist was warned that he didn't have enough strength. This fight had worn our hero out too much. Unexpectedly, the hunters from Kim Min-joo's team appeared. The young man stated that they came as soon as they heard the news. It was the reunion of the former second task force. The hunter stated that he had heard what had happened. It was too reckless. Big Bear Guild leader Sung Joon-hyun also appeared and said that they were now even because Kim Jong-woo had saved his wife earlier. Sung Joon-hyun's wife, armed to the teeth, also appeared nearby. She said that they did arrive in time after all, or else Kim Jong-woo definitely wouldn't have survived. Kim Min-joo admitted that everyone had arrived on time. Han Yu-bin asked why they weren't called from the beginning. Kim Jong-woo inquired, had they already given permission for the hunters to gather? Kim Min-joo replied that they haven't yet. Everyone knows how fast the association works. All the hunters came here on their own volition because they were worried about Kim Jong-woo. Kim Jong-woo wondered if none of the people who had come here had received official permission. Did they all decide to be behind bars? Kim Min-joo said that if they weren't willing to do that, they wouldn't have helped Kim Jong-woo. Kim Jong-woo said that he's glad these hunters are here anyway. These monsters are only affected by attacks with holy relics. The leader of the Ares Guild said that there was no need to worry about that. The Ares Guild, under the commander's orders, began to execute the operation. The skill Divine Light was activated. The protagonist thought it was a sacred relic buff on the support class. Sung Joon-hyun thought it was an incredible power. The leader told the former second squad that they were moving out. Han Yu-bin suggested to quickly deal with the opponents and finish them off. Kim Jong-woo said that one must master skills under the buff to fight effectively. Our hero wondered, how did they prepare for this so quickly? Cha Seok-hyun said that it was the legacy of the past guild leader. Kim Min-joo stated that it's finally their turn and the teacher can rest for now. Kim Jong-woo replied that he was just thinking about it. Kim Min-joo and the guild members rushed towards the huge monster in order to destroy it. Choi Ho-sung asked about the operations headquarters. Was it booby-trapped? Im Dong-beom replied that not only that, hunters from all over the country were gathering in the affected areas. Ho-sung wondered, they hadn't gotten permission yet, had they? Dong-bim explained that the hunters were gathering on their own accord for the sake of saving Kim Jong-woo. Ho-sung was frustrated. Why is this happening just when he's in charge? Choi Ho-sung decided he had no other choice and told Dong-bim to pass on the order. The command should be given to Kim Jun-woo. He's in charge of everything now. Im Dong-beom wondered, is that possible? Ho-sung asked what Kim Jung-woo was doing in the affected area in the first place. Hwang Dong-hui reported that no one was there. Let whoever gave the false report be held responsible. Ho-sung reiterated that the command should immediately go to Kim Jung-woo. Dong-hui should report here immediately. The official decided to put all the blame on those two. Kim Jung-woo thought that it had been 3 days since Choi Ho-sung had given him command over the operatives. The protagonist tried to reach out to the task force. The commander said to keep the hunters from letting the monsters go to other areas from Bangbi Station. However, the overall situation is good. We need to hold out a little longer. It was clear to our hero why Choi Ho-sung did that. He wants to take the blame if the situation gets out of control. Even in such a situation, the official was only concerned about his own well-being. Just like our hero's mentor in his previous life. It was the 5th day since the appearance of the Regeneration Dungeon. There wasn't much time left before it would close. Lee Ah-young said that everyone was already very tired. But at this rate, what Kim Jung-woo was so worried about wouldn't happen. The girl said that Kim Jung-woo was attacked by the International Association, PB Corporation, the secret project of the president of the association, the overseas branches of the association. Isn't that why the young man started his own company? What is he thinking about doing next? Kim Jung-woo replied that he will continue to work with overseas affiliates. Lee Ah-young said that international associations have long been trying to monopolize the rights to clean up dungeons. They give the appearance of legality to their actions because few people care. When they start working with the international affiliates again, they will have to face the internationals directly. The girl added that Kim Jung-woo will be even more dangerous than before. Kim Jung-woo remarked that they had already faced enough before. The assistant asked if it was necessary to become the general secretary of the Second International Association. Isn't it enough for him to do a little business in a small circle? Then he wouldn't have to get involved in such dangerous activities. Kim Jung-woo reminded him that he's been saying that since the beginning. That's his personal goal. If Lee Ah-young doesn't like it, she can stop. The assistant has already helped him a lot. Lee Ah-young got angry and said she wasn't going to leave. She didn't come not because she liked this company, but because of him. Lee Ah-young showed the bullet and said that those people said, "This bullet is made of an ability-suppressing stone. We should investigate it better." The girl added that such things are on a special register. She is no longer an employee of the association, and if she is caught studying this stone, she could be imprisoned. Kim Min-ju contacted her teacher via cell phone. The huntress happily said that the Regeneration Dungeon had closed. The girl added that the A-tree zone was also clear. In the other zones, the entire area has been cleared. The operation has been completed. Kim Jung-woo thanked everyone for their dedicated labor and asked if anyone had any questions, advice, or comments. Lee Ah-young stated that something serious happened. Choi Ho-sung, the head of the operations department, was attacked by a gangster. Sang-hyuk wondered, wouldn't it be better to burn all the monsters' bodies at once? Sio Yan replied that they don't know all the characteristics of these creatures, so it's better to cut them up first before throwing them into the fire. Kim Jung-woo thought that the operation to stop their generation dungeon was successfully completed a few days ago. Even though they had succeeded, there was still an unpleasant aftertaste. There was an unbelievable event, an attack on the head of the operations headquarters. The suspect is the assistant manager, Hwang Dong-hui. Kim Jung-woo didn't think that this person could be so crazy. Threats didn't work, so he decided to show what he could do. But that guy wouldn't do something like that after being caught red-handed. Maybe Choi Ho-sung found out something he shouldn't have. The criminals had overstepped their bounds. The association, civilians, and the media were more stunned than ever before. The association faced an unprecedented crisis after the emergence of the Regeneration Dungeon in downtown Seoul. Across the country, hunters began to die under mysterious circumstances or disappear. At first, it may have seemed like an accident, but when the number of such incidents exceeded 36, our hero became convinced that the PB Corporation had decided to get rid of its employees hiding in different parts of the country. Kim Jung-woo couldn't even imagine that they would go to such drastic measures to cover their tracks. In any case, the PB Corporation had finally given up on Korea. The chairman wondered, what kind of news is this? Not only was there a terrorist attack on the management department, the head of the department was also attacked, and now hunters were dying all over the country. Nevertheless, it was in such a situation that Lee Do-sik agreed to take the position of the chairman of the association. Someone must take responsibility. Kim Jun-woo said that Lee Do-sik couldn't help but realize that. Is he really acting like a child? The chairman replied that there is a difference between being credible and doing the right thing. If an association is at stake, the government and the private sector start acting, I think this is their chance. We need to be especially vigilant now. We can lose everything we have. Kim Jong-woo told the chairman that he had recently contacted Lee Do-sik and asked for help. The old man asked if Kim Jong-woo had decided to return to the association. Kim Jong-woo replied that he had a lot of his own business and refused to help. The chairman asked, "Are we talking about overseas branches?" The young man confirmed, "PB Corporation has left Korea and permanently severed all ties, so we can't put it off any longer. However, there is a small problem. The firm's capital is at zero." The chairman thought, why does this kid ask him for money every time he meets? The main office is in a deplorable state, and the regional branches with which contracts have been signed are also in dire straits. Many stopped cooperating with the company Karma, and the level of sales dropped rapidly. This month, we had to delay the salaries of our employees, spending on equipment maintenance and repair, overtime pay, bonuses and special payments. After all the expenses, there is no money left. Moreover, payments from the association have stopped. The situation is very difficult. The chairman wondered, why doesn't the young man attract investors? Doesn't his name give the company value? Kim Jun-woo replied that no one invests now because of one name. It's a cleaning company, and it's a brand new business. Kim Jun-woo remarked that they'll have to cut labor costs first. The chairman said that the resentment would be stronger if he took away what he used to give than if something was not given initially. Kim Jun-woo told the chairman that he had to squeeze water out of dried squid in the past, and he didn't want to do that anymore. If the company is in a difficult situation, all the employees will suffer. Kim Jong-woo said that he has been working without much pay raises so far. Anyway, they need to face the future with confidence. Our hero thought it was time to bring back Kim Jong-woo from the past. Monstrous and ruthless. The central French office of the PB Corporation decided to delete all data, even internal correspondence, especially the balance list of the hunters. One of the staff members came into the office and said that things had changed dramatically here. Isn't Mark still not finished? He still had a lot of work to do. Mark responded by telling the man to leave and not to get in his way. The man said that Mark was shifting problems from his sick head to his healthy one. His team is the reason the corporation collapsed, so don't just blame him. The head of the International Raid Control Squad, Kane, said that the CEO was very angry. He told Mark from the beginning to ignore Kim Jun-woo. He had a bad feeling about it. Kane added that Mark was even lucky, otherwise his entire squad would have been replaced. Mark asked what the Secretary General had said. Kane replied that an inspection should be in order. He didn't think the Korean part would be disbanded after Mark had worked so hard to get it back on its feet. They get rid of easily replaceable parts first. You asked why the head of the crew, Mr. Hwang, wasn't removed in that case? Mark replied that there should be at least one person who knows Kim Jong-woo well. Did you ask where Mark wanted to move to? After all, they had already been called. Mark wondered, would there be a place to go in a situation like this? Kane said he would send Mark to Zambia. That's Africa. Mark thought that if he went to Zambia because of Kim Jong-woo at a time like this, then he had decided to do that operation. Kim Jun-woo told an upset Sio Yan that this was the way it was going to be now. The company was in a tough spot, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Our hero assumed the employees would protest, though not every hunter would express displeasure. How upset would they be? Our hero wasn't going to give in. Let them resent him all they wanted, he wouldn't blink an eye. Sio Yan asked if the overtime ban would hurt the company. Kim Jong-woo wondered why saving money on overtime would hurt the company. Sio Yan said that they rarely get overtime pay as it is. Kim Jun-woo replied that it's illegal. Han Yu-bin asked if the boss is a good person or just a fool. Kim Jun-woo remarked that he's still her boss. Yu-bin said that all the employees are upset right now. Kim Jun-woo reiterated that he can't do anything about it, or they won't even have a regular paycheck. Even in a difficult situation, you have to pull yourself together. Yu-bin said that's the problem. If the company is having a hard time, you have to work even harder. Banning night shifts and overtime is illogical. After all, you have to work and make money. Han Yu-bin was outraged. Does Kim Jun-woo really want to ruin the company? She won't be upset if she doesn't get paid, but people are lining up to work night shifts. Kim Jung-woo says that Yubin doesn't understand him right now. Why do they want to work for nothing? How could they care about the potential bankruptcy of the company? Yubin replied that it matters who is in charge of the company. The protagonist thought that those janitors must have hit their heads. Since when did it matter who exactly runs the company? The janitors said they were leaving. There was nothing they could do if everything had already been decided. Lee Young recalled that she had warned about complaining. The protagonist expected the staff to ask for more money, but not to refuse it in any way. Lee Young asked, "Did Kim Jun-woo really expect the janitors to do the same as the hunters? It costs billions to pay their overtime." Kim Jun-woo agreed that the work is different, but doesn't everyone want to get more money? Lee Young decided that for the janitors, the company is more important than money. They don't work out of fear, but out of conscience. The protagonist still didn't understand. Does anyone hold such ideals nowadays? The basic salary of the janitors is already incomparable to that of the association. Plus, they covered all the costs of transportation, food, and equipment maintenance. Yeon added that their boss runs around like a stung man for the sake of his employees. Even she would agree to work for that company until she is old. She said that Kim Jun-woo may be the perfect leader, but he's not a good businessman. Just like Yubin said, it will be increasingly difficult to run the company at this rate. The main problem is saving money. Kim Jung-woo is not the kind of person who likes to get help, but in business, he needs help. The protagonist wasn't going to be stubborn at all. What kind of pride is pride when it comes to money? It's just that there are circumstances where it's hard to be proactive. Kim Jung-woo thought that it was hard for him to develop his business. After the bombing of the management department building, he was temporarily transferred to the operations department building. The situation both inside and outside the association became very confusing. The protagonist told Lee Do-sik, department head Pyong, and Kim Min-ju about everything that had happened during that time. Kim Jung-woo talked about the attack on department head Choi Ho-sung. He also talked about the terrorist attack on the department building and the real identity of Hwang Dong-hui. He also revealed that the International Association has a secret organization that gets rid of those who interfere with the head office and gave out all the information about the PB Corporation. Kim Jung-woo revealed his plan to destroy the current International Association and make the Korean Association the second International Association. This plan included the Karma firm. Lee Do-sik said he couldn't believe it. Why did the young man come and tell all this? Kim Jun-woo wondered, isn't Lee Do-sik going to become chairman soon? A manager in such a position should know everything. Lee Do-sik understood why the young man quit when things were going well. He and the chairman had their own secrets. Kim Jun-woo said that without the management department, it was impossible to conduct raids. Lee Do-sik admitted that the association is now on the verge of collapse, and he is not sure if it will be able to recover. He added that many people expressed their desire to return to the association when they heard about it. With such talented people, they could do anything. To these people, the association was just a company, and they were willing to work hard for it. Lee Do-sik gave a business card to our hero. These were the contacts of the advisor who had helped them when the association had fallen on hard times. A few days passed. The man introduced himself as O.J. Yep. He was happy to work with the young man and considered it an honor to meet in person. Kim Jun-woo said hello and introduced himself as the head of the Karma firm. He also introduced the employees of the firm. Sang-hyuk said that now they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, he thought the firm was finished when the boss went to the association interview. O.J. Yep told Sang-hyuk to shut up. No matter how close he was to the head of the firm, one should speak respectfully, especially in front of other people. The young man said he understood. Kim Jung-woo was surprised. He couldn't believe that O.J. Yep could even get Sang-hyuk to be quiet. O.J. Yep said that everyone should listen to him carefully now. For the company to grow, it is important for everyone to fulfill their responsibilities. There is no room for personal relationships. The strength of a company lies in the hierarchy. If it collapses, the organization loses its strength. Friendly relations and equality are good, but in the end, it only leads to the destruction of the structure and the management core. O.J. Yep added that all employees must now address Director Kim Jun-woo. The man asked Madam Deputy to show him around the office. Lee Ah-young agreed to do so. Kim Jun-woo asked Lee Ah-young if she remembered saying that he was a bad businessman. The protagonist admitted that being an office worker and owning a business are different things. Kim Jun-woo stated that he only now realized how to run a business. Yep wondered why no one was at their workstations 2 minutes after the lunch break. He said that everyone had finished eating lunch and was having idle conversations without noticing that work hours had already started. Yep reminded everyone present that everyone here works for the company. This is not a playground. The employees realized that this person was on another level. Yep told Sang-hyuk and Dong-bin to stop arguing because they were wasting work time. This man changed the system by psychologically influencing employees, reducing unnecessary spending, and creating a more efficient schedule. All of this led to a 30% increase in sales. Yep noticed that Sio Yan was snacking alone for 3. Kim Jun-woo thought he even felt better about breathing. This is real company now. Yep warned Han Yu-bin that reports are the foundation of the company and should be filled out without mistakes. He pointed out that her reports had the wrong line spacing and the wrong font was chosen. Yu-bin snapped and yelled that she couldn't do it anymore and wouldn't do it again. Han Yu-bin said that she is not an office worker, but a dungeon cleaner, and doesn't understand why she has to do all this. Yep warned that defacing company property, swearing, insults, and violating the bylaws will not be tolerated. Yep said that Han Yu-bin has been fired. Kim Young-woo said that Yep is being overly harsh. The man smiled and replied that it was a joke. The increase in sales was temporary, and although they were trying their best to cut costs, it was crucial for them to find investors. Kim Jong-woo had anticipated that there would be financial problems because of the Regeneration dungeon, but he didn't think it would be this bad. The situation had become truly critical. The Second International Association had been destroyed before it even fully existed. A source of income must be found. During their vacation together, Seo Yeon noted that she liked the flavor of coffee. Yep said that he bought this coffee with his own money so everyone may not hold back. Yubin confessed that Yep is an expert at making coffee. Kim Young-woo stated that it's like a real company now. Lee Ah-young said that everyone was doing their best and that they should look at the investment report. There was no point in arguing. Our hero realized that Lee Ah-young was absolutely right. The chairman of the association expressed the same thoughts, suggesting to attract investors. However, the karma that our hero was creating had to be built to resist the International Association. If the organization started to exist on investment, too many people would find out about it. In that case, the company would lose its raison d'etre. Even an association facing financial problems has gone bankrupt. How would karma be able to attract the attention of investors? Kim Jun-woo wanted no one to know about him, but he also wanted the company to have money. Before his rebirth, the protagonist planned only to eat and have fun on the salary of the country's best hunter. He didn't need to know accounting, investments, stocks. Attracting investments was supposed to be a last resort when karma was almost at rock bottom. The hero needed to find a way to attract investment without putting the company at risk. He said he would hand over the management of the company. Lee Do-sik, while signing the business papers, complained that his whole body was already aching from the responsible work. The man didn't understand why he had agreed to become the chairman of the association. Byun asked the chairman if there was any business to take care of before the end of the day. Pyung's assistant said that the response to the investment proposal from Hano Trading Company had come in. They asked to schedule a meeting this week. Which day is suitable? Lee Do-sik wondered, did they really send the investment proposal to the Hano Trading Company? Byun nodded. The chairman was surprised and asked who did it. Byun replied that he didn't. Byun asked, didn't the chairman personally contact them? Lee Do-sik said that they need to fix this situation immediately. He thought it was his daughter and Kim Jun-woo's shenanigans. A few days earlier, the youngsters had actually prepared an investment proposal promising 200% profit from the guild contract. The profit from closing the legendary level Regeneration dungeon should be 300%. With the experience gained from opening the Vietnam branch, they were ready to expand overseas. Kim Jun-woo stated that everyone writes resumes like that. Lee Ah-young objected that it wasn't a resume. Kim Young-woo explained that Karma's financial problems are due to the fact that the association, their source of funding, lost money due to the Regeneration dungeon in the terrorist attack on the management department. It is then up to the association to attract investment, including from big companies in the country. Now they have less work to do, and the private sweeps continue. Taking advantage of the situation, more companies have appeared in this sphere. Under such circumstances, there is no reason for large firms not to cooperate with the association. Kim Jun-woo thought that since their cooperation contract was still valid, karma could recover with the association. He thought that the chairman should thank him, even though he would have to deal with investment risks. Lee Do-sik was angry. How could these two do such a thing without even asking his opinion? Kim Jun-woo said that it was a great chance for the association. He asked the chairman why he insisted that they accompany him. Lee Do-sik replied that the head of Hano Company personally insisted on meeting with the young man. Lee Do-sik admitted that he felt awkward, but it was time to go. You can't keep investors waiting. Kim Jung-woo asked where they would go to celebrate after the meeting. The head of Hano, Chairman Ho Dok-soo, was ambitious and determined. Ho Dok-soo read the proposal again and said that it was very interesting. Considering the Korean Association's prospects in working with parallel dimensions, the profit could exceed the investment 10 times over. Hano's sales manager, Ho Seong-il, was also present at the meeting. The documents indicated that the expected profit from the Vietnamese branch was 200% of the investment. Double profit is expected from the cooperation of the best guilds and karma. The sale of SSS class-related products would bring more than 300% profit. Lee Do-sik noted that it will take a long time to achieve such results. Kim Jung-woo added that with the investment from Hanoi, they would be able to achieve it within a year. The young man added that with more investment, the goals would be achieved faster. Ho Dok-soo admitted that the offer is interesting, but according to the association's perspective analysis, it would be difficult for their company to recover the investment, let alone make a profit. He found it hard to believe that the association had sent them such a proposal. He asked the chairman, did they really decide to make such a joke? Kim Jun-woo replied that if the chairman had thought the proposal was ridiculous from the beginning, he would not have invited them to the meeting. Ho Dok-soo confessed that he had wanted to meet Kim Jung-woo for a long time. A former janitor who became the head of the operations headquarters in 4 months and opened his own business in another 2 months, such a path interested him. Although the amount of profit in the proposal is clearly exaggerated, some points only karma and association can realize. Ho Dok-soo asked if Kim Jun-woo would like to cooperate with them. They are offering an exclusive import contract with the United African branch. Kim Jung-woo asked for more details about the offer. Ho Dok-soo said that private dungeon cleanup companies have become much more active, with 100 operational squads set up in just 1 week. Business is different, and now there are indeed task forces popping up everywhere. But the supply of arms, equipment, and other goods has not kept pace with demand. If the Hano company monopolizes the supply, it will make a huge profit. Kim Jung-woo asked what kind of contract Ho Dok-soo wanted to sign. The head of the firm asked if the young man had heard of the fractal. Fractal is an indispensable element for creating A-rank and higher weapons. Since its deposits are rare, its price is very high. Ho Dok-soo said that the largest deposit of fractal is in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their goal is to conclude an exclusive contract for importing the mineral mine there. It became clear to our hero why such an offer was made. The United African branch is in a difficult situation. There is chaos there because of the civil war. They have a severe shortage of hunters, and the government interferes heavily with their activities. In addition, smuggling of important products is rampant in the conflict zone. To ensure uninterrupted supplies, the branch must maintain a constant sweep of the dungeons. First and foremost, the situation must be stabilized, as it had already been done in Vietnam. It was a win-win deal. The Hano firm needed their influence and expertise, and in return they were willing to provide financial support. Kim Jung-woo thought it was dangerous to go to another country now. Even if the International Association left Korea tomorrow, it was impossible to predict their next moves. He guaranteed to receive investment when he signed the contract, and promised 10% of domestic sales. Lee Do-sik said that was fine. Ho Dok-soo agreed, but added one condition: to bring his son, who would help them in many ways. Kim Jung-woo promised to contact Ho Seong-il when everything was ready. Our hero would like to take Kim Min-ju and Han Yu-bin with him, but the situation isn't right yet. Kim Jung-woo asked manager Ho Seong-il one question. It's dangerous in Africa right now because of the civil war and dungeon breakouts. Why is the chairman sending the young man there with him? Ho Seong-il replied that his father has been worried since childhood because of his soft character. Since there are many people claiming the position, his father decided that his son needs to gain experience. Kim Jung-woo thought that someone who becomes the heir to a big company tells the first person he meets about his shortcomings. Chairman Ho Dok-soo is clearly worried about his son for a reason. Ho Seong-il admitted that he's worried about going to Africa himself. Kim Young-woo asked if something happened there. Ho Sung-il replied that it was very hot. Sang Hyuk said that Han Yu-bin is bragging about going on vacation tomorrow. How can she go on vacation at such a difficult time? She's not thinking about the company at all. Yu-bin stated that the vacation was approved for her a long time ago. Oh, Jae-eub added that every employee has the right to take a vacation. Lee Ah-young stated that they just got back from a meeting. Kim Jung-woo said that it was good that Yu-bin was here now and asked if she had time next week. Yu-bin replied that she has vacation next week. Kim Jun-woo handed Yu-bin an envelope and said that it was a gift. The girl got excited. Is it really a bonus? The envelope contained a temporary hunter's license. This gift caused Yu-bin to be surprised. Kim Jun-woo asked Yu-bin to fill in for Kim Min-ju at the association next week. The girl will go with him for a few days. Han Yu-bin was ready to trash the whole office. Is my vacation not going to happen? Kim Jun-woo said that while he was gone, everyone should follow Deputy Lee Ah-young's instructions. The day of departure to Africa came. Kim Min-ju was already waiting at the airport with her suitcase. The girl was calm because Han Yu-bin was replacing her in the association. Lee Ah-young was temporarily in charge of karma. Kim Min-ju thought that she was now going on a business trip, just the two of her and her teacher. Kim Young-woo showed up and thanked her for going with him because the association has a lot of things to do right now. It's going to be harder this time than in Vietnam. Kim Min-ju admitted that she was a little embarrassed because it was just the two of them this time. Kim Jung-woo introduced Hano's head of sales, Ho Sung-il, who will also be traveling with them. He is excited to meet Kim Min-ju, who is a fan of her. Ho Sung-il asked if he could shake the girl's hand as a greeting. Lee Ah-young replied that she was happy to meet her. Kim Jun-woo stated that it was time for them to leave. The protagonist thought that this was his second, albeit unexpected, business trip. Kinshasa is the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kim Min-ju noted that it was even hotter than she expected. Kim Young-woo said that is why their activities will be more restricted than in Vietnam. Ho Sung-il added that he too is connected to the dungeon industry and will do everything to make the companions feel comfortable. Kim Young-woo asked if Ho Sung-il had been to Congo before. The man confirmed that he had traveled a few times but had only done small contracts. A man approached them and asked if they were from Hanoi. Apologizing for being late, he introduced himself as Bruce, the head of the combined African branch. Bruce said that there was an air-conditioned car waiting for them and suggested that they go to it. Kim Jung-woo wondered if they were being personally met by the branch manager. It gave him a bad feeling. Ho Sung-il looked at Kim Jun-woo and asked if he was surprised. The character recalled the trip in Vietnam and said that this time, you can't be relaxed. Kim Min-ju realized what he was talking about and agreed. The temporary headquarters of the United African Branch. Bruce said he studied the materials he was sent and asked if the guests really wanted an exclusive contract to export the fractal. Bruce said that it is also beneficial for them, but they are in a bad position right now. They were even going to request support from third-party operational teams. It had been a year since the International Association had promised to help them, but in the end, they just washed their hands of it. Kim Young-woo realized what they were saying. The International Association had deceived them. Kim Jung-woo asked if the branch manager could elaborate on the situation with their operations department. Our hero added that he was kind of an expert on it. Bruce agreed and said that they had already figured out who Kim Jun-woo was. The branch head provided a report on the current situation and asked to study it. Kim Jun-woo thought that it looked like a complete no-brainer to him. The protagonist said that if Chief Bruce wants help, he has to be honest. Kim Jun-woo remarked that they have 43 operational squads here, but there are an average of 300 sweeps per month. That means that one squad doesn't even do 10 sweeps a month. Is the number of squads and sweeps really correct? Bruce said that border conflict is in full swing in these parts, and civil wars are common here. Many hunters are drawn to participate in these conflicts. Kim Jung-woo asked, so are hunters being used as regular military? Does the International Association know about this? Bruce said that if she knew, he wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Kim Jung-woo wondered if the branch manager didn't realize how serious this situation was. Kim Young-woo suggested that it probably wasn't Bruce's decision. Someone gave the order. Bruce said it was the Congo government. Kim Young-woo was surprised because it's a branch of an international association. Why is the government interfering with their activities? Bruce replied that they are not a branch of one country. They unite all of Central Africa under them. If the subpoenas are rejected, the government will ban them from leaving the country. Bruce said that the Congolese government was refusing to get involved in their situation, which only made the conflict worse. It was getting on our hero's nerves. Did he come here to make a contract or to resolve an international conflict? He had no idea where to begin to solve this problem. Kim Jun-woo thought it would be better to just give up on the African branch and try to find other partners. Ho Sung-il said that there was no way he would handle it. We just have to take the job. Bruce got excited and thanked the guests. He heard that these people were very capable, which meant they would help deal with this problem. Kim Jun-woo and Kim Min-ju were surprised to think, why did they come here then? Ho Sung-il asked, did he make a mistake? Kim Jung-woo said that such an important decision should have at least been discussed with them. Since another country's government is involved in this situation, they can't handle this issue on their own. Ho Sung-il said he thought, if they asked the Congolese government not to send hunters to the front, the problem would be solved. Kim Jung-woo asked, would they even do that if one request was enough to stop everything? Ho Sung-il said that he had acquaintances in the Congolese government, so he thought that somehow they could make a deal. Ho Sung-il recalled that he had already come here several times on business trips. He had met several high-ranking officials while signing a contract with the Congo government to supply equipment for cleaning up dungeons. Kim Jun-woo told Ho Sung-il to talk about such things in advance. Our hero realized why Ho Dok-soo said they could use this guy. The next day came. Ho Seong-il stood in front of the Congo government building, thinking that the business success of Hano and the Korean Parallel Dimension Association, as well as the success of Karma, depended on him. The young man decided that he couldn't let them down. Kim Min-ju asked if this young man should have been sent alone. Kim Jung-woo confirmed that since it's someone he knows, it's better for him to go there alone. Kim Min-ju said that she is worried about this guy. He has a pitiful expression on his face all the time. Kim Jung-woo stated that all they have to do is trust him and wait. Kim Jun-woo thought that he didn't have many memories of Africa and International Association. He wasn't connected to Africa in any way because he wasn't interested in it. However, in his past life, a united African branch had definitely existed. But he had never heard of sending hunters to the front. Our hero was approached by a girl, apologized, and said that there were no more vacancies. Would the young man mind if she sat down next to him? Kim Jun-woo said he didn't mind. Our hero looked around and saw that all the seats on the opposite side were empty. Kim Jun-woo thought, who is she? Kim Min-ju activated her battle sword just in case. The stranger said that she was happy to see Kim Jun-woo. The woman introduced herself as Emma from PB Corporation. Emma suggested that they all wanted to ask each other some questions. Kim Jung-woo said that this is the first time something like this has happened. A representative from PB Corporation showed up to see him in person. Isn't their specialty surprise attacks and commission crimes? What is she planning to do now? Emma said it's hot enough in this country as it is, so we need to calm down. She just wants to talk. Kim Jung-woo says that if Emma wants to negotiate, she should bring her boss. He's not interested in pawns. Emma said that in that case, the young man had found the right person. All this time, she had heard a lot about him, and they finally met. Ho Sung-il stood in front of the entrance to the office. The young man pondered, would he be able to do this? Everything was in his hands right now. The young man walked into the study and asked how Cedric had been doing all this time. Cedric was also happy when he saw Ho Sung-il. Cedric said that because of that contract, he had made great progress in his career. He was very grateful to Ho Sung-il. Cedric inquired what business the old acquaintance had come for today. It was a senator from the Republic of Congo. Ho Sung-il said that his case wasn't that important. First of all, he came to see his friend. Ho Sung-il admitted that the Korean Association and Hano Company have a common project. Cedric signaled for silence. The person in the office said that he was wasting too much time. The PB Corporation representative said that it was already time for their friend to visit. He didn't notice how that time flew by. The man bowed and said goodbye to Cedric, thanking him for the conversation. The guest said he would look forward to hearing a positive response regarding their conversation from Mr. Cedric. Ho Sung-il thought it was a very creepy type. Cedric suggested going to a more appropriate place. Ho Sung-il said that they had made an exclusive contract with the United Branch for imports. Everything is ready on their end, but they need to stabilize the dungeon clearance situation in Africa to get started. Cedric said that he considers Ho Sung-il his very good friend, but right now they are in the middle of a war. Cedric added that one government can't stop a civil war. Ho Sung-il said that the operational units of all of Central Africa are now being run from the Congo. If international associations find out about sending hunters to war, there will be a lot of problems. Cedric said that this was not the time to discuss business. When the International Association merged its affiliates, it eliminated the independent associations in Central Africa. That's when the Civil War started. Even though there were small associations in Central African countries, they were able to support themselves with the income from the dungeon sweeps. However, now an international association was destroying them. Ho Sung-il didn't understand why the International Association needed to do this. Cedric stated that he didn't understand it himself. However, there was a plan to merge the associations of all the countries in Africa into one. By causing civil wars with the uneven distribution of operational units, they decided to push those countries to total collapse. The internationals will then unite and absorb Africa with minimal effort. This process is practically already underway. Ho Sung-il said that in such a case we should stop sending soldiers to war. Cedric reiterated that this war cannot be stopped by one government alone. The top will follow the International Association to get a better seat in the government in the future. Cedric said for Ho Sung-il to get out of Africa, because this is not just a civil war. That man Ho Sung-il saw is from a secret organization under the wing of the International Association. Cedric said it was the first time they were acting so openly, though they had already made a deal to buy weapons for use in the Civil War. Ho Sung-il wondered if Cedric would be okay. Is it okay for him to talk about it? Emma said that because of Kim Jong-woo, their corporation had suffered heavy losses, but she didn't think she would get to meet that person in Africa. She wondered why Mr. Kim Jong-woo hated them so much. Kim Jong-woo wondered, didn't they themselves pick on someone who was just cleaning up dungeons? What do they really want? Emma said that they are also cleaners in a way, taking out people who are dangerous to them. Kim Jong-woo was surprised. Emma talks about negotiating and now says she wants to destroy him. The woman suggested getting straight to the point. She told Mr. Kim Jong-woo to leave Africa right now. If the young man fulfills that condition, neither he nor his friends will be harmed. Emma added that the young man was smart and understood what it meant. Kim Jong-woo suggested that he had made those people very worried. The organization that has been so successful in hiding by throwing off their tails is sending a representative to intimidate him. Our hero wondered, their reports didn't say anything like that, did they? Like, this guy's willing to take a risk. Kim Jong-woo assumed that if he destroyed Emma here himself, the problem would disappear. Why wouldn't he do that? It would take them another 10 years to intimidate him. Kim Min-ju was scared. Is teacher really going to fight here? After all, they're right in the center of the capital. Kim Jong-woo said they'll rebuild everything later anyway. Emma said that this young man was more fiery than expected, but unfortunately, she's not going to fight right now. Kim Jong-woo managed to grab Kim Min-ju and dodge the surprise attack. Emma said that she invited a person to take care of Kim Jong-woo instead. Mark appeared in front of our hero with a firearm in his hand. Kim Jong-woo recognized this weapon. After all, it was the Titan that he was shot with before he was reborn. It was a firearm against monsters for clearing dungeons, the Titan. Kim Jong-woo looked absent-mindedly at his opponent, who was pointing this Titan at him. Smiling, Kim Jong-woo said, he finally found it. Mark said he doesn't have the words failure and mistake in his vocabulary. The protagonist said that this guy sees a vigilante in front of him now. Mark fired a shot, however Kim Jong-woo was able to dodge the bullet. Our protagonist said that if the opponent decided to suddenly attack, we should have done it like last time. Mark was hit in the eye with a fist and was severely deactivated. The people around him didn't understand what was going on. The villain was lying on his back with his arms and legs spread apart. Mark jumped to his feet again, put his gun forward and activated the sniper skill. He shouted for this young man not to dare to defy him. Kim Jong-woo rushed towards his opponent again and swung to strike. Our hero activated the Demon King skill. Mark didn't expect that the opponent had such a skill and would be able to use it. Kim Jong-woo said that this guy didn't have to worry. He was about to beat him to a pulp. Mark was lying on his back again and couldn't find words to justify himself because he had just been knocked down by some Asian janitor. Mark shouted that the young man knew exactly who he was. Kim Jong-woo stepped on Mark's head and said that he didn't know him, so he could introduce himself. Kim Min-ju thought that her teacher didn't look like himself, as if he had a special grudge against this man. Kim Jong-woo asked, is this guy really going to stay silent like this? Is he really not going to say who he is? We'll have to crush him with a shoe until he starts begging for mercy. The protagonist asked his opponent if he knew how many of these PB Corporation scoundrels had already been eliminated. Now they're going to test how long this kid can last. Mark said to keep that kid's nose clean. He's got too much self-importance. Mark broke free from his captivity and said that it was going to be real now. Kim Jun-woo wondered if this guy had decided to use a forbidden technique now. Mark was really preparing to attack. The villain said that he had overestimated Hwang Dong-hui and Yang Min-ho, but he wasn't wrong with this guy. Villain said that Kim Jun-woo became a big obstacle to their plans. They should have destroyed him right away. The PB Corporation representative stopped Mark and said that was enough for today. Seeing his friend like this in a place like this creates some complications. Kim Jun-woo wondered, is this guy from PB Corporation too? He should get in line in that case because we need to deal with that type first. The man with the mustache said that Mr. Kim Jun-woo doesn't have one. The villain said it's the other way around. They haven't dealt with Mr. Kim Jun-woo yet. That's what they came here for. The man asked if Kim Jung-woo was interested in knowing how they determined that he was here. The man said that this place was in their hands, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered Kim Jung-woo and his allies. The villain swung his sword and said that as long as Kim Jung-woo was here, he had nowhere to hide. Kim Jun-woo asked in surprise, "Didn't this man see what happened to his buddy?" The young man added that such threats won't work on him. Kim Min-ju was also involved in the confrontation by this point. The mustachioed type said to Kim Jung-woo not to be mistaken. Kim Jung-woo is not a priority for them at all right now. The mustachioed type told Mark that there was a call from Secretary General Wesley. That's enough for today. The villain said that they had exactly started the meeting, so they had to leave. He hoped that by their next meeting, Kim Jun-woo will have learned manners if he's willing to die without pain. The locals thought that now, even in the city, hunters were showing up. It was no longer safe here. Kim Jung-woo thought that there are too many witnesses here. They need to change their location. Kim Min-ju agreed with that. The cab driver asked Ho Sung if the guy was going anywhere. The young man inquired what happened at the plaza. Representative Kim Jun-woo and Hunter Kim Min-ju were there. Ho Sung-il told the cab driver to take him to the plaza immediately. Ho Sung-il arrived at the plaza and saw the young men. He apologized to Kim Jun-woo one more time. Our hero said there was no need to apologize. If it didn't work, then there was nothing to be done. Ho Sung said that he learned something unexpected. The International Association has something to do with the Civil War. They are secretly supplying weapons to the front without the knowledge of the government and other organizations. Thought, if what Ho Sung-il says is true, then the internationals are going to unite Africa to take advantage of this, to gain exclusive rights to sweep the dungeons. Is that really the plan they were talking about back then? If Emma herself came, this was a plan they had been preparing for a very long time. Kim Jun-woo thought that PB Corporation decided to warn him because of what happened in Vietnam. From their point of view, that person was in their way everywhere they went. Unless the Congolese government refused to send hunters to the front because of the International Association's pressure, the Civil War would not end until the whole of Africa was in their hands. Kim Jung-woo thought it was the opposite of a good opportunity. If he succeeded, the association's plans would be ruined, and they would have to leave Africa. Our protagonist told Min-ju to get ready. They will enter the Civil War and destroy the International Association. The protagonist said for Ho Sung-il to get ready too. Kim Jun-woo thought that PB Corporation shouldn't waste any time. Kim Jun-woo decided that the next time they meet, he will destroy them all. Somewhere on the Zambian border, a man said they have confirmed the identity of a member of the Congolese government, Cedric. Is there anyone else besides him? The reply came back that there were only a few sentries. Cedric said they had already discussed everything with their leader, so he wanted to see everything. His opponent showed his gun and said that there were a few formal procedures to go through, but it was a different situation now. In front of him were 100 firearms and the same number of swords with fractal content. These weapons were used by international associations, so there was no doubt about their effectiveness. Cedric said he wanted to check it out. The companion looked at it and said the sword was pretty good. The young man turned the gun in his hands. The vendor said they had checked the weapon too, so there was nothing to worry about. He heard that Zambia was preparing for a civil war, so it was worth hurrying. The young man suddenly hit the guy in the head with the gun. Cedric's companion said that this gun was definitely made in the US, so it wouldn't last long. The opponent wondered, what are they doing? Kim Jun-woo, which was him, said that this is how he tests the weapon for durability. The rest of the units have to be tested as well. Kim Min-ju also took off her hood and thought that the teacher was especially cruel lately. Cedric was scared. What is this guy going to do to these people? Kim Jun-woo said that they've dealt with everyone. Now there's only one left in front of them. Does he prefer to obediently show where they are from, or will they experience the quality of 100 swords? The opponent said that was a very interesting request. He has dreamed of becoming a tour guide since childhood. Now his dream will be realized. Kim Jun-woo deactivated that person as well. The young man thought that he had only wasted his strength. Cedric said that he trusts Ho Sung-il and is willing to cooperate with these people. But will it really work? After all, their opponents are an international association. Cedric heard that these people in their home country solve problems with their fists. However, a civil war is a little different. Besides, they will surely retaliate. Kim Jun-woo said that there is no need to worry. He is an expert in slapping an international association. Our hero said that the operation will be impossible to stop. Once Ho Sung-il contacts them, they will invade the enemy headquarters. Kim Young-woo said that they don't have time, so the team needs to hurry up and do what he said. The young man said that the future of Africa is now in the hands of these people. Kim Jun-woo said to make sure Kim Min-ju doesn't forget about the operation. It has to end today for these rascals. The woman told Wesley that the preparations are over. If Zambia wins, they will be able to rein in Congo, who has been very unruly lately. If Congo wins, they can demand fractal compensation from Zambia. Wesley said that either way, they would be able to dispose of a divided Africa as they saw fit. That was their plan. That was until Kim Jong-woo showed up. Emma said she agreed with Kane's report. A member of the Congolese government made the arms deal. However, they had been expecting it. Wesley asked, so this stubborn old man decided to make a deal right now? According to their plan, Kim Jong-woo will come to the deal site himself. This old man, with connections in Hanoi, led them to Kim Jong-woo. It's a good thing they let him live. All this time, he's been interfering with their work and starting to get annoying. It's unlikely he'll choose not to interfere this time. Wesley said that he would be really upset if Kim Jong-woo didn't show up. After all, they had to change their plan because of him. Wesley told Emma that Cedric was no longer of any use to them. They should send people to get rid of him. The longer he lives, the more he gets on their nerves. Emma said that Janitor has already ruined things for them twice. She doesn't quite understand Wesley's actions. Why are they deliberately dragging him into this civil war? Wesley stated that he was going to perform a re. Emma said that if that was the case, Wesley didn't tell Mark and Kane about the plan. Wesley said it was because he had to do his duty. Emma understands why he didn't send her there, right? She's on a separate mission to find Noah. Emma tells her to get a progress report on the operation. Kane reports that the arms deal is done. Their staff is on their way back. They have also sent mercenaries to the Congo. Kane said that when civil war breaks out, they will attack civilians on orders. Even if Zambia is defeated, Congo will have to take over. As for Cedric, they sent him a trusted friend. Emma said that the Secretary General gave her a separate mission, so she's assigning the case to these two. It's imperative that we follow through. The aide told Kane that trouble has come from nowhere. A-ranks notorious hunter Kim Min-ju has invaded the headquarters. The person they should watch out for, according to reports, is also here. The aide said he had no information on where that person might be right now. Kim Jun-woo was standing behind him. Our hero said he's already here. Kim Jung-woo apologized for the two of them having to fight him off all the time. Kane said that the young man was rude because he came in here without knocking. He should have worked on his manners. Kim Jung-woo said that Emma's team will be disbanded today. She better start looking for a new job. Our hero said that those two probably won't be able to come back alive. Emma thought that Kim Jun-woo had shown up there, just as Wesley had planned. The girl declared that in that case, it was time to execute rupees. A disaster was about to happen there. Our hero attacked the opponents and didn't give them a second's peace. He was hitting them one by one. Kim Jung-woo said it was boring last time. Maybe Mark will last longer this time. He wants to see how long Mark will last today. Mark realized that just a little more and his defense would crumble. Kane asked, "Didn't Mr. Kim Jung-woo get scared last time? Did the young man naively think that he could handle the two of them now?" Suddenly, Kim Min-ju appeared nearby and took Kane's hand in hers. Kim Jun-woo grabbed Mark's face and asked where he was going. After all, he is Mark's opponent today. Kim Min-ju, with sword in hand, said for Kane to attack. "You stated that he was looking forward to this fight. A fight where sword faces sword with due respect." The famous Kim Min-ju, an A-rank hunter ranked third in the country. The girl shouldn't disappoint him. Kim Jun-woo said that Kim Min-ju is the key to this operation. This etiquette-crazed old man will be the strongest opponent in her life. It was time to test her capabilities. Kim Min-ju told her teacher that she can do it. Kane said the girl has to prove to him, is she worthy to cross her blade with him? Mark was deactivated again and lay on his back in the same pose. However, he couldn't calm down and kept making threats. Kim Jun-woo activated the sandstorm and said that they have a lot to talk about face to face. The protagonist added that he has brought his opponent to a place where no one will interfere with them. First, they will play a game to find common ground. The game is called Battle with Sandstorm. Mark looked around and couldn't see his opponent. The protagonist said he was already getting impatient. The villain pulled out his pistols from his wide pants and activated the sniper skill. Kim Jun-woo said it was time to start. Kane attacked, however, Kim Min-ju effectively dodged the attack. The villain asked, is the girl really going to just dodge his punches? The villain changed tactics and began to strike his opponent more intensely. Kane said she wouldn't be able to sneak away from this. Kim Min-ju thought that this opponent was very fast. The skill Sword of the Thousand-Eyed Avalokiteshwar was activated. Kane was surprised. The girl was able to use the skill in the air to repel the attack. She had exceeded his expectations. Kane praised the girl and said that it was quite satisfactory. Kim Min-ju is exactly the kind of person he can fight with decently. The villain said that he has been waiting for someone who wields a sword at this level for a long time. He can't wait to show what he can do. Kim Jun-woo felt that the atmosphere had changed. This evening was no longer languid. Even her body reacted. This is too dangerous. The hunters who came to Kane's rescue said they would fight as well. The girl thought there were soldiers left here. The commander told the hunters not to let their guard down because there was only one target. Suddenly, all the hunters were destroyed by Kane. The man stated that they were Mark's pawns who don't even know how to say hello. No one allowed them to join the fight. Kim Min-ju was surprised. Kane said that no one would stop them now. The villain suggested that the young lady start a battle for the swordsman's honor. Kim Min-ju gathered all her will in her fist and rushed into the attack. The girl stopped in indecision. Her opponent suddenly disappeared. She said it was impossible to follow his movements. The assassin with a gun in his hand said that their goal, Mr. Cedric, was achieved. Cedric sat facing the window and his back to the uninvited guests. Did the International Association send them? He asked. The assassin extended his hand with the gun forward and said that Cedric should have behaved well. A shot rang out and Cedric fell face down. The villain said he would report to whomever he needed on the phone that the mission was over. He told his partner to check the body. Suddenly, the assassins were attacked from above. Trouble came from whence it was not expected. One of the bad guys was killed instantly. The bald guy was a bit of a pain in the ass. He said it was a trap. The mannequin who had been in Cedric's place asked again, did the International Association send them? Cedric walked into the room and saw the assassins destroyed. The girl said that she knew this was going to happen. Those rascals from the International Association always act without thinking. They are victims of the same way. Without thinking, they commit crimes behind the scenes to achieve their goals. The girl showed the merger agreement with the Korean Parallel Dimension Association. If Cedric signs it, he'll gain protection from the International Association. Lia Young asked the representatives of Angola and Zimbabwe if they had seen everything with their own eyes. If they don't take the International Association seriously, what happened to Congo could happen to them. Lia Young said that they have come a long way to this. Chu Ji-young said that this is how she repays their representative for what he did for her in the regeneration dungeon. The hunters died in the civil wars because of the International Association. The warriors said they couldn't turn their backs on her so thoughtlessly. What could people like them do? Chu Ji-young said that they should start by banning the mobilization of hunters. Bruce added that they should save at least one hunter who sacrificed himself to go to war. They are starting step by step. Maybe they can succeed in protecting Africa from the International Association. Kane continued his battle with Kim Min-ju. He wondered, is this really all Miss is capable of? Apparently, he expected too much from her. He thought the show would finally be fun, but the opponent doesn't even have the strength to lift her sword. Kane said he would send Kim Min-ju to the other side with dignity. Kim Min-ju thought, is this really the end? Will she really die this way? The villain raised his sword up and told the girl to be polite before dying. Kim Min-ju was disappointed and mentally apologized to her teacher because she wanted to stay with him longer. But she was too weak and she was only strong in words. If she had been stronger, she wouldn't have died here. Wouldn't the teacher come and save her like he did every time? Kim Min-ju thought to herself that she couldn't handle this with just her own strength from the beginning. The huntress had told the teacher before not to worry, he could safely rely on her. Kim Min-ju knew that Kim Jun-woo truly believed in her. Right now, Kim Min-ju was bleeding, and there was no one to rely on. You said that the girl needed more training in hell, and lunged forward with your blade. However, the opponent found her strength and threw sand from the ground right into Kane's eyes. Kane cackled and shouted that this was rude in a holy duel between two swordsmen. After that, Kim Min-ju bit her opponent's arm. Kane cried out in pain. The villain said that one should treat one's opponent with courtesy. Doesn't she have the dignity of a swordsman? Kim Min-ju continued to hold her opponent's arm with her teeth. Kane added that one should be polite and not do rude things. The villain swung his blade and said that now he would cut her into pieces. He couldn't stand such rudeness. At that moment, Kim Min-ju activated her skill and was able to dodge his blade. Kane couldn't take the pain anymore and jumped aside, his arm bleeding. Kim Min-ju said she's willing to be a bore and she's fine with it. If she can't lift her sword, she will use her teeth to stop her opponent. The girl added that it's much better than being a burden. Kane said that it's very nasty, but the girl can try to stop him if she wants to. Kim Min-ju used her skill to avoid her opponent's attack. The girl jumped aside but immediately squatted down. A warning appeared that there wasn't enough strength and stamina to use the skill. Kim Min-ju thought she would fall if she wasn't focused enough. This was the last skill she was able to activate. The huntress realized that she only had the stamina left for one swing of her sword. Kim Min-ju decided that she had to defeat her opponent with one strike, relying only on her skill. Kane said that the girl has a serious shoulder injury, so it's hard for her to lift her sword, and now she has no stamina for the skill. What is she hoping for? Kane thought that he even tensed up when he saw his rival's venomous gaze. Now looking into those eyes, anger boils up in him. Before the post, Kane had fought countless swordsmen, observing the norms of decency. The wounds he received then had become his pride. But the wound inflicted by his teeth put him to shame. Kane wondered how Kim Jun-woo could have so disregarded his favor. Now he wouldn't let her die honorably. The villain used the forbidden skill Dandelion, combining the abilities of all the knights. Kim Min-ju prepared for the final attack. The opponents rushed towards each other. They missed each other and ended up with their backs to each other. Kim Min-ju continued to hold the blade in her hands. The girl's sword appeared to be broken. Kane stopped and looked at his sword. The villain expressed regret that such a talent was missing in the Korean Association. Kane said that the girl couldn't even use the skill now, but blood came out of his mouth. Kane couldn't stay on his feet and knelt down. His strength was leaving him. Kim Min-ju said without turning around that she realized it too when they crossed swords. This was the strongest opponent she had ever had to fight. However, he only relied on physical strength and a fighting stance. A look of horror appeared on Kane's face. Kim Min-ju said that during the last attack, his opponent had slightly deviated. The first time he had held a sword with such an injury. Kane wondered, didn't Kim Min-ju also have a shoulder injury? The girl replied that it was the first thing the teacher said. You have to train your left arm. If both arms are equally developed, she'll be able to hit harder. Kim Min-ju said that she had been fighting the pain in her shoulder for a long time, so she got used to it. That's how she managed to keep her balance. Kane said it was a strange irony that he lost because of his strength. Although the girl is rude and has no manners, she is a good swordswoman. Under the influence of a powerful energy field directed from above, Kane's body disappeared. The girl raised her head and saw a creature with wings. What was it? The creature had many small eyes in place of each eye. The winged creature directed energy beams at the armed warriors, destroying them. Mark continued firing his pistols indiscriminately, resenting how much longer Kim Jun-woo would run from them. The protagonist, dodging bullets, was closing in on Mark. With a calibrated leg kick to the jaw, he sent Mark into a knockdown. He said he came as the opponent he wanted. Kim Jun-woo said that the game was over and delivered a crushing blow to his opponent's head. Our hero offered to finally talk. Mark was lying face down. The young man had several questions. Why is the Secretary General trying to monopolize dungeon clearing rights around the world? Mark replied that he didn't know. The Secretary General doesn't initiate him into the global plans. Kim Young-woo said that Mark never answers questions right away. We need to help him. At that time, a winged creature appeared in the sky. A powerful energy stream from the sky attacked Mark. Just like with Kane, Kim Jun-woo thought it was an incredible power. Without the S-rank defense skill, he would have died. He looked up and wondered, what is that? A monster? A skill? Even before his rebirth, he hadn't seen anything like this. Mark said out of the last of his strength that Ray was here to get rid of everyone who was left so that the PB Corporation could start fresh. Mark added that according to the code, the squad leader must use any means to complete the mission, even at the cost of his life. The General Secretary said that Chief Mark has made a huge contribution to the Balance Squad. Supervisor Mark knows for sure that he is very much needed by the PB Corporation. Mark stated that he is very much needed by his organization. The man added that he is capable of making things right. Mark emphasized that he is not one of the pawns that Wellesley threw away. He told the General Secretary that he cannot be replaced. Everyone knows that. Mark wanted Wellesley to order him to go back and survive the raid. Wellesley replied that Leader Mark should do what he had to do. Inspired, Mark shouted that he was going to get rid of Kim Jong-woo now. He turned into a huge monster and attacked the hero, grabbing him with his paws. Reshui, a creature with wings, concentrated energy to direct it at his opponent. Kim Min-ju, lying on the ground, thought she couldn't even move her legs. She realized that she had to get out of here immediately. At that moment, Jo Sung-il appeared on a speed bike and helped her leave the epicenter of the descending energy. Sung-il assumed that he had shown up just in time. Kim Min-ju recognized that he had saved her life and asked if the others were okay. Sung-il replied that Cedric and the rest of the association members are fine. He added that Kim Jun-woo was also in one piece, but was now fighting a monster. A huge dragon-like monster was hovering above the ground, holding Kim Jun-woo in its clutches. The dragon shouted for Ray to stay out of its way. The dragon Mark loudly ordered everyone to get out. Kim Min-ju was shocked by such strength. Sung-il suggested that she hold on tight, he would go full speed. Pulling away to a safe distance, Kim Min-ju mentally prayed for her teacher to return alive and unharmed. The powerful dragon had destroyed Ray with a single blow. It was the power of the ability stone, a power our hero had never seen before. It seemed impossible to control. Mark explained that it was his forbidden skill, Valak Dan Dragon, going beyond reason. Kim Jun-woo remarked that it was pathetic and that he had heard from his buddies about forbidden skills making you go beyond the limits of ability. Now Mark is not only using such skills but also absorbing ability stones. He is a true fool and he has little time left. We need to hurry up. The dragon declared that he would soon quickly finish off this man. But our protagonist activated the Uriel skill and asked the dragon how it felt. The protagonist broke free from the monster's clutches. The dragon was furious, but there was nothing it could do. Kim Jun-woo noted that for that size, his opponent was quite fast. Dragon Mark said he wanted to ask Kim Jong-woo something too. He mentioned the Time Stone kidnapping, the Vietnamese Association, and the fact that Kim Jong-woo is now coming to Africa to foil their plans. Dragon asked, "Who is this guy anyway?" Kim Jong-woo smiled and replied that the dragon in front of him is a formidable and huge dragon who also uses skills. The dragon activated the skill, Heavenly Punishment. The protagonist, using unique skills, was able to dodge the attack. The young man recognized, if this dragon is still incredibly strong, the attack continues. The fast dragon approached and told Kim Jun-woo not to even try to escape. He accused the hero of leading him around all the time, and their plans were thwarted because of him. Mark added that because of Kim Jong-woo, his power, assignments, sense of belonging, and even his existence are in jeopardy. He won't let the hero die with dignity. Kim Jong-woo got angry and said that he only listens to threats from a worthless monster. The hero replied that Mark has only been complaining since the beginning, and he's tired of it. Kim Jong-woo prepared to attack and said that the dragon in front of him wasn't a dragon, but a parody. He asked if he knows what it's like to feel anger and self-loathing when you fall from the top. What could be more hurtful than being dropped because of weakness? An SSS ranked hunter with 94% unlocked skills was destroyed in the back of the head and lost the ability to use at least one of them. Kim Jong-woo says that in the end, it's even better. Mark is the leader of the Balance Squad and is familiar with the hunter ranking system. The most important metric in ranking is the number of dungeons defended, which is the number of monsters destroyed. Kim Jun-woo recalled that he was an SSS ranked hunter, and there was a real monster in front of him now. The protagonist admitted that he didn't like fighting humans and had been holding back the whole time. He attacked the monster, hitting it in the chest with his fist and knocking it far back. Mark was surprised. How could this be possible? Our hero activated the skill Demon King and began to sweep the dungeons from monsters. On the basis of the studied skills was created a new skill, and the young man again went on the attack. He thought fearfully that he would have been better off staying in a human body, but it was too late to change anything. Kim Junwoo thought with delight that the process of killing monsters now felt completely different. Mark reverted back to human form and collapsed to the ground. Every bone in his body seemed to be broken. Kim Junwoo was surprised that despite such severe injuries, his opponent was still alive. Mark realized that he had only survived because of the ability stone. The side effects were beginning to fade, and he had hope of surviving. Kim Junwoo walks up to him and says it's time to end the conversation. He sees that Mark is already awake. The hero pointed the gun at his opponent and repeated the question. Did they use the time stones when encountering dangerous people? Mark, as usual, answered evasively. He didn't know what he was talking about because Kim Junwoo had the time stones himself. He clarified that he was not interested in the current state of affairs, but in the instructions in the manual. Was there an order to use the time stone? Mark knew that getting shot by the Titan would be like being torn apart. If he lied now, he would turn into a sieve. He admitted that time stones are used against those who are considered indestructible. Kim Junwoo asked why. The answer was to erase even traces of their existence. The hero wondered, is the time stone really that powerful? Then why was it reborn? He clarified. So they were trying to take the time stone to use it against someone specific? Like him, for example? Mark grinned. This guy thinks too highly of himself. He reminded himself Kim Junwoo is the first in the world hunter ranking. And yes, they needed the time stone to get rid of him specifically. Mark asked, had he given enough answers now? Then he asked a counter question. Who is Kim Junwoo really? The one reminded he already said he's a vigilante. Mark cried out in panic, is he really going to kill him right here? It would be better to hand him over to Interpol. The benefits would be greater. Meanwhile, journalists reported shocking news. The International Hunters Association tried to attack the Congo branch using the Zambian Provisional Association. It was also accused of illegal arms trade with neighboring countries. Politicians confirmed the aim of these actions was to subjugate all African associations. The evidence was irrefutable. The International Association began to deny the accusations, but Interpol launched an extensive investigation. It has become known that the affected United African branch has now been bought out by the Korean Parallel Dimensions Association. Bruce, in the United branch, admitted to the interlocutors he still does not believe what happened. The International Association deliberately fueled the conflict to absorb Africa. Sung-il noted, now that they've been caught red-handed, we can exhale. But Kim Junwoo cautioned, they must have a backup plan. Bruce hoped Interpol would follow through. He was shocked. The man recognized that Kim Junwoo was an important person in the Korean Association, but he didn't expect the man to remain influential even after he left. Kim Junwoo offered to get down to business and held out the contract. He reminded, under the exclusive agreement to import the fractal, regular reports on the status of dungeon sweeps are now required. All byproducts go to the Korean side. Bruce said he had studied the agreement before, but this was the first time he had seen such a part. Is the profit split 8-2? Kim Junwoo replied that, given their efforts, it's still a gentle condition, much more favorable than the International Association. He demanded a signature. Bruce thought that they were no longer going to have a quiet life. Kim Junwoo added that the Africans would now be able to manage their own units, but no more sending hunters to wars. Sung-il contacted the management by phone and reported that the signing of the fractal contract was successful. His father heard about it from the news. He said he was proud of his son for being the future of Hanoi. Sung-il promised to try even harder. It was the first time he felt what it was like to be rich. The young man promised to call when he got home. Kim Junwoo asked if Sung-il could borrow some money. The medical care here is too expensive. Lia Young wondered if Kim Junwoo was asking too much from Kim Minju. This time, the huntress really did almost die. The wounds are severe. It'll take a long time to recover. The hero said it will only make her stronger. She'll be fine. Lia Young asked, then what was the point of all this if she could have died? Kim Junwoo replied that now the International Association wouldn't be able to act with the same confidence as before. Since then, however, he had often had a headache, all because of the groans of despair coming from those who remained in the International Association. After the failed attempt to take over Africa, more and more associations were applying to leave. Several leaders had died, and the International's influence had waned dramatically. Unlike the past battles, now Kim Junwoo was striking them on their own turf. He had become a threat to them. The protagonist learned a lot. Thanks to his karma skill, he became a dungeon cleaner and then a candidate for general secretary. But But since he would never become a member of the International Association, he decided to create its counterpart. In his previous life, he died because of the internationals. It all makes sense now. If you dig deeper, you can unravel the reason for his rebirth. Before the hero could realize what was happening, the Korean Association was already running both the Vietnamese branch and the African Association. Kim Jun-woo thought that he now had everything: money, an A-rank fighter, and an experienced assistant. The leader of the best guild in the country, a versatile worker. All of this was incomparable to what he had in his previous life. Now was the right moment to strike at his enemies. Kim Jun-woo hoped that the guys from the International Association couldn't wait for this anymore. The woman approached the hunter, sitting on a rock. There was a butterfly sitting on his arm. She noticed that the hunter had decided to rest in this quiet place. Was it easy for him to find it? The butterfly fluttered from the hunter's hand. It flew up to the girl's face, lightly touching her cheek. The hunter caught the butterfly with a sudden movement. The woman said that such a greeting was not very polite. Emma noticed that General Secretary Wellesley was looking for him. In front of Emma stood the world's top-ranked hunter, Noah. At the Karma Association in Seoul, a lecturer was giving an important lecture to the students. Dungeon sweeping takes place within the hunters themselves, and no one knows what changes they will encounter. Therefore, for training and safety, the Karma Association is providing advanced equipment for everyone. Everyone will receive an individualized kit. One of the students put on the goggles and remarked that everything looked extremely realistic. He marveled, "This is a top-notch company. Everything is on a whole other level. Who would have thought we would have personal training rooms and state-of-the-art equipment?" Imdan Beam began his lecture. He pledged his loyalty to Karma for life. Sio Yan got excited when she saw the snacks in the break room. Hag Yubin wondered, "Is this an office or a buffet?" The janitors confessed that they had never seen such high-quality equipment anywhere. With it, the work went twice as fast. In their previous association, they couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. Sang Hyuk reassured his colleagues that Kim Jung-woo had purchased spare weapons, so they could use them as needed. The janitors recognized that Kim Jung-woo's boss was the best in the world. Lee Ah-young said that at this rate, they might go bankrupt because the costs are too high. The HR manager agreed. The vice president is right. In 1 week, 3 months' worth of money has been spent. Some of it is justified, but a lot of it is unnecessary. Kim Jun-woo wondered, isn't this part of the benefits package? He understood why Lee Ah-young and Counselor Oh Chi-yup had raised the issue. But on the other hand, the company was earning a lot, and he couldn't just sit idly by. It cost a lot of effort to get such a chance. To divert the International Association's attention, the hero founded a small cleaning company with a partner. When the Regan dungeons appeared, the main source of income disappeared, and the association suffered losses, the hero even considered closing the business. But they signed a contract with Hano, South Korea's largest conglomerate, and traveled to Africa to get the exclusive right to fractals. An international association tried to interfere, but despite the difficulties, they achieved their goal and hit the jackpot. Now the internationals are under Interpol investigation for atrocities committed in Africa. They won't be able to lift a finger anytime soon. The Karma organization got what they wanted. Everything's been going according to plan. Now is the perfect time to expand. Financial resources allow. If the contracts were signed directly, bypassing the associations, the profits would be even higher. Lee Ah-young tried to explain to her boss that at this rate, they wouldn't last until next month. Ho Sung-il walked into the office with packages, saw the situation, and remarked that he had come at a bad time. He added that everything had ended successfully, and Kim Jung-woo had received the exclusive right to import the fractal. Kim Jun-woo asked what brought him here. He must be very busy after all. Ho Sung-il explained that they delivered the fractal, but there weren't many places where it could be processed properly, and that was worrying. No matter how valuable the material was, if it wasn't turned into a weapon, it would remain just a beautiful stone. The hero realized it's hard to find the right equipment and specialists to process top-end materials in a private company. He asked, shouldn't this be handled by the association support team? It's one of the best in Asia, after all. Ho Sung-il wondered if a private company could even do such a job. Kim Jung-woo assured me that he would handle it. He understood where Ho Sung-il was going. He asked what the hero's future plans were. Would he continue to develop his business abroad? Kim Jung-woo replied that there were no urgent tasks for now. He would stay in the country, but he had unfinished business. The hero wanted to expand his presence in Africa by buying up branches, but it seems he overdid it. The association started to feel overloaded. Lee Do-sik stopped him and ordered him not to leave the country for now. Kim Jong-woo was angry. Why was he being stopped if he was so active? Then Ho Sung-il shared that he had overheard something important during his business trip. It was rumored that the Japanese branch was going to leave the International Association. Kim Jong-woo wondered, why did the Japanese decide to do this? Sung-il explained that the incident in Africa had severely shaken the credibility of the internationals. China acts as an independent association, and Korea already controls a large part of Southeast Asia. Of its neighbors, only Japan remains under the wing of the International Association, so it takes any such news painfully. Sung-il admitted that these are just rumors, but their source is a reputable political journalist. That means it's worth taking them seriously. Kim Jong-woo thought it all sounded too tempting. If it's true, we should start preparing now. The Japanese Association has several strengths, but the main asset is not capital or labor at all, but the Haramura clan. Formally, the clan is part of the Japanese branch, but its influence extends even to the International Association. Kim Jong-woo decided that if he could influence the Haramura clan and the Japanese branch, he would have a real chance of gaining control of the International Association. Besides, Japan was a country of craftsmen who specialized in creating fractal-based weapons. If we combine the huge reserves of fractal resources with Japanese technologies, we will get a real goldmine. The protagonist thought only a fool would miss such an opportunity. Sung-il argued that acting on rumors is risky. Besides, Kim Jong-woo said he would stay in Korea. Kim Jong-woo replied that the only way to find out the truth was to go there in person and check it out. When Lee Ah-young heard about Japan, she was surprised to hear that they hadn't interacted with the Japanese branch at all until now. Didn't the association ask them to focus on internal restructuring? Kim Jong-woo explained that this was just a preliminary investigation. He would only need one chaperone. Lee Ah-young was confused. Just the two of them on a business trip? Kim Jong-woo added that Ah-young already had too many responsibilities. He suddenly realized who would be perfect for this mission. Han Yu-bin exploded with rage. Why her again? Her boss had promised her a vacation after last week's business trip. When would she get it? She threatened to complain to the labor inspectorate. Kim Jong-woo promised that the trip would be short. Lee Do-sik intervened. Does the young man even realize the uproar the African deal caused? Now he's going to run off to Japan and make things worse? He urged the hero to think about the state of the association. Kim Jong-woo resentfully remarked that such words hurt him. Does Lee Do-sik really think he's acting out of personal gain? Everything is done for the sake of the association. Kim Jong-woo added that the strongest fighter in the association right now is Kim Min-ju. But her blade was damaged in a battle in Africa, and it was a huge loss to the association's fighting strength. So he goes to Japan to order a new weapon for her. Who will dare to say that he doesn't think about the association? Lee Do-sik, squinting slyly, said, "Just don't make a riot there, and come back as soon as possible." Kim Jong-woo nodded. It's time to go and claim Japan. Yu-bin grudgingly asked again, why her? What about Lee Ah-young and Kim Min-ju? He replied that those were key personnel. She exclaimed that she was one herself. Then he reminded her that Han Yu-bin had already worked at the Japanese branch before she joined the American branch. She countered, it was just a business trip on a cooperative program. It doesn't count. Yu-bin asked bluntly, what was the real reason for this trip? Kim Jong-woo replied, there are rumors that the Japanese branch is going to withdraw from the International Association. They are going to find out if it is true, but if they just come with an offer of support, they will be rejected immediately. Japanese pride is a headache. The protagonist said he already has a plan. Even if the rumors are confirmed, the Japanese have no reason to share it with outsiders, especially without a signed contract. That's why they won't go straight to the leadership. First, contact with the surrounding area, the Haramura clan forge. This was the third foreign business trip of our hero. The purpose was a preliminary investigation. He hoped that the reconnaissance would be easier, since Japan was closer than Vietnam or Africa. Kim Jong-woo looked at Han Yu-bin. The girl was already wearing a new outfit. Yeah, she found a Japanese guy. One prisoner was once again asked where Haramura was. He repeated that he didn't know. They'd only had a drink together a few days ago and weren't close at all. The man was angry. Does the prisoner take him for a fool? After all, he knows for a fact that he has been working with Haramura for years. The young men entered the interrogation room and told the head of the squad that they had returned. One of them said he had checked the workshop, Haramura was still not there. It was a hunter of the third rank in Japan, Genta. Next to him stood a hunter of the fourth rank, Danjo. Hunters from all over the world came to Japan for weapons. And now, without explanation, he just stopped taking orders? If this continues, the Tokyo branch is doomed. The International Association will abandon them. The man was resentful. What are they trying to accomplish? Why did they disappear without warning? What should we do now? The branch head said they no longer had time to deal with this nameless clan. All they need is the weapon forging technique. Even if they have to cut off Haramura's hands, they have to find him. The branch chief was Shoichi, head of the Tokyo branch. One of the hunters exclaimed, "This can't be. What is the king of Ghidorah, the red-robed boss, doing here?" The hunter said to the guide, "Get out. I'll deal with him myself." The man objected, "Even if you're second rank, it's crazy to fight that monster alone." The guide then noticed the legendary blade of the Haramura clan in the hunter's possession. It was a sword that grew stronger with every drop of blood that fell on its blade. The hunter with the blade in his hand lunged at the bloodthirsty dragon. The guide kid said that it was incredible. The hunter had destroyed King Ghidorah in an instant. However, this dragon still had one whole head left, sitting confidently on its shoulders. The hunter tossed the sword to the guide and told the lad to grab it. As long as the sword was in his hands, there was nothing to fear. The hunter told the boy to feel the breath of the blade and become one with it. One must go where the sword leads. The child said that he was entrusting his body and soul to the sacred blade of Haramura. The child moved at the call of the blade and struck a cleaving blow. The dragon's head flew off his shoulders. The hunter said that the common man had defeated King Ghidorah. It was a great job. The little man was glad he had done well. The guide noted that it was as if he had merged with the special power of that blade. The hunter warned the boy against complacency. The sword did all the work itself, and the kid only held it. The child agreed. It was expected. The weapons created by the Haramura clan are truly legendary. The Haramura blade grows stronger with each use. Whoever wants to purchase it should contact the phone number below. This was a story based on true events. None of the actors were harmed in the filming of this commercial. Kim Jun-woo thought that the quality of the script of this movie left a lot to be desired. Han Yu-bin, on the other hand, said that it was awesome. It all started with a small family of blacksmiths running a humble workshop. Over time, everyone began to say that their blades had special powers, and soon the blacksmiths found fame. Several years ago, an entire suppression team was destroyed in a red-rank dungeon in Japan. However, an S-rank hunter with a Haramura blade managed to defeat the boss and stop the disaster. The incident was talked about all over Japan, and the Haramura clan became a legend. Their reputation grew so much that the International Association proposed that they merge with the Japan Association. In other words, the Haramura clan played a crucial role in Japan, joining the International Association. Immediately after joining the International Association, the fifth-generation blacksmith expanded production, beginning to create not only swords but other weapons as well. Because of the skyrocketing demand for Haramura weapons around the world, their influence became so great that they could even put pressure on the International Association. Kim Jun-woo said as they arrived. The young men stood in front of Haramura's workshop. The gate was closed and there was a sign hanging on the door. The sign said that the workshop was closed for personal reasons. The hero assumed that they no longer worked here. Han Yu-bin asked, "Did Kim Jun-woo really come all the way here without even checking to see if the workshop was open?" The protagonist addressed the question to a grandmother passing by. Kim Jun-woo asked when the place closed. The old lady said that Haramura's workshop hadn't been open for a few days. She also said that she saw the foreman arguing with someone right outside the entrance. At first she thought it was a misunderstanding, but then she realized it was the Tokyo branch staff. Kim Jung-woo asked if the foreman had a conflict with them. The old woman replied that she had heard that they had tried to buy his manual on metal forging techniques. However, Mr. Haramura would never sell it. Kim Jun-woo asked where the master might be. The old lady said she had no such information. Kim Jun-woo said that they had no choice but to stick to the original plan. Han Yu-bin wondered if the boss was going to go straight to the Tokyo branch. The hero thought that sitting around was useless, and it was better to get straight to the point. He too was curious about what had happened between the Haramura clan and the Tokyo branch. A young man on a bicycle approached them and asked if they were looking for Mr. Haramura. Haramura Workshop is a brand that has been dedicated to the clan's tradition for 5 generations. The hunters of the International Association adore this brand. However, no matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary workshop. The young man said that his master hadn't been here for a long time. The young man introduced himself. His name is Itsuki, and he is Mr. Haramura's apprentice. If the young man had an unfinished order, he could find it. Kim Junwoo replied that there was no need for that. He would get the order from Mr. Haramura himself, but a little later. It's a very important item. Itsuki said that it might be a long time before he can get the order directly. Kim Junwoo asked if Itsuki knew what happened between the workshop and the Tokyo branch. The young man said that the Tokyo branch was in a frenzy right now. A few days ago, the master suddenly started rejecting all orders for weapons. The master had always put trust above all else. Itsuki assumed that the International Association had let him down. The master never said outright, but he wanted Japan to withdraw from the International Association. Considering that the Tokyo branch has a huge influence on the Japan Association, its actions could be seen as a quiet protest. Kim Junwoo thought that the rumors of the withdrawal were not entirely unfounded. If the Haramura clan took such a hard stance, the Tokyo branch must be going crazy right now. In the end, they would have to choose a side, the International Association or the Haramura clan. That's not to say it will be an easy choice for the branch. Kim Junwoo asked if the master had tried to talk to the Tokyo branch. This is getting serious after all. Itsuki admitted that the guys from there did drop by, but master just kicked them out, saying he had nothing to talk to them about. He was always awfully stubborn. Itsuki assumed that the branch had given up since things had been quiet for a while. But a few days ago, they started showing up for a different reason. The master was furious. They seriously thought they could buy techniques that had been passed down for generations. After those visits, other people started coming here. At that moment, someone shouted, "Oh, is there a Haramura here?" Itsuki said that it was just those guys. The young man explained that it was because of these people that the master stopped coming to the workshop. One of them said that if Haramura wasn't here again, they would have a problem. They would have to tear this workshop to shreds. One of them saw our hero and assumed that Haramura was receiving customers after all. Kim Junwoo said that he himself would like to know where Haramura is now. Itsuki stated that these people were just about to leave, since the master wasn't here. The big man hit Itsuki in the jaw with his fist, and the guy flew backwards. The villain asked our hero if he really didn't know where Haramura was. The man introduced himself and said that they were from the Tachiban group of the Donggang Society. Kim Junwoo stated that he too had traveled a long way and was sorry that he couldn't meet his host. The protagonist thought that he would love to deal with these people, but messing with the Yakuza would only complicate the situation. It would be better to just scare them and go on his way. Kim Junwoo knocked the big man out with a head kick to the jaw. The teammates were very confused when they saw their colleague lying on the ground. Han Yubin said that when faced with a creep who came out of nowhere and caused a conflict, she just couldn't contain her anger. The men looked down at the girl and wondered, how could she say such a thing to them? Han Yubin grabbed her sword and said that she was ready to destroy them all right now. Kim Junwoo thought that he shouldn't have taken Han Yubin with him. Several people were deactivated. Several were kneeling in front of Han Yubin. Kim Junwoo asked the girl if she was willing to take the responsibility of getting into something serious. Yubin replied that they were threatening innocent people. She couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Kim Junwoo wondered to his companion if maybe she just wanted to put up a fight. Yubin smiled but remained silent. Kim Junwoo thought he had guessed. Could it really be true? Our hero asked the opponents who sent them. One of the villains said that they wouldn't just reveal anything. You can't underestimate the Yakuza. Kim Junwoo told his companion that these guys need motivation to keep talking. One of them got scared and admitted that they were just low-level lowlifes following orders. He asked to let them go free. Han Yubin once again asked who hired them. Yubin wondered, would she really have to go this far to get a coherent answer? Do either of them really want to get hurt? Kim Junwoo said not to let Han Yubin act so violently. They're not gangsters after all. The protagonist added that he could start with the nails. The villain got scared and said it was Mr. Haramura. He pretended like he was opposing them, but he actually asked them to make a mess himself. Kim Junwoo was very surprised to hear such an unexpected answer. It changed the picture completely. Han Yubin slapped her opponent and said she doesn't believe him. She wants to hear the truth. The villain kept saying he wasn't lying. It really was Mr. Haramura. Han Yubin wondered, why can't people just say everything at once? This guy, in her opinion, is just making up excuses to cover up the Tokyo branch's involvement. Kim Junwoo thought that a blacksmith who suddenly disappeared and supposedly organized the theft of his own techniques? It sounds absurd at first glance. However, if the Haramura clan is exactly what he thinks it is, it's not that impossible. Kim Jun-woo told these people to take him to their boss. Han Yu-bin was surprised. Does he really believe them? Kim Jun-woo asked, why would they make up such an obvious lie? Besides, the only way to check is to see for yourself. Kim Jung-woo thought, if these people aren't lying, it's good news. If played correctly, it would be possible to take control of the Haramura clan. The Tokyo branch and the Haramura clan are already feuding. If you take over the clan first, then you don't have to buy the branch. It's just an empty shell without Haramura. We need to seize the clan first and then use it as leverage to force Japan. Yu-bin said that this is all going too far. Did they come here just to investigate? Kim Jun-woo replied that as long as the deal is not finalized, the investigation is still on. One of the villains stated that if they went to the boss, they might be destroyed. Yu-bin promised that nothing would happen to him. The head of the branch was told that Tachiban Gumi's men from Donggang Kai are looking for Haramura. They've been terrorizing the workshop almost every day. It looks like someone has placed an order. The branch head was indignant. Who's after blacksmith technicians now? The aide said that it appeared that someone had indeed been found. The branch head pointed out that a third party was already interfering. 2 competitors was already a problem. Who else would have their eye on these machines? If they fell into the wrong hands, Japan would lose the Haramura brand forever. The head of the branch said he had no choice but to send his men after him. The assistant asked, is this about the balance team? Isn't it too dangerous to ask them for help? The branch head replied that they couldn't just sit back and watch Haramura get taken by some scoundrels. The International Association's branch title and brand are too valuable to give up. Be that as it may, they must find Haramura first. The bandits approached the building and said that it was located here. It looked like an ordinary office building. The leader of the Tachiban Gumi Dongenkai, Kimura Yusuke, was outraged. One of the bandits said that these honored guests were very eager to see the boss. Kimura Yusuke was even more surprised when he heard the phrase, honored guests. The boss asked how this rascal dared to show respect to someone else in his presence. Kim Jun-woo got straight to the point and said that they were looking for Haramura-san. Doesn't the master know where he is? Kimura Yusuke replied that they don't do business with strangers. If this man came to borrow money, he would be taught a lesson and sent away. He added that he couldn't let them just leave now. The boss pulled out his sword and stabbed his employee. He said that people who can't keep their mouths shut are useless. Kimura Yusuke asked our hero who he was. Is he from the branch? Kim Jun-woo replied that he's just a simple businessman who came to meet with Mr. Haramura. Kimura Yusuke said that he knows where he is, but he still can't tell these people. The boss stated that Haramura is an old friend of his. He asked him to hide him and not tell anyone. Kim Jun-woo said that if Kimura Yusuke is his old friend, then he knows almost everything about him. The owner of the establishment confirmed it. Kim Jun-woo assumed that the man was aware of the rumors that the special properties of Haramura's weapon were a fiction. Kimura Yusuke wondered, how did the guest know that? Han Yu-bin was confused. What's going on here? Suddenly, another person rushed into the room. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor. Kimura Yusuke said he told him to stay in hiding. Why did Ryuhei come out? It was the 5th generation Haramura Forge representative and the current clan head, Ryuhei Haramura. Kim Jun-woo, our hero, introduced himself as the head of Karma Corporation, the company that exposed the corruption of the International Association in Africa. Kim Jun-woo said that they were working together with the Korean Association and Hano Company. Haramura didn't expect to be found like this, and he didn't expect to be found by the head of a foreign company. Han Yu-bin was surprised. Were the rumors of a special weapon not true? The girl was holding a blade forged in Haramura's workshop. Ryuhei wondered if Kim Jun-woo would now give it to the Tokyo branch. Our hero said there was no need to worry about that. He didn't come all the way for threats. Kim Jun-woo said he came with a business proposal. If Haramura agreed to cooperate, he could influence the rumors about the clan's legendary weapon. The protagonist added that he would turn those rumors into truth. Kim Jun-woo once again reminded his master of the rumors about this weapon among the hunters. He looked at the blacksmith and could hardly believe that Ryuhei Haramura was really Ryuhei Haramura. One of the bandits said that it was all untrue. Their weapon was just a trick. Han Yu-bin was discouraged. Was her sword really a fake? Ryuhei Haramura asked again, how did Kim Jun-woo know about this? He didn't tell anyone, did he? Kim Jun-woo said it was already obvious. Why ask how he found out? Ruhei's predecessor, who used to make kitchen knives, probably embellished reality a bit when he first got into making supernatural weapons. He said it was a unique forging method passed down from generation to generation. Allegedly, their blades are on a completely different level compared to mass production. In fact, their quality was worse than factory B-rank weapons. Ruhei said that his father had a special talent for this. Kim Junwoo continued, "At some point, the tale began to be believed. Rumors spread, and people from other regions started looking for these weapons. At that point, Ruhei was probably thrilled. However, there was a problem afterward. An S-ranked hunter defeated a red-level boss using that brand of weapon. Come to think of it, a hunter of that level couldn't win just by using weapons? It simply didn't make sense. It was just an ordinary coincidence, that's all. However, at that time, this event was a real celebration for Japan, which was struggling to compete in the global monster-slaying market. Everyone was saying that a red-level monster had been defeated by a weapon made in Japan. It became a new ray of hope for Japanese society, albeit an accidental one. People didn't want to perceive the situation any other way because they don't rely on facts. People believe what they want to believe. The original story of Ruhei's predecessor had grown to the scale of a true legend. A special weapon with a unique power was the talk of the town. Kim Junwoo continued, "When Ruhei realized that the situation was getting out of control, the rumors had already reached the International Association. The only reason they got away with it for so long was because foreigners looked at Japan through the prism of romanticization. Ruhei saw an opportunity to make enough money to last the rest of his life, and he took full advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, Ruhei's predecessor had at least some conscience. He never took orders for mass production, unlike this guy. Ruhei, on the other hand, has decided to bet everything on a lie. He's stamping out weapons that barely pull a C rank." Kim Junwoo wondered why Ruhei suddenly backed out of his last order. Was he afraid of being exposed? Haramura replied that the International Association had been rocked by scandals lately. He decided it was time to get out of the game. Kim Junwoo asked, "Did Ruhei really believe that the association would just turn a blind eye?" Ruhei said yes, but he didn't expect the association to offer to buy his forging method. Ruhei asked what Kim Junwoo meant when he said he was going to turn lies into truth. Our hero said that the blacksmith heard everything correctly. His fictions will become reality because they need the influence of the Haramura clan. Kim Junwoo continued, "They heard that the Japan Association might withdraw from the International Association. That's why they came to see if they could take control of it. But judging from the situation, that's not going to happen." Ruhei said that if they were really going to withdraw from the International Association, they wouldn't have come to him with an offer to buy the leadership. Kim Junwoo said it's even better that way. The Koreans don't need to take control of them. They can still achieve their goal. Ruhei wondered how exactly Kim Junwoo was going to help him. Does he really want to give him advanced forging technology from that elite research center in Korea? If that's what he's offering, then we can think about cooperating. Kim Junwoo said that Ruhei still doesn't realize the position he's in. He suggested that Mr. Haramura should not confuse concepts. He must have gotten the wrong impression. The protagonist says he's not here to help create a special weapon. He's here to make it appear as if Haramura is creating it. All the blacksmith has to do is just continue to exist as the head of a family that can influence the International Association. Kim Junwoo added that he doesn't care what kind of weapons Ruhei creates. However, if Ruhei doesn't want to find himself humiliated, he'd better shut his mouth and do as he's told. Han Yubin said that she's really pissed off about everything here. If Kim Junwoo knew everything, he could have warned her. Why did he bring her with him in the first place? Kim Junwoo replied that there was a reason. Kim Junwoo thought he might get hit again. That annoyed him. Our hero apologized and said that he was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to explain everything. He would be more careful next time. Han Yubin asked how exactly he was going to turn the Haramura clan's lies into truth. The young man replied that he had no idea. Someone else will take care of that. Kim Junwoo reminded her that there is a saying in Japan, if you repeat a lie 100 times, it becomes the truth. He said he just needed to add fuel to the fire. He's already given Haramura instructions, so the only thing left to do is wait for the call. Kim Junwoo added that he's about to explain the whole plan. Yubin interrupted and said that she wanted to ask a question first. It turns out Kim Junwoo knew from the beginning that Haramura's special weapon was a hoax. Then why did he bring that fractal? The protagonist came under the pretext of creating a new sword for Kim Junwoo. Obviously, he wouldn't order a fake. Kim Jun-woo said he didn't recall ever intending to order a sword from a rogue like Haramura in the first place. He added that they had some time and suggested they find a decent place. Yubin thought that the boss never explained everything from the beginning. The girl said that Kim Jung-woo has to keep his promise and buy that figurine, the real one. Kimura Yusuke asked, did Ryuhei really believe everything that was said here? He added that the man was just intimidating him. If Ryuhei gets involved with people like that, he'll be on the hook for life. Haramura asked if Yusuke was suggesting that he just confess everything and let his life go down the drain. Kimura said that's not what he meant. Maybe Ryuhei should lay low for a while. Ryuhei reminded him that his son had just gotten into one of the top universities. The young man grew up without a mother, but he still became a good guy. Ryuhei added that he should at least live to see his wedding. Kimura apologized. He didn't want to raise his voice. So Ryuhei had already decided everything? The assistant reported to the boss that some type broke into the headquarters. He added that the man was looking for the boss and couldn't be stopped. The aide shouted that the man was already on the other side of the window. The stranger flew into the room and attacked Kimura Yusuke. He said that branch manager Shoichi was looking for him with sparks in his eyes. The stranger demanded that Haramura-san stop being stubborn and go with him. Ryuhei wondered, how did they know he was here? The stranger added that this was his last chance. He was given a clear order. If Haramura didn't obey, he was to break his limbs and drag him to the office. Kimura Yusuke shouted for Ryuhei to run away immediately. This guy wasn't human. The stranger threw his opponents aside and activated his puppet skill. Ryuhei screamed and lost his mobility. His body stopped obeying him. The stranger contacted the branch head and reported that the target had been captured. The branch chief said that he never thought Haramura could be hiding in a Yakuza lair. He added that the International Association's balance team was really worth something. That was impressive. Huang Donghui's agent showed good judgment. Haramura came to his senses and thought his body felt like it was falling apart piece by piece. Where is he? Ryuhei didn't realize what was happening. He was crucified and hanging on chains. The branch chief said, finally the blacksmith woke up. He greeted Haramura-san and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ryuhei asked Shoichi-san not to go that far. The branch head said that Haramura once helped develop their branch, but now, unfortunately, he is no longer willing to listen to them. Shoichi said that Haramura's refusal is hindering their work. The branch head added that he had hoped to find common ground. Shoichi's assistant drew his sword and swung it several times in front of Mr. Haramura. Shoichi admitted that he doesn't know what made Ryuhei cut ties, but they still need his help. He said that if Haramura doesn't want to sell his wares, he should consider selling forging methods. He would be paid generously for it. Ryuhei was indignant. Did anyone really think his techniques could just be bought off? Shoichi offered 1 billion. The aides thought they would sell the secret without thinking twice. Ryuhei Haramura said he refused. The aides wondered, are his techniques really worth more? Shoichi turned to manager Huang. He said he had another request. Huang Donghui replied that he was listening. Shoichi had heard that the master's son had recently entered a prestigious university. His name is Masato, a freshman studying economics. He should be brought here. Ryuhei said that they shouldn't touch his son or he will destroy everyone here. Shoichi said he's asking Haramura-san nicely, or will he listen only after his son's head is brought on a platter? Ryuhei shouted that he had been lying all along. He added that it was all a lie. Special forging methods and weapons never existed. Shoichi wondered, what was the blacksmith saying? Then how would he explain that the S-rank hunter had cleared the red-ranked gate? Haramura said it was just a coincidence. Some guild turned in some debris to him, and he just made it look impressive. There is no special guidance, so it was best to leave his kid alone. The branch manager was furious. Had they really been led around by the nose all this time? Although he had sensed something wrong from the beginning, Shoichi decided that now was not the time to think about it. If word got out to the International Association's management, things would definitely get out of hand. Not only would they lose the Haramura Workshop brand, but he, as the curator of the relationship between the workshop and the association, would be in serious danger. This cannot be allowed to happen. Mr. Shoichi says that the blacksmith seems to have lost his mind. However, he will talk when they bring his son in. The branch head was approached by an assistant, but Shoichi said he was busy. The girl reported that the head of the Karma Corporation had arrived at the office. He claimed that he had come here to sign a contract with Haramura Workshop. Shoichi inquired, why did the Karma Corporation show up here unannounced? The protagonist repeated that he was here to sign a contract for weapons from Haramura Workshop. The branch head thought it was rather bad timing. They hadn't even confirmed if the blacksmith had lied about the weapon. In any case, if it came out, they would be in serious trouble. Shoichi takes a look at the contract and says it's fine. He just wondered, why did Karma go to them when they could have made a deal directly with the workshop? Our hero explained that the contract with Haramura Workshop is under the jurisdiction of the Tokyo firm, after all. But since the deal was quite significant, it was more convenient to have the branch oversee it. Kim Junwoo had heard that no other weapon could surpass Master Haramura's designs. The young man added that he had doubted it at first. But if the hunters of the International Association are using this particular weapon, then the quality is really excellent. Kim Junwoo stated that in that case, he could not give up such an impressive arsenal. Looking at the contract, it was clear. Their offer was very tempting. The protagonist asked if he could expect a positive response. He knew his interlocutor was in a difficult position, especially after Shoichi had learned the whole truth. There was no way that information would leak out. Tachiben has already warned our hero that Shoichi was the one who took Haramura. Shoichi said that he wanted to discuss the matter with Haramura-san first. Kim Junwoo was overjoyed. He said it was a great coincidence that he too would like to meet the blacksmith. Why doesn't the branch head invite Mr. Haramura to come here? Kim Junwoo had to admit that Shoichi is a good actor, but he doesn't stand a chance. Shoichi announced that Haramura-san had taken some time off. He forgot to warn his guest about it. He can't be contacted right now. Shoichi added that in any case, the conclusion of the contract would have to be postponed indefinitely. Kim Junwoo stated that he should have realized it right away. Our hero said that this deal is a new basis for training young hunters. He held out an envelope to his interlocutor and added, "Shoichi understands what we're talking about, doesn't he?" Kim Junwoo explained that he was handing over a new program. They'll keep the management, but they want Shoichi-san to handle the financial part. The funds will come in, and the branch manager will be able to manage them as he sees fit. He asked, "Isn't that what Mr. Shoichi had always wanted?" Our hero thought that once the deal went into effect, the sums Shoichi would start receiving would be in the millions. Would he be able to resist such temptation? Shoichi hid the envelope, said he understood, and added that he would try to convince Mr. Haramura. Kim Junwoo asked if they could test the weapons. It wasn't a matter of mistrust, but simple formalities. Shoichi agreed and asked when it would be convenient. Our hero replied that it would be in a week. Shoichi stated that he would entrust the preparation to his lab. Kim Junwoo said that he would prefer a test in a real dungeon to see how the weapon would perform in real combat. The companions wished each other good luck and parted ways for a week. Kim Jung-woo asked Han Yu-bin what she was wearing. The girl replied that she couldn't pass by such beauty since they were in Japan. Han Yu-bin asked if the person who would turn a lie into the truth was Shoichi, the head of the Tokyo branch. Kim Jun-woo confirmed that it was. From now on, Shoichi will have to turn Haramura's fairy tales into reality. He said that the branch head will gather masters from all over the country to protect the reputation of Haramura's workshop. Yubing said that she would take a look at this store and prepare to go around to the others. The young man replied that unfortunately, this would be the last store for today. Han Yubin was surprised. After all, they had a whole week at their disposal. The boss replied that they needed to find one person. Yusuke Taichi is the second strongest hunter in Japan. Shoichi asked Haramura if there was any way to create a truly special weapon. Ryuhei replied that he had no such information. The whole idea seems ridiculous. A weapon that only grants power to the worthy? Are they really in the manga? Shoichi said that the head of the Karma Corporation came to see him. He wanted to sign a contract to supply weapons from Haramura's workshop. Because of all these rumors, he's offering a huge sum. Ryuhei asked, did Shoichi really agree? After all, he knows it's all a lie. Shoichi replied that he understood. There are no fools in Karma. Sooner or later, everything will come out. They have already guessed that the weapon is devoid of any powers, and have even demanded that it be tested. That's why he's asking for at least one copy to be created, like from the legends of this family. Haramura says he can't do that. He doesn't have any techniques, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to create a real weapon. Shoichi asked, why leave such a blacksmith alive? He said they would check it out for themselves. And then, when the deal is done, Haramura can't stand the demands of Karma and has to kill himself. Ryuhei wondered, did Shoichi even know what he was saying? The branch head said that they would compensate for everything. The blacksmith's son's university tuition will be paid, and when he graduates, they'll give him a job at the branch. Haramura said it's crazy. If people know the truth, they won't be indifferent. Shoichi replied that the dead people don't talk. People won't be able to find out the truth. If the blacksmith has been lying all this time, then he must be prepared for such an outcome. In any case, Ryuhei will stay here until the demonstration, for his own convenience. He'll make sure the blacksmith is fed on time. Huang Donghui asked the branch head if the technicians were able to find out. Shoichi replied that the blacksmith was too stubborn. The head asked what Agent Huang was even doing here. Shoichi thought that if it turns out that the forging technique is fake, they will report it to the International Hunter Association. That couldn't be allowed to happen. Huang replied that he was just waiting for a moment to say goodbye before leaving. There is a person here whom he doesn't want to meet at all. Shoichi stated what he heard. Huang used to be in charge of Korea. Does he really have connections to the head of Karma? Huang Donghui advised the branch head, if he contacts Kim Jong-woo, he'll be finished. The head of Tachibangumi asked if the person he was talking to was really not working with the Tokyo branch. Right after he left, their men rushed in and took Haramura away. Kimura Yusuke said that Kim Jong-woo was too calm for someone worth suspecting. If it wasn't for his reports, you'd think they were in on it, and that Kim Jong-woo sent the guys to turn the place upside down. Kimura Yusuke said that he had done a background check on the person he was talking to. It turns out that he is quite a famous person in Korea. Kimura suggested that Haramura was being held at the Tokyo branch. Kim Jong-woo agreed with that. Shoichi was too nervous, as if he was hiding something. Kimura Yusuke was very angry. Those rascals from the Tokyo branch had done something extremely wrong. Kim Jong-woo asked the head of Tachiban Gumi, did he want to save Haramura? Kimura replied that he had been friends with Haramura since childhood. They made a promise to each other. Yusuke told his friend that he was leaving the workshop and would become a yakuza. Ryuhei was surprised. Why? After all, he's so talented. Yusuke replied that Ryuhei would be the light that would lead the world, and he would become the king of the night, his shadow. The young men's ambitions were too great to exist in the same universe. Yusuke said that they would meet again in 10 years, at the very top when they had fully realized their dreams. Kim Jong-woo stated that he didn't want to listen to this dramatic story anymore. Our hero said that if Kimura wants to save Haramura, he should give information. Yusuke replied that they've only gotten close to the most touching part and asked what exactly does the Korean want to know. The protagonist asked where Taichi, Japan's second most powerful hunter, was now. Kimura asked why the interest. Kim Jong-woo replied that the Yakuza more than anyone else should know where this hunter is. Our hero clarified that they are talking about Japan's former number 2, the king of the underworld, Taichi. He was once a hunter, but now he is the head of Japan's largest criminal group with a lot of influence in politics, media, and economy. Kim Jong-woo says that Kimura, as the man with power in the underworld, must know where Taichi is. If they want to save Mr. Haramura, they need help. Kimura was outraged. How could a Korean even know about this? Kim Jong-woo replied that he had a personal score to settle with Taichi. Yusuke said he would give Taichi's whereabouts, but it might shorten his life. In return, Kim Jong-woo has to save Haramura. The girl says that Taichi-san looks sad today. Is there really something wrong? She's willing to listen to absolutely anything if he shares. Taichi pecked the girl on the cheek and told that cheeky girl not to dare touch him. Taichi demanded that the guards get the woman out of sight. The king of the underworld, former second hunter of Japan, Taichi said he's tired of girls. He needed someone to entertain him. In his 30s, Taichi was still a convinced virgin. The assistant said the girl should consider herself lucky. The boss was so close to her. Taichi assumed that women just thought like he was too good for them. The girl stepped on the deactivated guard. The guard yelled for the boss to run away. Danger was coming. The girl said she finally found where he was hiding. Kim Jong-woo, accompanied by an aggressive Han Yu-bin, said he came here to make a deal with Taichi. Taichi asked in surprise, who sent this guy? Han Yu-bin looked at her opponent and said in surprise, is it really Taichi? Before his regression, the protagonist had once fought Taichi side by side during a joint operation between Japan and Korea. Since Japan was part of the International Association, their top hunters were recruited. This meant that instead of working with Japan's number 1 hunter, our hero had to settle for number 2. However, Taichi never pulled Kim Jong-woo down. He performed his task flawlessly, and in battle, he proved to be much stronger and more agile than expected. This continued until he became the face of the Haramura brand. That's when he completely broke down. This guy turned into a pathetic parody after he became a model. There were rumors that he made a lot of money from it. Even the salary of a top hunter couldn't compare to that. No matter how famous Haramura's workshop was, it could never pay a top-tier hunter enough to retire for long. This meant that Taichi had most likely figured out the secret of Haramura's weapon. In exchange for their silence, he made them pay a huge sum of money. After that, Taichi disappeared. It is said that his fortune and former fame made him rise to the top and become the king of the underground world. Kim Jun-woo introduced himself as a representative of the Korean Karma Corporation and offered a deal. Taichi was surprised. Some pathetic fool dares to make a deal with him? Does he even realize who is in front of him? Taichi looked at Han Yubin and said that if this beauty asked politely, he might consider it. Kim Jun-woo looked at Han Yubin and asked if this beauty was the one he was talking about. Taichi looked away embarrassed but kept pointing his finger at Yubin. Taichi said that this guy should be grateful to him. If it wasn't for his good mood, he would have already flown out of here. Han Yubin agreed that she looked gorgeous, but she felt like this fat guy wasn't quite normal. Han Yubin asked the boss if she could beat up this fatty a little. The girl noticed the strange expression on the boss's face and thought that it didn't bode well. Han Yubin tearfully shouted out that she refused. The head of the branch, Shoichi, was furious. Why couldn't these worthless blacksmiths, who were the best craftsmen in Japan, create at least a replica? At least something remotely similar to that weapon. The assistant reported to the chief that they had no craftsmen left. Maybe they should try another method. Shoichi wondered if there were only crooks in Japan. The wounded blacksmith asked what Haramura had done. Shoichi said he had another idea. In doing so, he stepped his foot on the head of the blacksmith Kusanagi. The head of the branch stated that this guy has too long a tongue. Does anyone else know about this lie? Shoichi added that if Haramura was hiding something, his son would follow him. The blacksmith remembered the Koreans saying that he could make the rumors about Haramura's family a reality. Taichi agreed that it was an important meeting and told the aides to step out for a while. Kim Jun-woo stated that he was a businessman from Korea and had come to offer a deal to the king of that city. Taichi replied that this guy looked even uglier up close. If it wasn't for that lady, he would have been dead by now. Kim Jun-woo told his companion that Taichi is so drunk that his head is not thinking straight. Otherwise, that fatty definitely wouldn't have called Yubing a beauty. Han Yubing said that she was definitely angry now. The protagonist looked at Taichi and said that they need to get this over with quickly. Kim Jun-woo told his companion that he would signal and the girl would deal with this madman. Han Yubin reminded her boss that she was kicked out of the International Association for Insubordination. Kim Young-woo says he doesn't see any other option. If Yubin holds out just once, he'll give her a week's vacation and buy her all the merch she wants. Yubin asked, "Boss, you do realize that she wants to destroy him now, right?" Taichi inquired, "What kind of deal are these people offering?" Kim Jun-woo revealed that Haramura-san is currently being held captive by the Tokyo branch. At this rate, the secret of Haramura's workshop would soon be known to everyone. Taichi wondered, what does this have to do with him? Kim Jun-woo replied that it's directly related. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a risk. The Tokyo branch will do anything to prove that the secret of the workshop is true. If this secret becomes public, the branch's position will worsen. Until now, Haramura has been covering for Taichi, allowing him to quietly hold power underground. Will Mr. Taichi really let this chance slip away? He has a plan to destroy the Tokyo branch. Taichi thought, who is this guy really? Does he really know everything? Could it be a mercenary that the workshop sent, or a secret agent of the branch? Either way, he shouldn't be allowed to leave alive. Kim Jun-woo decided not to give Taichi any time to think. Our hero told the girl that it was her time. Han Yubin moved closer to the king of the underworld and gazed tenderly into his eyes. Taichi couldn't resist that gaze. A slight blush covered his face. In front of Taichi's eyes was a girl in a wedding dress with a bouquet in her hands. Friends and associates were already congratulating the boss on his marital happiness. Taichi saw his wife and an adorable little girl, a baby in front of him. All this flashed before Taichi's eyes and he even wept. Taichi agreed and said he accepted the terms. He's fed up with the rotten underground and just wants to leave it all behind and live the normal life he's always dreamed of. Kim Young-woo said he's now ready to explain the plan in more detail. A few days pass. Taichi meets with the head of the Tokyo branch. While chatting on the phone, the head of the underworld noted that Yubin's voice is very cute. Taichi added that when he hears that voice, his heart races and his palms sweat. Will he be up to the task at hand? Han Yubin said to let Taichi focus on the job. She's ready to talk after it's done. Yubin contacted her boss and said that Taichi was acting according to plan and would arrive at the appointed time. Kim Jong-woo stated that he's already on the spot as well. Yubin should continue to monitor and control the situation. Shoichi says he's waiting for Mr. Kim Jong-woo. Why is the young man without his assistant today? Our hero replied that the girl had some urgent business, so she won't be at the test. Shoichi said that it's too dangerous for an ordinary person to enter the dungeon anyway. The protagonist recognized that there were more people here than expected. The branch head said that security was their priority. A task force will conduct the demonstration in case of emergencies, and a control team will be on duty outside. Kim Jun-woo looked to the side and asked, "The person in different clothes is Haramura?" Shoichi confirmed the assumption. Our hero said hello to the blacksmith and gave his name. Haramura said he was happy to meet him too. Kim Jun-woo asked how the situation was. Ryuhei said the trial is just a cover. After the deal, they're going to fake his suicide. Haramura told Kim Jong-woo not to make the deal. It wouldn't benefit anyone. Kim Jong-woo replies that the preparations had been going on for a week and he had Taichi's support. In an hour, the king of the underground world would leak to the media that an international association had forced Haramura to mass-produce counterfeits for profit. Ryuhei wondered, why Taichi? Kim Jong-woo asked. Wasn't he the face of Haramura's weapons when he was in the association? He's the perfect informant. Ryuhei asked how Kim Jun-woo even knows Taichi. Kim Jun-woo replied that he had to leave. If he lingered, Shoichi might suspect something wrong. Haramura yelled that Taichi had already leaked the secret. Shoichi wondered if the two of them knew each other. For strangers, they were having a conversation that was too trusting. Kim Jun-woo said that he was also a fan of the Haramura family. They didn't discuss anything special. Shoichi said that the test is planned to be held here in the orange-ranked cave dungeon. The boss is a snow demon, a ghost-type monster. Kim Jun-woo remarked that physical attacks won't work on it. The branch head noted that Kim Jun-woo was well informed. If the test was a 3-star level, it would be meaningless, so that's why they prepared this one. Kim Young-woo assumed that the branch manager had worked hard to prepare it. The protagonist would never have thought that Haramura was so talkative. This branch manager must have introduced someone to Taichi, but the protagonist also had countermeasures. At this time, a man with a blade in his hand approached Taichi and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Taichi recognized this rascal. Han Yubin looked out from behind cover and controlled the situation. Shoichi drew his sword and said that Mr. Kim Jun-woo has been waiting for this for a long time. In his hands, he held the weapon that Haramura-san had specially prepared for the test. It was the 10th weapon from Haramura's workshop's Odachi lineup, the Shipsu Panwol-gyeong, the most popular one. Kim Jun-woo thought it was some kind of pretentious name, obviously just a toy with a flashy look. Shoichi introduced the hunter who would take part in the test. The branch head told Gorda to come over and say hello. This was a C-rank swordsman. The young men shook hands. Kim Jung-woo noticed that this guy didn't have calluses on his ring finger and pinky finger, while someone who holds a sword should have them. The hero realized that this guy is definitely not a swordsman. Overall, he has an athletic build, but his leg muscles are relatively weaker than his torso, so he doesn't move much in combat. Discolored lips from frequent potion intake, mana drain marks on his palms and face. It was obvious that he was an A-class mage. Kim Jun-woo thought that this man was pretending to be a swordsman, using magic and sword tricks, trying to pass it off as a special weapon. That seems kind of childish. Shoichi said that if Kim Jun-woo is ready, we can get started. The young men headed for the dungeon. Kim Jun-woo mentally asked Yubin to make it on time. Taichi asked what Kenta was doing. Kenta thought that Taichi's admiration for him was just Yakuza games. There's no personal animosity, but for the sake of the guild, Taichi will have to die. All of Taichi's guards had already been eliminated. Taichi wondered if the guild had sent Kenta as an assassin. Perhaps the reason is the secret of Haramura's workshop? Taichi said that Kenta was caught off guard. The association is a pacifier, sucking the last juices out of Haramura, so this reaction is expected. Taichi was surprised that a 3rd-ranked hunter came to destroy him, a 2nd-ranked hunter. The branch head had fallen into a marasmus. Taichi drew his sword and said he must pass for love. Kenta might try to stop him. Kenta said that Taichi should come to his senses. He is no longer the hunter he used to be. However, Kenta felt the aura of the former Taichi. The head of the underworld said he wanted to see if Kenta would think the same while reflecting his sword. The opponents walked forward and stopped with their backs to each other. Taichi fell on his back, grabbing his stomach. Blood showed. Kenta thought that was an incredible reaction speed. Was Taichi really a second-rank hunter? Kenta swung his sword and declared that he would destroy Taichi for the sake of Japan's future. However, Han Yubin suddenly appeared and blocked Kenta's strike. Yubin was outraged. How could she fall for such an obvious attack and still wail? The girl stated that she would deal with Kenta herself and let Taichi leave. Taichi said that he didn't know where that girl came from or who she even was. Han Yubin grabbed Taichi by the collar and said he either has bad eyes or a brain like a goldfish. Kenta said that judging by the proximity of these two, they're clearly in on it. Kenta said he couldn't just let them go. For the sake of idle curiosity, he wants to know if they are lovers. Han Yubin thought that she would beat them up a little and send them back. But now she couldn't just let them go either. The girl swung her sword and angrily asked how dare this guy try to set her up with a fatty. Gareta, wielding his sword, was destroying all the monsters in his way. Shoichi asked if it was as incredible as the rumors said. Kim Junwoo stated that the performance was impressive. Is it possible to unleash the power of a weapon at will like that? Kim Junwoo suggested that weapons only give power to the worthy. Shoichi agreed that Gareta was a worthy hunter. In any case, the boss seems dangerous, so Kim Jung-woo can wait outside. The hero refuses. Since he's gotten this far, he wants to see it through to the end. Kim Jung-woo thought that Shoichi was afraid of being exposed. He should have prepared better and used the moment at the most critical time. The aggressive boss monster appeared in front of the hunters and roared loudly. Kim Junwoo thought he saw an orange-rank snow demon and would have to sweat. Gareta was frightened by the monster's attack and activated a unique skill. Shoichi thought that Gareta had already used a magic scroll. The branch head shouted loudly that the task force was also joining the sweep. Monster dispersed the task force. Kim Junwoo asked, if the deal goes forward, what will become of Haramura-san? He asked, if the deal goes forward, isn't it obvious that everything will be revealed? After all, these weapons are fake. Kim Junwoo asked if Shoichi is going to get everything and then drive Mr. Haramura to suicide. That the rumors about Haramura's family are false will be impossible to prove, and the branch head will be able to shift all the responsibility to him. Shuichi asked if that meant Kim Junwoo knew everything and was checking them out. The aide told the branch chief that the media is already reporting. The branch was in charge of distributing fake weapons. Shuichi felt indignant. Was he really the one doing this? What the hell is Kim Junwoo doing here? Kim Junwoo told Shoichi to give up the guild's share of the money nicely. The Tokyo branch is so important to Japan that if it falters, the entire Japanese association will falter. Other countries also have branch concentration, but it is more pronounced in Japan. They took full advantage of the actions of the International Association, which imperceptibly undermined them, while they blindly trusted only the brand of the Haramura workshop. The International Association changed the system so that it was easier to manipulate the Japanese association. Pretending to be scouts, they poached all of Japan's promising hunters. Capturing a branch that is just an empty shell is not a difficult task. Shoichi was outraged. Who dares to say that they produced fake weapons? The branch head said that a rebuttal article should be issued. Kim Junwoo took out his smartphone and asked if the branch head was interested in finding out who did it. A video of Taichi's statement appeared on the screen. He gave a confession. Taichi stated that the Tokyo branch produced fake weapons from the Haramura workshop to profit from the International Association. The workshop's weapons are created using a special process that cannot be replicated quickly. The Tokyo branch, unable to produce the required quantity for the International Association, began to mass produce and sell counterfeits for its own profit. Taichi learned of this while filming a commercial for Haramura's workshop. In the process, they did not hesitate to resort to threats and violence against Haramura. Yusuke told his guys to get started. There was a lot of information on the internet. The hunters started telling the truth. Shoichi shouted that the TV stations should be contacted and blocked. It was reported that Sabato, the MP, was receiving bribes from the Yakuza. Also Taito. Habaki, head of a large corporation, was dealing drugs with the Yakuza. Kichi, the director of the TV station, is a regular customer of the entertainment center run by Taichi. Izo, the TV station's cameraman, has Yakuza among his friends. Before coming here, he sent men from the branch to take out Taichi, but thanks to his strength, he managed to hold off the assassins. Taichi showed the wounds that proved his point. He swore the honor of a second-ranked hunter who fought hard for the sake of the people. Kim Junwoo said that they would deal with the Tokyo branch somehow. and the branch chief had better go into hiding. Shoichi stated that that rascal won't get away with it. Kim Jun-woo threw the branch manager to the ground. A huge monster was coming up behind the hero. The young man said that now was the best time for Shoichi. He could hand over the post, take what he could, and escape on his own. Shoichi asked if the young man was suggesting that he believe all of this. Kim Jun-woo asked in response, "What will the branch head do if he doesn't believe it? After all, the responsibility would fall on him. The International Association won't just let it go." Kim Young-woo said there's no time left. Even if he manages to escape from the International Association, it's better than staying in Japan and going to jail. Shoichi thought that Kenta was useless. After all, he had ordered Taichi's destruction. By destroying Haramura, the Korean could be blamed. The branch head thought that if things continued like this, he would definitely not survive. Kim Jun-woo said that this is all for the sake of the Tokyo branch. Either way, the branch is doomed to collapse. They are offering help, and it's not worth delaying. Kim Young-woo has offered all the powers of the Tokyo branch. All that's needed is a signature. Shoichi grabbed the contract and said he'd remember that Korean. The monster was approaching, and people felt cold from its presence. Greta wondered why they chose this particular dungeon for the weapon demonstration. The hunter activated a unique skill and attacked the monster. Greta told the head of the branch that it was hard to continue the sweep with just one squad. They needed instructions from the boss. But everyone saw that the branch head had run away. Kim Jun-woo said that he was acting head from now on. The young man emphasized that he was only filling in for the head during his absence. But no one believed it. Kim Young-woo told the hunters that it was dangerous and they should move away. The hunters were outraged. "Let the Korean move away. It's dangerous for civilians to be here." The monster roared again, and the hunters decided to retreat, all except the protagonist. Kim Jun-woo activated the unique skill Demon King and prepared to attack. The monster did not expect the appearance of such a hunter and naturally was frightened. Our hero attacked the monster and won a confident victory. The hunters were surprised. Wasn't that sword a fake? Everyone said that the rumors about the Haramura family were lies. That's exactly what the head of the branch told everyone. After destroying the monster, our hero said that everyone could leave now. He has a lot of things to do, and they will be very busy. Shoichi continued to run away with all his might. He decided to run away to Hawaii. With the money he got from the Korean as a kickback, he will be able to live the rest of his life in peace. With the contract and the evidence in hand, he could hire people and make it all work. Shoichi stumbled and fell on the road. Someone held out the rope he had tripped over. Shoichi saw Mr. Huang and wondered where he had come from. Huang asked where Shoichi was in a hurry. Huang said that Secretary General Wesley wanted to talk to him. The news said that the investigating authorities were making every effort to catch the head of the Tokyo branch. Huang received new instructions from the General Secretary. Conferring after a conversation with a colleague, Huang decided that it was necessary to press the target in some way. Huang expressed outrage that the branch was taken away right from under his nose. The interlocutor told Huang to mind his own business and not to interfere in the affairs of the main office, to do only what he was ordered to do. Huang apologized, and it was explained to him that now was not the time to worry about some janitor. There were more important things to do. Han Yubin was overjoyed when she received the gifts she wanted. They were so hard to come by. Yubin said that she suffered a lot before she got it. She immediately gets a shiver when she thinks of that fat guy. Kim Jun-woo suggested that the girl try and go on a date with Taichi. Yubin said that there was an incomplete takeover according to the plan. Even if the boss was offered credentials, the International Association would not just let it go, that director Kim Jun-woo became the head of the branch. Kim Jun-woo agreed that they wouldn't tolerate such a thing. Yubin asked, "What's the point then?" Kim Jung-woo said that Japan, taking responsibility for the incident, would announce their withdrawal from the International Association. If left like this, our hero will officially be empowered as the head of a branch belonging to an international association. The headquarters won't want him to invade their territory. Being asked if that meant they would be forced to accept an exit request, the young man replied that they would have no other choice. One way or another, they wouldn't be able to prevent the Japanese branch from moving in. However, it would be better for them to just transfer to an independent association than to lose the branch. Kim Young-woo said that he won't have time to manage the Japanese branch, and he is going to appoint another person in charge to the position. The protagonist said that Mr. Haramura will take care of it. Haramura wondered if Kim Jun-woo was really going to entrust him with such a responsible position. The protagonist replied that he doesn't joke about such things. The blacksmith asked, wasn't he the culprit behind everything that had happened? Why should he, such a person, be given such an exorbitant position? Kim Jun-woo said that it's not a gift. In the future, Japan will vehemently condemn the branch that went to Korea. The International Association will put pressure to bring the branch back. In other words, the position the young man wants to entrust to Mr. Haramura is a post where he will have to endure all this, not the prestigious chair of a strong ruler. Haramura said he would consider it payback for his loyalty. The blacksmith handed the hero a sword and told him to take it. He doesn't have the ability to create special weapons, but he put everything he has into the sword. The blacksmith added that although he continued to create similar swords, the passion and effort put into this one is real. Kim Jun-woo told the blacksmith that he would contact him later, but for now, Haramura should take care of the branch. Taichi saw the girl and rushed towards her. He wanted her to turn around to him at least once. He wants to believe that she was hurt too. Taichi thought he was a fool, unable to even get a word out. The young man called the girl by name and held out his hand. The girl turned around and looked at the young man with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Taichi realized his mistake. The child in front of him was a child with a lollipop in her hand. Taichi thought sadly that this girl made him feel insignificant all the time. The boy in love thought that someday he would meet another person with a smile like hers, but it wouldn't be her and he would be sad. Already on the airplane, Yubin said that she felt a little sad. She's talking about the branch manager Shuichi. Even though they made him look guilty with lies, but he will live happily with their money. Kim Jun-woo said Yubin doesn't have to worry. It's an empty shell. No one was going to give a scoundrel such a huge amount of money. The amount was paid in Venezuelan currency, and at the current exchange rate, you can buy one chocolate bar with that money. Young Hunter's support fund never got to run properly because of the ruins they discovered, and now they're in debt. Branch Chief Shuichi didn't know that, so they're even better off. Han Yu-bin said that they really should have scrutinized everything. Kim Jun-woo thought that was the end of it. All the responsibility for spreading substandard weapons was shifted to Shuichi. In addition, the results of the test quickly spread among the hunters, and it became an established fact that Haramura's weapons really did have special powers, as the rumor said. The protagonist thought that now that he had the Japanese Association in his hands, the result was more than satisfactory. When met at the airport, Lee Ah-young said that the two of them had done a good job. A lot of things happened in Korea too. The protagonist asked who were these people? The young men replied that they came to make a deal. Kim Jun-woo asked what was going on. Lee Ah-young replied that she couldn't help it. Ah-young said that among the goods taken out of the Angalon branch was a byproduct they received. During its purification, there was an accident in the support group. The girl added that there were no casualties, but all the equipment was burned and out of service. Kim Jung-woo asked what about the support of the task force's equipment. Ah-yeon said that they are thinking of restoring at least repair capacity as a matter of urgency. Functionality has been suspended for now. Kim Jun-woo thought that the support group with 7 overseas branches managed to blow up the entire lab while purifying the byproduct. It would be difficult to conduct operations with temporary equipment, and it would take a long time to recover. Kim Jong-woo asked what the byproduct was. Lee Ah-young replied that she didn't know herself. It was the first time the support staff had seen such a thing. The product is stored in the basement of the association. Kim Jun-woo looked at the stone and thought, is this the item that survived the fire that destroyed the lab? The young man asked what was the connection between the accident and the sale of his belongings. Ah-yeon replied that if the association couldn't do sweeps, how would they make money? They would have to sell even luxury items to cover the cost of early recovery. The director asked how much it would cost to rebuild. Ah-young replied 300 billion. Yubin presented a gift from Representative Kim for Mrs. Kim Jung-woo. Han Yubin said that originally the representative wanted to give the gift in person, but he had business to attend to. Kim Min-ju thought she received a gift from a teacher. The huntress decided that if her teacher cared for her so much she couldn't be a burden anymore, and would definitely become stronger to repay him. Kim Min-ju told her teacher to keep an eye on her, so the monsters would not be happy now.